Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell. A little later than usual. We apologize, but we are live at Texas Card House on Green Ridge and Westheimer. And little did we know that a table being plugged in, a poker table being plugged in, would affect our ability to broadcast. So we figured it out. We're basically electricians, Lance.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
Basically.
And that's from what I've been reading, that's a really good
job
to have.
It is. We need electricians.
So now that we're
country.
Electricians, I don't know if that's going to up our pay here because we
I
also are
think
doing
so.
electrical stuff.
Todd, bring it, okay? So not only are we Hall of Fame broadcasters.
What a heroic move.
Yes. Okay, who figured it out? Oh, me. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Problem solver.
Did you figure it out?
Problem solver. Who unplugged it? Who unplugged the table?
Who gave you the suggestion to unplug it?
No, you don't even know about it out here. Okay.
I believe the question was, is that table plugged in?
We were hearing. That's all we were hearing.
You guys would have gone.
Yeah,
bananas.
But we figured it out. I mean, you know what? We used our intuitions.
Had it been Gen Z, this broadcast would have just
never
ended.
happened.
Just
never
like,
happened.
guess can't do it. Run national.
All right, we got a table going over here.
My kids could not have figured it out.
No, they would have just said, "Oh, all right, we're not going to do the show today." We are live at Texas Card House. We love this. We're watching the Open Championship. We got a table going over here. They're playing. Okay, if you're in the neighborhood, we're Green Ridge and Westheimer, and you're a poker player, it's going on. It's 24/7 out here. They don't close except Christmas night, I believe, is the only night that they close ever. So you've always got a game. The bar stays open till 2 a.m. Okay, so this is a place that you're going to come and get your poker on. It is the premier poker house in the city, and we're here all morning long. It's going to be fun. All right. Shane Gillis last night. He killed. It was not as uncomfortable as Ricky Gervais at the Golden Globes.
Well, a couple of things were.
The
crowd did not. I think some of them were afraid to respond. Like, you don't want to be caught on camera. Like, I get in trouble because I was laughing at that.
Right.
The Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark was pretty good.
It was funny.
Yeah, that was pretty good. The Travis Hunter at the end was an old Norm McDonald joke, and it was, okay. I thought he had already made everyone uncomfortable, and then the killing the wife and waiter thing that made it even worse. So, but that's just good, clean fun. I'm not a big ESPYs guy. My wife was there. She actually went, and she had a really good time. But I never watch. I don't care. Simone Biles picked up a couple of ESPYs. And he did a leprechaun joke with her, and that wasn't really all that great. Wasn't really all that great. But that was a pretty good.
Will he be invited back?
I don't know. Yeah, he did do the one with you're sitting next to an ugly dog.
He's not good.
If you were Bill Belichick, if you had 6 Super Bowls, you'd have a 20-year-old too. But you're not, so you're sitting next to some ugly hag.
Mm-hmm.
That joke that didn't go over all that well, and he even said, that didn't work all week. I don't know why I did that one. But he's good. Shane is good. He told a little Trump story. If you missed it, you can find it on YouTube or X, the whole thing this morning if you didn't see any of it. But there's a Travis Hunter, the Epstein joke.
Yeah, he pretty much was on.
Yeah,
he was pretty much on brand.
Yeah, and
he said he didn't write his own stuff.
No. He said, well, of course they got writers. Yeah, they all have writers.
Well, they sound like they're writing for him.
Yeah.
He said things that sounds like stuff he would say.
Right, but all those guys, they all have writers.
I understand that. But, I mean, he's a professional comedian with this very certain kind of style.
Right.
I mean, some of that stuff he said feels like the Caitlin Clark joke is.
Yeah.
I remember I know the punchline. I'm trying to think of the setup.
Well, he said, when she retires, she's going to go to Waffle House so she can continue to fight black women
have fist fights with
black women. Yeah.
And I was like, they showed Drewski laughing about it.
Yeah.
That's one of those guys that's one of those jokes that there's a lot of guys in the crowd.
Turn down your mic a hair.
I already did.
You did it. Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of jokes where, I'm sure there's a lot of people, a lot of guys in the audience that want to laugh, but right. I don't want to get caught laughing at this. No. I don't need Ryan Clark coming after me or Shaq punching me in the face.
Oh, you know that there's going to be.
Ryan Clark would have immediately scowled his eyes. When you make jokes
about black women fighting,
the nature of black women, and it's like, here we go, the whole pivot. It's just a joke.
Yeah.
We have to have a whole pivot podcast now about
this. Yes. They are going to have and you know it's going to happen. There's going to be all these people that were offended. And you know what? Oh, well, you're offended. You know what? And Ricky Gervais says it's best. It's not offended. It's a joke. That's what a joke is. It surprises you. And, it's got nothing to, we're not trying to hurt your feelings. If your feelings are hurt, then you have no sense of humor. No sense of humor. Look at Brooks Koepka.
It's amazing Anthony Yeselnik gets away with what he does.
Yes.
He just said, I started this way. I don't back down.
He
goes,
right.
That's why I can get away with this.
Right.
Now, he did have a TV show canceled because he did a joke about the girl that got her arm bitten off by the shark. Remember that?
Yeah, no, I don't remember the show.
In Australia. He had something. He had that shark out there on stage, like somebody in an outfit and a girl with only half an arm on TV. And they said, you got to take that out. He goes, I'm not going to. And they said, we're going to get rid of your show. He goes, okay. I told you I'm not taking anything out that I do.
That's funny. We got the Open Championship going on right now. J.S. Olson is leading along with Haotong Lee, and Nicholas Hogarth. A bunch of guys you don't know. Matthew Fitzpatrick is up there near the top. John Rahm is up there near the top. Lee Westwood is 2 under. It's the first round, and you can't win it in the first round. You certainly can lose it, but you can't win it in the first round. It's and as always, it's drizzling and looks miserable in the middle of July.
As always.
As always. I mean, why does anyone live there? This is what you get. Everybody has jackets on. They have jackets on and rain gear. And gigantic.
Are you going to welcome them into your house?
What?
Can they move to Sherman Oaks in your house?
Yeah, they can move. You know what?
They can move in with you?
Yes. They can move into the house. We got a little room for them.
Why don't you have them move into your other house and they can pay for that? Maybe rent that.
Well, I already got it rented.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's not bad.
Yeah. No, we got it. We just rented it.
We
just rented it. Yeah. We couldn't sell it, so we rented it. It's a rough market out there right now.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. So anyway, so we got the Open Championship going on. It's not exactly a high time for sports, and that's okay because this is the show that you go to when there's not a lot of sports to hear, because we'll tell Shane Gillis jokes. Maybe we could play some of it if you haven't heard it this morning. That happened last night at the SB. Shane Gillis insulting a bunch of people, which is great, which is good TV, which is that's what an MC and an award show should do. He did exactly what you're supposed to do. I think Ricky Gervais has set the tone.
Well, you say that, but if he is supposed to do, they know what they're getting. When you got Norm Macdonald, you knew what you were getting. Maybe you weren't sure Norm would do what he did, because Norm Macdonald's famous for he hosted the very first ESPYs, and he was telling OJ jokes, and people were like, he doesn't care. And then if you got Shane Gillis to host,
you got to know what's coming.
Like you saw his Saturday Night Live monologue that he did right. You saw that he's going to make you uncomfortable.
Yeah,
that's what he's going to do. So you had to know that was coming.
Yeah.
If not, go get Seth Meyers.
Yeah,
Colin Jost or
someone who won't.
No, and
it won't be offensive.
It'll be fine.
I don't know that he'll host again though. I don't know if Disney's gonna. I saw a Sam Ponder interview. Did you see her? She was with who's the Shane Steele. What's her name? Steele.
Sage Steele.
No, what? No, not
Sage Steele.
Sage, yeah, Sage Steele. She was with Sage Steele, and Sage is,
they both are openly conservative,
right?
Sage is a conservative commentator now,
right?
Ponder is
she's just a mom now. She's not doing much of anything,
right?
And she talked about,
but she has been a little outspoken, though.
She has. Well, she put when the transitioning person was in the Olympics boxing, and she just tweeted enough. and she got fired a week later. She said, a lot of it was, they were overpaying me because I only did the one show and I didn't want to do more because I got 3 little kids. But the timing was odd. And Sage still got fired because of her conservative views. I don't imagine, but here's what she was told. She said a lot of people agreed with you up in the Disney world, up in the the executive suite, but there is such a vocal minority, but it is so liberal that they've we had to get rid of it. Not so and so. It's not in those words, but she had to go because of it. So I wonder how they're going to take Shane Gillis today.
He won't care. He's not employed.
No, he don't care. But I wonder
if he does the show ever again anyway.
Yeah, right.
What does he need? Needs the ESPYs.
Yeah, right. And I watched the first episode of Tires, and I wasn't.
I think,
but people say it's getting better.
Yeah, I think you have to keep going. I was out after the first, and I usually hang on for 2 or 3 episodes, and I was like, this isn't great.
Yeah, no,
everything feels really forced.
Yeah, right. And there was a lot of corny.
I will tell you, you need to watch The Studio.
Yeah,
on Apple. Yeah, I mean it's L.A. It's kind of inside L.A., but it's Hollywood. And I'm not a Seth Rogen fan, and everyone's told me it's good. It is good. It's about trying to get movies made, and you got all these cameos. Ron Howard is an a-hole. He fights like he's ready to fight Seth Rogen, he's the studio head. He becomes studio head when they get rid of Patty, who is the lady from Home Alone and Schitt's Creek. I don't remember her actual name, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. They said they have Zac Efron is kind of a weirdo. They had Olivia Wilde, who's a director, who I don't want to tell you more than that, but she's a director. They do a good job of getting these actors are in it. And Sarah Polley, he wants to give everyone notes, and including the director Sarah Polley about this thing that they're shooting, and he keeps screwing it. It's like, oh my God, it is. You got a lot of cringing going on with this one. So yeah, it's an easy watch. It's a good one.
All right. We're just getting it started.
It's an easier watch right now than the Open.
The Open Championship.
I got 4. You got a couple 4-unders already.
Yeah, we got 4 under 67s.
This will take a long
time.
Haotong
Lee is up there at the top of the leaderboard with J.S. Olsen. Yeah, and Nicholas Hogard. Yeah, I should just do the accents.
Westwood? That's not Lee Westwood.
Lee Westwood.
How old is Lee Westwood?
Lee Westwood's old.
That's Lee Westwood?
Yeah, 2 under. 200 through 16.
That's not Michael Jordan, is it?
That's not Michael Jordan.
It says Jordan.
It might be Michael B.
Yeah, well, they both golf.
Right.
Well, I don't know if Michael B does.
But it's neither of those two. It's neither the Michael or Michael B.
Is that Ryan Fitzpatrick, the quarterback?
No, it's not him. It's Matthew Fitzpatrick, who won an Open, a U.S. Open, not a couple of years ago. So he's that. It's not Ryan Fitzpatrick, the quarterback with all the chains on. No, that's not him. We got an update on Jordan and Eric Getty. We're going to get to.
Right.
We've got sound from Jake Andrews. And, oh, my gosh, how horrible. Brian Bremen passed.
Yeah.
That's
he
so
had
sad.
Been really, it was a very rare form of cancer.
Yeah, and it took him pretty quick, huh? Goodness gracious. Yeah. Brian Bremen. Jeff Van Gundy's favorite player. He was his favorite player that year. When he was a special teams maniac. He loved Jeff Van Gundy, loved him some Brian Bremen. That's a shame. That's just terrible to hear. You know what's good to hear? And I'm going to go today. I'm heading over to Game Day Men's Health today. I get my shots. They're going to give me some to take with me. At some point, I'm going to get the put in the pellets, and it'll be time released for me. And that'll be easier for me. I don't know what your situation is. Can you get to if you can get to the site every week, then it's great. I can't. So they have a plan for me. They're adaptable. What your schedule dictates. The payments, it's much easier than the other places where, hey, here, get in, get your shot, give me our money and get out. That's not the way they do it.
Well, that's rude.
That is rude.
People say, get in,
hurry,
get out.
Oh no, the doctor will come in, or I don't even know it's a doctor, and come in and go, how you doing? Good? Okay, here. All right, go. Here's get your shot. Get out. Because we got, a bunch more people. No, that's not the way they do it. They want to make sure that everything is going great for you at Game Day Men's Health. That's how they go about it. They've got labs in every one, so that's much better than the other ones already. And then the other thing is that it's a free consultation the first time you go while the other guys are charging you. So, yeah, listen, I've been doing testosterone replacement for a long time. Game Day Men's Health is just the best. If you're looking for a great way to feel better, look better, and just be better, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Card House.
Test, Del. How's that? Test.
You could have just started the
I
segment.
know I could have just started talking, but I wanted to.
How's this, Del?
How's this, Del? Is that better? Testing 1, 2.
It's
test,
fine.
Test. All right.
As good as it can be with you.
Love that. I love making him mad. It's my favorite thing to do. 713-780-376. If you want to get in here, we are live at Texas Card House where there's a game going on right over there. If you want to come on in and play some right now, walk in and play. Let's go. Get over here. Texas Card House, the premier facility in the city of Houston, in all of Texas, as a matter of fact. They're all over Texas. These are all over Texas now. So just a great place to come and play. And come and watch. You can get your golf on. We got it on right now. We got John Rahm in the gorse. Did you see that shot? He's out hitting it out of the gorse. You got to keep it in the fairway, guys. Let's keep it in the fairway.
Look how big they are. Like, relatively
That's
speaking,
not
it's not
that
really
wide.
that big.
That's not that wide.
In real life.
Yeah.
Like, it's big for like a pickleball court or a tennis court.
Yeah, it's
less big for a
pickleball.
drive. I guess.
Yeah. I mean, look at this: 466 yards. I think he had a 3-wood. That's what they do. That's what those people
I'm just
do.
praying Lee Westwood doesn't hurt his back.
Well, Lee Westwood is playing pretty damn well. Lee Westwood is up
Can't believe
near the
old
top
Lee
of the leaderboard,
Westwood.
-2.
See, and this is the thing that's curious about golf. Lee Westwood could play. Let a Lee Westwood go out and play pro football at age 40.
Oh,
how
you
old
mean
is
like
Lee
Tom
Westwood?
Brady?
How old is Lee
You mean
Westwood?
like Tom Brady?
Well, let me see how old is Tom Brady?
Tom Brady was 40 when he quit, right? 41.
Okay. Lee Westwood's 52.
Yeah.
Go show me a 52-year-old NFL player, and I'll show you a dead man.
Julio Franco.
Who's the great? Wrong. He never played in the NFL? Who's the oldest basketball? Have you ever seen a 52-year-old play basketball? No.
I'm pretty sure that we will
A
someday.
52-year-old.
Oh yeah, LeBron.
A 52-year-old boxer.
Yeah.
This is the only sport where you can.
Oh really?
mix
50-year-olds are boxing. Oh, what about MMA? How old is Derek?
Derek the Black Beast?
Yeah.
Derek Lewis is in his 30s?
No, he's older than that, isn't he? I think he's 40. Or he's 39 or 40.
Derek Lewis. Oh, yeah, he just turned 40.
Yeah.
That's not 52.
It's the same
and
thing.
he's not at the top, although it would be comparable to probably Lee Westwood.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like in terms of what the
don't
expectations are, maybe.
Don't be denigrating my sport, okay?
Well, you can just
I was
be.
just at
You
Wildcat
can be
yesterday
old.
firing at pins.
You can be old and play.
Can I tell you, Wildcat's in great shape. Y'all need to go. This rain has got it all green, and the greens were perfect. I got to tell you, Wildcat was great yesterday. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I gotta. So, who do you think are the pick a random NFL team? Let's just go with Dell's Miami Dolphins.
Okay.
Dell, who are the Dolphins' 5 greatest quarterbacks? Top 5 quarterbacks of all time.
Greasy, Marino. Does Earl Morrow make the list? He might.
Tua is in the top 5.
Yeah, Tua's on the list. It's rough, man. Maybe
that's rough. You got a Hall of Fame.
Chad Pennington for a year. He led him to the AFC East title for the year.
Jay Fiedler?
Maybe.
It sounds like your top 3 then are definitely
Tua,
Marino,
Greasy, Marino, and Tua.
Yeah.
Okay. How about the Chargers? You got Dan Fouts, Phillip Rivers,
John Hadel.
You got some good quarterbacks over there. Fouts, Hadel.
Bears. The Bears are the worst.
Phillip Rivers.
The Bears all time.
Bears pretty bad. Not the worst. Here's the Texans all-time list. Number 10, Case Keenum. Number 9, Brock Osweiler.
Oh, wait a minute. I would put Case ahead of.
That's fine if you want to quibble. If you want to quibble over 9 and 10, that's fine.
No.
8, Ryan Fitzpatrick. 7, Brian Hoyer. 6, Sage Rosenfels.
Sage is not ahead of Hoyer.
No, you can quibble all you want.
Hoyer,
wait a minute.
Got them to the
Hoyer ain't ahead.
Well, okay,
Hoyer's
I take
not
it back.
ahead of Fitzpatrick.
I take it back.
The
This
playoffs.
Hold on, I take it back. This is based on all-time passing touchdowns. Do you know Keenum only has 12 all-time touchdowns as a Texan?
Who?
Case only has 12 all-time passing touchdowns.
Well, he only played for the 1 year.
Yeah,
basically.
So you're going to put him ahead of Osweiler, who had 15.
Oh, come on. He was the
Number
worst.
5.
They had to give up draft picks to move
Number
him.
5, Davis Mills, 35. Number 4, C.J. Stroud, 43. David Carr is at 59. Watson, 104, and Matt Schaub, 124. That's all-time passing touchdowns for the Texans list. Isn't that terrible?
Well, it's only been around for 25 years now. What is it? No, 20.
Yeah, that's
24
true.
years. Yeah, they don't have the history the other teams have. And, they thought they had the guy. Deshaun would have been the guy if he didn't have little towels.
Okay.
I mean,
would he? Because he sure does suck now.
You mean the guy who quit on the team before the little
Yeah,
towels?
I'm not sure that Deshaun was all about. Once he got his money, I'm not sure he was all about football anymore.
yeah.
I think he's just all about Jilly, his
He wasn't all
right,
about
or-
Jilly.
No, he was
Well-
all about.
Well,
I mean, wait a minute. 46 different women, all about Jilly?
you sure he
26
didn't?
different women?
Wait. Are you sure he didn't have permission? 'Cause it doesn't look like things are a
He didn't have
problem right now
permission
for
from
me.
the women.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. That's not what I'm asking about Jilly, because she doesn't seem to have a problem.
Well, no, she's still there, but a lot of.
From
Well,
she
it would-
never.
Are
When
you
was
sure
she
that's not a financial decision by Jilly?
I don't know. I just know she's there.
Yeah. Well,
Here's the Carolina Panthers. They've been around almost the same amount of times as Texas. It's
longer.
5 years longer. Jake Delhomme, it's Cam Newton, Jake Delhomme, Steve Berline, Kerry Collins.
What's a better list?
Lot better.
Yeah.
Jacksonville has Trevor Lawrence, Mark Brunell. Mark Brunell was really good.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence is not really good.
No, and I'm not sure who else do they have.
You mentioned
Well, Trevor
Bortles.
Lawrence is, Blake Bortles
Blake
went to
Bortles.
AFC Championship
Heroic.
game. Oh, he'll be ahead of
David
way ahead of what you
Garrard.
think. Yeah, way
Yeah.
better quarterbacks than the Texans. They came in same time Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
Texans, we didn't come in with anybody. We just came in, right?
What do you mean?
They were the only team.
Well, only expansion team.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's and the Bears for as long as they've been around. What a pathetic.
It's pathetic.
What a pathetic
Yeah.
quarterback group.
Yep.
That's astonishing.
Yeah.
Frankly.
When
But we didn't mention this.
Jay Cutler's their best ever quarterback.
We didn't really mention this. It's pretty astonishing to me that Ryan Poles got a 5-year contract extension.
I know.
What has he done? Like that's the Bears general manager, for those who don't know. He traded away Roquan Smith for a second rounder, used that second rounder to get Chase Claypool away from the Steelers, who was an abject failure.
Oh, not abject. He was a huge failure. By the way, he's working out again and he wants to come back to the league.
Yeah, I saw it. Who
Yeah,
cares?
yeah.
He's a TikTok influencer right now.
Yeah.
That's all he was when he was in the NFL. He decided TikToks with Juju were more important than blocking on the perimeter. He just wouldn't block, and it was crazy because in college he blocked. It's one of his strengths. You find out about guys pretty quickly if they really want to do it. Or I told you the NIL pro teams tell me NIL is helping them figure out who the guys are, like who the dudes are and who are. And you have a guy who may be getting paid lots of money, and they can figure out he's a dude. Like, this guy is there to play football. The money's fine. It comes with it. But he's a football player first and foremost, and the money comes along with it. Other guys are just about trying to cash in. Did you know players got paid in advance? They had to get paid in advance. So I was talking to a team yesterday. So there's now a collective bargaining agreement in place where college teams can pay no more than $16 million to the football players. The number 16 million. It had to be, but all your money had to be off the books by the beginning of July 1st. So any money that you owed a player still, so they paid players in advance for this year. And the guy on this team told me there's a big concern about injuries popping up now, where guys become injured and just don't play. Now, if that's how you are, like, you're the lowest of the low. Like, you don't. Why do you even have a scholarship? What are you even in college?
Why are you playing football? What do you?
Yeah, so I tend to doubt. We see some of that in pro football. I doubt we'll see that in college football. Now, they can shut it down and leave, and there's nothing the team can do if a guy leaves. But he also told me, he said, this is interesting. This same university, major university, they're not paying. They stopped paying. This is how tight the money is right now. They stopped paying bowl. Staff and coach didn't get a bowl bonus. You get a bonus for going to a bowl. No bowl bonuses last year. Nobody got paid for summer camps at all. Like, all the things that have always been paid, they're not getting paid that anymore because the money is too tight. And this is a major university. I'll tell you who during a break. But this same guy said that he said what's going to happen is it's just going to go back to football the way it was, where you have $16 million now that you spend from revenue share, and there's NIL deals that are set aside, but they're also just going to start paying some guys under the table to where now, because there's revenue share, to me, I think anybody who gets caught paying under the table should be a harsh penalty.
What's that going to be?
For player, I don't eliminate them from bowl consideration for 2 years. Any bowl, and it's playoffs. Eliminate them from that. I would do that because this is in here. You did that before. Now you're paying players, and you're trying to create as level a playing field as possible at $16 million. Because I asked him, I said, how come Texas has 40, A&M has $35 million rosters? He said, well, It's true, they do, but you basically had to pay them off and to get down to 16 million, which means teams are going to be paying under the table. But hopefully they will have harsh penalties so that you can have, if you're going to have money out front and center and schools can pay out front, then try to eliminate as best you can anybody who's circumventing that, because that's just too big an advantage.
Well, you know what?
It's going to keep happening.
Get poaching out of the game first. Get poaching out of the game.
Well, then eliminate the ability to travel every year. Say you get one. You get one, or say
good luck in the courts.
You can't have one. Well, that's what they're going to have to try it.
Yeah.
They're going to have to try it. And the only way you're going to be able to do it is if it's collectively bargained. Yeah. Frankly, if you sign a contract.
Or if they sue and the judge feels like, and they feel like, no, that's fair enough.
Still right to work. You're still going to have to say, once you sign a contract for this amount of money we're giving you, when we sign this contract is viable. Now, they also don't have a non-compete in the state of Texas anymore.
Right.
So, and this is it's always been a right to work state, but I had to sit out because of a non-compete. I've had to sit out a couple times. So it's a pain in the ass, but if you want to go to you can beat the league, you can win it legally, but go ahead and you really want to pay those legal fees.
Yep.
Now it cost me an arm and a leg to get 1 month off. And so it's definitely not worth it. But it's going to be, if they eliminated the ability to just leave every year and they said you get one transfer that's it, it would slow things down. Yep. And if you said you have to sit out a year, well, it would eliminate poaching altogether.
Right. All right, we got a break. We are live at Texas Card House. Hey, the boys are going to be, we're at the Town and Country, McCormick and Schmicks, from noon until 6 today. So get on by there and you can sign up there's going to be a promotion table and you can sign up to win those e-bikes. Those e-bikes that are going to be given away here after the summer circuit continues on all summer long here. But we got a $4,000 value from Power On e-bicycle. So let's get on over there today to McCormick and Schmicks between noon and 6 and sign up. I went to dinner last night and it was just so good. So many Coors Lights. So much reminiscing and Coors Lights, and just a good time had by all, and wings and queso, and just so much fun. When there's Coors Light involved, it just makes everybody come together. All right, it's kind of like, it just is. It brings people together. Coors Light just brings people together. I told the story yesterday. My buddy doesn't have a thing in his fridge, and that's all he had was a 12-pack of Coors Light for me, and I thought, that is so special. That is so special that someone would do that, and just such a great, great human being to do something like that for you. All you need, you got to have it. Have Coors Lights ready, and when you go out, and you're out and you're about and you're going to eat some wings, get you some Coors Light, cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. You want to keep Texas chill like I do. I kept Texas really, really cold yesterday with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
They've had to get rid of 5 different staffers. He goes, Lance, it's a fucking joke. We're Texas A&M. And he said, all the money is going to the players. He said, they're taking it all from us. Well, coaches are good. Well, it's not the coaches. The coaches keep making money. It's the Cradocks. It's the interns. It's the people at the bottom that get hit. No bow bonuses. The guys who work camps. Craddock said, I had to work all these camps for fucking free.
You watch. Those staffs are going to be. You ain't going to have 20 fucking coaches on staff anymore.
Oh no. Oh no. They're already cutting back.
Yeah.
They're already cutting back. And or you're going to have to work basically for free.
Yeah.
You know, you have to work for free like a you're working there to try to raise your profile or whatever. But it's tilted way too far on the players. Way too far. These are people's jobs. The player's going to be there for 3 years, 4 years max, and then he goes. You're acting like people like to equate that guy's 4 years with somebody else who's feeding a fucking family. Like for real, is trying to make $60,000 a year for his family. And he said their backup quarterback at A&M is making $750,000 a year. Marcel Reese is making $1.75 million a year. The backup is making $750,000. They just got a wide receiver in from North Carolina State who's making $2.5 million this year. He said the agents have literally colluded and pushed the rates out of control, and there's nothing teams can do about it.
Wow.
And he said they're really happy that the $16 million came in, but I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. The players are raping them. Really, the agents are.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So did you see recently the ESPN released its most talented teams ever?
No, it is the summer, so that makes sense.
Yeah. The most talented teams in baseball history. Guess who finished number one?
Yankee team.
Nope.
Should be Astros, but
What year?
19.
19. Most talented team ever.
That team was crazy good.
Yeah.
It had Garrett Cole. And Lance McCullers, but I mean, it had Garrett Cole and Verlander. They were the top two pitchers.
1-2. Finished 1-2 inside.
Yeah, they were the top two pitchers.
Michael Brantley, Yuli, Bregman, Reddick, Altuve, Springer.
Yeah, Tucker wasn't even a major factor that year.
No, he came in late. Jordan won Rookie of the Year.
Oh, Springer was still there, right? 19, yeah.
Springer was still there. Miles Straw.
Well, back up.
Martin Maldonado, Aledmus Diaz. I mean,
and Jordan was a rookie.
Jordan was Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Man,
that's baseball. Most talented team in baseball.
Yes.
History.
Their B WAR was the highest.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
Most talented team in the history of the game. And you know what team was second? Also didn't win it. The 2019 Dodgers. Two teams that didn't win it. It was the Nats that won it. The Nationals won it that year. And the Astros it was the Nationals won in 19. And the Astros and Dodgers were both the two most talented teams and didn't win it.
Mm-hmm.
713-780-3776 live at Texas Card House. Glad you could join us here on the show. And we had the ESPYs last night. Don't know who won. All I know is that Shane Gillis was funny. That's the only part that I really cared about. I don't know about you, but Shane Gillis was cracking jokes. He had jokes last night for people, and if you haven't seen it, you need to go look it up. Meanwhile, heads up against them was Caitlin Clark. Well, not really Caitlin Clark because she didn't play. Did you see her at the end of the game the other night? She was hurting. She had a groin injury. And she was crying at the end of the game, that game that she was yelling at the referee.
I saw, yeah.
Yeah.
You wonder if it's I think it's just frustration crying. Not because it hurts so bad. My guess is it's like, again, this is the third injury. I mean, this is going to go down as she's missed 9 games this year. She missed none last year. She's going to miss, it's a groin injury. She's going to miss a good period of time. My guess is 2 weeks minimum, which will be, I don't know how many games, 5 games. This is going to be This is going to be a write-off year for her. And
It
that
already
team's
is.
pretty good. Yeah, it already is. I mean,
Yeah.
she's playing. The numbers aren't good.
She's not
she just did too many commercials and she didn't get her groin ready.
Wow. Okay.
Her groin wasn't in good shape. So my groin's in great shape right now. I can do more commercials if you guys want to advertise with the station.
You can do
I've
more.
been working on my groin. It's in good shape.
Wow.
I can do a lot. Where Caitlin Clark, she does all these commercials and look what happens. Injury prone.
Yeah. And I don't know if she was working. I don't want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, you don't have to.
No, but
I
I understand you've been working. I've heard that you've been working on your groin lately. So
and mine is in good shape. Mine's good.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I felt bad for her. You know, how did Angel Reese get hurt? Both of them are going to miss the All-Star game.
Angel Reese.
I saw where Angel Reese was hurt too, and I guess they're going to miss the All-Star game.
Did they have a fight like Shane Gillis said?
No.
They didn't? Okay.
No.
All right. Well, I don't know. I don't know how Angel Reese got hurt. All I know is that, she's going to miss the All-Star game as well. Caitlin Clark going to miss the All-Star game. It's just a shame. Why watch? Why watch now?
Did you see the joke Gillis did about want to say, hey, how about it? Shout out to Brittany somebody, a 4-time WNBA All-Star. And it's a black lady in the crowd, and she kind of laughs and smiles and waves her hand. He goes, I'm just kidding. That's my friend's wife. I just wanted to see if any of you actually knew a WNBA All-Star player. I was like, come on.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. And he was right. They were clapping. Yeah, hey, great. 4-time All-Star. Brittany Grimes is here.
You can't tell me that's not his joke.
Yeah, that was his, I think. Because he said it's my buddy's wife.
I know. It's got to be his joke. Not everyone wrote all his stuff.
No.
Going to Waffle House to fist fight black women, that's his joke 100%. There's nobody at There's no one at ESPN writing jokes
but he
like
said,
that.
No, I didn't write that one. I didn't. He did say
No, he said that about a different one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he said that a different one. He goes, I didn't write that, so I thought that would be better, but I didn't write it anyway, so I don't care.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that was pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff last night. If you haven't watched it, you can watch it on YouTube. And here we are. And listen, we're getting close now. We're getting close to Texans football, Texans reporting. And we're getting close to – is Jake Andrews your starting center?
No.
Jake Andrews is not your starting center this year.
No. Why would he be my starting center?
Well, who's going to be your starting center?
Starting center. Either – what do you mean? Either Jarrett Patterson or Juice Scruggs.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I think Jake
he's a cast-off from New England. He didn't even make the team.
Yeah, well, we're New England South now. I
don't care. There's no way Jake Andrews. He's not good enough.
Well,
let's see. He was the guy on first team during OTAs.
Yeah.
Well, see, from what I understand, I think Juice is – I don't know if Juice is 100% healthy, but I don't think he's going to be the first-team guy. The guy who was cut by the worst team in football or the second worst team in football is the starting center. I guess it's on par with – the offensive
Cam Robinson
line.
better?
So this offensive line is going to be the worst the Texans have had since Derek Carr got the brakes beaten off of him?
David Carr.
I mean, David Carr, is that what we're talking about? Because this is what it sounds like. We're taking a New England cast-off, a Minnesota cast-off. Make no mistake, Ed Ingram was Vikings fans couldn't wait
to Robinson.
Cam Robinson was a street free agent.
Yeah.
Laken Tomlinson was
Trent Brown
was a legitimate addition. Trent Brown's a street free agent. I don't even know if Trent Brown makes a team, to be honest with you. You got your two tackles, Howard and, we'll see if Howard's a tackle. You got Juice, you got Patterson. Like, this is, I like a lot of things about this Texans team. And I knew you weren't going to fix your offensive line this year. It just wasn't in the cards. You didn't have the right amount of draft picks to do it. You had other positions you had to fill. It wasn't a very good offensive line draft. I knew it wasn't going to happen this year. I knew it, and I'm fine with that. But it better be priorities 1, 2, and 3 next year. You got to find out what you have with Blake Fisher. Titus Howard is maybe a cap casualty, maybe not. You may not be able to afford to cut him. You may have to keep him because it's just not good enough. And Juice Scruggs, you find out either he's one of those guys, like this is a great example. So 26% of the players don't make the 4th year of their contract. So I was talking with a team about second rounders. he thinks everything's going to get done. He said it's kind of a joke because we're guaranteeing about 88 to 90% of the contract anyway. He said for the players to hold out, he said it's really not even about the money. He said they just agents want to create it's agents. He said agents want to create a new precedent where the second round's done and then next they go after the third round. And he said we're doing close to 88. He said this guy said our second round pick's probably going to get 88% to 90%. He goes, the agents will get the deal done. It's not enough money for them, for their players, for them to hurt them in the rookie season. They're just trying to band together. It's kind of a collusion the other way, where they're trying to band together and say, hey, let's try to get this win and reset this.
Well, it also makes them look bad because some guys, some agents got their guys, guaranteed money, and they didn't.
So you saw when Higgins did the deal at 34,
the
Browns immediately did 33 guaranteed. They had no choice. Precedent's already been set with 34. If Tyler Shuck, the number 40 pick from the New Orleans Saints, their second rounder, who's got a lot of leverage because Carr retired at quarterback. Now, I can tell you, it's not going to feel great guaranteeing that contract because I think the failure rate is higher than the success rate potential. But once that gets, and I think he'll get a full guarantee. Once that happens, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35 will all get guaranteed deals, fully guaranteed deals. So that's how things will change, and we'll get players. I think players are going to start getting into camp. Jahdae Barron signed. There's only 2 first-rounders who hadn't signed. It was Jahdae Barron and Shamar Stewart. So now Texas A&M, Shamar Stewart's the only one who was not signed a contract. We'll see when that happens. I really don't know. The agent I talked to, who's not Shamar's agent, thinks the Bengals will blink first because of the issues they have with Trey Hendrickson, or they'll get Trey Hendrickson done. And if Trey Hendrickson gets done, then Shamar could be in a little bit of trouble as it pertains to how long they're willing to wait that out. But we'll see. I mean, I'm happy the Texans, we don't have any. Ariante Ursery has not gotten a deal done, but I'm sure that's just Ursery needs to get in. He's not getting a fully guaranteed deal. Ursery he can't miss any camp. He needs to be in learning that position because he's got an outside chance of playing.
Yep.
He's got an outside chance of starting. Probably not early in the season, but based on injuries, he's going to play this year.
I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. We got a break. We're live at Texas Card House, Westheimer and Green Ridge. Glad you could join us. Johnny, still want to talk poker? We'll get him in here on the other side as soon as we get back. But right now, we're going to talk about Chastang Ford. Chastang Ford is where you get your deal on, people. I just love me some Chastang Ford. I love what they've done for me, and I know they're going to do the same thing for you. It's not just because I speak for them or anything else. This is how they do business all the time. Everybody says that, you know what? They walk in and the first thing, you go to the website. You go to the website, for somebody that pops up, says, how can I help you? And one of the first questions that they're going to ask is, where do your payments have to be? It's important to them that you have a great car buying experience. It's of the utmost importance to Chastang Ford, which is why they've been doing this, selling cars in the city of Houston for over 80 years, because they just know that everybody wants to have a great car buying experience. And you're not having a great car buying experience if you're spending too much on all the accessories, or you're buying a car that's out of your price range. So Chastang Ford will help you there. Now, they're not going to upsell you. They're not going to get what you can. If you want the better car, but you want a plainer, that's fine. They don't have to sell you the tire, the tinted windows, or the sunroof, or all the other stuff that would go along. They don't care. What they care about is you have a great car buying experience every single time. Transparency, no add-ons, no markups. It's happening every single day at Chastang Ford. You're looking for a vehicle, I think the best place to go. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford. Did you see this? We're supposed to be in spring right now, not here. What do you mean? We're supposed to be at the spring location. Judy just said, they're all waiting for you at the spring location. I'm like, what? We never knew that.
Hey, Judy, how about a text? You got to be kidding me. Like, literally, have you heard one thing from Judy? That this is her account? How about
She said I took the joke to tell them. Why didn't she tell me?
Oh, no. Was that on our, I don't know, the thing that Joe sends out? your account, right? Yeah. Why would she not tell you?
What's the number? Fuck.
Yeah, the mics are totally hot. They can hear everything on Twitch right now, so just don't say anything. I don't know. They're saying it's 7:56. The mics are smoking hot this morning. So yeah, I know. So I'm just saying don't say anything. I'm sure somebody will run and try to compile a list and go tattletale.
So, what do you think about Jeremy?
I like them. I like Joe and Jeremy. It's called the mitt. Wait, John, is there any chance your mic is on the computer?
No, I got it off. Oh, my mic?
My mic is muted on the restream.
Mic.
Your restream mic, mine is on.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Card House.
All right, welcome back. We are live at Texas Card House, Green Ridge, and Westheimer, and we are going to be here until 10 o'clock, and then the Dell Show, and then McCormick and Schmicks for Paul, and then the Killer Bees. The Killer Bees are going to be there as well. McCormick and Schmicks in the Town and Country Center. So get on over there and sign up for the e-bikes. Sign up for the e-bikes at McCormick and Schmicks. That is a nice McCormick and Schmicks. That's a nice assignment for those guys. Their food there is awesome. So congratulations to them. We had cake.
Everywhere we go,
had Tony's.
Yeah, but we don't get to eat in our locations. Like when we go, no one has breakfast for us.
I know. If somebody wants to come by and bring us some breakfast, kolaches or whatever, tacos, whatever.
We're a Westheimer.
Yeah, we're Westheimer and Green Ridge.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So stop off and grab us some tacos or some kolaches. That'd be great.
Yeah, I think that would be a good thing for you to do.
You know, you were talking about here. We can't play this because it was on with Mark Vandermeer. And I don't know. I guess it would have been played on 610, or maybe it was on, I don't know, just a video. Whatever the case may be, it belongs to the Texans, so I don't know that we can run the Jake Andrews interview. But here's what he had to say. The ball is going to be run. We're going to run the football. We're going to protect CJ, us five up front. We're going to try to make it our life's work to not have anybody in his lap.
Damn.
People are going to know when they wake up on Monday that they played the Texans.
So, I mean, if Jake Andrews is what does that say that they think of Jarrett Patterson? Jarrett Patterson, they think is a nobody.
I guess.
You're done. We're cut. You'll be cut.
Well, no,
Juice Scruggs
you
is
got to
not
have
getting.
depth. You got to have depth, and Jarrett Patterson can play multiple
Well, how many
positions.
are you going to keep?
He's not gonna. I don't figure Ed Ingram or Trent Brown.
Well, Trent Brown, I don't think makes it, but you still have to have if then Juice Scruggs is out of a job, because if Titus Howard is playing left guard and Lakin plays Titus plays right guard and Lakin Tomlinson plays left guard, and you have Jake Andrews as center, then you're going to have Blake Fisher at right tackle, and then you're saying Cam at left. Yeah. So then Juice is out of
he's out of a
second rounder.
Well, I know, but what
second rounder?
What has he done that says, he's an automatic starter?
Big failure as a pick.
A second rounder.
If you already get to the third year of his contract and he can't start, it's bad. Based on that and the Kenyon Green back to back, that's bad. You're wasting picks on offensive line. That's bad.
He's the Reed Shepherd of the Texans.
Yeah. Oh, well, I wouldn't go that far. Reed had 1 year.
We'll see.
Juice has had 2.
Yeah.
And we're going into year 3.
We'll see if he's going to be or not. We'll see if Reed Shepherd is going to be that guy or not. But I fully expect Jake Andrews to during OTAs, dude was the starting center.
That's OTAs.
I understand.
And I mean, that's not the whole season. Like, he's got to actually play against guys too.
But coaches, you know what? Coaches like experience too.
He's a very strong player. He's not the biggest guy, but he's very strong. I do remember that about writing him up. Is his strength is something that stood out.
Well,
but he's not a big guy. You're dealing with a little smaller guy, not nearly as big as Juice Scruggs. But if Juice isn't playing well, look, the first thing you have to do is get guys who have instincts and football intelligence to pick up twists. If you have a team that's not an offensive line that doesn't have good football intelligence and instincts, they'll keep getting beat by the same crap.
Wouldn't you rather have a guy that's not physically gifted but smarter?
On the inside, like, you'd rather have the physically gifted, but if they're a minus from a football instincts and intelligence standpoint, you go with the smart guy. If there is one position where you have a player who falls under the standards, it's going to be a smart center, because a smart center will make good calls. A smart center doesn't make mistakes. Smart center helps the guards next to him. So that could be it. Now, Jake Andrews out of Troy, is he that guy? How many? I'm going to see how many games he's even started in the NFL.
Well, let's face it. This is going to be a less talented line. There's a reason that everybody's predicting it's the 32nd line in football, 32nd
I mean,
best line
John,
in football.
he's played 1 year and he had one start, and this is the starting center. This guy's a rookie. He played. He didn't even play last year. I don't even know where he was. I guess he was out for the year. He's played one game in 2 years. He started one game in 2 years. He didn't even play football last year.
That's your
So
guy,
this
bro.
is your starting center.
That's
I mean,
your-
okay.
Well,
What could possibly go wrong?
Well, no. Nick's
hasn't
not
seen-
concerned.
I know Nick's not concerned. I'm extraordinarily concerned, Nick. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I'm officially concerned because I didn't even realize he didn't even play last year. This guy's been in the league 2 years. He's only played. He has got one start.
What was
in
your
2
write-up?
years. I thought he was a late rounder. I said draft profile. This is what I end up saying about him. Jake Andrews. I'll just read the bottom line on Jake, which is my overview. Come on, internets, speed up.
Come on, interweb.
Come on. I do remember he played, I think he played guard actually at Troy, and I remember he was pretty strong, but come on, internet. What are we doing?
The internet is on Nick's side here because I'm sure your write-up isn't one that's going to be glowing for him, but you know
I
what
said
Nick thinks.
Andrews might lack length and be viewed as only a center at the next level, but he plays with strong hands, a wide frame, and exceptional strength at the point of attack. His inability to trigger his feet quickly and make fluid redirections in space show up in run blocking and pass protection, but his ability to square up and hold his own against true nose tackle over the top of him is a valuable talent. Players with Andrews' thickness and drive blocking talent tend to find their way onto rosters and often end up sticking around. So that's favorable. I had a draft projection of 6th round on him, and he was drafted in the 4th round, a little early, and they're already done with him. Was he an injury cut from the Patriots, I guess? I don't know. What are we talking about? We got Ed Ingram, who was a washout. Like, this is
for D'Amico and I, we're not concerned about it. So we're not concerned about it. You guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
Yeah, well, listen, Nick, I actually watch all these guys and write them up, spend hours doing it as well. And I have concerns. I watched Ed Ingram, thought Ed Ingram was totally overrated. Couldn't believe where he got drafted. Ed Ingram's you got him for a song. Laken Tomlinson, he's fine. He's all right. Jake Andrews didn't play football last year. He's got one career start in 2 years, but because he played with because he was a 4th round pick of the Patriots, by the way, more Patriot drafting that wasn't very good. A 4th round on Jake Andrews. He should be like a 6th rounder is what
we're not concerned about it. You guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it.
I know. I understand, Nick. I understand what you're saying, but there are concerns. Cam Robinson is a street free agent who couldn't find a team. You got him for a 1-year deal. Trent Brown, I thought he had retired. Trent Brown came out of retirement basically because he thinks this is
that ain't Trent Williams. That's
money.
Trent Brown.
It's Trent Brown. Did they see the last name?
Yeah.
I'm very concerned about
We're not
this.
concerned about it.
Well, I got to be honest with you. I'm extraordinarily concerned about this right
We're
now.
not concerned about it.
This is such a
Why
battle.
are you concerned about it?
I know, such a battle dealing with Nick. He's not concerned about anything. And
We're not
D'Amico's
concerned about it.
I know, Nick. I know you're not concerned. But I
And the
am.
responses keep getting shorter. He's clearly sick of it.
I noticed that it's really tightened up. He didn't even say that
No.
D'Amico's
It's
not
just
concerned.
we.
Yeah, they're not concerned about it. Why are you?
Lance's write-up sounds ambiguously erotic. Welcome to the world of draft write-ups.
Why?
It's either that or I can talk about putting and drive shafts.
Well, you've already been talking about how your groin is better than Caitlin Clark's.
I've
What?
worked on mine.
That's what he said.
Well, I didn't say my groin is better. I said I should do more commercials than she should because my groin's in better shape than hers.
Oh, because you're not missing time due to a groin injury?
yeah, I'm
Right.
Not. And even if I did hurt it, what am I going to do? I'm still going to come in, even if I have to go on a knee scooter.
I didn't know girls had groin injuries. Like,
Well, a groin is just this muscle
it's just
here.
a muscle
We all have
there.
it.
Yeah, I don't know
What
why
do you think? It's a wiener?
I just didn't think. I didn't think.
I pulled my wiener. Oh, no, not a wiener pull. I pulled my wiener too, and I got in trouble with my mom.
I just
Yeah,
didn't-
John, do
I
you
never heard of
By
a
the way,
girl
Kate,
with a groin injury. That's all.
Sam.
Apologize to all the women in your life.
Let's see, Kate's listening. I apologize to her from Sam.
Yeah.
If you're listening, I apologize to you for saying that.
Isabel.
Charlotte listens. Our
don't have an
Charlotte at the
Isabel.
station.
Oh.
Charlotte, Annabelle.
Oh, yeah.
Abigail.
Oh, yeah. Now I'm playing into
Wow.
your stupid little thing. I actually said her name wrong. Abigail. Yeah, not Annabelle. I did exactly what John does. I want to apologize to you. Marty, I apologize to you, even though I know you're not listening.
What about your wife?
She's not listening.
She doesn't.
She stopped listening.
She stopped listening.
She
My
does.
wife stopped
She's in
listening.
the middle of working out,
long
getting
time
her
ago.
groin right too.
Yeah. I've never heard of a female groin injury. That's a first. That's a
you.
first.
Yeah, well, it happens. It's
Well,
just a
apparently
muscle.
it did.
Just a muscle that, as
It's just a muscle.
Lance said, is not a
Yeah,
It's not a wiener.
no one got hurt a sack. Okay,
Yeah,
it's just a muscle in the upper part.
All right, let's break. You talk about, instead of talking about your groin, let's talk about John Daspit.
Yeah, let's talk about somebody who can help. Well, if you're injured due to someone's negligence, he can help out. I don't think Caitlin could have a personal injury loss. I don't think so. I think she better just get some treatment and just try to get back in the game. John Daspit helps those of us who have been injured due to someone's negligence, and it could be at the workplace. It could be at a location where someone did not, where I know there was a lawsuit that he had one time where like a chandelier over a table at a restaurant fell and hit this lady, and it was not great. It was a not great thing for that lady, and so she had to have medical stuff, and so that was something that they worked on. There can be a lot of different instances where you're injured due to the negligence of someone else, and you incur hospital bills, you incur a pretty severe injury, or a one that certainly knocks you out for a little while, and whether it's short-term injury, long-term injury, he wants to make sure that you get compensated for time missed from work, all your hospital bills, your physical therapy, and of course your pain and suffering depending on the injury. And that certainly can change based on where you go and what you do in terms of what your injury is. But John Daspit is the guy to trust. He has been doing this for years. He is the best in the state of Texas. He's the biggest here in Houston, and a lot of a lot of lawyers, I should say, working with him so that you get the best care and the most attention from your lawyer, so that every stone is unturned and you get the best settlements. That's the bottom line. John Daspit gets the best settlements. Go to daspitlaw.com. That's daspitlaw.com, or call 713-CALL NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, we are live at Texas Card House. There's a game going on right now. If you're in the neighborhood, you want to stop by, Green Ridge and Westheimer. They got the games going on in Spring as well, just off I-45 up there in Spring. Come on, get on over there as well. And there's games going on 24/7 at Texas Card House. If you're a poker player and you haven't been to Texas Card House, then you are just missing it, okay? You are just not doing it right. Because Texas Card House is the best action that you're going to find in the city of Houston. I don't even know that that's arguable. Now, it is the premier facility, not only in Houston, but in Spring, but throughout the entire state. And you got hijack poker going on as well. So if you're somebody that doesn't like to play with people, you don't like to be around people, that's fine. Or, you got little kids, so you can't be leaving. You want to play at home, that's just fine on your computer or on your phone. It's Texas people only. It's for just hijack poker is just for Texas people, by Texas people, no bots, just a great place to play. So download the app Hijack Poker and start playing. You can deposit money at either of these locations. You can deposit money and withdraw money from your account at Hijack Poker at Texas Card House. So that's a big advantage because of the other ones. You got to do credit cards on the app, and a lot of credit card companies won't let you do that. So this is much better, much more convenient, and just a great place to play. So you're looking for poker? We got it right here. We'll be talking to Mike Traylor, who's the general manager up in the Spring location, just here in a couple of minutes. But first, we got Chris and Elliot. Let's get Chris in here. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Hey, super quick, 3 questions. One, the Texans. We just saw the Jets sign Wilson and Sauce. How did the contract stack up versus Nico and Stingley? Just wanted to get you guys' thoughts on that. Secondly, Lance, from the offensive line perspective, can a little bit better running back play and stepped up wide receivers help us there? And then third, I don't even know if you could speak to this, Lance, but have you ever been asked by NFL teams to maybe consider coming working in the scouting room? And is it just something, I've always respected your write-ups and feedback minus Josh Allen. But other than that, I mean, you've already repented for that. But other than that, you've been great when it comes to those things. But have you ever been recruited by NFL teams? I don't think I've been listening. Thanks, guys.
No, I had a chance once with the money. It's just not, doesn't make any sense for me. I do better in radio than I would in scouting. Scouting is a tough job. People think that it's some kind of it's a good job for my son, I think, is on the path to being an NFL scout. He's going to work for the Steelers for a week at their camp and go to their scouting internship, and they're flying them up there. It's really cool opportunity, but it's a tough job. You get a contract for about 2 years at a time. There's a lot of driving around to small colleges and writing these guys up. It's better if you don't have a family and kids, to be honest with you, because you're on the road so much. And so the only way I had a team talk to me about, but the problem is I would have to, I would want to go into a position like a right-hand man for a general manager or a director of player personnel or college scouting. And I don't have that experience. I've never done that. So you're elevating me ahead of people who have been doing it in the building for a long time. That's not really, who am I to take over someone else's job where I've never done it on the NFL level? It's easy to sit. It's easy to sit. I mean, it's hard work that I do for the draft profiles. It's hard work. However, I don't get fired off of them. These guys get fired. Sometimes they do a good job and they can still lose their job if the general manager, doesn't do a good job or if a head coach is bad. So no, it would have to be a great offer for me to go to an NFL team. And I've only had once. They already know that it just wouldn't make a lot of sense. Wouldn't make a lot of sense to bring me in because financially it wouldn't be worth it for me. And then if they wanted to elevate me to a high position, what does that say to the people in the building? The people in the building who've been working there, they wouldn't be happy. It would be a bad situation. I'd have people who hated me. So no,
just
no
like
to that. No, people love me in this building.
No, that's not true. But I think all the other
Sam
stuff.
likes me. Okay. Charlotte likes me.
Eh.
Yeah, Charlotte likes
Well,
me.
they don't really
Sure.
work with
just
you.
because they act like it doesn't mean
Yeah.
they do.
Charlotte listens to the show. She knows I'm a good person.
Sometimes Charlotte could win an
So
Academy
when you
Award.
talked about pulling of the
Yeah.
stuff you said earlier, that
Well,
makes
I
you
was-
a good person.
Well, here's what I had to say it because John was confused, and I was just trying to create some clarity.
Okay.
You did.
That's all that was a clarity creation. He asked another question. He asked another question about offensive line. So no, I don't think I'll ever be going to the NFL anytime.
He asked about the Wilson contract.
Oh, no,
versus
he said
Nico.
running backs made the offensive line look good last year. Remember Joe Mixon went for 100 yards like 7 times? No, they can't make the offensive line. A good wide receiver is not going to matter if protection cannot recognize twists and slow it down a little bit. It's not going to help. A good running back can help an offensive line. Yeah, 100% on that. The offensive lines for LaDainian, one of the reasons I think LaDainian Tomlinson was one of the best to ever do it, should be in the discussion for top 3 all time. He didn't have good offensive lines with the Chargers, and he still made them look good. Like, that's how good LaDainian Tomlinson was. He could create for himself. Joe Mixon did everything he could for that offensive line last year. He did everything he could. And they were okay as a run blocking unit. They were bad as a pass pro unit. I don't see this unit getting – maybe it'll be better as a run blocking unit, maybe with Cam Robinson, maybe with Laken Tomlinson, maybe with Jake Andrews, I guess, our starting center is what you guys are telling me. It's what Jake told me. Jake said, you know, we are like we're going to – the 5 of us are going to get him protected. Like, hey, you've got 1 career start under your belt, sir. You've been in football 2 years. You were only active in 1 of those years, and you had 1 start. You sure you're beating out Patterson and Juice Scruggs?
Are either of those 2 sitting down with Texans voice?
Yeah.
To be fair, I don't know. Maybe
That's the clue.
I don't think so.
Maybe that's the clue that he is sitting down talking about what that offensive line will be.
As far as the Jets and what they did, so the Texans signed Nico 3 years, $72 million. Garrett Wilson's 4 years, $140.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Texans got a great deal.
Garrett Wilson is now making $7.5 million more per year than Nico Collins.
Yes,
Nico may be the best receiver value in the NFL, according to Garrett's agent. Sauce is now making a little bit more than Stingley, and Stingley's a better player. So the Texans have worked really favorable contracts.
Yeah, 3 year 90 versus 4 year 120 for Sauce. I mean, listen, the last 2 years though of Sauce's deal are 29 and 29. He won't see it. He probably won't see it. They got a void before that after 2028 where there'll only be 2 million, 2.7 dead cap. But they might rip that up. I don't know. We'll see. He's making 13 and 19 the next couple of years, and Stingley's making 21. So that might be we'll see. We'll see whether or not Sauce gets to that. Maybe Sauce is playing so well that he will get to those 29 million. But that's a lot of money to be paying that defensive back. That's for sure. Nico took a deal though. Nico said, "I don't care. That's enough money."
He said it up front. He goes, "Man, this is life-changing money.
Yeah.
I'm done." In reality, it's going to help you with C.J. Stroud probably in 2 years. That's the reality.
I mean, you got a number 1 receiver for probably when it's all said and done, their second contracts, Nico's will be the lowest.
Yeah, but also when it's all said and done, he'll probably get a new contract before that second contract.
Probably.
I was going to ask you guys about that with Stingley. Do we really think he's getting to the end of his deal from Mulligetta re-ups?
Yeah, probably.
No. Mulligetta will look. The re-up will come with the bonus, or come with the bonus of a lower cap figure for the Texans, but it always comes with a signing bonus. So in other words, real cash comes out of the owner's pocket up front, and then you get to lower the signing, and then you get to lower the cap figure. That's how that works.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes time to sign C.J. Stroud, probably Stingley might get, what he'll do is they'll probably pay him money up front, guarantee. They'll probably give him a signing bonus, which means he'll get the money up front, and then his cap figure will be lower. They'll probably have to work some of that. Same thing for probably Nico Collins, create some more cap space once you got to get to your $70 million for C.J. Stroud, because it will be about $70 million. And then you got to hope C.J. Stroud loves football for life, because at $70 million, you play 2 years, and you can basically say, I don't know.
CJ doesn't seem like that guy.
Doesn't seem like it to me either.
No.
But what I'm less worried about about some of these players, like not trying, and I'm more like basketball's already, they've gone to load management. And I think you'll notice that players for decades
can't load manage.
No, you can't. Players for decades in basketball could play, and now they can't get through 60 games.
Yeah.
That's just, to be honest with you, that's just not playing. That's just taking your money, and you don't really care. Like Paul George at this point is just an absolute thief. But in football, I think the biggest concern is, and we're starting to see a little hints of it here and there, the money's going to be so high that they're going to play out a contract and then say, I'm retiring early. I don't want to mentally, I don't want to do damage to my knees, my hips. I don't want to have CTE. I think you'll see a lot of there's going to be certain players who will quit at the age of 28. We just had somebody recently who shut it down. Yeah. Patrick Willis shut it down early. You had
once you get this life-changing money, why ruin your life?
And that's the thing is you may have some guys and you say, why would you not want to keep getting it? That's fine, but some guys may say,
it's not good enough.
I'll never spend it. My grandkids have money forever, and I'm not going to get the CTE stuff. I'm not going to have it. So you could see offensive linemen shut it down a little sooner, defensive linemen, especially linebackers. I've seen that with linebackers already. Shut it down a little earlier. That's the potential. Once you start getting into 20, 30, 40 million, quarterbacks, I don't think quarterbacks get hurt enough to not be taking these paychecks. Yeah. This money's so crazy. Like, it's one thing for an O-lineman, D-lineman, for a linebacker.
Well, there's less CTE for quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Because you can't hit in the head. You can't get hit in the head. Now, they do. They do.
Not as often.
Not as often. Not like they used to. They used to tear their heads off. We are live at Texas Card House on Green Ridge and Westheimer. But listen, at the Spring location, they got a hijack poker booth going to be set up between 2 and 8. Get on by at the Spring location, Spring Cypress Road and 45, right off 45. And they've got the a $40 buy-in, $4,000 guarantee tonight at 6. $40 buy-in, $4,000 guaranteed. That is a ridiculous number of people to go for a $4,000 guarantee with just a $40 buy-in. That is awesome. That's happening at the Spring location tonight at 6. So get on over there and play. Best no limit and pot limit Omaha cash games in town at both locations. So you're looking for poker, this place is the place to be. Get on over here to Texas Card House, texascardhouse.com. Find the location that's nearest you. I want to talk right now about Air Team. They were awesome to me this week. I mean, I had to do it again, and it's just so hard when you got to put in an air conditioner. It's so I mean, it's awful, but they make the air conditioner buying experience as good as it can be. And I listen, they did all that they could. My compressor was gone. When the compressor is gone, it's like you just gotta bite the bullet and you got to do it. But you can do preventative maintenance that will not make you spend all that money. Listen, air conditioners are expensive these days. They're just expensive everywhere. But you don't have to get an air conditioner if you take care of the air conditioner that you've got. Call Air Team and let them come to your home and check out everything. Let them see the wire. Let them see the wiring. Let them see the coils. Let them see the compressor. Let them see the Freon. Let them see everything that's going on and make sure that everything is in great working order. There's something little that could be wrong, and it could create a huge problem where you got to replace it. Don't do it. 713-936-5346. 713-936-5346 or airteamltd.com. Make sure you tell them you heard it here.
Did you see that? Check that. Check your message.
This is what happens when nobody's in, no sales staff is ever in. Literally, Judy comes in on Monday. All of them do. Brenda's always there. Brenda's the only one that comes. The only one that works for us other than
this is going to blow his fucking plan.
Yeah, this is all Judy. I mean, Judy or Joe, but you can't blame Joe. We've always had people. If there's clients, remember Quentin would come to us, we're doing this. Dimitri comes to us, we're doing this. I've never seen anything like this. We weren't even told by, I never hear from Judy ever.
No. I didn't hear from her. This is her client.
I don't even know if she's even selling anymore. Yeah. She hasn't come to me with anything for probably 3 years. Christina, I don't even know if she works for the station anymore. I have no idea. She just pops up out of nowhere with the Golden Nugget stuff, and that's it, like twice a year. She's like a fucking the groundhog who comes out twice a year. We're going to Belly of the Beast tomorrow. They won the James Beard Award. They're and it's way out in it's out in Tomball. And this is one of the best restaurants in Houston. You said Adam. When Adam posted it was Sam. Yeah.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 live at Texas Card House. The spring location has got you got a big promotion going on with the Hijack Poker today. Hijack Poker from 2 to 8. There's promotional giveaways, all kinds of great stuff going on. So get on over to the spring location, Spring Cypress Road, just off 45. Beautiful location, giant parking lot, safe place, everything. Same here at Greenridge and Westheimer, but all safe and wonderful. You get wanted when you come in, clean, just a perfect poker room. So if you're looking for poker or you're looking to get on at the Hijack app, you can put your money in at the Texas Card House locations. You can withdraw your money as well. So just a great way to play poker, and the premier facilities in the city of Houston. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. Is Elliot still there? Okay. He left. Elliot left. Anybody else wants in, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. Astros don't start until tomorrow night, but it's kind of a big deal. They're at Seattle with just a 5-game lead. Update on Eric Eddy's not looking good. Eric Eddy's going to be here at best at the end of the season, and that's the same with Jordan, it looks like. Got some updates yesterday. Doesn't look like either of those guys will be anytime before September. You're not getting either of those guys back. I don't know if that changes the attitude toward the trade deadline.
When did you say on Eric Eddy?
September. Yeah, I don't know.
He got hurt April 6th.
I don't know. He broke his thumb on his pitching hand. Yeah, That's
This isn't great coming off the last 6 games. This isn't great news.
No, okay. It's not great news that Arrigetti's not coming back till September.
A 5
end of the year.
This is
Jordan as well.
What is the I know I shouldn't blame the Astros for this, but another 5-month injury on a fracture.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be. Dana Brown gave an update.
It was a freaking outfield shagging the ball. Just got hit by accident. Freak thing.
Yep, it can't be worse. That can't be worse. It does look like they're going to get Christian back sooner. Christian Javier.
Well, I hope he's the one that gets people out.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the one or the one that has not had a great start. Minor league in the minors. So yeah. So yeah, it does look like they're going to get him back, but Jordan is the killer for me. I know, and Arrigetti too, but Jordan, I mean, goodness gracious, it's a hand. How long has this been going on? And it just is in multiple times now with this hand thing, and you signed him to a really, really favorable deal. A wonderful deal for the team, but not if he's not there. I mean, this is a guy that you're counting on every year. This is the man. This is a guy that's an MVP candidate, and to have all of these injuries that are piling up on him now is it's a killer. It's a killer for the organization. It's a killer for me to watch Astros, but to watch Cooper Hummel. Okay. Let's think about me for a second here.
They got to start thinking about John.
Is that how we figure out how we feel about this Astros season, how they're treating you?
Well, do you like it? Does you feel good about this?
I don't know. I love the hodgepodge of Trammell and Hummel. And,
do you?
Hey, what's Zach Short up to? Oh, he's out there playing for my Astros.
You never know what you're going to get on any given day from in terms of your lineup, your starting lineup. You never know.
It's like a little surprise of joy when Dubon is like hitting 7th. I was like, oh, okay, that's actually a major league hitter out there. Oh, that feels great. It feels much better than Trammell or Short. Remember that Brendan Rodgers character?
Oh yeah,
who?
Well,
Brendan Rodgers.
Character. I thought you were saying like from a show. Yeah, he was in the Astros. He was on one of the first episodes of Astros 2025. Season 2025, episode 1. I remember he was an early character, and then he got killed off.
Yeah.
Well, the Arrigetti character got killed off. Like, I was surprised he got pushed out in front of that train.
Well,
when
hopefully he'll Jon Snow it, and he'll actually be back for this season.
It seems like Brendan Rodgers will, but it seems like Arrigetti was Ned Stark.
Yep.
But only he cut his hand off.
Well, right. No, that's not the
Ned.
Oh, so it's Jamie Lannister then.
They cut the hand off. Yeah, that's actually yes, he was Jamie Lannister. Now Lannister came back and he will come back as well.
Arrigetti will come back at some point
later. Yeah.
Will he have to be protected by some Amazon?
It just seems
he's got to be retrained on how to pitch because this hand's been mangled. Yeah, all those things.
He's gonna throw left-handed.
Well, it seems
might be better. I don't know.
It seems to me Jordan is the Ned Stark of the team.
Yeah, no, Jordan is Ned Stark.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, for sure.
Gracious.
Jordan is the Ned Stark.
A hand bone. All right. And this is. We don't see our hero for this long.
A season-long arc of a hero being off the show. That's not generally how shows do things.
No. Jordan was the king of the North.
Well, the king of the North.
He went to the Red Wedding.
The first king of the North died. The one that we saw on television died horribly.
Well, Jordan was going to be king of the North, and then he went to the Red Wedding.
Well, I don't know if Jordan's Rob Stark or not, but he's almost dead to us like Rob Stark is.
He's almost dead to us. I mean, this is just I can't stop already with all this. Let's get some guys back on the field. Totally disgusted with all of this right now.
Oh no. Okay, we'll move on to a different topic. Because this is coming from the chat. I didn't know this story. Astronomer CEO caught on camera with his HR chief during a Coldplay concert in Boston. The pair was seen rushing to cover their faces in horror when they realized they were on the big screen. Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're very shy, said Coldplay's Chris Martin. According to the HR chief's LinkedIn, she has trust with employees of all levels, from CEOs to managers. Yeah, apparently that she was not supposed to.
The head of the company should not be in a relationship with the HR head, particularly
Well,
if they're together, married to other people.
Yeah, that's gonna. Oh, yeah, he didn't like that.
No,
he didn't like it.
It is. They immediately, like, if you'll find the video because it's viral. They immediately run out of frame. She turns her head and hides. He runs out of frame, and then there's another woman who's an employee there as well. And I think she has a smirk on her face. Yeah, you don't. I don't know. I guess you just don't expect to wind up. Coldplay has a lot of people they can focus on, and they're cuddly. He's behind her hands around her waist, and they're swaying.
It was a kiss cam, apparently.
Yeah, swaying. You don't probably expect that out of a Coldplay show. They're just swaying back and forth, and then immediately get me off this screen.
As a kiss cam camera panned onto married Byron and his HR chief Kristen Cabot on Wednesday night's gig in Boston. Frontman Chris Martin said, "Oh, look at these two." But Byron, who had his arms wrapped around Cabot, swiftly let go of his grip and dived behind the barrier out of view as his shocked alleged lover hit her blushing face with hands. Laughter erupted among the thousands packed at Gillette Stadium as Martin quipped, oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're very shy. He said that according to Byron's LinkedIn, he's been CEO of the software company, blah, 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 blah.
Ooh, that's just the worst way. And with all of those people there, the camera is on you while you're having an affair.
Hundreds
That's
of accused,
bad luck.
Yeah.
With how many 100,000 people there? 70, 80,000?
Yeah, Gillette Stadium, probably 70.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot.
Yeah, but they got the field too.
Yeah, the thing is,
big deal. It's on Twitter now.
Yeah.
Now they're in a stadium.
No, they're done.
The problem is
stadium of millions.
The
now.
reaction. Look, maybe and quite possibly there's someone who you work with who's there. 70,000 people. It's a real possibility.
Yeah.
But if you don't react that way, it just goes by the wayside. It doesn't become a viral thing. Oh, it's just two people who like each other.
But yeah. Chris Martin wouldn't have said
he wouldn't have said a thing. But the reaction led to, well, now people on a radio show in Houston are talking about it and mentioning your names.
Yeah. Now Granato's got it. That's the worst thing that can happen.
What company?
News of the weird. How would you like to be with the HR director? Lance,
let's take a look.
Like to be with
What's
Laura
the name? Because I want to see her.
It's
you
not.
See her
you're
first.
not. You're gonna find her guilty. Just move on.
She's guilty.
It's not. No, it's not bad. But you're just not.
But
you're
not going to say shit. You might put her on probation.
Oh God.
Is it worth it?
That's.
Well, you don't know what his wife looks like.
Oh, let's see his. I want to see him run away.
Oh well, here.
Oh, you can watch it, John, over and over again if you want.
That is so funny. I mean, we've seen that before at baseball games where they're sitting next to each other, and all of a sudden, oh my God, oh no, takes his hand away.
You got to play it cool, man.
Yeah,
play it cool.
Oh my God,
I mean, you made such a big deal about it.
You just got to be like, hey, we're together. There's nothing wrong here, and then it goes by the wayside, and then you take the chance.
Don't move.
Yeah, you don't.
He should sue.
No, go to the next person very, very quickly if you don't move.
Just play it out. Be cool.
He should sue. He had his arms around her.
I know.
Breast.
But you don't
He's
put that camera
hugging her
on
like this.
What's he suing them for?
Embarrassment, snitching,
ruining of my marriage.
No, he did. First of all, he's in trouble for doing what he did. But secondly, his reaction drew attention.
It's the worst.
Yeah,
That's
can't.
the worst.
It's kind of like when defensive backs are chasing somebody
and they put their arms
they
up.
Start looking. They put their arms up like, why am I having to do this? Safety? Like they want you to know that's not them, or they want you to believe it. Do you know that whenever I see touchdowns like that, where a cornerback gets beat, because a cornerback will immediately stop running hard to try to make it even more look like the safety. Because if you chase hard, then it makes it look like you just got beat. And I will, when I'm watching tape, I'll always watch as long as the tape will let me, where I see the corner and the safety, because I want to find out whose mistake it was. And you can always tell by either another cornerback will run into the frame and start screaming at somebody if there's a real alpha corner, or the safety will start talking to the corner, or the corner will start yelling at the safety. You can always tell. And then sometimes you have those guys who they just like, what the hell? I thought you. That's one of those things too. Just don't draw attention to it. Well, actually, you do want to draw attention so everyone thinks it's the safety's fault.
Right.
Where you're literally chasing the ball, hasn't even passed, and you start holding your hands up and looking at the safety.
It ain't my fault. That ain't me. What are you doing?
It's one of my all-time favorites.
Oh.
Or when you're beaten badly and the guy drops it and you give him the incomplete move when you're a cornerback. Yeah, incomplete.
Mhm.
You didn't do anything.
Right. Elliot is back. Let's get Elliot in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What's up, Elliot?
Morning, guys. Happy Thursday. John Lansdale. Shout out game day. Got my TRT, feeling good. Hell, I might pull a page out of McGregor's book and just start blasting out missile shots with Wade the way I'm feeling on this stuff. So thanks for the advice to start going to game day. But I got a two-part question. You guys might have already touched on this week, so bear with me. But one of them has to do with the Bleacher Report top 100 list. I don't know if you guys touched on this, but it's a little sus, some of these rankings. You got Steph at 10, and I think you have CP3 over AI and Harden. Just some of these things are a little goofy. So I just wanted to see if y'all touched on that and if you had any feedback on Harden being below CP3 and AI being below him too, and Steph at 10. And my second question is, do you guys see all this LeBron might be going to Dallas, and that would be just so typical for Houston sports if LeBron goes over to Dallas and they just make some super team that we gotta deal with for the next 2 years. So just want to get y'all's feedback on those two things.
Well, it'd be par for the course for LeBron to try to get somebody to help him. I get that. I have
he has
seen
Luka. Why? He
no,
already has to help.
Nope, he's got to get back with Anthony Davis, Kyrie, and Cooper Flagg.
Wow.
Good luck. The injuries will pop up. Kyrie and we'll see if those guys can all get along. I don't know.
I don't think it's happened. I think he's going to play his final year in LA and then move on.
I think so too.
And what are they going to pay him? How are they going to pay all of those guys?
Well, it'd just be 1 year. Cooper Flagg's on a rookie year. You only have two guys you're paying.
Anthony
right
Davis is. Oh, Kyrie's getting paid.
But LeBron's under
typically
contract.
pay three players.
LeBron's under contract.
Is Clay still there?
Yes, he is. So unless the Mavericks unless the Lakers cut LeBron or waived him, whatever, bought him out, then they would have to trade a lot to make a deal work. So I don't see that
the
happening.
Mavericks would. So you would be able to afford it because you got contract.
Yeah, you got to
coming
trade,
the
but
other way.
that's a lot of contract to send one way. Yeah.
Probably Klay Thompson, frankly, but no, I would be part of it. No, I don't think it's going to happen either. I think this is LeBron's last year. Rich Paul made a comment that he just said, "You guys on TV are going to have to find somebody else to try to come after and for clickbait and ratings and stuff like that." I mean, they do use LeBron a lot for that. There's no question about that. No question. Have for years and years. More so than Jordan ever saw it because we didn't have the same news cycle. It wasn't the same when Jordan was playing. However, I do see I don't think LeBron gets traded. I think it should be on the Vegas board though. I don't know if LeBron thinks he has a great chance. I mean, staying in the West is going to be harder. But Luka is a great player. I thought LeBron and Luka were a super team. What happened? You need to go try to find even more. I don't know. I don't get it. But I like what we have in Houston. I'm good with it. I was looking at the Clippers. You see, they added Bradley Beal. Have you seen how old the freaking Clippers are? The Clippers are so old.
What about he asked about James Harden and
see.
CP3.
Here's my thing. James is one of the all-time great scorers.
Yeah, he's not one of
and
them.
He had a lot of assists too. Chris Paul played a different position. Chris was a game manager.
Yeah.
He's a guy with I actually don't have a problem with somebody saying Chris Paul because of what he brings from a leadership standpoint. The weakness of that argument, though, is that Chris Paul did make it to the finals with the Suns, did not win at all. But Chris Paul is not he hasn't had great playoff success either.
No.
That's a knock on James, and Chris Paul hasn't had great playoff success.
Yeah. I can see. I mean, I don't know. Which career would you take?
I'd put James ahead of
I don't
CP3, but I don't really have a big problem.
I think it's close. So
All
right, we got a break. John Schill is going to be joining us here at the top of the hour. We got some UFC to talk and some other stuff. We got baseball with all kinds of baseball stuff coming back this weekend. So we will talk to John Chill about that from the DraftKings Sportsbook next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, we're talking about Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters is just the best when it comes to saving that metal, whatever that metal is that you need to save. And a lot of it is patio furniture. We talk a lot about patio furniture, but there could be car parts, wheel wells. There could be bumpers. It could be boat parts. It could be the anchor. There's all kinds of metal that you need to save. But patio furniture first and foremost, because there's so much metal involved, and they can also repair the patio, the strings and the straps and the slats and all of the different stuff that goes on with patio furniture. They know the game. They know everything about it. I don't. What I'm telling you though is that I've seen it. I've seen the way that they go about it. I've seen the way they go about everything. It's not just your patio furniture or car parts. I mean, there's all kinds. If you've got a business and you've got a fence that is metal that you want to save as opposed to replacing that, you can do that. They can go to businesses, but if you're residential, they'll pick it up and they'll deliver it back to you absolutely free. So you're looking for a great way to whatever it is metal that you want to save. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
I'm so pissed that and this isn't even my client, but still. I mean, we can't be doing this shit. Just take one text. That's all it takes is one text.
right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John Chill joining us now from the Golden Nugget Lake Charles DraftKings Sportsbook, where we got stuff going on, man. We get baseball back, John. We got UFC. You guys get any golf action?
Yeah, we do. We've that's picked up here over the last couple of years. Different tournaments definitely has different action, but we still saw a pickup for the Open, bigger than the other years. Interesting. I was just watching it right now. You're seeing a lot of Europeans on top of the leaderboard and the weather, but we're definitely seeing golf pick up here, especially this year over last year, and it's become definitely a betting favorite during the summer months here. So
yeah, I mean it's a pretty
see.
slow time. It's a pretty slow time for most everything as we ramp up for the football season. So yeah, we got a lot of action right now. And I love it because you wake up in the morning and you're watching the Open Championship. You don't have to wait all day for it. As soon as you get up, as a matter of fact, in the middle of the night, you got it going on. So we're watching it here at Texas Card House, having a good time. And John Chill is with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You got a big UFC card coming up?
Yeah, we do. We got the home state kid Poirier and Holloway going at it. Be an interesting fight to see. Usually you don't want to back the guy that's already admitting he's going to retire. The stats don't prove it, but I think it's going to be a good fight here. I think the Holloway moving up to lightweight. He's 1-2 as a lightweight, so definitely like Poirier started as a minus 150, and I think I was looking this morning. He's almost an underdog now, so kind of like backing him a little bit. And I like the under 4.5. I think they're going to point the gloves to the mat and go at it. I think he's going to go out, firing away. I don't think he's just going to go through the motion. So I definitely like the under 4.5 rounds. Like Poirier's an underdog through that, and then the co-main event, you got Costa and Kopylov. Costa, if he can put the wine down and get mentally focused, he's got all the skills. So, plus he's one of these value bets for me. If you're going to take that fight, he's like 2-1, and if he can, like I said, stay focused in the ring and be mentally there, I think he's got all the skills at a 2-1 underdog to win that fight and win that one. So, Kevin Holland and D-Rod, I think Holland's that's one of my, I know he's minus 550, but I like that. If you put those three together, you get about a 10-1 parlay. So definitely a decent card for UFC this week. That'll be our main attraction. Definitely in the sports book, we're seeing a lot of action, especially with Poirier being from Louisiana and all that. So it'll be a fun time in the book Saturday afternoon or Saturday night, and definitely seeing a lot of reservations there. But definitely UFC will be the draw, and big card. I think there's 15 fights on there. And then also too, it's interesting as far as stats. That's a bigger ring than normal, so it'll be interesting. I think there's a lot of knockdowns in these fights with the bigger ring. So, So
John Chill with us. What's changed? Can people bet the Rockets season over at the DraftKings or no?
You could do it on mobile.
Okay.
So
Have you seen a lot of action on that or no?
No, I thought I'd see more with the trade and all that. I think everybody's waiting to see, what definitely is going to transpire here. But yeah, I'm with you. I thought I'd see more action with the Rockets than we've currently seen, with all the transactions that occurred. But that'll pick up. I think everybody takes a break a little bit here. Like you said, it's a little bit of a slow season, and I think like NBA futures will start picking up here in a week or two once football starts, and people will be placing those bets. But definitely Rockets nationally, I've noticed I've gotten attention. I was looking at some of the national handling and all that, but you're seeing some Rockets futures. Definitely a lot of money on there as far as the other properties. But yeah, so NBA, you got the summer league. That's interesting too. We're seeing more bets in the summer league than we have, and that's actually picking up. I don't know. That's a hard to handicap. You don't even know who's playing 2 minutes prior to the game, and I think I think the Rockets, I think Shepard, and then I think they pulled them like 10 minutes before the game. They shut them down, I think a couple of days ago. So, they went from like I think -5.5 to +4 within, a half hour, before tip off. So it's interesting, but we have a lot of people that like to play those summer league games.
That is, I mean, you got to be a real degenerate to play summer league games. I don't even.
Well, or do you think you have an advantage of some sort?
Dogs?
I would think dogs, yeah.
I would think. Because no one knows who's going to win. Give me points. And when you don't know, when no one has any idea, just give me points.
Yeah.
Right?
That would be my thought.
Yeah. Right. So you see – well, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, because you're seeing some of them games, they're getting over double-digit points, to go with that theory. Why not take 10 or 11 or 12 points in some of those summer league games?
Right. Well, there are some teams that are really dominating 4-0, 3-0. There's a bunch of undefeated teams still there. So it's either you're really good or you suck in the summer league.
Right. Yeah.
John Chill with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What about NFL? You're not seeing – you got any trends you're seeing in NFL futures?
No, we saw a big one. A lot of it's prop bets. We're not seeing, consistently on one, but we had a nice play on Jared Goff, I believe 3,900 yards for the season. So we had a pretty large bet on that prop.
On over, I'm assuming.
Yeah, over. Yeah. Yep. So what's that? I think that comes out to what, 250. I have to do the math. I need Excel. I'm too old to do the math in my head.
Well, guys are hitting 4,000 on a regular basis.
Yeah. I mean, that's Detroit. Now, without Ben Johnson, how different is it going to be?
Well, are they going to be playing from behind more? It's to get to 4,000, you only need to go for 235 yards a game.
The 235, yeah.
To get to 4,000, if he plays all 17 games. You've got Amon-Ra St. Brown. You've got Williams out there running fast. Sam Laporta. You got Jahmyr Gibbs out of the backfield. I don't blame. And then you may be playing from behind this year because Ben Johnson's not there. Aaron Glenn's not there. Maybe you're playing from behind and you're throwing the ball a little bit.
Yeah, but are you going to be as good offensively? Are you going to be?
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you throw a lot, we see guys with high fantasy stats that aren't even that good at quarterbacks because they're on crappy teams. So that makes some sense. It is those really good teams you got to watch out for because sometimes the stats go lower than you think because they're grinding teams out in the fourth quarter. But I don't know if I think I was looking at some of these props of teams to make the playoffs, wins and things like that. And I just I think you always see some teams make the big jump. And I think the Bears, but it seems like the odds makers kind of have the Bears locked in. I think the Bears are you would think the over-under for the Bears would be how much?
I think it's 8.5.
Yeah, that makes sense. Are they going to have a winning record or not? That's still a tough division. That's still a really competitive division right there. Lions, Packers, Vikings.
Oh man, that's one of the toughest.
It's a very tough. It's probably the toughest.
Maybe with that or an AFC.
The Bengals
North.
Don't have a defense, and are the Browns going to be any good?
Yeah,
Browns have a good defense.
Offense. They got a lot of offense.
As long as Joe stays healthy, they do.
Right. But
do they have a good offensive line?
Well, how are you going to? Wait a minute. How are you going to go to how are the Bears going to get 8.5 wins then? I mean, when they're playing.
Well, they're one of the tougher teams, I think. And I didn't see what their schedule.
That's if Caleb Williams plays well.
Right. I just think he's got talent. He put some numbers up last year, but I just think Ben Johnson makes that much of a difference. I think Ben is a huge difference maker as a play caller, a huge one. So their first game of the season is first regular season game. They've got the Vikings at home. Then they're at the Lions. Then they got the Cowboys at home. I won't go through the whole thing, but then you got the Raiders, Commanders, Saints, Ravens, Giants, Bengals. I mean, Steelers, Eagles, Browns. They do face the NFC. They face the AFC North, who we talked about is not a layup a division at all.
No.
So it could be a pretty.
Yeah.
It could be a challenging track to 9 wins.
Yep.
We'll find out.
And it's interesting with Caleb. He's like at 3,400 yards, which I don't think they're going to, just run it and keep him down. Third down, and
that's a tough.
And it's a toughie. It's definitely tough. It looks. it looks good on paper. 3,400, take the over, but I don't know how they're going to be able to, if they're going to run the ball more this year than they have, and not let him throw as much.
Yeah, it's funny. You look at the
It'll be
stats.
interesting.
He had 3,541 yards last year, 20 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. It looks better than it looked on TV. Like the stats would appear to be much stronger. 20 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. I mean, it looks pretty good. But when we watched it, it wasn't great all the time. He took a ton of sacks, but hey, he can take all the sacks in the world he wants. When it comes to Vegas totals or Lake Charles totals, whatever the case may be, you're just trying to get over a certain number. I mean, we already know that sacks don't count against you in fantasy football either. Just give me a quarterback that can run for some yards, that can throw a lot of touchdowns, and I'll be in good shape. So I think Caleb makes a big jump this year. I think he'll be 28 touchdowns, maybe 9 interceptions, but it wouldn't surprise me if he ended up at about 3,700 yards passing. Yeah, I could see that. What about our guy C.J. Stroud? What's his number look like?
Let me find him. I think he's around 30. Let me get the players here.
Wait, have you noticing these numbers are way lower than they had been?
Oh, yeah. Well, last year, everything went down.
The too deep shell ended up taking a lot of these out. But it used to be 4,000 was a lot.
Everything went down. How many – I mean, last year we were looking at the stats. Nobody's throwing for 300 yards.
Last year he threw for 37-27.
Yeah. I bet it's, what is it?
And the year before he threw for 41-0.
It's got to be 37.
Hey, he played 2 more games last year than the year before, and he threw for 350 yards less.
Yeah, he's at 3,800.
38?
Stroud.
I don't know if I go
C.J.
over.
Stroud
I'm not sure I
threw
go over
for
that.
20 touchdowns and 12 interceptions last year. On paper, he had a worse year than Caleb Williams. Caleb was 20-6. C.J.'s 20-12. Let that sink in. Remember when he was big brothering?
Yeah.
Caleb, he had a worse year than Caleb Williams.
Yeah. And Caleb.
He was sacked 52 times. Caleb Williams, 52 times. Holy crap. Caleb Williams last year.
And that doesn't even count the postseason against Kansas City.
Well, he led the league 68 sacks, so Caleb was really high.
Yep. All right.
Yep, just center.
That's John Chill joining us every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Anything else? Give us a winner this weekend. Anything?
Nah, you know what? I kind of like the Astros in the series. I know people are saying Seattle's hot, but I kind of like the Astros even money to win that series this weekend. So that might be the play for me.
Even money, Astros and Mariners in Seattle. In Seattle, that's that is very interesting. All right, get in and get on the DraftKings Sportsbook over at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. John, as always, man, we appreciate it. Thanks for hanging with us.
All right, thanks, guys. I'll talk to you next week.
All right, John Chill, every week right here at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I keep telling you this, but make your reservation now for your fantasy draft. Go have your fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. They'll put you up at the DraftKings Sportsbook on the big screen. You've got it right there. Can it be more fun? That's about, 3 hours or so? And then you got the rest of the weekend at the Golden Nugget, at the casino, with the beautiful hotel, the swimming pool, poker, the nightclubs, the restaurants, 12 different restaurants, any kind of food that you could possibly want, the concerts. It just doesn't get better than the DraftKings Sportsbook for your fantasy draft. It's just fun. They got packages available, okay, with the beer or wings or, appetizers, whatever package that you're looking for. They're going to bend over backwards to accommodate you and your people. So you'll need, 12 rooms? You got a 12-man. That's great. That's fun. You do it the weekend before the NFL season starts, and you'll be watching college football, betting on it while you're doing your draft. Are you kidding me? That doesn't get any better than that. You're looking for a great time, great place to have your fantasy draft. Go to goldennuggetlc.com, goldennuggetlc.com.
Head-to-head, Fanal versus Lucas Glover. Fanal versus Glover? Yeah. They're picking.
Well, Fanal's not playing great. Lucas has had a great year. I might take Lucas. Well, I don't know how this course handles his game.
I wondered why he was on hold and then he was off. No, we didn't know. We didn't know.
It's John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Card House.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Rory's already in the gorse. Okay, first tee shot. Can't even hit a fairway. You were just on the practice range, Rory. What are you doing?
Maybe
what's
he
going
got
on?
there late and didn't have a chance to warm up properly.
What's going on? Why would he get there late to the Open
It happened to me one
Championship?
time. I mean, and you all of a sudden you're on the court. People are already on the green, they've got their hurry up and get out of here. We're already on hole number one, and you're like, I don't even have time to hit off the.
Well, if he
tee.
missed his tee time, then he's done.
Yeah.
He's out of the tournament.
Maybe he
so.
ran over somebody like your boy Scotty Scheffler did that one
A
time.
cop when he ran over.
Maybe he's just getting out of jail like Scotty Scheffler did.
No, I don't. I think we would have known.
Maybe
that.
one of the bobbies.
I don't know for sure.
Are they
I don't know.
bobbies and are they bobbies there? Would they be called bobbies? Are those police officers?
yeah,
I don't know if they're
in Northern Ireland.
if Northern Ireland are.
I don't know if they're
bobbies.
bobbies. That's kind of a British thing, I think.
Yeah.
Let's get a call in here. Who is it though? Who's on the line? Oh, Sonny, SMU Sonny is with us, and then we got to get to this the executives list on defensive backs, on cornerbacks. What's going on, SMU Sonny?
Hey, good morning, guys. Lance, do you hit the range before your disc golf rounds, or do you go straight to the first tee?
Straight to the first tee. I'm not trying to putt at all.
There we go. That's how we do it.
I'm just like, that's why I'm
That's how we
bad.
do
That's
it.
why I can't. That's why I can't quote unquote putt. They're like, here, you got other guys out there throwing these things, getting used to their shots from different distances. I'm just like, man, I just do this with my arm a little bit. There we go. I'm ready.
That's why you got a bad shoulder right now.
Yeah. Same thing with the tee time.
Yeah.
You just got there like,
And,
I'll hit.
And that's it.
hit
Didn't
the-
you say earlier you had a bad groin too?
No, I have a good one.
Oh, you got a good groin.
I have a good
That's
groin.
right. You got a good groin. Yeah.
No, Sonny, I'm not spending a lot of time out there. I'm trying to get my round in. Trying to get in, get out, turn my little soundtrack I have on there, put that in there, put my U-disc, get my U-disc,
don't know
which
what
is
that
how
is.
we
No
that's
one
how we
knows.
keep score. It's how we keep score on our phone. Show us where the holes are, give us some distances,
No
and
one-
then I get out on the course, get my business taken care of.
Wait,
No
we
one
need
knows.
that soundtrack. We need that soundtrack, Lance.
Well, there's different ones I listen to. It's on Pandora. There's one that's Jason Isbell related. There's one that's based on Let It Whip by the Daz Band, and it just picks up. So it's lot of different types
got
of
a
music.
De-
It
an-
depends on what I'm.
You
There's
got
one
an
that's a
Adele
yacht.
one?
There's one that's a yacht rock one.
Yacht rock. You got
Yeah,
an
I gotta-
Adele one or no?
No Adele.
No.
I don't really listen to Adele.
Okay. Yeah, we don't. Why would
really
you want to
do
listen
Adele.
to Adele any more than you have
Adele or Dell?
to? Either.
What a
Okay.
what
Either.
a horrible way to get
what
in.
is this?
an
What you call
insult
about
of
SMU?
me.
That's right. That's right. That's what Sonny called about.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of SMU, Sonny, you know what I was told by one of the uncles of the top players in high school football. He'll be one of the number one players in high school football in 2 years. This kid's unbelievable. Already has 67 offers. And he told his nephew, do not take SMU off your list. When SMU makes an offer, you listen.
SMU was on that list of teams that spend the most money.
They got real money at SMU. Real money. It's very kind of quiet. And I brought that up to my dad. He goes, well, yeah, Lancey, don't you remember what happened to SMU? He goes, they had a lot of money in the 80s too. There's a lot of people with some pretty sweet cars coming out of SMU. That's why they got the death penalty. Like, oh, yeah, that's right. SMU does have cheese. So that's not a problem. SMU's got plenty of money.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here, Patrick Surtain, the executives say, is the best cornerback in football.
He was Defensive Player of the Year last year.
Yeah. Not surprising. Derek Stingley, second.
Yep.
Denzel Ward, third. Trent McDuffie. Sauce Gardner, fifth.
Okay. He's
You like the
fallen off
list?
a little bit. Yeah, I like the list. I didn't know Ward is still that good. I know McDuffie is. I didn't realize Ward is still playing at that level. I just haven't paid attention to Ward individually. But
Not a lot of Browns games we're watching.
nah, God forbid. I mean, if everything goes well, I'm not having to watch a Browns
Right.
game. So
Yeah. If I'm
yeah,
doing it right.
if I'm doing it right, I think that sounds right. I think that sounds like a
Christian
good list.
Gonzalez from the Patriots,
He's
J.C.
good.
Horn, Jalen Johnson, Quinion Mitchell, and then Devon Witherspoon.
Wow, Quignon's young too to already be on that list.
Jalen Ramsey, all the way down to honorable mentions as far as they're concerned. Marlon Humphrey. These are some guys that were at the top of the list. Trayvon Diggs.
You see a lot of young
Murphy.
guys in there.
Yeah.
Sauce. Surtain is still, I mean, he came out in the
Stingley's
21
still
draft.
a young guy.
Stingley's still young. You've got
Gonzalez.
McDuffie's still young, but Gonzalez, yeah. That's a young man's position.
Yeah.
As you get older, you can still be on that list at a high level, but you got to be, sometime you may need to be. I mean, Jalen's one of the great man-to-man corners that we've seen. It's not necessarily that he's like this. Pat Surtain can read your routes and can run the routes for you. That was never really Ramsey's strength. That's why I screwed up on him when I first wrote him up, because it was early on in my process. I didn't really know as much about DBs, and you don't look at that little fine-tuned stuff. You look at guys who can affect the catch. Do you have speed and length, and can you affect the catch? And that dude can affect the catch, man. It was when he and DeAndre Hopkins would go at it. What unbelievable battles they used to have. And there were some games that D-Hop didn't like it too much, because Ramsey's really, really good. He's got some zesty comments too.
You think he's zesty?
I said he's got some zesty comments. Dell could probably pull up the sound bites. What you mean? Wait. What you mean? He said he's better than me. What you mean? Oh, really?
What about
when Dell pull up his zesty? It shouldn't be hard to just pull up Jalen Ramsey's zesty locker room. And it's one of the, when you hear it, and it's so funny because you can't, like, Jalen would put you in lockdown, but when you hear it, it's like it's almost like he's being over the top sassy when you hear that. And sassy is actually the perfect word for it. He is being sassy.
Speaking of sassy
comments.
and zesty,
Let us know when you have it done.
Did you hear Shane Gillis introduce Cat?
Karl Anthony Towns?
Yeah.
There's some sass in there too.
Well, he said, "What up, girl?"
No.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
I'm glad I didn't watch it. Oh, I can't. It's just too much. You say that on the radio. Don't say it right into his face. What up, girl?
Shane don't care.
Oh. That's another one where people are probably laughing. They have to decide, can we laugh?
Ooh, I don't know. We should laugh at that.
I feel like players feel like they could laugh at Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, probably.
You can laugh at that joke.
Yeah.
Players probably.
What
think
was
it's okay.
his expression? Oh no, or what? Whatever his expression was, but Shane Gillis goes, "What up, girl?" Oh my God.
cat zesty moments. There's literally an entire.
Not Jalen, though.
What you mean? SEC, what you mean? Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
that
that's
was
it. Oh, my gosh. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
That is funny. That is good stuff. 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5.
Jalen Ramsey's zesty interview. When we come back, I'll let you.
We're not. We got time.
Yeah, we'll let you. Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Oh, Del, do you have it ready?
No, he's working on it, brother. He is working on it. Astros in action. Not till tomorrow night. I still haven't. I'm looking and I can't find the starting rotation that they've got for this weekend. We know that Hunter Brown didn't pitch. We thought, oh, this is going to be a good time for a little break. Would you pick? I think you have to, though, huh? I know you. I would love to give Hunter Brown a little bit more time off. I'm hoping that Hunter Brown, had a good time.
How much time does he need?
I'm hoping he had a good time and to use the All-Star break well.
More than 5. You want more than 5 days off for him?
Well, I mean, that's not a break. That's your regular. That's your regular rotation.
Do you want to keep him on there? Because then if he gets 7
days,
because
I really
I'm worried that
he looked like
rusty.
He looked like he needed a break to me. Actually, if you want to know the truth, it looked like he needed a little bit of time, a little bit of rest. For pitchers, that the All-Star break really isn't a giant.
Well, it depends. It depends on when you're.
For hitters, it is, but not for
Well,
pitchers.
it would have been one if they hadn't made him pitch. Well, if he hadn't decided he wanted to pitch
on Sunday.
Yeah, it would have been a good rest for him.
Right.
A good long.
A really good rest.
Yeah.
A really good rest.
So maybe that was a
mistake in
mistake.
the All-Star game.
Maybe that was a mistake.
Maybe he'd have pitched an inning in the All-Star game, and
you kept saying it was such a great idea. Do you feel any?
Now I wish after I saw him pitch, I wish Colton Gordon would have pitched.
Me too.
Or anyone else.
Colton McKivitz.
I wish Ort would have started that game.
Get an opener. Ort in an opener.
Yeah, why not? You know what?
Bullpen game.
You got your ass kicked anyway.
You're going into the you get a bullpen game out of it.
Yeah, might as well. Those guys are all going to be off.
I mean, it's not like any Astros manager has ever put out a competitive lineup on a Sunday.
And
since Larry Dierker. It doesn't matter. Jimmy Williams, Larry Dierker, Joe Espada, Dusty Baker, AJ. I don't know about AJ, but because his lineups are just really good. But it seems like every Sunday, like, what is this lineup?
Well,
what?
And and we're gonna. Everybody's gonna get a break. He decided not to play Yiner. And this is one of Yiner's good months.
When he keeps choosing not to play Jordan, I'm like, what are you doing? Let's play
I
Jordan.
understand really because Jordan's hurt, but actually Yiner's having himself a good month, and he decided, well, we just won't play you on Sunday because then you'll have 8 days off instead of 7.
That's one choice.
Well, I guess, but his OPS is up there again this month as opposed to last month. He's actually hitting this month. So let's play him as much as possible, I think. That's just the way I would go about it.
I'm looking at the pennant odds, the odds to win the American League. And the Yankees are the favorite at 3.5 to 1. The Astros are 4 to 1. Now, they're not playing their best baseball as of right now.
Right.
They did when they played 3 and swept the Dodgers. That was pretty impressive. Then they followed up with 1 and 5 at home. And what concerns you is Hunter Brown has had 2 straight bad starts. And you didn't get good information. You didn't get good news on Arrighetti. You didn't get good news on Jordan. So that is a concern for me because by September, things could have run amok on you a little bit. But after that in the American League, John, you got the Tigers are the favorites. I'm sorry, at 250, 2.5 to 1.
Yeah.
Then come the Yankees at 3.5 to 1. Then the Astros at 4 to 1. Then you have to go to the Blue Jays at 7 to 1. And that's it. After that, everyone else. Do you think who I think could be sneaky is the Mariners at 10 to 1. I know they haven't played very good baseball in this division, but they've started playing a little bit better. And I think it's a matter of who gets aggressive. The Red Sox are also 10 to 1. The Rays are 16 to 1. Will any of those teams get aggressive at the trade deadline? I mean, the Yankees could at 3.5 to 1. But Seattle feels like a team that could be a little bit sneaky to meet the Red Sox. if they were to go get a pitcher, could be a team that could be sneaky, dangerous. Dodgers are a big favorite at 1.5 to 1. They're plus 150. And then
Right.
after that, you've got, I mean, that's pretty big for.
Well, you saw that. I mentioned the greatest offenses or most talented teams of all time in the 2019 Astros were number 1, 2019 Dodgers were number 2. This year's Dodgers team is number 3.
Yeah, this year's Dodgers team is loaded. I think what are the Mets right now? Actually, the Mets, I think, are
I can see the Mets doing it.
Yeah, plus 6 to 1 in the National League.
Yeah.
I kind of like the Mets at 6 to 1. You know, it is crazy that Soto didn't make the All-Star team. And you look at the year he's having.
I know, and it cost him money, and he was upset about it. Boy, did he catch hell for that. He was like, "Yeah, I want to go. You know, it's in my contract. I get I lose that bonus." Everybody's like, "Dude, you're making $785 million. You're worried about the bonus? Oh my God!"
Well, it shows you respect for money, I guess.
I guess. Oh man, I ain't worried about that guy going broke.
That could have been a car. That could have been a Bentley. I mean, his numbers this year are from a strike. I mean, from a home run standpoint, he's at 23. He's on pace to have his highest home run total.
That ain't bad.
That he's ever had. Well, 41 last year, 41 and 109. He's on a similar. Well, he's actually a little less. The trajectory's a little less than that, but he may lead the league in walks. He's leading the league in walks right now for his 4th year in a row. He started in 2018 with the Washington Nationals. This is his 8th year in the league. He's probably going to lead the league in walks for 4 of those years. That's pretty strong.
That's not bad. All right. And speaking of, you could have bought a new car. How about you can sell your car to John Clay Wolf at GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is where you sell your car because you get more for it. John Clay Wolf will pay you more for it. And then on top of that, John Clay Wolf, you could actually win $25,000 on top of the money that you get for the car because John Clay Wolf is giving away $25,000 every month. He's pulling a name, and you win $25,000. You get 1,000 entries into the hopper if you sell John Clay Wolf your car. How about that? Would that be great? So you get more for your vehicle. You get more for it because John Clay Wolf is going to give you more. He says if he can't beat CarMax, then he is going to send you $100. So there's a guarantee that you have that you're going to get more for your vehicle. And you sell him the vehicle, and then you're in the hopper for $25,000. A $25,000 draw. How awesome is that? John Clay Wolf and GiveMeTheVin.com. It can't be easier to sell your car. They'll do everything. They'll pick it up. They'll deliver. They'll deliver the check. Whatever the case may be, they do everything to get you out of that car and into the money. And right now, you could win $25,000 if you sell John Clay Wolf your car at GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell John your car. Okay. Look at this. Here you go. Okay, you got to take that off so you can hear it. Take that off so you can hear this. And watch his facial reactions. Look at this. Yeah, there's nothing worse than a 6'2" guy that can run and jump. Heck on you as a cover guy. That's why Jacob That's why Christian Gonzalez is going to be such an ass kicker. So Paul Skeens is the favorite for NL Cy Young by a small margin. How are you going to be 4-8 and be a Cy Young Award favorite? That's not going to work. And Cam Smith is now the favorite over Wilson. He's minus 105. Cam Smith is. And KJ didn't make his plus $1,100 bet because he forgot. Got no respect for forgetting like that.
How about Judy Kelton? I said, this is a major fuck up. I said, I haven't talked to you. Why didn't you say something? I never talked to Talent about live broadcasts. All that information is communicated to and through Joe.
Why? What are you talking about? You've got our text messages. I've heard. Why in the world would we not do that?
She's putting this all on Joe.
Oh, obviously.
I mean, we're such a big company that we can't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Texas Card House.
All right, welcome back. This is our second to last segment here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What's up, Stevie boy? We are live at Texas Card House, loving it, loving life, loving Texas Card House.
That's one of your poker dogs, isn't it?
It is.
I can
That's
tell.
that's my guy. He's a good player. He's a good player. He was in a tournament here
I like bad players.
not long ago, and he made the final table.
Don't you like bad players better?
Yeah, I like bad players a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to play against good players. But you got all kinds of good players. He made the final table here at Texas Card House not long ago in a big tournament. So that was great. Here we are, Texas Card House. Reminder that at the Spring location, it's a Spring Cypress Road just off of I-45, between 2 and 8. You got a big hijack poker promotion. You know what hijack poker is? Hijack poker is an app where you can play live games. You can play tournaments. You can play live games on your phone, on your computer. If you're looking for a great way to play, just Texas people, Texas Card House, you can deposit the money. You can withdraw the money at the locations. I mean, because sometimes it's difficult to put money in these. Some credit cards won't let you put money into gambling apps. So this is a big deal. It's awesome. You're looking for the best way to play poker. If you don't want to play live poker with people, you want to play it on an app, Hijack Poker is a great way to go. They got a big promotion going on with giveaways and all kinds of stuff. So if you're looking for a great way to play, let's go. Get Hijack Poker. Or if you're looking for tournaments and you're looking for, how about today at 6 o'clock at the Spring location, they've got a $40 buy-in for $4,000 guaranteed. That's incredible.
Can you rebuy?
Yes, you can rebuy. And they want you to. Yes, you can rebuy. Please do. Please rebuy as often as possible so we can get that 4,000. That's what they're looking for. Rebuy. And so we love Texas Card House. Texas Card House, thanks for having us out here. We will be back here again soon, and we want you to get into the poker. If you're a poker player, Texas Card House is the place to play. Texas Card House is the premier location in the city of Houston, maybe all of Texas. All right, 713-780. You better get in a hurry. Del, there wasn't much going on yesterday. Is there anything that we missed? We talked about the CEO having an affair with the HR.
Well, we were alerted to that by our chat function.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a story.
Yeah, no.
Not really a sports story. We talked about Caitlin Clark's injured groin. And you found out what a groin was?
Well, I found out that girls can have groin injuries.
Yeah.
I'd never heard of that before.
Yeah, that's just a muscle. That's like saying girls can have pectoral injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they can.
John found out groins aren't gender specific.
Pectoral muscles.
Right.
Well, so do you.
You can't.
We all have pectoral muscles.
You can't work those out, though.
They have hamstrings. They have calves. They have groins.
Oh, I've heard of girls having a hamstring injury.
Yes.
But not a groin injury.
Well, the groin is just a muscle that goes from the inside.
You know, some people pronounce it growing.
Yeah, it's not. That's not. I have a friend who did that.
Growing.
And I thought, that's ironic.
Yeah, it's growing. No, it is a groin. But I learned today. So I learned. What did I learn this week on the show? Is that it's not just pulling your. What did you say? How did you put it?
Wiener.
It's you're pulling your wiener. It's actually a muscle.
Yeah,
That's correct.
Right.
it's actually a muscle.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a real muscle.
Your
Okay.
groin.
So Caitlin Clark didn't play yesterday, and they got their ass kicked. But not that she's been helping them win lately, but she wasn't there.
Yeah, when
I
she's on
wonder
the
what
floor.
the ratings would have been for the ESPYs versus that WNBA game if Caitlin Clark was in it. I don't know.
Who knows?
That would have been interesting.
We had ratings come out involving the All-Star games, like Major League Baseball, the NHL All-Star game, which turned into the Four Nations. Major League Baseball outpaced the NFL. I guess they call them Pro Bowl games, and the NBA All-Star game about 3 million, 7.2, I think, million people watched the MLB All-Star game compared to 4.2 for basketball and football. So baseball's back, folks.
Baseball is
but it was down 3%.
Well, isn't
from last year?
Wait,
So their All-Star ratings were down 3% last year. Now the home run ratings were up. The
Were
home run
they?
contest. Yeah, this contest, I like what they're doing now, where you have a certain amount of pitches, but your pitching coach is extraordinarily important now because you get 40 pitches, for example. Like your pitching coach needs to be throwing strikes, putting it where you like them, and then he needs to be getting through you have a certain amount of time to get the throws off too. So it really plays into it. One pitching coach, was it Cal Raleigh? No. Who got hit by his pitching? The guy throwing the pitch hit him in the arm. He's like, "What? That's a terrible home run derby pitch."
I didn't see it. I'm not a big fan. But Dell, I would imagine every year the baseball All-Star game wins.
I mean, probably more recently, I think the NBA All-Star game had an appeal up until the last 6 or 7 years or so.
Yeah, right.
People watched it. But maybe I didn't keep track. I just saw one of those baseball accounts promote that, hey, look at us. We're winning when it comes to that. We also had a second-round pick signed. We had another second-round pick. So we're now 29 to 32 teams, or at least 29, 32 picks have signed or not signed. We go with Alfred Collins. He signed. He's the 43rd overall pick. So he signed. So does that mean we're going?
Is it not? Yes, not
80,
fully guaranteed though.
No, it's 88% guaranteed.
Yeah,
which
so
is a higher
the GM
number
I
than
talked
usual.
to, the GM I talked to said it's going to be 88 to 90%. He said all these guys are going to get done 88 to 90%. He goes, it's not going to be enough for them to. He said the owners aren't going to give in, but wherever the mark is, whoever signs, it's really the Saints. If their quarterback Tyler Shuck signs a fully guaranteed deal, everyone before him is going to get it. And then the question is the next guy going to get it or not? For Collins, where was he picked?
He was picked 43rd.
Everybody after 43 is not getting a guaranteed deal now. So this should be one of the dominoes to fall in the place.
What was Tyler Shuck? What was he? What was it?
He hasn't done it. And
No.
he's
What pick was he?
I think 40th.
40, 41, 40?
Yeah, somewhere in there, yeah.
Okay.
So it's a 10% increase over last year's fully guaranteed money for a 43rd pick. So it did jump up by 10% for Alfred Collins.
Yeah, it's still skewed. You know what? I know that all these agents want their guy to get there, and it looks bad for them. But as long as they get more than the last guy, they can save some face. And and everybody's going to look at it and go, the Texans screwed the pooch on this. The Texans shouldn't have done what they did.
Well,
it's the same as the Laramie Tunsil.
That's what I was saying. I was asking around the league, and I asked 3 people and got 2 responses back. One of them said Texans are just lazy. They were not. There was really no need to do what they did when they did it. You could have waited, and they're just lazy. They just said, let's just guarantee the whole thing. And but this same guy who told me that didn't seem to be all concerned about the second round. I said, are you really concerned now? He's like, nah, we're already guaranteeing. He said this year all the guarantees are going to be about. He said all the contracts are going to be 88 to 90%. He goes, so these things should get done pretty quickly. It's just the dominoes won't fall until the Saints deal gets done, and then they'll fall. With Collins getting his deal done, I think everyone after 43 is going to. I bet you'll see a couple deals get done now. I bet you 2 or 3 guys go today, maybe even more.
Yeah, probably. We're getting close. The rookies are important.
Absolutely.
We're getting close. And what about Shamar Stewart? Not going to get done?
I mean, your best pass rusher and your first round pick, who's a pass rusher, both of them have contract issues with the Bengals. What a bad look for the Bengals. It's just dumb. You give your quarterback 2 wide receivers all the money in the world, but you won't give your pass rushers. You won't take care of your pass rushers. To me, the Bengals need to blink and just get Stewart in. I don't know what offset language they've got, but the Bengals need to come to an agreement and get that done. You can't. I mean, Shamar Stewart's a guy who needs to develop. He's got all the traits in the world. His whole issue is development. I know there's the article about maybe they could go to court and see if he could play again at Texas A&M. I don't see that happening. It's really hard because you have NIL stuff that's already handled. Like it just wouldn't work. Not to mention you have to win in court. And that's going to take some time. So I think he gets done fairly quickly. My guess is he'll be done by the middle of next week. Shamar Stewart. So all the first round. Jahdae Barron going may help. I don't know. And the second round picks are going to get it. I bet you Ursary gets done. I bet you Ursary's done by this weekend. Ariante Ursary, the Texans second round pick. He's like 48th or 49th.
Yeah.
I bet his agent says, let's get it done. Let's get in now.
Yeah.
Collins did a deal. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. 7-3-7-8. Oh, no. We're about done. Chaz McCormick homered in a minor league stint.
He's in that
looks
Florida.
Like it's like a high school game.
He's in that Florida, the lowest of the low league.
Yes, and
he better be going yard.
He went down to a knee and took it deep. So that was good. That's good to see. And that's about it. We'll have News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and then hand it over to Mopey and Mapes. But right now we're talking a little HRP. HRP.net. My peeps over there. We're big fans. I was talking to Todd. Todd's our gentleman. I was talking to him about HRP and how, he said, I just mentioned, I think, HRP they're friends. They want to see your business succeed. They have a vested interest in your business. They want you to be successful. They're successful when you're successful. I mean, if your business isn't doing as well as it possibly could, then, that hurts their business. They're the ones that are helping you with your 401ks, and they're helping you, not making money off of it, but helping you choose the right stuff, your insurance plans, and all of the other benefits packages that you need for your business. And your benefits packages have to be good. Otherwise, you're going to lose employees, right? I mean, they're going to want to go to somewhere else where it's better. So you got to have the best that you can possibly have. And you're not in that business. You don't know about 401ks, and you don't know about payroll. You don't know about HR. That's not your business. That's their business. So it really is. It feels like a small. They're big time. HRP is big time, but it feels like small time because they're so close to you, and they're so involved in your business, and you get that personalized relationship. You're looking for a payroll company. Try ours. Just let them come to your business and try and see if they can help you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
7-5.
You done battling with Judy?
Do you hear this?
No. Oh my God. We should be playing this for News of the Weird. Are we going to a different East River 9 tomorrow? Are we going to a different East River 9 tomorrow? No. Same one? All right. I think I might have Alec meet me out there and go play.
So, would you want to adopt this dog? His name's Igor, a 10-pound rescue dog.
Igor?
Yeah.
Probably
His
not.
name is Igor, nicknamed America's Most Rancid Villain. Made his chaotic national TV debut on Today. Renegade Paws Rescues viral post describe Igor as a cursed Victorian child in a dog's body, known for pole humping, gas attacks, and emotionally damaging trainers. But for some reason, this dog, because of the way they're promoting it, it described him as the sentient middle finger. And everybody wants this dog now.
A Victorian child?
A Victorian child.
That sounds
terrible. A cursed Victorian child.
A cursed
I don't want
Victorian
that.
child. Yeah.
I don't want that.
Yeah, I'm looking
He was
at the
not
dog.
born. He was not born. He appeared. No one remembers how or when. He materializes in doorways and stares at corners.
It's a great write-up for the dog.
And everybody wants him.
Well, that's an inventive way to bring attention to the dog, but it's not selling me.
No, because when it's all said and done, Dale, you got to actually have that badass dog in your house.
But even if it's not a badass dog and it's just a great way to promote the dog, I'm looking at this dog. I don't want this dog in my house.
You don't want Igor?
No, I don't want Igor in my house.
I know Igor's kind of ugly. He's got, and you know what? He said he stinks. It's like he's got a BBL stink to him.
Oh, what?
The dog has BBL.
The dog
smell?
has BBL smell?
Well, he's got farts. Okay.
Yeah,
And
that's just a dog.
They
who
call
stinks.
him rancid. Why do you want this dog? I don't want this dog in my house.
Because everyone's trying to be ironic.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I don't know. Maybe the dog does fart a lot. It says
No,
it's got
it
gas.
probably does. You're saying, why does everyone want them? They want to be ironic. Guess what?
Yeah.
What if you said, all right, it's 1, 2, 3, no backs. So as soon as you take this dog, you cannot get rid of it. You can't take him to a
Think
pound,
of what
nowhere.
you read in the
And all of a
headline.
sudden, yeah, it sounds terrible.
Sentient middle finger. The
Yeah,
dog is the
sentient middle
epitome of
finger.
of a middle finger, living, breathing middle finger is what this
Yeah.
dog is.
That's what he is. Have you ever seen better customer service than this? A frequent flyer needed a kidney transplant to live, and a Delta employee gave him one. Is that the best customer service ever?
Yeah, I would say.
yeah,
The ability
I'd say
to
so.
keep living, and
Yeah.
someone at Delta made that happen.
Yeah, a stewardess or whatever they're called.
Well, you call them air waitresses sometimes. I think,
Air waitress,
as
yeah.
well.
One of the air waitress gave him
Flight
a kidney.
attendant, I believe, is the correct term.
Is that what?
But
I don't know.
I
No one knows.
appreciate it.
No one knows
I don't.
what they're called.
I don't think about getting on a flight and thinking the person who's going to save my life is on it. Besides
No.
the pilot, I just need you not to crash the plane. But the person handing out drinks is going to save my life. Yes, that's the
Yeah.
greatest customer service ever.
Yeah.
Although
The waitress?
Yeah,
The air waitress?
they're not waitresses. Although I will say, when Chipotle gives you double chicken and doesn't charge you for it, that's pretty good too.
Yeah, better. It's as good as a kidney.
I mean, if I need a kidney, then yes. But if I don't need a kidney, yeah, Chipotle's double chicken for free is pretty good too.
Yeah, no, double chicken. Yeah, that's good. A man's head swelled like a balloon as he ignored no sex rule after a turkey hair transplant. Do you want to get a turkey hair transplant and have your head swell? Or no?
No, that's what kind of question? What kind of question is that?
I feel like you're really poorly phrasing this. I feel like you could do a lot more with this.
He was offered a hair transplant in Turkey, but he ignored the sex ban.
Okay.
Ended up with a giant head.
Here's the question. Would you rather have your head swell up and have sex or no sex and get the hair transplant? If I'm doing that, if I'm going to Turkey, I'll just go no sex hair transplant.
Well,
it seems like an easy decision.
He wanted the double swell.
Okay.
Whoa,
that's terrible. Well, swell up what? His hair?
Yeah.
No, no. I could have gone with. I can't.
Don't. Because I know he's sitting right here.
I got you.
He's sitting right here. He
Both
can hear
heads.
you.
I got you.
John, I said that off the air.
And
yet
you did?
Yes. Yes. And he still did it.
No one knew that, Del.
Well,
no one knew that.
That's the point. No one knew
Wendy,
it.
let me call you back.
Bryce DeChambeau just got punked.
That's the point. No one knew it. That's why I said it off the air.
All right. A mother faked a bomb threat on a flight to stop her married son from flying to a location to have a vacation with his girlfriend. How far will you go to save your son's marriage?
So he was going to cheat on his wife with his new girl.
He was going with his girlfriend.
Does it say he was married?
He's married. To stop her married son from flying to Kathmandu with his girlfriend.
Well, hold on. Was he? Well, here's what I have to know. Okay, we'll assume that they're not separated or not getting a divorce.
Right.
We'll assume that it's not a marriage by technicality.
Right.
That still seems like a lot. A bomb threat can get you put in jail.
It might be a little bit.
A bomb threat.
I don't know.
You had a line a little bit with the bomb threat. You had a line a little bit.
And if the man has already booked tickets in the hotel for this location, vacation, aren't you already done? Like what not going on the trip is going to keep him from straying?
Do you think he has trip insurance? I decline trip insurance 100% of the time.
100%. 100%.
I don't anticipate
but
these
I think
things
they'll
happening.
reimburse you if you got a bomb threat.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Where was he going again?
Kathmandu.
I'm not sure how Kathmandu deals with your mother snitched
worked.
on you pretty much. I don't know how if he gets a refund from them, but the plane or the airline company should.
So she called in a
if
bomb
I
threat.
knew it was if they found out and they did find out it was his mom, he shouldn't get reimbursed.
I'm just going to be honest with you. If you call
your
in a
mom
bomb
blew
threat,
this for you.
If you call in a bomb threat, I want whoever it is to just take it seriously. I know there's a good chance historically that the numbers are low. It's actually real. But let's just go ahead and take it. I'm just going to go ahead and we'll find another flight.
Yeah.
I'll wait this one out.
Yeah.
I'll just do a staycation with the girlfriend.
Right.
We'll just do a staycation. I'm assuming she's meeting him there because she's not from where. I don't even know what country this is.
Yeah, maybe.
You said Kathmandu. Who's going
Biman.
There? Maybe
a Biman.
He met her online or something. He's flying her out to Kathmandu.
I don't know. All I know is don't call in bomb threats. Just don't call in bomb threats. That's a moral of the story.
Now that sounds like a good.
Yeah.
That's.
Anywhere.
That's really what
I think as a general rule.
Yeah.
Frankly, I think a more likely headline is mom called in bomb threat to keep her son from traveling with a secret man who's not actually a woman who catfished him. I think that's could have happened as well.
Well, if you're being catfished by a guy who you think is a woman, then maybe that's a reason to call in a bomb threat. But other than that,
I gotta find out if he ever met this girl, his new girlfriend.
Oh no, she probably. Yeah, I think she knew that he
your
didn't want her
girlfriend.
Going.
His girlfriend.
Did she say girlfriend with quotes? The mom?
No, she didn't. I didn't see any quotes around it. All right, we're done. Thank you, Texas Card House. Both locations where you can get you can deposit or withdraw money from your hijack app. Okay, Both locations, wonderful. Both locations. I'm watching a game right here, right now. We're at the Green Ridge and Westheimer location, the Spring location as well. They got it going on. If you're looking for a game, Texas Card House is the place to play. Big promotion for Hijack Poker in Spring Cypress Road, just off 45. Big promotion from 2 to 8. And at 6 o'clock, a $40 buy-in for a $4,000 guarantee. That is great, people. So get to the Texas Card House in Spring. Thank you very much. Lance and I both need to talk about Billy Brown before we go, though, because it's kind of a big deal that you make sure that you have all of your plumbing in order, your shower, everything that you need for your house, your shower, your water, your toilets, everything. It's kind of a big deal that everything is good. And if it's not, you got any kind of leak, you got any kind of problem with your toilets, gross, you got Billy Brown here for you. Billy Brown is the best. He's been the best. We love Billy Brown. He does. We've had him at our house fixing our stuff. Not Billy per se fixing our stuff, but his guys fixing our stuff, and they're unbelievable.
Yeah. So if the numbers are low on your or if the numbers are high on your water bill, you might want to see if you have a leak. You may have a leak, and that thing's going to not only cause your water bills to go higher, it also could cause damage underneath your home. You need to get out there, have them do a hydrostatic test in your house. They can tell you very quickly whether or not you have a leak, and if you do, they can get it fixed, and they can do the work for you for a fair rate. They get it done very quickly, relatively speaking. I mean, it's a big job. There's a lot of tunneling to do, but it's got to be done. And that's the company I would trust is aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
My day for socials. If you check us out on YouTube or Twitter or Instagram, every day, at least Monday through Friday, there is a video that goes up with what our social media team thinks is a important topic that one of the shows got to. We'll see how it goes today. I wonder if the video will catch me breathing and seeing me actually look at cold air coming out of my mouth. That's how cold it is in here. Like, will they be able to catch that on the cameras? Sometimes that's overstated, but when I touch, no one's been in here because John and Lance are out at Texas Card House on Westheimer. They also have a spring location as well. We'll give you some more information on that a little bit later. But I come in here and I know it's cold because the equipment is cold to the touch. Like, this mic feels like a soda that's been in the refrigerator. That's how cold it is in here. I'm not sure what the deal is, but if my teeth chatter or you can actually see my breath as I talk on video a little bit later, that's the reason why. We'll see. We'll try to get through it, but welcome to the show. As I said, John Lance are out at Texas Card House. A little bit later today, Paul Gallant, if he's healthy, if he can get out there, but the Killer Bees as well will be out at McCormick and Schmick, that location. They have several locations, but they'll be out and about for our summer circuit. They're going to be at the Town and Country location today, and then of course we've got Friday, which is when we celebrate golf, because it's another major tournament. The Open Championship is going on, and we'll be out at East River 9 for that, the entire station. And I know the Open Championship is going on because I've already seen a golfer yell at the fans. Well, we might play that sound later. I've tried to make it so you can actually hear it, but it's John Rahm yelling about some fan whistling during his backswing, which just leads me to my general commentary on golf. Is it a sport? Is it a sport if one of your best can be thrown off or at least upset about a whistle in his backswing? What are we doing? It's the one sport that silence is mandatory. I guess tennis does it too, but at least you can cheer at the end of a good rally. But with golf, it's like I gotta concentrate a lot. No, I don't have to worry about an actual opponent. It's me and my mind against the golf course. And if you dare to whistle, I'll call you out for it. So John Rahm has done that. I don't even know how he's doing in the tournament, but the Open Championship is going on. So we'll be out at East River 9 for that. Last night, without any sports, unless you're really locked in on the back end of Summer League, as even the Summer League's best players are no longer playing unless your team was qualified to the playoffs. You had the ESPYs. And I realized this, and I think I probably knew this, but it really came to the forefront for me listening afterwards to all the commentaries that sports radio talk show hosts love a comedian. They love a comedian. Like, I've been a producer when comedians have been in, and they love to sports radio hosts love to laugh. It's like they become Swifties. Like, Swifties, we know, at least some of us know, very devoted to Taylor Swift. It's all how those hives go. Like, Beyonce fans love Beyonce. Go on, Barb's love Nicki Minaj, all that stuff. We got sports radio talk show hosts are like that when it comes to a comedian. I'm sure Shane Gillis was very funny. I just shrugged my shoulders. Okay, cool, whatever. I'm sure he made people laugh. He made people feel awkward. But for the most part, it's real fanboy type stuff when one of their guys gets up. And I guess it makes sense. Most comedians are like in their 40s, and most radio talk show hosts are in their 40s or around there. And certainly they trend older as they continue with their careers. But I think there's some type of rapper basketball thing with comedian, like rappers want to be ballers want to be rappers. It's some of that going on with comedians and sports talk hosts, because let it be known, if you make any jokes that make athletes uncomfortable, a sports talk radio host is probably going to applaud your performance. And from what I could tell, Shane Gillis got great rave reviews from most, unless you are in the realm of sports. That's where he got some pushback from some people. But hey, you make fun of people, that tends to happen. So that happened last night, the ESPYs. As far as award winners, I know that Simone Biles won, and I think that was the end of that for me. I don't know who won. Team, was that Philly? Did Philly win the team of the year? Okay, the Eagles won team of the year. So that's as much as I took from it. And we are not even a couple days. We're one day away from the Astros being back And there's an update on a couple of their guys, Arrighetti and Jordan. We didn't get good updates on those two. We're at a point with both where if they come back before the end of the season, then we should feel lucky. What felt like at least we're positioned as short-term injuries have become long-term, and now a real question as to their status for the regular season remains. And Chandler Rome, in his article in The Athletic, discussed or at least talked about that even if Jordan does come back, he likely won't be at full strength. So he'll be dealing with the hand injury in some way, shape, or form, no matter what date he's eligible to return. And Jordan's year has been one that didn't start off well because of just performance overall. And now we're deep into the summer, and he's still not a guy we can really depend on. And Arrighetti, look, you break something in your hand, we get it. It just feels like this is trending towards if he does he even come back at all. And at, at this point, with the Seattle series coming up, and certainly a big series, but you're 5 games up, so your eyes are looking towards what your playoff lineup and what your playoff rotation will be. And if you can't count on either one of those guys, then the dancing around, maybe acquiring a left-handed bat, maybe needs to become something that is more urgent as far as on the agenda for Dana Brown and the Astros. Because if they believe this team has enough, if they add a piece, then maybe it can't be something as small as like a Cedric Mullins acquisition. If Jordan isn't going to be a guy, maybe you need a real bat in this lineup. If Jordan can't be depended on, and that's going to cost. And are the Astros willing, considering at least what people think of their minor league system? The guys who they bring up have certainly outperformed expectations. Now, some of them are Sugarland Space Cowboys who are in their late 20s and upper 30s, but they have found a way to make do. If Jordan's not going to be around, then I don't know that a small upgrade with a left-handed bat is going to be enough. Maybe you need to expand who you can possibly acquire, and that was one of the things that was part of another Chandler Rome article discussing the storylines for the Astros, and certainly the health of Jordan and any added help to the lineup will be something we look at as we go forward and get ever closer to the trade deadline. So we'll go to break with that. AJ's here with me. He'll be here tomorrow as well. Sean's on vacation. Sean Sean put something very funny in our group chat, because in our CFB 26 group chat. I guess he's spending time with his family, so now he's got to play his video game in front of his family, which I haven't done that since I was like 12, or a little bit older, but with my cousins. But as far as in my own home, I don't think I can't remember the last time I had commentary from my parents over a video game, which is what he had to deal with. I don't know the situation because Sean's got his own place. He's spending time with his family. I guess he did it. He set up the PS5 on the main TV. I don't know what his old room is like. What situation how that is. But if there's a TV in there, I think that would have been my choice. I don't know if I would have put the TV in the family room and had my dad over my shoulder and my younger brother over my shoulder, picking out plays that I should run. It's stressful. I don't need that. My family can be judgmental. I don't know if the Mapes family is judgmental, but family can be judgmental. And if you're throwing picks or missing open guys on routes, then maybe dad has something to say. So Sean got through it just barely. Sean will be back with us on Monday. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. When we get back, we'll touch on some college football news, because there is kind of a standard of can you win a national title, and it's based on your blue chip ratio. So while we had Keith call in about Diego Pavia and Vanderbilt maybe making the playoff, while that could happen, I don't think it will. While that could happen, the likelihood of Vanderbilt making the playoff and then winning the national title is 0. And we'll get into why when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So some of the timelines, we'll get to the college football thing here, but some of the timelines for Astros returning, Javier and Luis Garcia, they're, according to Dana Brown, probably a month away from coming back. And because Arrighetti hasn't even done a minor league rehab assignment, as far as that portion of his recovery, his return is going to be, if it happens, sometime in September. So Javier and Garcia, as far as injured Astros pitchers, you should expect them back. If anyone's going to come back, expect them back before Arrighetti, as they're further along in their rehab. Okay, so I mentioned there are components that put you in the category of winning a national title. Sometimes that's about coaching, that's about money spent on the program, but most importantly, it's about the type of talent you have on your roster. And this comes from Bud Elliott of CBS Sports. He used to be someone who covered Florida State exclusively. He's expanded and now does college football. He breaks down college football for CBS Sports as a podcast, just like a lot of people do. So it's called the Blue Chip Ratio. It's pretty simple. If you don't have more than 50% blue chipper or 50% or more blue chippers on your roster, you can't win a national title. And by can, I mean no one's done it since recruiting really hit his boom as far as the news and people covering it. You need to be at about 50% or more to win. So the list is out, and this includes high school recruits. The transfer portal certainly has changed things. We saw a transfer quarterback who probably wasn't a blue chip recruit when he was in high school, like Will Howard. He won a national title at Ohio State. So certainly the transfer portal can affect your team in ways that may change their ability to win a national title if they're not really a recruiting power. But as far as the teams who do go on and win, at least as of now, they have been mostly full of high school recruits who have developed, and those recruits were blue chippers when they signed on to play at a particular school. So it's called the Blue Chip Ratio. And at the moment, there are 18 college teams who can actually win the national title if you just go by history. Now, if you look at some of these teams on the list, you might not agree by what you saw last year, or you don't believe in the coach, but at least by those numbers, there are 18. Now, if you look at some of the history, Ohio State last year, their blue chip ratio was 90%. Just so happens that their quarterback was a transfer. Michigan, along with Michigan, Clemson, and Florida State in the years 2023, Michigan's title, Clemson, their first national title, 2016, and Florida State's in 2013. They had the lowest percentage. In fact, they're the only three teams that were in the 50% range to win a national title. So mostly we're talking about, if we know who's done it, the Alabamas of the world, the Ohio States, the LSUs, they've all been in the 60s or above, and Ohio State at 90% last year. So they're the most talented team in the country. At least a lot of people thought that going in. And despite their bobbles, particularly losing to Michigan again, they found a way once they made it into the playoffs to go out and win it. Their talent showed that when it comes to a freshman like Jeremiah Smith, or even a transfer like Caleb Downs, who actually wouldn't even really count in these rankings. But we talk about blue chippers. Alabama loses a blue chipper to Ohio State, and he's the starting safety on a national title team. So, as I said, transfers can certainly affect it, but you certainly want very talented ones like Caleb Downs to enhance your roster. So if we look at the teams right now, it's a lot of the teams you might expect. And a team like Florida State, who was bad last year, their blue chip ratio says historically they should be able to win one if things all come together. When Thomas Castellanos is your quarterback and taunting Alabama before their game, maybe it's not going to go their way because that's a team who it feels like it's on the verge of maybe not getting Mike Norvell fired, but putting him on the hot seat even more than he already is after last year. That team's probably not winning a national title, but they fit the profile of a team who could win it. The team with the most likely chance this year are two: Alabama and Ohio State. They're Their blue chip ratio is about 89% for both. And if we go to teams in the state. A&M at 82% is the team with the highest blue chip ratio in the state, and Texas is at 78. So Texas with Arch Manning, people believe are a real title favorite. A&M not so much. That would have to do with, well, historically, even just recent history of A&M not living up to their recruiting rankings as far as what happens production wise on the field. We know last year they were 1-1 away from playing in the SEC title game. They just dropped the game to Texas. Texas went on to win that, or at least win that game, and then get to the SEC title game. But A&M, we saw even in Mike Elko's first year, despite switching quarterbacks and all that does to a season, was 1-1 away from at least getting a chance to compete for a spot in the playoff. Who knows what would have happened against Georgia if they got there. Can't say that Carson Beck gets hurt in that game against a different opponent, but Georgia wasn't a team that was great offensively, so maybe A&M would have had a shot to make the playoff and eventually potentially go play for a national title last year. So they're not really any outliers. Auburn is probably another one that you would say Auburn's not winning. They're at 64%. And then you start to look. It's just a who's who of college football. So if you pay attention to recruiting, the recruiting powers are right there. And at least historically, they're the only ones who can go out and win a national title. This isn't about making the playoff. SMU can make a playoff. That can happen. You can have a surprise team make a playoff. Hell, even when in the 14 playoff, Washington made a playoff. They're not a recruiting power. They made a national title game. So that was really testing the limits of this blue chip ratio, because Michigan was at 54 or so percent when they won it, and Washington wasn't going to be above the 50% mark, and they played for a national title. So they're outliers, but so far, I mean, hope your team really recruits. And if you're a team who isn't, or a fan of a team who isn't one who recruits the way these other teams do, hopefully they got big bags to throw around in the portal, because that's what Tech's trying to do. They're trying to supercharge their way onto one of these lists to see if they can go compete. We talked about it yesterday. Tech is a top 5 spender in all of college football. It's one of those, which one of these names is not like the other? When we start to look at the list of teams who we expect to spend, and then we see Tech in there. That has started over the last couple of years. They're in it, and maybe they find a way to become one of these teams. But AJ's a Cougs fan. I don't want to say it'll never happen, because we've seen what they've done in basketball. And they were dead and buried until they hired Kelvin Sampson. So sure, like this transformational coach can come in and certainly build a baseline where people are willing to invest, because the Cougs, early Kelvin Sampson, he built those teams to a level where they're competing for conference titles in the American, and clearly having deep runs in the tournament, but they weren't recruiting at the level they are now, where we're talking about 5-star recruits having possibly one of the best classes in the country. They're doing all of that now. So it's not impossible, but it takes a lot. Kelvin Sampson got to Houston, 2014? Is that around there?
Something like that.
Yeah, so we're talking over a decade, and now you can look at the Houston Cougars and say they are a force in recruiting now. So it could happen in college football. Probably would take a shorter amount of time if they did hire one of those guys. Those guys just generally don't exist or aren't available. But you got to get your game up when it comes to recruiting. If you want any shot to win a national title, I mean, that can seem very obvious, but everyone has dreams of, hey, every 4 or 5 years, if we get the right team, maybe we got a shot. The numbers say no, you don't, unless you start to recruit at a level that matches the teams who are always there. So if you're a fan of a team who isn't a power, the playoffs probably your ceiling at this point, unless the model for college football changes, and it feels like we're just leaning more into money determining who has the best rosters, and that's why some college coaches want out, because they don't like the way the game is going. But hey, this is what we deal with until things actually change. And expect, I guess, Alabama or Ohio State. At least they should be the favorites, based on how they've recruited. You can get into how big of a downgrade Kalen DeBoer is to Nick Saban and all those other things, because we had Keith call in, as I mentioned him earlier, say Kalen DeBoer is on the hot seat. I don't think he's on the hot seat, but don't go losing to Vanderbilt at home. Don't do that. Then you'll really have problems. Alabama's got to find a quarterback though. That has been a cause for concern. Jalen Milroe was fine, but he didn't play up to the level they needed for him last year. And they've got a couple young guys without a lot of experience that they're going to be leaning on this year. And hopefully one of them, for them at least, one of them takes charge. So they can compete at a level they think they should be. I don't mind if Alabama takes a couple steps back. I don't like the Alabama Georgia thing that felt like it was going on. That was about to be the basis of college football, like Kirby versus Saban for the next however many years. Saban departing, probably better for the sport when it comes to dispersing not just talent but titles, because it did feel like we were getting to a point where if it wasn't Georgia, it was going to be Alabama, and then maybe throw in Ohio State. Now I think it's kind of more open. Along with NIL, it helps disperse the talent, which means other teams have a shot to really get in there and see if they can go win one. And we'll see in the second year of the 12-team playoff, and maybe the last year of the 12-team playoff, because there is some real consideration to make it a 16-team field. And the SEC coaches are in favor of a 5-11 model, which just means you get 5 automatic bids, but they don't give you buys. You don't get buys. You just get the 5 bids, and then the next 11 just go to the 11 best teams that aren't automatic qualifiers. And they think because they play in the conference they play in, that they're going to have quite a few of those. The administrators, on the other hand, want a different model, but the coaches, at least that's what they're pushing for. But we may be done with 12 after 2025, 26, and then we'll see what college football has in store. They have not come into an agreement, by the way, on the future playoff setup. They've had conversations throughout the summer. Those have been pushed back because no one can agree on anything in college football, let alone how to disperse money when it comes to getting bids into the field. So where we stand is 12 for one more year, maybe, and then we'll see where we go after that. Okay, we'll go to break. With that, I'm just trying to. I was looking at the list before we went, and I'm looking at the list, and just by the coaches on the list, I'm like 6 of these teams ain't got no shot. Like this show has a long-standing one-sided feud with James Franklin. Throw Mario Cristobal in there. Hugh Freeze, not a chance at Auburn. Lincoln Riley at USC, nah, not happening. That's at least 4, I think. And I could probably, Mike Norvell, 5. That's at least 5 teams on the list who ain't winning a national title if I simply go by my trust in their coach. All right, now we'll go to break. But before we do that, I'm going to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. It's a place you go to where you know you can trust someone. They're the great people over at Monument Chevrolet. They've got great vehicles and great people, and that all comes together to get you into the best car possible. So if you want like a Blazer, a Silverado, a Trax, you can check out all the inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. And maybe you want an EV. They have great EV electric vehicles there as well. And they're doing something pretty cool right now. It's and we had like a discussion, Jeremy and I, who speak for Monument Chevrolet. We had a discussion with the guys over there, and they have a Carvo of the week thing going on right now. So every week they're going to highlight a car, and they're going to give you a pretty good deal on that car. And you can check out what they have to offer this week right now on the site. So the car of the week right now is that aforementioned Silverado. You get 0% APR in 2025 for 36 months on that Silverado. They got the classic Silverado 1500, and it speaks for itself. It's a great vehicle, and you can check out that vehicle in person in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 in 225. So whether you need a new car like the 2025 Silverado, or you want a pre-owned vehicle, they have a wide selection there. It's all there for you on the lot at Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena for Beltway 8 and 225. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
If you're a poker player and you happen to be listening to the John Gallant Show, you know they're out at Texas Card House. Well, today you got a chance to take advantage of their hijack poker, which is going on from 2 to 8 at the Spring location this afternoon. They got some exciting in-person only promotions, so you can take advantage of that as well. Plus, they have a great game this evening at 6. It's $40 buy-in with a $4,000 guaranteed payout, $4,000 guaranteed payout. So you can get the Texas Card House in Spring today. It's on I-45 North at Spring Cypress, texascardhouse.com. So yeah, we are at the Westheimer location, but they got something pretty cool going on at the Spring location today from 2 to 8. So if you want to check out Hijack Poker at Texas Card House in Spring, you can do that today, a little bit later today. Okay. So there's a thing going on in the NFL, which you might be affected by if you're locked in on what your favorite team is doing, because second round picks aren't signed. We did have one get signed, the third of 32 overall. Alfred Collins was signed by the 49ers. So the speculation is that will start kind of a domino effect. And really, this is simply about percentage of guaranteed money. He did not get fully guaranteed. That phrase keeps getting thrown out in relation to Jaden Higgins and the Texans, and what the Texans may have done to mess with the market. And apparently a lot of NFL teams just thought the Texans were lazy. They just gave it up for whatever reason, and didn't really negotiate in a proper way. Look, Texans can operate however they want, and it did lead to players not kind of doing the status quo. Now, Alfred Collins did get about 10% more than last year's 43rd overall pick, but he is the first since kind of this impasse to finally decide, I'm good here. So you get 10% more than last year's. It seems like a good compromise. We'll see if that just starts everyone deciding, and what that means for Ronte Ursery, as he is still holding out. So, I respect it. If you see a precedent set, you're going to try to go get yours, and it's just up to the negotiators in question to see how much you can pry out of the team. But the 49ers are probably sick of contract negotiations. It usually has to deal with their big names, like Brock Purdy just got his deal. We talked, I think, earlier this week about Jawan Jennings wanting his money. Of course, they've paid up to George Kittle. They've given money to McCaffrey. I'm sure they just love a quiet off season, but the Texans were like, nah, let's add a little bit more stress to your situation, John Lynch. But he did get a deal done. We'll see who's up next. I was thinking about that 49er team, and they got one more year, right? This has to be it. They gave Brock Purdy money, which is going to affect contracts going forward and who they can pay. But once you decide we're in on this guy, then you start to see the talent drainage. Like, they got rid of Debo for multiple reasons. Didn't think he was worth what they had to pay him. And I'm sure Debo re-up would have come pretty soon if he had a big year. So he's in Washington, and we'll get into the Washington Commanders, because they made a signing, and the signing they made, he's like the human embodiment of this team thinks they're close. We'll talk about that in a little bit, because he got signed by the Rams. They win a Super Bowl. He got signed by the Bills, and they've always, the last couple of years, they thought they've been close. So this guy signs the Commanders, because this is if we didn't think they thought they were good before, we do know now, and I'll get to that in a little bit. But since we're sticking with the NFC, I think that 49ers team is on its last legs. I don't think Kyle Shanahan will get fired, but they're prime for a revamping. Like, McCaffrey, love him as a cornerstone for your team, and he's been pretty healthy. Like, he has a reputation of not being available. That kind of ended when he got to San Francisco. He's had issues, but I think he has 2 relatively available seasons, which that had not been the case in the back end of his Panthers career. So they have him, Brandon Ayuk. I think they just gave Fred Warner money this offseason, but I would bet they may go to more of a stars and scrub model Because if you're paying Brock Purdy what you're paying Christian Crafty what you're paying him, and then of course Fred Warner, the leader of your defense,
Brandon Ayuk too.
Brandon Ayuk. How many guys, like the middle of that roster, how many guys can you really keep around to sustain the level of talent that they've had? So I think that's a team, because of the decisions they made. Unless they start to jettison some of those guys, we're gonna see a real difference between the top of the roster and the middle of the roster. So I kind of think if they don't get it done this year, and they had to fall off last year partly due to injury. I think that 49ers team, Kyle Shanahan, even though he's a really good coach, that might be a team who takes a couple steps back, and then the pressure really mounts on Brock Purdy. Because I say that because if Brock Purdy isn't playing to the level of that contract, considering the talent that's going to depart, then he's going to feel the pressure. That organization will feel the pressure for making the wrong decision, and also they're just not going to win as many games if he's not as good as that contract dictates. So I'd say, Julian, the 49er fan, you got one more year, buddy. One more year of thinking you've got a real shot to win a Super Bowl, because after this, I think you're about done. But a team on the rise, and they've made decisions this offseason to suggest they believe they're close, are the Commanders. They signed, or at least they traded for Larry Tunsil. They brought in Deebo Samuel, and they signed Von Miller. He is the human. That's the personification of we think we can win a title. When he got signed by the Bills, the Bills fans thought, all right, we got a guy who can get after Josh Allen. That'll help along Gregory Rousseau. We got a pass rusher. We're good. Of course, Von Miller's been unavailable. He's had some legal issues, and that has not worked out for him. He has not been as impactful as they wanted. So the Commanders will try their shot. He is like Jadeveon Clowney was like the great value version of Von Miller, because teams tried this with Jadeveon Clowney. Remember, he was obviously a Texan. He wound up being a Seahawk. When the Browns thought they were pretty good, they brought him in, and the Ravens did the same thing. So Von Miller at least has delivered on a title. Now, of course, he had Aaron Donald on that defensive line, and of course Matthew Stafford on the other side. But at least when he won one in Denver, and the Rams were looking across the landscape of an available player that they thought that could help them win, Von Miller actually worked out for him. Since that point, since 2021, I think his 1 year with the Rams, he's been kind of a non-factor in football. But the Commanders are going to try the thing that the Bills tried. You see it all the time, where this big name who was productive, what feels like a long time ago, about a half decade ago for Von Miller, still gets an opportunity to play on good teams, because he'll come in for 1 year, he'll play in pass rushing situations, and they'll see if they can ride, I guess, long since seen talent to a Super Bowl win. And so the Commanders are about that life, and I don't want to compare it directly to the Rockets, but Von Miller is probably going to be less productive than Kevin Durant, but it's very similar to what the Rockets did. Like we feel like we're set. And of course, in the Commanders' case, they didn't really have to give up anything for Von Miller outside of maybe a little bit of cap space. Of course, they did make the trade for Larry Tunsil, but these are the moves you make when you think we need to give our young talent a little bit of a boost. And really, the young talent in the Commanders' case is, they have Jane Daniels. That's the version of the Rockets having Amen and Şengün. They got a quarterback who was really, really good as a rookie. And the Texans did something very similar. So it's not unique to the Commanders. The Texans were like, hey, our rookie quarterback did great. Let's add it, because we think we're pretty close. Didn't work out for them because they had a fatal flaw in their offensive line, which still remains the case. I think we'll talk about what Jake Andrews said, who appears to be in line to be their starting center. But you always start to look, okay, the Commanders have done that thing. And now we'll see if it plays out. It has not worked out for the Bills. We'll see if the Commanders, along with Von Miller and Larry Tunsil, can go from surprise to a real contender in the NFC and for the Super Bowl. I kind of have my doubts. They did lose Jonathan Allen, so that hurts them on that defensive front. So they had to get reinforcements. So they went with how many snaps per game is Von Miller going to get? Is he going to play 30% of the snaps, just be in pass rushing situations? And was he like 36 years old now?
Something like that.
Yeah.
And also last year, their defense in the run game, they ranked 30th against run defense.
That's a real note from a Cowboy fan.
Yeah,
I
know,
I get it. You look it up and go, look, Commanders, okay.
I already
People
knew
are
it.
talking about you a lot, but I see the flaws. So yeah, maybe their run defense will be their flaw this upcoming season. Have they done enough to fix it, particularly when you lose a Jonathan Allen?
They need to sign Terry McLaurin. So
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit yesterday. While they have done things to bring in talent, the one of their core members is still waiting on a deal, and now the Bengals are a good test case because they did this with their receivers last year. Now those guys got in, but that team wasn't ready to go early, and they had a suspect defense, and their offense wasn't at a point early on where they could kind of carry the team until the defense maybe came along. The defense never came along. They fired Lou Anarumo and hired Al Golden, the former well, he was last year, at least the Notre Dame DC. Now he's the Bengals DC. So these holdouts, wow, you think, oh, he's a receiver, he'll come in, and once he's in, things will be cool. What if he's not there for training camp? What if he misses a week? Who knows?
I wouldn't mind Debo Samuel being there, the wide receiver number 1.
Yeah, yes. If he's more than a end around guy or a guy they want to throw quick screens to, if he has to expand his route tree because he's their number one, pack up the Commanders pretty quickly, at least early in the year. Like you want to put him in Cliff Kingsbury's offense and catch the bubbles and the jailbreak screens, whatever. Okay, that's cool. But if anyone expects Debo, I don't care how many workout videos you've seen this offseason, anyone expects that guy to be the lead of a wide receiver core, you should have paid attention to how the 49ers treated him at the very end. That's not in his bag anymore. If it ever was, he was always he was at his hell. He was at his best when he was playing running back and receiver. He was never a great pure receiver. So he is not. I don't even think he's a real number 2 at this point. I think if you want to call him a gadget guy, fine. You end arounds, screens. Maybe you'll catch a slant and break a tackle because the safety doesn't want to tackle you. But other than that, you better get Terry McLaurin back in the camp. And that means paying him like $30 million a year. And the Garrett Wilson deal didn't help the Commanders, by the way. McLaurin's like, wait a minute, I'm better than this. I'm better than him. Why am I gonna get paid less than him? So let's get a deal done. Like, particularly for a guy who, from all accounts, has been great for them as a in the locker room, off the field, and has suffered through some bad quarterback play, and has stuck it out. He wants to get paid, and we'll see if the Commanders come through. They should, if they really believe that they got a chance to win a Super Bowl this year. I kind of have my doubts on that, but hey, hope springs eternal at this time of the year. So go pay Terry McLaurin to not make the start of training camp messy. We'll see if they do that. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to call in, certainly you can join us. 713-780-3776 is the number. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
When we saw Hunter Brown pitch Sunday, I believe the assumption was he was going to be available for the weekend series against the Mariners. Well, the Astros have said, we appreciate your thoughts, but that's not going to happen. So Hunter Brown won't be pitching against the Mariners. Your rotation for the 3-game series is Brandon Walter on Friday, Lance McCullers on Saturday, and Fromber. You'll get Fromber on Sunday. Hopefully that you're going for a series win or maybe a series sweep, but we're not going to see Hunter Brown. So nothing beyond these 3 games. So we won't. I don't know when Hunter Brown will pitch again. You can, if you're following one of the Astros accounts, McTaggart, Chandler Rome, all the guys who cover the team have that out there for you. But it's a big start for Brandon Walter. The Astros haven't played very well. At least they didn't play very well going into the All-Star break. And you got a Mariners team who is going to look at this series as an opportunity to really get back in the race. It's a 9-10 start on Friday for us. We're going to need Brandon Walter to show up, because then you got Lance McCullers in the middle, and that's touch and go. You never really know what you're going to get. So it's as pivotal of a start for Brandon Walters, I guess, maybe ever. I can't think of another time that Brandon Walter in his career would have had a bigger moment, and it just speaks to his inexperience. I mean, it's July 18th during the middle of a pennant race when you're 5 games up, and I'm putting some importance on his start. Just one of those guys who hasn't accomplished that much on the major league level, and he's one of the guys the Astros have had to depend on, and he's been more than okay. We're just going to need him to get it done against the Mariners on tomorrow, because you look at their schedule coming out of the break. You've got the Mariners for 3, then you got the D-backs on the road for 3 as well, and then you come home for the Athletics and the Nationals, and then that's how you close out the month of July. So as far as competition, the Mariners are most important, and then you start to look at the rest of the way. It's not tough, at least the rest of the month of July. So you want to start off well, and that'll be up to the lineup and Brandon Walter, and a lineup that will likely be very similar to the one we were kind of laughing at least the back half of the lineup that went into the All-Star break. So it's going to be on the pitching, it feels like, in this series, and at least you've got Fromber on Sunday. So whether you're up in the series, down in the series, or going for a sweep, you feel like you have at least a big time pitcher to get you right to close out the series. So see how the series against the Mariners plays out. Haven't seen the Mariners starters anywhere and what they're going with, but right now, Walter, McCullers, and Fromber to get us started for the back half of the season. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We'll close out the 10 o'clock hour, the first hour of this show. Haven't heard from Raheel, which is he's much like Lance McCullers. You just never know. Sometimes he'll text me and say, hey, I'm ready to go. Sometimes he's busy. So we'll see if Raheel gets in touch before 11:15. Have my doubts. So maybe we'll talk to Raheel next week. All right. We'll wrap up hour 1 with that, and we'll be back. I'm sure you guys heard this referenced on this station, maybe even this show, certainly the morning show. ESPN did an 11-day thing where they were ranking all the position groups around football, and they're done with that now. And they just asked executives and coaches to rank the players, the teams with the most players in the top 10. It was a top 10 list for each position. Eagles had 10 players in the top 10 of position groups. Lions had 8, Ravens had 8, Chiefs had 7, Bucks had 6. The Texans had Stingley and Nico. I think CJ was an honorable mention, I believe. So they had a couple. Defensive ends, they had Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson in there. So they certainly have some talent on their roster. You know, the place they weren't mentioned, take a guess, excuse me, I'm thinking of CJ Stroud. AJ, take a guess, AJ. What position group is least likely for the Texans to have been mentioned of having a top 10 player?
Definitely their offensive line.
There it is. Yes, it's the one thing everyone knows about them. That offensive line isn't good, at least on its face, on the surface. We'll see how they all come together. No, they did not make it. Certainly Larry Tunsil, former Texan, is, at least according to this list of execs and scouts, the 7th best tackle in all of football. He was, I guess, rated 4th. That was his 4th. 4th was his highest ranking by someone, and he was unranked by some people, but 7th on this list. So I bring that up because a guy who won't be on a list unless he has a very surprising year is Jake Andrews. Jake Andrews seems to be the guy currently in line to be their starting center, which is surprising considering his pedigree. Now, he was a 4th round pick. Lance talked about him this morning. Lance had him as a 6th or 7th round pick. So the Patriots would certainly be put in the category of having overdrafted him, considering he's no longer a Patriot after a couple years in the league. He was drafted in 2003. He was on the streets. Maybe not on the streets. He was a street free agent last year. I realized how that sounded. Jake Andrews was not on the streets, but he's not for the streets. He wasn't on the street. He simply was available for anyone to sign last season, and the Texans did. And now he is speaking for the offensive line. He was on. I don't even know how this goes, because he did something with Mark Vandermeer, who is the voice of the Texans. I don't know if it ran on 610. I don't know if it's simply their podcast. So I'm not even sure the rules on whether we can play it. So I'll just tell you what he said. He said the ball is going to be run. We're going to run the football. We're going to protect CJ, us up front. We're going to try to make it our life's work not to have anybody in his lap. People are going to know when they wake up on Monday morning that they just got done playing the Texans. All right, that's cool. It's July. That's fine. We'll see what the Rams have to say about that when it matters most. That's a tough start. Speaking of guys in the top 10, Jared Verse was in the top 10 of defensive ends, or at least edge rushers. So they've got a nice front. That's a front that could have helped the Rams get to an NFC title game and maybe another Super Bowl. They were pretty good last year with Jared Verse and Braden Fisk, a guy both guys they drafted out of Florida State. So the Texans will get a test early. So I get Jake Andrews saying things to get people motivated, but ain't no pads on, ain't no helmet on. We'll see what happens. Everyone tough talks at this point of the year. Everyone believes quite a bit in their team. If you do find a player who doesn't believe in his team, he may be very honest, but you know your team's trash. If you find a player who's like, man, I don't know about this year, then you know you got a trash team, because players every year and on all sports delude themselves into thinking their team's pretty good. Find the one who goes, nah, not for us, not this year. Then you know you're in for a rough year. So appreciate it from Jake Andrews, but we got to see it. And the fact that the Texans may have handpicked you to be their starting center, it doesn't make me feel good. Despite their lack of concern, they can't be trusted with the offensive line until proven otherwise. Drafting offensive linemen or even signing them off the street doesn't mean anything. A lot of credit can go to them for a lot of things. This isn't one of them. So, and beyond quarterback, I don't know if there's a worse thing to have than a bad offensive line. It stops you from doing everything you want to do. It changes how your quarterback operates. It changes how your coordinator calls plays. It changes everything about your team. You can't be physical to run the football when it matters, and then you can't protect when you have to come back. It all leads to disaster. So you look at what Detroit has done, you look at what Philly has done, and there are ways like the Chiefs don't have a great offensive line. They've tried. They've thrown money into it. And then they've traded guys away because they've been too expensive. Like Joe Tooney's gone. So they've paid Jawan. They brought in Jawan Taylor. They had Brown as well. So they've done things to try to be good. But they've had Patrick Mahomes, so sometimes it doesn't matter. The one guy they got right was Creed Humphrey, their center. Talk about a disparity. Creed Humphrey at this range, and then you've got Jake Andrews at the other. And does that speak to the gap between the Chiefs and the Texans? Probably not, because we watch them on the field, and as far as AFC contenders are concerned, and of course if you want to throw in the Bills regular season win, that's fine. But I don't take too much. I don't take that into account too much. It's one regular season game where Josh Allen appeared to be concussed and kept playing, but that's a different story. They feel like they're pretty close to the Chiefs. Now, close doesn't matter if you never beat them when it matters, but we see how they play against them. They compete. The one they don't compete against, and maybe that's because of how physical they are the Ravens. Like the Ravens beat them up on both sides. Like the Texans are a race car on the defensive side of the ball. You have to drop back and pass over and over again. That's their game. They'll eat you alive. But if they don't force you into those situations, and they can be run on. Doesn't help that the Ravens have Texan killer Derrick Henry and, of course, Lamar Jackson as well. But I think the Chiefs and the way they play fit the Texan style of play, because the Chiefs aren't physical on the offensive line. And they're going to be in plenty of pass rush situations because of that lack of ability to run the ball against the Texans. And the Texans can get after Patrick Mahomes. They've got not just the guys who can rush the passer, but the athleticism to go run him down when he does the Patrick Mahomes thing, when he looks like shouldn't be run as fast as he is, and he does. So that matchup, if we get that one in a playoff series, that's a good one. I'm not sure they want to see the Ravens again the way they're presently built on the defensive fronts in the middle and on the offensive line. So Jake Andrews, thanks for the words, buddy. Now go out and block somebody, if it's even your job, because in some ways I just assumed it would be some combination of Patterson or Scruggs there. But when the guy is your top center during OTAs, at least listed by the media for the portion of the practice they can watch, and then he's doing interviews talking about how the offensive line is supposed to behave in front of their quarterback, it seems like he's their guy. It's not always the case. It's not 100%, but you can actually take a look at how social media teams highlight players to know who's what in an organization. Like if you have a player in trade rumors and they wind up at the head of a lot of social media posts, they're probably not going anywhere. It's not something you would even think about, but you just see guys like featured. Okay, that guy's a stalwart. That guy's a foundational piece. A guy who you may not see get posted a lot, who's in trade rumors, like the social media team knows that this is maybe a real thing. So we're not going to put him in a spot where people are responding with get him out of there. Like, yeah, you think the Suns were showcasing Bradley Beal all that much? They did do that whole thanks Bradley when they bought him out. And that's all they said. I think it was pretty much a graphic of him and them saying thank you, which kind of speaks to the level of impact Bradley Beal made there, where it was a very short and sweet acknowledgement that he was there. So I don't know. If I'm reading tea leaves, it feels like Jake Andrews is someone everyone in that building knows is going to have a real shot if he isn't already the starter, which is troublesome. He's one NFL start in his career? But he can talk a little bit, and I'm sure he riled up people who put anything that a player says as fact. I don't know. Just call out a stunt this year, because the guys who did it last year, who were in the position to do it last year, didn't. And with Nick Caley, We know that CJ Stroud is going to take more ownership, so maybe that'll be CJ Stroud's job to call out protections. But whoever it is, just please, a simple TE stunt. Figure it out, everybody. Because if I have to watch Jared Verse come free on the first series of the game, then I know all that talk about not being concerned and all the moves they made to fix this clearly having no impact. But they got time. What do we got, like a month and a half or so, a little bit more than that before the season really begins. So we're getting ever closer. And Jake Andrews is at least right now, if I'm going by one interview, the vocal leader of that Texans offensive line. Hopefully he plays as well as he talks, because if you listen to what he said, then you probably would be pretty pumped about the Texans. Just throw out, we're going to be physical and run the ball. People get all warm in their happy place when an offensive lineman does that. All right, we'll go to break with that. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to call in and join us. I'll tell you where the guys are going to be a little bit later. And by the guys, I mean Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees, because they're out and about for the summer circuit. And I'll tell you what you can win, or at least you get a chance to win if you join them. So we'll do that when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Our summer circuit continues in right around 40 minutes. It'll be Will Kunkel and BMAC. You know him as the producer for the Killer Bees. He'll do that show with Will Kunkel. Will Kunkel has joined the station, whether it be with John. Who did he fill in for? He filled in for Lance, or filled in for John when Lance was out. I said that wrong again. he filled in with Lance when John was out. Excuse me. He's done. I think he's been on with the Killer Bees at a point. He'll join BMAC because Paul, if you've noticed throughout the week, he's been ill, hasn't been able to be out in public. He's done the responsible thing and done the show from home. Well, they're going to be out and about. They're going to be at McCormick and Schmick Town and Country location. So that's a public event. Paul will stay home, and Will Kunkel will fill in with BMAC, and then the Killer Bees will follow them. They'll be out there from 12 to 6. It's, as I said, it's part of our summer circuit schedule. You can check out the entire schedule at ESPN975.com. And if you go on out there, you got a chance to win a Power On electric bike from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's at a $4,000 value. 2 bikes, excuse me. It's 2 bikes, value of $4,000. All you got to do is register at our promo table to get in, to get a chance. And once per outing, you can register, which means the next time we're out somewhere, you can join us and register again. And tomorrow, the entire station, maybe without Paul. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen there if he's still sick. Maybe without Paul, we'll be out at East River 9 for the Open Championship. We head on out there. Great place when we've got major tournaments. And what used to be the British Open, then the Open, now the Open Championship is going on. So we're going to be out there. And beyond the golf, they got pickleball. They've got the restaurant. You want to call it a sports bar, restaurant, clubhouse, whatever you want to call it. It's there for you. They have great food and great TVs as well. So while you go out there, you're hanging out with us, you can watch the golf. I'm sure they'll have other things as well on the TVs to take a look at. So that's there for you. I mentioned when we were discussing players departing and the social media teams either not acknowledging them or barely acknowledging them. Bradley Beal, cut, wave, and stretch, whatever you want to call it. Not official, but he'll be a Clipper. He had an affinity for the West Coast that played a part in any potential acquisition for a team because he had the no trade clause and he did not want to move his family. So he's going to wind up, or at least too far. So he'll wind up a Clipper. And as far as that Clippers roster is concerned, you've got Bradley Beal, who rarely plays, sometimes through injury, sometimes because the Suns didn't want him to play. Of course, Kawhi Leonard, who was a part-time player in the regular season as the Clippers tried to manage him to get him to the playoffs. And then you got James Harden, who always plays. At least he's on the court. Whether he performs in the playoffs is a different thing. So they've got an interesting combo. They traded Norman Powell because they didn't want to pay him. He was in line for an extension. They got John Collins there. That's who they got back in the trade. And then they've now have Bradley Beal, who will likely start in that backcourt with James Harden. You can throw Kawhi at the 3, Zubac at the 4, and I guess they'll throw Zubac at the 5, and then maybe John Collins at the 4. Maybe they like someone else there. So that roster is a talented one. It's just untrustworthy. So I don't think they're a real, like at their peak, they could be a challenge to the Rockets, but why would I trust that roster to find a way to come together? Like individually, you can throw those guys in different spots and think, okay, this guy works here, this guy works there. But then you throw them all together and then throw a Clippers uniform on them. Nah, no. You cannot top it off by throwing a Clippers uniform on that group of players and think it's going to work out. You're always a hamstring away or a playoff disappearance away from it all falling apart. So I accredit teams for wanting to go after Thunder. This isn't a case of the West saying, you guys are young, you guys just won a title, we got no shot. Teams are loading up, but that Clippers team just feels like they are setting up their fan base I don't even know if I want to call it disappointment, because at some point as a Clipper fan, you just become used to things. How often can a Clippers roster trick you into thinking you're actually going to win when you've seen Clipper rosters in the past always fail to come through? But that's a talented team. Well, I'll say that's a talented group of individuals. I don't know how talented they are when they come together as a team. And the odds right now to win the West, got the Thunder still the favorite. The Nuggets are now the favorite, the second favorite. So they and the Rockets were tied for a while when they acquired Valanciunas, which that was up in the air. That feels like it's still up in the air, but the trade has gone through. We'll see if they can really convince him to stay. Of course, they bring back Bruce Brown. They get Tim Hardaway Jr. They also traded for Cam Johnson. They trade away Michael Porter Jr. And that was a team who saw that they pushed the Thunder to 7 and said, let's try this again. They are now the second favorite. The Rockets third. The Lakers, then the T-Wolves and the Clippers are tied at the fourth favorite or the fifth favorite. So, AJ, have you seen the pictures of Luka, the ones that are floating around right now?
Yeah, I've seen them.
So, do you think those are just angles, or do you think he has dropped weight? Because he's going to play for Slovenia, so we'll get a real look and see. He's going to play for Slovenia this summer. What do you think? And probably more importantly, do you think it lasts to the season? Because there's always pictures of Luka looking slim in the offseason, and then when we show up in the regular season, it's okay, that's the guy we've seen for the last 4 years. So first of all, do you think the angles are just angles, or is it real that he's dropped the weight? And do you think by the time he suits up for the Lakers, that weight will still be off?
I mean, to me, as a Luka fan, because I am a Luka fan, I hope so. I hope it's real. I mean, I think so too. I think he's going to play more motivated too, because really, ever since the finals happened last year, and everybody's talking about his defense, a lot of people have been talking like Luka didn't help carry the Mavericks to the finals and stuff like that. Like now, since the playoffs this year, and what happened then last year, like people are making it seem like he's just total garbage and stuff like that too. Like I know he's not a great defender and all that, and I mean, sometimes he'll show effort, but I mean, you know how that conversation is, but I think he's going to be more motivated just overall. So I think he has probably put more work in, and we're going to see with Slovenia. So I think he has. Hopefully, we'll see when he does play. We watch him.
So now I have questions about you, because you said you're a Luka fan.
I've been a Luka fan before he was in the league, though.
Okay, this is what I'm trying to figure out, because I know the Slovenians understood they're going to be fans. Maverick fans are going to be fans.
Right.
I don't know that I've met anyone who is a pure Luka fan without one of those affiliations. I'm not saying they don't exist. Everybody has a fan. I'm sure there's a Tim Hardaway Jr. fan who isn't named Tim Hardaway. I'm sure it's out there. But I don't think I've ever talked to a Luka fan separate from them. But you like the one who's at Real Madrid.
Right. Yeah. So like I'm a fan of obviously the Rockets. That's my team, but I like players too. Like when I was younger, my favorite player was Derrick Rose. I mean, still love him. Of course, he's retired, stuff like that. But like since like late junior high, early high school, my favorite players have been Devin Booker and Luka Doncic. So those two really.
So you would have traded a Jalen Green and almost anything if that Devin Booker stuff was real.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
most definitely.
Yeah. Turns out the Rockets allegedly weren't that impressed with him.
Right.
Well, okay. Well, I guess when you might have to give him $70-something million over annually for 2 seasons and an extension, maybe that would keep you from being impressed with them too, because that's the deal. That's what it can be. That's if he's making first team All NBA and stuff. But I think I went through the numbers last week. Like Devin Booker's extension, base salary is like 61 for the first year of that extension, which is a couple years away. So a Luka fan, huh? All right. I actually kind of agree. While the Nico Harrison thing has been beat to death as far as how could you do it? Why would you do it? I don't think Luka being in shape for the Lakers means he would have been in shape for the Mavericks. So while if Luka comes back in shape, and he is rookie year Luka when he was dunking on people and stuff like that, whatever he looks like in his mid-20s, I'm not going to use that to crush Nico Harrison, because I don't think that version of Luka would have existed for the Mavericks. He's probably very comfortable, and I'm sure they implored him. They needed him to be a little bit more fit, not just for his long-term viability, but for what the team could be and what he could be during the upcoming regular seasons that they're looking at. Because I'm sure they thought after that finals appearance that they had something, and I'm sure they talked to him after. Hey, man, the blow-bys are tough. That's a tough look We're going to need you to put in effort in multiple ways to be better. And like the Mavericks, I think got off to a good start, and then he got hurt, and then of course things fell apart for them, and then the trade was made. So while Luka being in shape is going to look really bad for the Mavericks, unless we just forget because Cooper Flag's great early, you weren't getting that guy in Dallas. That place was a pathway to never-ending questions about what would Luka be like if he actually cared about his fitness. And look, he's an NBA player. There's a care factor there, but as far as maniacal about it, I don't think we're going to get that there. We'll see if the Lakers, who we know need to benefit from a star being at his best. They've never experienced that before. We'll see if the Lakers benefit from a motivated Luka. There's a lot of slander thrown his way. Then you get knocked out in the first round by Anthony Edwards, a team who you beat when you're a Maverick. It does not surprise me that the pictures we see are one of a guy who looks very serious. And the country, playing for his country means a lot to him. So that probably plays a part as well. The question will be, I don't even know what he eats. Like, have there been like reporting on if he's a giant fast food guy? I know beer is the joke because of what Michael Finley took out of his hand. I'm sure Luka likes a beer, but do we know? It was a hookah guy. That's what we know about him. Hookah Doncic is what we know. But do we know if he's like a big fast food guy and that's the problem?
I haven't seen anything about
I don't
that
know
specifically.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what his favorite is. I don't know if In-N-Out was a thing. Was he the most excited person in Dallas when that restaurant opened up years ago now, and now in LA he's got access to as many as he wants? Who knows? I don't know. But right now it doesn't look like he's doing animal style anything. It looks like he's ready to go for Slovenia in the European Championships coming up here soon. All right, we'll go to break with that. A couple more segments to go here. Me and AJ till noon. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Michael Carroll, who will join us tomorrow. I'll be at East River 9. He'll be back here. He'll join us at 11:30 tomorrow to talk about what you should or shouldn't watch. He gave me some information. I gotta read a couple spots. He's walking around in a hoodie. Yeah, cold. It's that cold in here. Our intern said it's cold. I'm out here rubbing my hands to stay warm. That's how cold it is in here. Look, I saw like a couple graphics where Texas is the only state not dealing with record highs, or at least they're below their norms, I think is what it was. The building didn't get the memo as far as temperatures are concerned. We're either frozen out, or it's the weekend where nothing is working, and the weekend producer has to grab a fan to not pass out in that producer room. So that's where we are. Just walk around and stay warm. That's where we are. But we'll make it through. And luckily for the guys coming up from 12 to 6, they won't have to deal with it. AJ will for another show, but the guys on hosting shows will be out at McCormick and Schmick, the town and country location. You can go out there and join them. So Mr. Irrigation, who is a big fan of East River 9, where we'll be on Friday, I was talking about the Clippers and the acquisition of Bradley Beal, and he mentioned they have Harden that was in the playoffs. Yes, they do. It is his calling card. It is what we will all remember him for, unless you are Harden Muse. If you have one of those accounts, then you will ignore that and talk about all the things he did, like dropping Wesley Johnson or dunking on Draymond, stuff like that. But for the rest of us who don't make money on Twitter from putting up James Harden clips, we're going to remember what he was and what he wasn't. So it's just part of his story. That's all. He's joining an organization that actually he's at a perfect spot. The Clippers are an organization. A lot of their history is about what ifs. What could have happened here? What if we made a different choice with the draft pick? What if CP3 doesn't get hurt against the Spurs? What if we don't trade Blake Griffin to Detroit after convincing him to stay by saying he was going to be the franchise leader, and then just dropping him in the middle, like didn't even make it to the All-Star break and traded him to Detroit. And not this version of Detroit where they've got Cade Cunningham and people are excited about him. The version of Detroit where, they must really hate Blake Griffin. They just traded him to Detroit. That type of Detroit. That's how they treated someone at one point many people considered was going to be a franchise legend. So yeah, James is in the right place. The Clippers will be a factor, but they'll never be taken seriously. I don't know if that'll just be a Clipper thing or how the composition of that roster right now. It could be both. So Bradley Beal, a Clipper. Rockets shouldn't be too worried, but just another talented team in the NBA. Excuse me. All right. Thanks for that, Mr. Irrigation. Yeah, it's James. There's not a lot else to say beyond that. All right. So Rashee Rice, they've finally have found him. They actually have a ruling now. So as a tweet by Adam Schefter suggests, now the NFL can rule, because the NFL is a league that generally just waits for the legal proceedings to take place, and then they go jump in with their punishment. So Rashee Rice, his legal proceedings are over. A judge sentenced him to 5 years probation and 30 days of jail time that can be served during his 5 years probation for his role in a crash during the 2024 offseason. So if you're Rashee Rice and you've got 30 days of jail time over the course of 5 years, how do you spend them, AJ? Are you going like, you're not doing like a week at a time, right? Are we doing like a week, couple weekends a year to get that off?
Probably so. It had to be during the off season, though.
Yeah, of course. We're not doing it during the season. 30 days of jail time. I wonder, I wouldn't want to do it all in a row. I don't want to do a week in a row either. Nah, I think I'm doing, hey, can I get this Monday?
Yeah.
Like, none of it's fun. Like, it's not like I'm gonna pretend like it's easy no matter what. No one wants to spend time in jail. But if I gotta disperse my time, And you can't like pick it at a whim either. Like, oh, I mean, look, my girl's giving me some problem. Let me spend a couple days away. You can't do that either. So it's got to be set in stone. So I think I'm going no more than 2 days at a time.
Yeah,
no more. And I'm no more. That's it. I don't think I can handle more. Particularly when I know I have 5 years to burn them over. That's a I don't know if that's normal, but that's a weird way to
ratio.
Yeah, 30 days over 5 years of probation. You can figure it out, Rasheed. However you want to spend those days, you can. Now, you're giving me too many decisions. I almost would ask you to just tell me as opposed to making me figure it out. But there it is. So after that car crash, he is now free to be disciplined by the NFL. And I wonder what they do because it's enough. It's now one off season since and one full season since. Did they hit him with a 4-gamer? Does he miss just only 2? And of course, we know what will happen depending on how many he gets. The inevitable comps to what other guys get when they're involved in domestic violence issues. So the NFL always, in fact, I would say they generally don't allow that to dictate how they give guys suspensions. But you'll know that those tweets and those think pieces will happen when they go, well, this guy only got this, and Rashee Rice is getting this. So we'll see. Rashee Rice, a guy that the Chiefs sorely miss, and whenever he's healthy again and back from suspension, will change how that offense operates because that's a team who has Xavier Worthy, they have Rashee Rice, and they have whatever's left of Travis Kelce, and then I guess Pacheco and others to kind of round it out. And the Texans brought in Justin Watson, one of those guys who helped round out their offense, the Chiefs' offense last year. Look, there's no pretending and saying, the Chiefs are falling off. We got those conversations are ridiculous, right? We didn't do that to the Patriots when they had Brady. We could suggest that they weren't going to be as dominant, and certainly there were years when they weren't. But I remember the conversations last year. They happened on this air. They happened in other spots. Where this is the year the Chiefs are going to take a step back. We're going to play this game again. Can we not play this game this year? Look, if you want to get your take off, that's fine. But this conversation about the Chiefs aren't going to be as good, just let it happen. Maybe don't talk about it. Because if we do the young GOAT stuff with Patrick Mahomes, well, if he's the young GOAT, the current GOAT in some of your eyes was one who never had a fall off season to the point where we were really discussing a Chiefs team not making the playoffs. Give it up. The combo of Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, excluding serious injury to Patrick Mahomes, is making the playoffs. Do we really trust the Chargers? We talk about teams who may take a step back. I'm pointing at the Broncos. I didn't buy any of the stuff that happened last year with them, particularly the way they babied Bo Nix in that offense. If he's not a more productive guy down the field, if we're still throwing so many passes between 0 and 5 yards of the line of scrimmage, I got to believe defenses will adjust and force him to be a guy who has to push the ball downfield. That's a team I don't buy. The Chargers, that's all about if you have faith in Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert. Faith can be waning, particularly with the quarterback, but there are no challengers in that division. I'll give the Chargers credit. They at least play the Chiefs close. I think that the Broncos are one short block field goal away from winning last year, which leads to the narrative about how the Chiefs are going to fall off. Make me see it. I welcome it, but until it happens, I think I'm not entertaining anyone having that conversation. You're wasting everyone's time, really. If you want to do that on July 28th because you got a segment to kill, I understand it. Trust me. Dark times, July 28th in sports. There's not a lot to talk about. But I know what you're doing, and you shouldn't believe what you're doing. It's not happening. I'm trying to think of great quarterbacks whose teams fall off for a season. Like the greats, the top tier. We don't think the Ravens are going to have it happen to them. We don't think the Bills are going to have it happen to them. The Chiefs are generally always everyone's choice because of how they win games and the referees and all those conversations. Oh yeah, that's what I'm not looking forward to. The referee conversation. I forgot about that. That's going to be back too because the Chiefs are going to be good again, and the refs will allegedly have a bias. So we'll hear that one more time throughout the year. But you got a great quarterback. Don't expect to fall off unless he gets hurt. So you think the Chiefs are going to be bad or maybe not as good as they were? Look to Patrick Mahomes' ankle or something and see how many games he plays before you actually try to get a serious version of a take about how the Chiefs are not going to be as good as they were. I ask everyone to cut it out or keep it to yourself. That's all. All right, we got one more segment here before we're done for the day. At least I am. If you want to join us, that number is always the 713-780-3776. We got the guys out at McCormick and Schmick in about 15 minutes. But we'll take you to them till noon. We'll be back.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
After the Nasdaq notched yet another record and the Dow and S&P rallied yesterday with a mixed market this morning, the Dow pulling back just a little bit while the S&P and Nasdaq are moving forward. European markets up across the board while Asia was mixed in overnight trade. 10-year note yields holding at 4.46% amid some concerns still that the president may try to fire Jay Powell, the chair of the Federal Reserve, although he denied that yesterday. There's a lot of smoke around that particular story. No fire yet. Dollar slightly firmer this morning. Oil's up 42 cents to 66.80 a barrel. Gold down nearly $26 to 33.33 the ounce. This morning we get retail sales, jobless claims, and that may or not move the markets. We'll have to wait and see when the numbers come out. But for now, a quiet start to the day after yesterday's record for the NASDAQ. Markets are meandering, waiting to get more details on tariffs, which look like they're going to go up on 150 countries to somewhere between 10 and 15%. We'll see how that affects inflation and growth over time.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So I mentioned Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast. I mentioned him earlier today as he was walking by in a hoodie because of how cold it is. We'll talk to him about these things that I'm going to ask AJ about tomorrow. AJ, several trailers have come across my timeline over the last 24 hours. I mentioned the Stranger Things trailer. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. We got Alien Earth I've seen. And then the one I'm sneakily a lot excited for, Mortal Kombat 2. how would you rank them? Or maybe you have one that I didn't put in the top three that you're looking at. So we got the end of Stranger Things. You've got Alien Earth, which is what it says. Aliens coming to Earth, a futuristic Earth, but still Earth. And then you've got Mortal Kombat 2. Where are you at? Or throw in a wild card.
I think for me, it's for sure Stranger Things. I mean, I've loved that series since I started watching it. And those kids, well, are around my age too as well. So it's kind of like, yeah, but that's first for me. Mortal Kombat probably second, and then I haven't watched the Alien Earth trailer yet, so I have to check that out.
Got it. Yeah. The Stranger Things trailer hits me in the entire series. I'm a synth guy. Like, I'm not gonna listen to synth music, but if you just throw synth on something, I'm gonna like it. It's just part of what works in my brain. So that always hooked me. The 80s part of it, and then you throw in like the lore that's come from it beyond the Hawkins lab and all that stuff, and then you get into some of the things that you get into in the later seasons. I'm like, okay, you got me. It's some highly stylized version of the Goonies in some ways, and then you throw in
I love the Goonies too.
You throw in the sci-fi part of it. I'm down with that. And as I said yesterday, now Elle's like I don't know, she's either she's flying or she's taking giant leaps like she's the Hulk. I'm not sure what's going on there. We only got a bit of the trailer. Tron, do you know anything about the Tron series?
Oh, nah.
Like, Tron is another 80s thing. Tron Ares, I think, is the new movie coming out. They had Jeff Bridges was a star, the first one long ago, and then they had a second one that was fine. And then it feels like, we're going to try this one again, because they were supposed to be a sequel to, or at least a third movie, but a sequel to the one that came out a couple years ago now, and it didn't work. The movie didn't work, so they didn't make a third one, but now it's back, so that one's out there. So it's the summer, so we're starting to see more and more trailers. Some of the stuff is not for months now, like Stranger Things. So we'll talk a lot about that stuff with Michael. He is our guy for that stuff, and we'll see what he likes. I think I'm with you. I think while I like Mortal Kombat, if you're telling me we're finally going to end the saga of Stranger Things, let's go. Let's show me the conclusion. Now I'll ask you, with these type of shows, like last year, a major character felt like she was going to die, and then she didn't die. Do you want everyone to survive, or would you want at least a couple people to get packed up?
I mean, it always shows stakes when someone dies, but I don't know if you remember when Guardians of the Galaxy 3 came out, everyone thought that Drax was gonna die. A lot of people were gonna die, Rocket and them died, and then none of them died. So it's like, I mean, there's ways to have a cohesive ending to a story without having character deaths, but it has to be purposeful if you're gonna make it happen.
Yeah. Do you think, since I don't know who's watched it, who hasn't, do you think it's better that the person who looked like they're gonna die survived for whatever storyline is going to take place, or do you think that storyline should have ended in season 4? And then we'll move on, because we're doing some narrow talk right now, because how many people have watched it, I don't know. But do you think that person should have died?
To me, it just depends on how creative it is, though. But I mean, if you tease it, especially if you tease like in a trailer or something like that, or like, I mean,
well,
I don't know.
There was no tease of any deaths, just people in danger. I will say this: when you have a thing where you say, I'm giving you everyone a letter because I think I'm going to die, and we don't see the letters, or we don't have anyone read them.
Right.
It makes me feel like those letters are going to come back and that person's going to die.
Yeah.
Those letters will be read at some point because, well, the person's passed away. So we'll see. That's one of the major plot points for that show. And yeah, as you said, those kids were like 11 through like 14, and now, well, you were at that age when the show came out almost, and now
you're 23 next
year.
week.
You're in your 20s, which is about the age of everyone on that cast, at least for the kids. So yeah, it's been a long time. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. 9 years is too long. But the fact that they could, on Netflix, a show could still be alive after 9 years speaks to the impact of that show, because Netflix is just getting rid of everything after 2 years. Like, it costs too much. We're not getting enough viewership or accolades. It's got to go. So the fact that thing has lasted as long as it's had, while people who were in their early 20s are now 30 years old, speaks to what they have. And I do think, because of how old everyone is, we're not going to get any spinoffs, because that always felt like a possibility. Now everyone's too old for spinoffs. So
yeah, that'd be overkill too.
Yeah. Let's finish the story, do it right, and then we'll move on. So that's a bit of what we'll discuss with Michael tomorrow. I'm sure he has his thoughts, and I'll find out when I go record some spots whether he's even seen any of these trailers, and if he hasn't, I'm going to tell him, hey, watch the trailers. AJ and I have already set a standard of what the discussion should be about. You got to pick it up. You got to live up to what we're talking about, and so we'll do that with Michael, host of Comic Cast, and he's done that for a while now. He does that show with Jong Lee. Jong used to be a producer at ESPN 975. So they do that. It airs on our air on ESPN 975 from like 8 to 9 on Wednesdays. That's generally where it airs, and then of course you can hear it in podcast form as well. So we've talked quite a bit of NFL stuff today. Reports are coming out about someone who could affect the Texans this year. I don't know if he's going to start, but it looks like Anthony Richardson his shoulder is fine. He's been a guy who's been injured throughout his first couple years. He didn't play a lot of ball in college either. He's one of those guys who certainly the Colts took on potential more than production, and it's kind of played out that way. His first start was all of the potential, where he was running all over the Texans, and then it ended because Anthony Richardson's years or games in this way, he was hurt. He got hurt in that game, and that's kind of been a predictor of what his career has been. Stops and starts. You see the potential. Hell, even last year, that flat-footed bomb he threw against the Texans was like, oh, this is why you draft Anthony Richardson. And then you don't win that game, and then you watch the rest of the year when he was actually available. The inaccuracies, his inability to throw on time, and then you throw in tapping out of a game against the Texans at home. At least the Texans were home, and he tapped out of a game. All that led to him getting benched, and now he's in a competition with Daniel Jones for the starting role. I'm not sure which is better for the Texans, honestly, because Daniel Jones isn't good, but neither is Anthony Richardson. They're different. They're different in how not good they are, but either way, I think it'll work out well. I think the boomer bust potential maybe makes Anthony Richardson a stronger opponent, because if you get after Daniel Jones, he can move a little bit, but he's not the athlete that Anthony Richardson is. And I'm not sure how many design runs they're going to give either one of them, considering Richardson's injury past. But I think I'd rather see Daniel Jones back there. But Anthony Richardson could go like 11 for 26. That's the type of level of bad he can be, which might work out better for the Texans. But he looks like he's going to be ready to go for training camp. So that competition will be one of the bigger ones in the league. A lot of the quarterback battles are not battles; they're kind of just set in stone. Even with rookie quarterbacks, we expect to see Cam Ward. There's no challenger to Cam Ward in Tennessee. While McCarthy's not a rookie in Minnesota, it'll be his first year playing. No challenger there. So as far as really battles, I mean, the Colts one is the one where if Daniel Jones wins that job, you might as well just fire all the decision makers. Not because they signed Daniel Jones, it's just because the guy you drafted can't beat out Daniel Jones, which is good news here. Daniel Jones being a starting quarterback for a division rival is perfect. I mean, outside of 1 year in New York, how did all the the NFC East teams deal with the Giants during his time there? They did just fine. So now that I've talked it out, give me Daniel Jones as a starting quarterback for the Colts. I think the Texans will look at that and go, cool, appreciate it, thank you for that, and we'll see how that plays out. Okay, we're done. Will Kunkel and B Mac are next. They're out at McCormick and Schmick, the Town Country location. I did want to let you know, once again, if you want to go to Texas Card House, go to the one in Spring today. Of course, the Westheimer one is great too, but Texas Card House in Spring this afternoon, they're going to have a hijack poker event from 2 to 8, and they're also going to have some in-person promotions you can take advantage of. They're going to have a great game at 6 p.m. as well. They got a $40 buy-in with a $4,000 guaranteed payout. So you get to Texas Card House in Spring today off of I-45 North and Spring Cypress, or just go to texascardhouse.com to find out more. So we're done for the day, AJ. So what does that mean?
That peanut butter scam.
She's looking for a job, by the way. That news broke this week. Thank you, AJ. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
SGA is here. Give it up for SGA. Hell yeah, bro. And now everybody sitting around him is in foul trouble.
Man, America is back. Comedy is back. Welcome inside McCormick and Schmicks, everybody. Paul Gallant Show. No Paul Gallant today, so bless up, Paul. Get well, get healthy. He is out. I am Will Kunkel filling in. You can find me on all the social media handles at Will Kunkel on either X, Instagram, YouTube, my brand new show. That's actually my same old show from Fox, now on YouTube, Kicking It with Kunkel, or TikTok. I have a TikTok now.
Look at you.
I did the Bugatti deal, that thing that's going around the TikTok with like, I woke up in a Bugatti, and then you get like pulled off screen or not pulled off screen. I did that at the gym with some people. So that was some fun. My wife has an awesome idea we got to execute. We just got to find someone that can pull me off screen. She can't.
Yeah, well, especially, current situation,
I'm too fat. That's the problem. Exactly.
That's exactly your problem.
She's pregnant, so she's got a great rendition of it. All right, Hannah. Let's get into last night because the ESPYs, I don't think the ratings have been tremendously good over the last couple of years. I think they've become dry and stale and not so much fun. And, man, last night Shane Gillis brought comedy back. Like, it was a different aura. And you and I were just talking about it, Brian here sitting with me at McCormick and Schmitz, that we were shocked that some of the jokes got past the Disney, ABC, ESPN people because in years past, like nothing like that would have gotten past. I don't think anything was really off color, but it was true comedy. I think some of the athletes really loved it. The comedians in the stands, some of the people I knew that were there I talked to said it was hilarious. And the people you want in your corner loved it.
Yeah.
Like, what'd you think about it?
No, I loved it. Like, I'm not typically an award show person. Like, for the most part, I'll just kind of look up who won the next day. I don't really care to watch the whole show. But with Shane Gillis hosting, I didn't watch it live, but I made sure to go on X afterwards. And, everyone had all the clips. And some of them, like you said, like I was surprised they got past because there had to be someone approving his script, putting it in a teleprompter or something. And, we all know the joke. Like, I don't even know if we can hear it. Not because it's, foul or anything, but just the topic is controversial. So, let's just avoid that one. But I was surprised. Yeah. Well, there you go. Will Kunkel said it. That was Will Kunkel, not Brian McDonald. But yeah, I was a little surprised by what he was able to get off. But I thought he was hilarious. And no one, to me, writes a better sketch right now than Shane Gillis. Like, we're going to talk about his stand-up portion. We'll play those clips throughout today. Thanks to AJ for pulling those. But like his tush push sketch, I don't remember where they put it in the show because, again, I saw it online afterwards. But that sketch was unbelievable about the fake origins of the tush push. Him playing a janitor coming into the locker room was like, all right, guys, here's what you got to do. And I don't know if we can fully explain it like he does, but he was
he made it sexual because of course he did. And of course it was a little bit immature. But the best part about Shane Gillis hosting the ESPYs last night was the fact that he's just a normal dude.
Oh, yeah.
He's a guy. It's not as scripted as it is from a standpoint that you have jokes to tell. He reacts live to the crowd. And that was some of the funniest parts was when the crowd being so stuck up and terrified to laugh. Like they were so stale and boring. Like they were the losers in that battle last night between Shane telling actual funny jokes. Like these are jokes, dude. It's okay. You can laugh. And him acknowledging, like, all right, you guys don't like me.
Yeah.
You hate me. I get that. We're going to move on. Wait till you hear this joke.
Yeah.
That's some of the funniest parts because of the self-awareness and just reading, reacting to that room, I thought was probably the best part.
Oh, yeah, he kills it. And I think he's hosted SNL twice now. Like, he was a former writer who got fired
for like an hour.
Yeah, exactly. But he's come back and hosted twice, and his monologues to open the show the same way. Like, he knows, I think, going in, like, some of my stuff people aren't going to be ready for. But he's not scared to go ahead and tell it anyway. And his reaction to them not buying into it, I think, is a big part of the comedy. Just like the way he rolls with it, turns their reaction on them instead of making it about him not landing the jokes. Like, why aren't you willing to laugh
This
at
is normal.
Yeah,
There's nothing out of pocket here.
Right.
It's a joke. It's either not real, it's not reality, or there's a little bit of too much reality into it. And that's why exactly. And comedy isn't for everybody. And what makes him so good, in my opinion, is that he doesn't go for the approval. He goes for what's funny. And funny is sometimes edgy, and you're not going for what comedians call the applause. Like just getting that applause. You're not going for everybody's approval. You're going for the joke. And the joke was awesome last night. I thought he was fantastic. No sports again tonight, though. I don't know what people have been doing the last couple nights.
Netflix, I guess.
Netflix chill. I mean, last night was appointment television for me. I had a hot date last night with the wife. Before we went, she got home. I was watching the Shane Gillis stand-up. Like, I was locked in. And I can't remember the last time, like you mentioned, that I've really watched an award show ever. I mean, it must be – I don't think I've ever watched an award show the way I did last night. But it was obviously more for Shane. Astros back at it tomorrow against the Seattle.
Mariners,
Yeah, they're out on the West Coast. I think it's a great way to come out of the All-Star break is just get out in the East on the West Coast. Don't like get settled in at home and then have to go back out there. Just start out there. 3 against Seattle and then 3 against Arizona before getting home July 24th against the Athletics. And let's get into some of these injuries because the fact that they are in first place right now in their division, and not because the division is bad, they have a good record. Where they sit right now is 56-40. They're 583, 5 games ahead of the Mariners, and then ahead of the Rangers, Angels, and Athletics accordingly. I'm just baffled that they've done it without. Everyone get ready. We're going to take a deep breath.
Do we have enough left in this
I was
segment?
going to say, how much time is in this segment?
I don't know. AJ might have to add to this break. I don't know what. Go ahead, though.
Christian Walker, Yordan Alvarez, Jake Myers, Chas McCormick, Spencer Arrighetti, Luis Garcia, and Christian Javier obviously hurt last year, but hopefully coming back. Jeremy Pena, Brendan Rodgers, Zach DeCendo, Sean Dubin, JP France. That is an entire roster. The Astros are missing
a damn good rotation, too.
A legitimate rotation, and starting lineup is out for the Astros right now. There are teams in their division like the Athletics and Angels that look at that injury list and are like, damn, if we could just poach some of those players, we could be a pretty damn good baseball team, let alone the best team without those players in the AL West. So when I name those players outside of Yordan, I think that's the only one. And by the way, I mentioned Christian Walker. I know he's not hurt, but he hasn't contributed worth a damn.
I kind of hope he's hurt.
Yeah, that's right. Wouldn't that be the better situation?
Yeah. We're getting close to the time from a couple years ago when Jose Abreu got his 10 days off, and he came back and actually hit well.
For like an hour?
It was. I mean,
I felt so bad for
people
him.
don't want to remember it, but like when he came back, the latter part of August, September, into the playoffs, he hit well.
Oh, you're talking about 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Yeah, 100. He was phenomenal. They don't beat the Twins without him.
Exactly. Yeah, he
100%.
was an unbelievable hitter in the postseason, and then August and September before that, and then we all know what happened. The next year, he completely fell apart, and he was off the team by like late May. But
that's what's so scary about Christian. It's like, is that where we are going into this 3-year, $60 million deal?
I think we are, Will. I think we are
off the cliff.
I think we are because I look because you never know. Like not everyone ages the same, right? I mean, Jose Altuve is older than Christian Walker, and he's still playing pretty well. But not everyone ages the same. Some guys, the Reaper comes and gets them at 31. Some guys make it into their 40s, like Bartolo Colon or somebody like that. Or who was that? Was it Juan Franco that played? So like he was age 45.
Yeah, he was about 84.
Julio
Franco. Great batting stance.
Yes, but I was curious because I looked this up for Christian Walker, and I still kind of hope that this is maybe some sort of after effects of that oblique injury, that maybe he rushed to try to get back for the regular season. Maybe a 10-day IL stint will fix it. I don't know. But I was looking into some of his numbers, and it's just a steady decline almost no matter where you look, especially on fastballs, which to me is the more troubling sign. Like when guys age, and you saw this with Jose Abreu, like for hitters, one of the first places he's like, well, they can't catch up with the fastball anymore. And whether it's his batting average, his slugging percentage, his chase percentage, whip percentage, the amount of times he struck out on that pitch, all those numbers have gone up over the last 3 years, which kind of shows the normal regression when a player starts to get near the end. So I'm a little worried about Christian Walker.
Yeah, his stats and all of that are bad. The one thing I take encouragement is that he's in the 81st percentile when it comes to bat speed.
Yes, that's
so his
still there.
Bat speed is there, but what you do with the bat when you give it speed is not happening.
No.
Like nothing. It's all career worsts. If you look at his Baseball Savant page, everything is a career worst for him right now. Jose Abreu lost the bat speed, and then he wasn't able to do anything with it. So I'm curious. I had actually, so on my show, Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube, go subscribe. I appreciate all of y'all. I had Jabba Chamberlain. I know that's a hot topic in Houston. Former Yankee great, but he actually gave a lot of props to the Astros. And he threw a different thought in there, is that when you do sign that big-time deal, a 3-year, $60 million deal, $20 million a year, you start putting pressure on yourself. And the Yankees needed a first baseman. He was saying, he liked the idea of Christian Walker going to the Yanks, but was nervous about a player like that hadn't been in the spotlight, getting the type of contract. And then if it doesn't work out, the boos rain down, and you don't have that in Houston, and how problematic that is just mentally trying to produce on a new deal and trying to live up to that deal. And I wonder how much that's playing a role for Christian as well.
It certainly could. I mean, I think there's obviously a number of things. It's never just one thing, but like if it was just pressing or if it was just the oblique, then I would feel better about him being able to come back from it, because eventually the oblique would heal. Eventually, maybe he gets comfortable. But if you believe, you were talking about the Baseball Savant page, I mean, go down to the section where it shows his stats against certain pitches. I mean, last 3 years against fastballs, it's a steady decline no matter where you look. So, I mean, batting average, slugging, whiff percentage, put out percentage, it's all a steady decline. So, I don't know. I hope to be wrong on that, but that's kind of, to me, one of the telltale signs of player regressing due to age is that their productivity against fastballs has been in decline. And for Christian Walker, it's been in decline for 3 straight years.
Here's the craziest part, and I can't make any sense of this. I don't know what it means, so maybe somebody out there knows the answer. Call or text in 713-780-3776, the HR&P listener line. I can't make any sense of his lack of fielding range. So last year, he was the 97th percentile. This year, 57. I mean, that drop-off, he's either severely injured and we don't know it and he can't move side to side, or, again, it's the mental thing that has gotten in his way. But I'm also curious, what do you guys think? Who do you think is going to be the biggest contributor in the second half? Obviously, Jordan's the best player on that injured list. Do you expect him back? I don't know that I fully expect him back. Maybe he does, and if he does, I think that's your obvious answer. Other than that, Jeremy Pena. You got to get Jeremy Pena back and healthy, and you can't rush him back. You cannot have a setback with Jeremy Pena.
Let's not do it again.
Because he's too valuable.
Yeah.
He does everything, and he uses his legs. And the Astros don't have a great offense. They have an average offense. I did the grades on my show as well. The offense is average. The pitching is elite. The defense was elite. It dropped off a little bit in the second half of the first half. That's got to get better down the stretch here in the second half of the season. But Jeremy Pena does it all for this team. He is their best player, and that's why you can't have setbacks. And it's the same thing with Jake Myers. That setback with him is horrible because he was having a career season, and the way he uses his legs, not only in the outfield to save runs, but the way he runs the bases with a team that has an anemic offense is critical to this team. So who on that list are you most curious about, most interested in? Obviously, those three are the best players on the team.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, it's Pena, because not only do you have the concerns about him getting back and healthy, but he's also doing something beyond what he's ever done in his career. So I think there's at least, some fans. I think I'm far enough into the season where I that doubt is decreased dramatically for me. But there's also a part of it, like, let's relate it to Christian Walker. Remember what he did in the Dodgers series right before he got hurt? Like, he was heating up. He was even good in the Rockies series before that. And then he takes the time off for his child and, has to come back and hit after that. So you worry about a little bit with Pena with getting that much time off, especially whenever a guy's hot. Like, the worst thing you can have is time off,
especially from a guy struggling.
Yeah. But so what Pena was going well. I hate to see him have to take the time off because of the rib injury, but that's kind of my biggest thing that I'm looking out for, because not only because I'm the injury, the concern of can he keep it going, but what it also means for the lineup when he's going well, because he's hitting right at the top of the lineup. He's setting up, Altuve. Hopefully down the line, Jordan when he comes back, Paredes right behind him. So I think Pena's the one to watch for me.
I think you have to get at least two of those three guys back, whether it's Jake Myers, Jeremy Pena, or Jordan. Two of those three guys have to come back if you want to compete when you get to the playoffs. But to get to the playoffs and then take it to that next level, Spencer Arrighetti is the guy for me. That's the guy you have to have, because you are so damn dominant at the top of your rotation with Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. Those are two legitimate Cy Young candidates heading your rotation. However, if one of those guys has a bad start in the playoffs, and it's possible, then what? Where do you turn? If you have to rely on Lance McCullers Jr., or someone else filling in, Colton Gordon, or Dubin if he comes back, like Gusto, where do you turn? You have a whole bunch of massive question marks, and that's why if you can get Spencer back and he's normal, that's the dude that puts you at the next level.
Yeah, like of all the guys after Fromber and Hunter, I mean, maybe Javier would be this answer, but who knows where he's at?
That's such a big question mark
we
that I
know
don't
where he's
even
at.
put it in there.
Yeah, like I think I'm kind of trying to think of who has the biggest upside, because assuming they get to the postseason, and I am assuming they get to the postseason, I mean, you're probably rolling with, especially once you get into the later rounds of the playoffs, most of the time you're going to be rolling with 3 starting pitchers. I mean, you hope not to have to use a 4th. So I'm kind of just looking for who has the biggest upside that can follow up Hunter and Frommer. And to me, that is Arrighetti. Like Arrighetti, second half of last year, I don't have these stats in front of me, but go to his baseball reference page, look up his second half stats. His second half stats were amazing last year. Like to me, he has, with his strikeout potential, he's a big guy who doesn't tire out. He's not a guy that you're afraid is only going to give you 4 innings when he goes out like Lance. I think Arrighetti has the biggest potential to be a stud behind the first 2 in the playoffs.
And we can get into this a little bit later on the show as we're here from noon to 3 at McCormick's and Schmick's off of I-10. Chime in 713-780-3776 on the HR&P listener hotline. But what are your thoughts on what they're going to do in the second season? What's realistic? What are your predictions going into the playoffs if they get there? How good can they possibly be? Because, again, I'm curious what they think they can do or need to do at the deadline as well, because on July 31st, that's the last day you can make a trade. But at the same time, they have the ability to add to this roster with just basically free agent signings with all the injuries that they have. Do they need to make a trade? Do they need to give anybody up? And do they even have the capital in the minors to make a trade?
I think they've got enough to get one major guy. I think it was Passan that brought up the idea of trading for Seth Lugo, the Royals starting pitcher. Like, I'd be in favor of that, because to me, we've seen what the Astros have had to turn to with all these injuries. They're kind of running out half of Sugarland Space Cowboy roster, right? Both
AJ Blue Ball is next.
Don't say that. I don't want to see that. No. Like it. I mean, Gusto and Colton Gordon and Brandon Walter, they've all had their moments. I think I most like Brandon Walter, but I'm at a point where I'm not counting on Christian Walker figuring it out, right? I'm not counting on Jordan being 100% this year. I can't remember who the report was, but the report was that he's probably going to come back, but he's not going to be 100% this year. I'm not counting on guys coming off of Tommy John like Luis Garcia and Christian Javier to come back and be 100% of their full selves. So, like, while it's tempting to see what is on the horizon as far as guys that could come back, I think I would go into the trade deadline of, let's make those guys gravy if we get them back. Let's not have to get them back to be okay. Let's go out and get pieces to where we can be okay even if they don't come back at 100%.
Well, and that's why you need to find out in the next 15 days, sooner than later, on who you're getting back and what can you expect from them, because you don't want to go out and get a Seth Lugo and have to pay a premium, because you usually have to at the trade deadline, although Dana Brown worked his magic last year to get Yusei Kikuchi and give up nobody that's in the big leagues today.
No. People seem to lose their mind about losing Joey Loperfido. And
why?
I don't know. And Billy Wagner's kid, Will Wagner. I even forget who the last. Oh, it was
it was one of the pitchers,
starting pitcher that Dana Brown had drafted. I forget the name at the top of my head, but yeah, I mean, that pitcher had Tommy John and Loperfido, and Will Wagner aren't doing anything for the Blue Jays at the major league level. So
I wonder if that's why they brought up Bryce Matthews, to put him on display just for a little bit, get up that hype train a little bit, because the hype train, when it comes to prospect, is real. Yeah, a little bit. But they've also displayed so many of these guys that I wonder if any team has seen some of the guys that they've called up and how they've produced in big moments, whether it's Trammell or whoever the hell who it's been so far for this team. But they put a lot of guys on display, and that hype train is serious with prospects, because you don't know what they can do until you see them. And once you see them, if anybody falls in love with them, you can take advantage of that. And if you get Luis Garcia, Christian Javier, or Spencer Arrighetti back, how desperate are you for someone like Seth Lugo? You want to know that sooner than later.
Yeah, obviously. If you get one of those guys back and they're good, then I'm not making the trade for Lugo. I don't know. I'm as with the information we have right now, I'm not operating on the idea that I'm definitely getting them back at 100%. Well, Arrighetti, I think even though
he pitched this year.
His timeline is weird. I mean, I know that's stating the obvious with the Astros and their medical staff, but he broke his thumb on April 7th. I mean, broken bone, usually 6 to 8 weeks. We're over 2 months.
But it's like it's the most minor, easy injury to fix and heal, but it's also the most delicate part of and most essential part of your hand.
If it wasn't the Astros, I probably wouldn't be putting that much thought into it. But because it's the Astros with their track record of just seemingly buffoonery with the medical staff and the return to play, it has me wondering.
Yeah, and I'm so hesitant, and I talked about this on my show on YouTube. I don't know how to criticize the training staff because we are at such a lack of knowledge. We just don't know. Like, there's two things I don't really go after. It's playing time for guys in football and basketball, most importantly, and then training staff. Because when it comes to playing time, it's decided by the coaches that are in practice every single day, and mostly it's determined by what the player knows and doesn't know, whether they know the playbook, they play defense, they know where to be and when to be there, and we don't know that. And then in the training staff, like, obviously not a doctor. I'm sitting here in a restaurant talking about it. If you can't teach, and if you can't teach, talk about it. So that's what I get to do. And I just don't know enough about it. Obviously, we can learn later about what could have been done, what should have been done, maybe one more imaging day for Yordan Alvarez on his hand before he took BP. But even then, did it really set him back? Like, I don't know. I don't know, so I don't go all in on it. My issue is that finger for Arrighetti is the worst thing you could possibly break while trying to throw fastballs at the major league level.
It's certainly not ideal. Like, I agree with you. Like, we don't see the imaging, but
yeah, there's just so much we don't know.
But I think we do know. Let's maybe image him before you put him out there and take batting
practice.
That's
the one thing I thought.
Yeah,
like I broke it. I had a source and I talked to them, and I got like kind of the 10 steps that they went through before they got to the point where he took live BP. And everything was kind of good. And I was like, all right, like, why on step 9 didn't we just do one more day of imaging?
Yeah.
Why not?
Look at the hand right before you put him out there with the bat. Look at the hand. That's all.
Surely he's got pretty good insurance. Doesn't cost a whole lot, right?
I would hope so.
Maybe
I think they have an X-ray there.
Yeah. Just shoot him in there and take a look at it. You want to take a break here?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a break there, and we can get into some more Astros. We got lots of text in on the Astros, and Shane Gillis we can hit as well when we return.
Yeah, I want to get your guys' thoughts. Chime in on the text line, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Couple things. What'd you think of Shane Gillis? What grades do you give the offense, defense, pitching, training staff, whatever, for the Astros in the first half? What are your predictions going into the second half as well? And later on, we're going to get into this. I'm going to tease it, so we have to do it. Did you see the video from the Coldplay concert?
Oh, man.
We are live here on the Paul Gallant Show. Will Kunkel filling in for Paul Gallant, who must be on his deathbed because that man does not miss a show ever. So shout out to Paul. Get healthy, get ready, and thanks for being sick so that I could fill in. We are live here at McCormick and Schmick's. If you want to come in and hang out for a 2-course lunch, it's only $18. That starts this Monday on July 21st, by the way. 3-course dinner, $35. And they also have the best happy hour, according to USA Today, voted number 1 in America, Monday through Friday, 3:30 to 6:30. You can get daily features of tacos for $3 on Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, go figure. Wednesday, $10 chicken sliders. That's 2 sliders plus fries for $10. And then on Friday, $2 oysters. I'm in on all this. Where are the drink specials? That's what I need to find.
I think we got one buried. Yeah, right here.
I'm going to look at some of the drink specials.
Yeah, there you go.
In the break.
We'll figure it out.
Come back. Show might get a little crazy in the second half, I say. We're taking our first break here at 12:25. We'll be right back here on ESPN 97.5.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from McCormick and Schmick's at Town and Country as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On E-Bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
When Caitlin Clark retires from the WNBA, she's going to work at a Waffle House so she can continue doing what she loves most, fist fighting black women.
We are back. We being America,
So
we
good.
being here, the Paul Gallant Show. Paul out sick, Will Kunkel filling in. As you just heard, McCormick and Schmick's today in Town and Country. Come on down, swing by if you want to have a laugh, because damn was Shane Gillis good last night. And this is a conversation you might want to have a cocktail for. They got a special happy hour down here Monday through Friday, 3:30 to 6:30. Got select wines, just $6.50. Premium wines, $8.50. Spend the extra $2. And then for food on Tuesdays, you can get $3 tacos. Wednesdays, $10 chicken sliders, 2 sliders and fries. And then on Friday, $2 oysters. And then on starting July 31st, every Thursday and Friday from 6 to 9, they're going to have live music, Brian, my boy.
Yeah, love that.
How about that?
I mean, good food, good music, good drinks. What's not to like?
All right, so did you get cringeworthy during the Shane Gillis? These
No,
moments, like what?
that was-
Because it's legitimate comedy. He brought it back, and it's hilarious. If you didn't think it was funny, that doesn't mean it wasn't funny. It just means you didn't find it funny.
No, I thought it was hilarious. Like there are some bits that I recognize as someone trying to protect ESPN 97.5 and make sure we don't get in trouble that I probably won't play or ask AJ to play, but I thought it was all hilarious.
It was just so
awesome.
awesome.
The Caitlin Clark thing we just played. I didn't know. I didn't know quite where he was going with it when the joke began, but yeah, that landed. That was pretty funny. I'm sure there could be some people up in arms, but you know,
sure they
whatever.
are. That's what comedy is.
Whatever.
It's going to offend people. That's how it works. Sadly, there is some Caitlin Clark news that just came out. She will not be able to participate in the 3-point contest. She's still
She
hurt.
had a Waffle House and got hurt.
Yeah, she got her tail whipped. She said that she is so excited for Indy to host the WNBA All-Star Game this weekend. She wants to thank everybody that's involved, but she is disappointed to say that she cannot participate in the 3-point contest or the All-Star Game. That sucks for that city to host it.
Yeah.
And then the greatest influential player in the history of the WNBA, the most popular player in the WNBA's history, cannot participate in her hometown where she plays.
This may come off as a hot take, Will. So
let's go.
bear with me. Bear with me. But you could make the argument, in my opinion, that Caitlin Clark last 20 years has meant more to her sport than any other like big name professional athlete. Like I don't think Caitlin Clark took the WNBA from where it was, for the most part, people not caring about, basically only staying alive because the NBA wanted to stay alive, to a point where they're getting new TV deals. Everything's becoming more lucrative. Everyone's getting paid. The TV ratings are through the roof. So to your point, like with her missing the All-Star game, that is a massive blow. Like I don't think anyone, and this is not to say that she's the star that LeBron or anyone else is, but I don't think LeBron like elevated the NBA. Like the NBA was already at a level, right? I don't think anyone's elevated their sport more than Caitlin Clark has done for the WNBA.
And I think the fact that
Like
you can
last
say
20
that
years.
on ESPN 97.5 in Houston, Texas, and it's a conversation talker,
Yeah.
proves the point that it's correct. Because LeBron carried the torch that was lit.
That was passed to him. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he'll pass it on to the next guy. And he created new things. Steph Curry, changed the game, and they did their part. Caitlin Clark because there were women before her that did great things for the league, no doubt. Like the league was established before she got there.
Right.
But what she did, the leaps and bounds, like if you looked at a chart or a graph of some sort, like it going from 0 to wherever to all of a sudden she gets in the league. I mean, the line goes damn near vertical on that y-axis because of what she's done. And she's just so exciting to watch. It's not a race thing. It's because the way she plays the game. Steph Curry.
She plays like Steph.
Exactly.
Yeah, she plays like
he
Steph.
plays the game to where it's almost relatable. Because in basketball, I can't do what LeBron James does. I can't do what Oscar Robertson did. I can't do those, so it's almost not relatable. It's fun as hell to watch, but I can hit a three. I can shoot the ball, not at that rate, but the average human being can go out and shoot hoops.
Sure.
Caitlin Clark goes out and shoots hoops, and Steph Curry, they go out and shoot hoops. The best way you can do it, And so it makes it that much more relatable. It's not relatable to watch Lisa Leslie or Rebecca Lobo or somebody in the post move. It's not exciting to watch. To step back 30 feet from the three-point line and drain a J and then talk about it and get in somebody's face, that changes the game, and she's just doing something that no one else has ever done.
Yeah, like the WNBA's had lots of great players before
For
she got
sure.
there. Cynthia Cooper here in town. Obviously, you mentioned Rebecca Lobo. Diana Taurasi was a great player. Sue Bird was a great player. They've had great players throughout the history of the league, but there was still a large audience of the sports fandom that didn't care until Caitlin Clark.
And to that point,
the reason doesn't matter. She's elevated their sport.
To that point, she made her name in college. It actually had nothing to do with the WNBA.
She was a star. Yeah, you're right. She was a star long before she 2 years before she got to the WNBA?
Mhm.
That title game against Angel Reese and LSU, that was when her stardom really seemed to take off.
And that
was
drama
2
helped
years.
her with Angel Reese.
100%.
And she's at 10 times the player Angel Reese is, but Angel's having a very good stretch, to be fair to Angel, right now. Caitlin Clark is in a stratosphere all by herself, such as Shane Gillis is right now in the comedy game. Chime in 713-780-3776, HR&P listener line. Let's get back into the Astros because some predictions on their second half right now, what they need. Hunter Brown, one of them, he will not start out in Seattle. They're going to put him on the shelf just as it sits
careful,
right now.
careful with the phrasing. You saying on the shelf is going to scare some people.
He's going to be elf on the shelf. You can move him real quick right back into that rotation. He will start.
Just push back a little bit.
Against the Diamondbacks, the second series out of the break. He gave up 10 runs in 11 innings right before the break. And you brought up some interesting points in the break I want you to mention about like some things to kind of keep an eye on.
Yeah, like I think what the Astros clearly saw, because if everything was 100%, no concerns at all, like he pitched on Sunday in the last game before the All-Star break, he would be on regular rest to go pitch Friday in Seattle, or at the very least Saturday in Seattle if you want to put Fromber first. So I think this move to have him delayed and not start in Seattle, especially since it's such an important series with the Mariners 5 games behind you in the AL West, is a clear sign that the Astros saw what we saw, that, hey, like Hunter Brown's velocity was a little bit down in that last start before the All-Star break. You know, he was like the fastball was sitting 96, now it's sitting 93. Like he did hump it back up before he left the game, but there was a stretch in that game in the middle innings where his velocity was down, and you got to worry a little bit, you know, sometimes, especially with pitchers, because we know how injury-prone pitchers are, that maybe there's a little overuse. Maybe he's a little fatigued. So I think it was a smart move by the Astros to – I would even been fine if they just completely skipped the start and just went a second time through the rotation before they added him back in, because he's that important. Like, the goal is not to have him great in July. The goal is to have him great in October. So do whatever you have to do to get him there. But I think the Astros made the smart move to – all right, let's go ahead and turn his 4-day rest into like an 8-day rest. Give him a little extra time, because clearly with the velocity being down on Sunday, he's a little tired at least.
He's thrown 115 innings so far this season. Last year was a career high. He's obviously only been in the league for 4 years, 3 of those years as a legitimate starter in Major League Baseball. He threw 170 innings last year, so he's on track to eclipse that and have an unbelievable season. The benchmark's usually been, and not in years past, like in our day and age when we were kids.
Back in our day?
Yeah, 200 innings.
Yeah,
200
yeah.
innings pitch was a horse. And he's on track to certainly get over those 200 innings if he makes all of his starts and goes through that. And I don't know that you want him to do that going into the playoffs, because that's what that's why the Astros are where they are, because of their pitching. I think we can all agree that Dodgers series was badass for the Astros.
Oh, of course.
But the Dodgers, we also can agree, are a better roster. That was a little bit of an anomaly that weekend. Like the Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, like they've got dudes. Now they shoved the bats.
Better batting lineup,
For
sure.
sure.
Now,
Now
I don't know
here's
if I'm
the
going to say
difference.
better overall roster.
Here's the difference.
They have a better offense.
The pitching has been the difference. Astros pitching this season, 3.61 team ERA, 5th in Major League Baseball. Dodgers, 23rd in all of baseball, 4.29. If they get healthy, get in the playoffs, Dodgers are going to be one of the teams that you have to beat if you want to win the World Series. Obviously, AL, NL, you have to beat them in the World Series. But that's the biggest difference, is that the Astros have pitched well. They don't have an offense. They don't have a roster right now. We went through it already to start the show. Who's hurt? Who hasn't contributed? They have an unbelievable roster on the injury list. So if you lose Hunter Brown and you got to sit him for a while, then all of a sudden your greatest strength now kind of becomes a weakness. You already don't have the best defense that you had to start the year, and your offense is already average at best. So if you lose Hunter Brown, then the alarm bells start going off.
Yeah, because look, I think we're kind of at the point where, like, kind of like to use a football term, bend but don't break. Like, they've been able to bend but not break with all these injuries. Like, they don't have Jordan. They've obviously they've lost Jake Myers, Jeremy Pena. They've lost Spencer Getty. We know the guys that are recovering from Tommy John that haven't even started this year. Like, they've been able to survive everything up to this point. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but it feels like if they lost Hunter Brown, not to sound the unnecessary alarm bells.
They're resting him for a reason.
So they're resting him because the worst case scenario, right?
Exactly.
Like, it's about you're
defending yourself. You're protecting yourself.
Yeah,
is what they're doing.
Yeah, you got to get Hunter Brown to October. Like, we want him to go out and have the best regular season possible, contend for a Cy Young. That'd be amazing. But having him healthy, and not only healthy, but feeling like he's got enough in the tank to really give it his all in October is far more important than making an extra start in July.
But this is why I have said, and I've maintained it here on ESPN 97.5, that my biggest concern with the Astros isn't them in the playoffs. It's them getting to the playoffs, despite the fact that
Even with a 5-game lead?
That's why. But it's because I don't know that they have the rotation to withstand more injuries throughout the rest of the season. Because if you're already resting Hunter Brown, and if Fromberg, God forbid, has a 1 or 2 bad starts, then now you're looking at the rest of the guys to fill in more consistently and pick up that slack. Can you do that over a period of time throughout the rest of the season? But if they get to the playoffs, they're so top heavy, and that's what you need in a wild card if it comes down to that, or a 3-game, 5-game, 7-game series, that I feel much more comfortable with them playing good baseball in the playoffs in that style than I do throughout the regular season, just getting there. That's why I think if they add Seth Lugo or get back Spencer Getty, it's such a huge addition for this team, because I think you said that bend don't break. They've been, like, the way I've described it is they've been treading water, and they've succeeded even more than just treading water. They've been swimming. They've been progressing. And they're kind of being chased by that proverbial shark right now, that whether it's the injuries or it's the teams like behind them. Can they survive that injury bug that much longer and a shortened rotation that much longer? Because 162, the cream will rise to the top eventually.
I hope that was a Macho Man Randy Savage reference. If it was not,
it wasn't. What was it? What?
Oh, he has a classic promo where he actually holds up a little coffee creamer, says the cream or rise to the anyway.
Brother.
Yeah, brother. Anyway,
that's Hulk.
Yeah, R.I.P. Macho Man Randy Savage. But yeah, I think they're kind of at the tipping point of that. Like, I think, like, as we mentioned, like, I didn't think they'd be able to withstand Jordan. So maybe I'm wrong.
I didn't think they could withstand Ronell.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I even forgot about Ronell Blanco.
Exactly.
But, like, kind of all the way up to is like, well, that might be. So maybe I'm wrong. Like, that losing Hunter Brown, not that they're losing Hunter Brown, not in case someone just tuned in, like, oh my God, what's happening? But I'm glad that taking the precautionary move here with Hunter Brown and letting him rest his arm, a few extra days, because of that down velocity we saw in his last start. Because even though they've been able to withstand everything to this point, it feels like Hunter Brown would be the straw that broke the camel's back if he were to overextend himself and get hurt.
It would have to be, just because of what you're replacing. If you look at the rotation right now, obviously Hunter and Fromber, and then does Christian Javier come back? He's not in existence right now. Luis Garcia is not in existence right now. Lance McCullers. And then who's behind him? The Gusto. I always say Gusto.
Yeah.
I love saying Gusto, so I'm never going to change.
It always looks like Gusto to me, but it's Gusto.
It's Gusto in my heart, and that's the way it's going to stay.
Well, that's what's most important.
Like, can you ride Gordon and Gusto down the stretch in September if this gets tight? It's only 5 games. We've seen bigger leads disappear in baseball in the second half of a season.
Yeah, they actually did it to the Mariners.
Exactly. Bingo. So can they do that with a banged-up rotation? I'll make the prediction. It's not exactly a hot take that if Hunter has to miss more than 3, 4, 5 starts, like, that lead will be 0 by the time September comes.
Ooh, yeah. Part of me wants.
You have one starting pitcher.
No,
you have one.
All logic is on your side of this. I'm arguing the side of Paul does a bit of. I think it's God wills it. I don't know if AJ has that drop. But it kind of feels like that at times with the Astros. Like it defies a lot of logic.
Inevitable.
Yeah, exactly. The thing that Ben Verlander always says about the Astros, the Thanos line, like it shouldn't. There we go. God Wilson.
And that's why I said this on my show as well, that this has been an organizational win this first half of the season, because we've seen what the Astros are about. And I talked to Joe Espada as well about this, is that his job is to not screw up the culture in that clubhouse and with not the team, because there's a difference between a team and a culture and an organization. A team is year to year and it changes consistently. An organization remains and stays, and that culture is what permeates throughout the organization down to AAA, AA as well, and especially in that big league clubhouse. And you can kind of carry that over to the Cougars as well, and what Houston did and Kelvin Sampson has built over there, because they don't always have the most talented roster. They don't have those 5 stars. Now, they're about to get them this season, which is going to be crazy.
They've got a great recruiting class coming in.
But that culture has withstood, and it's carried them to the national championship game of playing hard, playing defense, doing the little things really, really well, night in and night out. And I talked about this with Jabba Chamberlain on Kicking It with Kunkel, is that what you're seeing the Astros do this year is truly what the organization is all about. The Yankees went to the World Series last year, but they made a mockery of the game, and they were embarrassed because they couldn't run the bases and they couldn't field the ball. They couldn't do the simple things because the standard hasn't been set. And the standard, when it's set, hasn't been enforced. So Joe Espada has set the standard. Alex Bregman set that standard. Now Jeremy Pena, Mauricio Dubon, those guys are now holding you accountable to that standard. And that if you lack and you let off the gas, it's not tolerated, because that's when you start losing. And then when you have injuries, the new guys got to come in and live up to that standard. And that's what gets you through injuries. It is having guys know how to play the game and do the little things well.
Yeah, and that's what they've also built the organization upon talent, but you're certainly right.
Right, of course.
Yeah. I mean, that's the obvious. But, I mean, how many times have we seen guys who didn't perform at a high level elsewhere, going all the way back to, Charlie Morton? Wade Miley comes in. He was a career journeyman. And all of a sudden, he has a really great year with the Astros. We saw the Astros turn around Yusei Kikuchi last year. Like, there's been, whether you call it culture, whether you call it, elite analytics, as far as being able to tell guys, throw this pitch, don't throw that pitch, whatever you call it, the Astros have been able to withstand, I think, losing Correa, losing Garrett Cole, losing Alex Bregman, because not only do they have guys who evaluate good talent and bring them into the system, but they have the culture and the means in place as far as the analytics to elevate guys to a new level that they hadn't been at before. So that does give me some hope. All going back to, can they withstand these injuries? All that to say, I do have some hope. Maybe it's not logical, but I do have some hope. I just hope Hunter Brown is not the straw that breaks the camel's back. Do you want to take a phone call? We got a phone call on the line.
Yeah, let's go to it.
All right, Israel.
Oh, God, you didn't say it was his.
I intentionally didn't say it was Israel. Israel, what's going on?
Hey, guys, I thought I'd call you in my natural voice. Will, I got a question for you. I'm wondering, since you've been in the Astros locker room and the cream rises to the top, which Astros player carries the biggest stick, and does it require one or two hands? Thank you. Toodles.
I don't think that was Israel.
Was that Shane Gillis?
Well, someone thought he was a comedian. Yeah.
As soon as he went clubhouse, I'm like, all right, AJ, you got to dump. AJ, you got to dump.
I was nervous when he said carries the biggest. I was like, oh, God. Here we go.
I bet you. So, to answer your question.
AJ did dump it. AJ did dump it. That was probably, I don't know if he said what we thought he said, AJ, but that's a smart call. And that was not Israel, by the way. Some people decide to call in with impressions, and
man, that's when you know you're famous.
That wasn't even really a good one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that wasn't even a good one.
No, but the Astros have the fact you touched on this. The fact they've lost Carlos Correa, they've lost Yuli Gurriel, Charlie Morton, Garrett Cole, Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker. I'll miss people. Verlander. Teams don't even get those guys, let alone lose them, replace them, move on, reach 7 straight ALCSs. The Yankees take those guys, and they're still not having the success at the rate that the Astros are.
100%.
That's why the organizational culture is so wildly impressive. And Jabba and I talked about this as well. Like I said, Jabba, dude, I know you're a diehard Yankees fan, but you got to admit it. If you as a Yankees fan had the success that the Astros are having, you'd kill for that. 2 World Series in 10 years, 7 straight ALCSs. That's the peak of the sport. And that's why I think the Astros are also the best organization in all of sports in the last 10 years. And I don't know that it's even really debatable.
No, I don't think it is. Yeah, I mean, what are the team? I'm trying to think of other teams that have had that sustained level of success. I mean, the Braves kind of did in the 90s, but they only got one.
Patriots.
The
Bills
Patriots
never won it.
Never won it.
But
4 straight Super Bowls is still incredible.
That's such the journey to get to the top is as difficult, if not more difficult significantly, than winning that big game. You're 9 innings away, you're 4 quarters away, whatever it is, you're that close to winning the big one. And that's the only thing that matters as your legacy is going to be defined. I understand that. But if you're a true sports fan, have the real discussion of the greatest dynasties can include some conversations about teams that may not have won it all or won it all the time. But if you're the Astros, you're the Patriots, you're the Bulls, of course, in the NBA throughout Michael Jordan's tenure. Those are the greatest dynasties we've ever seen, not because they've won it, but because they maintained it.
Sure, yeah, a long period of time.
But those teams, not to cut you off,
no, go ahead.
Once the Bulls lost Jordan, they have sucked. Once the Patriots lost Tom Brady, they've sucked. And baseball is a little different, but they have lost everybody that has been the face of that franchise over the course of a decade, and they've never, quote, replaced them because you can't replace those guys, but they've moved on, they've reloaded, and they continue to win. They're not just relevant. They're continuing to win at the highest rate that baseball has seen for 10 years.
You know what's crazy? And I had this thought when I saw this. So we got a text in from 9695 because I'm sure I was about to go to like, do they have or where do they rank as far as like most dominant runs this century going back to 2000? And I think the only teams would be in the conversation with them would be the Chiefs and the Patriots. The Patriots obviously be ahead; they'd be number
Chiefs,
one.
Great one.
Chiefs. I mean, they got 3 titles. The Astros 2, so maybe Chiefs 2, Astros 3. But I'm trying to think of like what all those teams have in common, right? What is the common theme for the Chiefs, the Patriots, and the Astros? It's always been there's someone at the top
100%.
that maintains a level of culture and holding guys accountable. You know, whether it be Bill Belichick, whether it be Andy Reid. And that, to me, what sets the Astros out is even different than those teams. Not that they've won as much as those teams.
Take your shot. Take your shot.
No, I'm not taking a shot. But what I'm saying, it's so impressive. Like, Patriots, all 6 of those titles, Bill Belichick, Tom Brady. The Chiefs, all 3 of those titles, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes. The Astros have changed general managers. They changed managers 3 times. The players, the roster turnover has been.
They went through a scandal from hell.
And so I think that makes their accomplishment even more impressive. Like Belichick, Andy Reid were always there through all those titles. They've had 3 different general managers, 3 different managers during that time, plus the massive amount of roster turnover that we've talked about. I think that just puts another feather in the cap of the Astros as far as making their accomplishment that much more impressive.
We'll take a break here in a minute, but before that, here on ESPN 97.5, I want to double down on that point because you're exactly right. I had Clint Hurdle on Kicking It with Kunkel. By the way, go to YouTube and find my show and follow me and subscribe. I appreciate everybody that has been doing that since I left Fox and launched my own show, carried the name over there. I had Clint Hurdle on, and we talked about the Astros as well. We're going to get to his sound in a little bit. You know what? I'm actually going to push this whole conversation.
Okay. You want to
after
let's
the
go ahead
break
and carry it over.
because I've got sound from Clint Hurdle talking about why the Astros have been so good and why Brian just hit the nail on the head. We are live here at McCormick and Schmick's Town and Country. Come say hello. Brian, take it away.
Yeah,
buddy.
one more thing before we go to break, AJ. I want to tell you about a cool thing going on with Texas Card House right now.
Go on.
So a quick shout out to poker players out there. You may want to head to Texas Card House in Spring this afternoon. Hijack Poker is going to be there from 2 to 8 p.m. And they're doing an exciting in-person only promotion, so take advantage of that. Plus, they have a great game this evening at 6 p.m., a $40 buy-in with a $4,000 guaranteed payout. $40 for a chance to win $4,000. That's incredible. So get to Texas Card House in Spring today. That's I-45 North at Spring Cypress, and go to texascardhouse.com.
The New York Knicks had a great season. Yeah, hell yeah. Karl Anthony Towns is here. Hey, girl.
Oh, welcome back to the Paul Gallant Show as America is back and comedy is back. Will Kunkel filling in. You can find me on Instagram, X, TikTok, my new show, Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube. We are live at McCormick and Schmick's Town and Country, home of the best happy hour in all of America, according to USA Today, Monday through Friday, 3:30 to 6:30. You can get tacos for $3 on Tuesdays. You can get $10 chicken sliders, 2 of them with fries on Wednesday, and then $2 oysters on Friday. There's always valet. That ain't going to get you home safely, but it will park your car safely. Have a good time. Come on down here, get a cocktail. They got a gold margarita for $8 that I might have to have.
You might have at 3 o'clock.
That sounds pretty tasty.
That sounds pretty good, right?
3:30. Although for us, maybe they make an exception. We can start the happy hour menu for us at 3 o'clock here on ESPN 97.5. So good to hear Shane Gillis last night. And shout out to everybody with ESPN and ABC and Disney, despite what Sarah Spain had to say.
Oh, she didn't like it. She didn't like it.
wasn't funny. It upset me. Shane Gillis was funny. It was awesome. It was an absolute blast. And it was so fun to see.
Yeah, if you can't laugh at that, maybe you need to look at yourself.
No, Paul Gallant, by the
Take it
way,
seriously.
we're not laughing at you. I know you're sick. I know you got a boo-boo. So get healthy.
It sounds like you're laughing at him by calling him a boo-boo.
No way.
I thought you were taking it seriously. He's like, yeah, he's got a boo-boo.
He's got a boo-boo.
Oh,
Paul
man.
can't talk today.
That is Will Kunkel, Paul, not B-Mac.
Oh, let's get back into the Astros because you made such a good point that all of the dynasties that we touched on, and I know we missed. We missed a couple.
Warriors.
The Warriors. I'm sure there's been some other ones.
We weren't.
It wasn't a planned segment. We kind of just got there, so we were flying off the top of our dome because we're really dumb, so we missed some people. But I had Clinton Hurdle on Kicking It with Kunkel on my YouTube show, and I asked him about the Astros and what they did coming out of the Dodgers series. Here's what he had to say.
I wasn't surprised they went into LA and did what they did. You've got an airtight bullpen. The bullpen is nails. The bullpen is hard. It's hard to hit those guys, those arms coming out. You've got position players that complement each other. You've got some speed. You've got some power. You've got some hitability. They don't have a lot of swing and miss like a lot of clubs do. They got a lot of bat-to-ball contact. They got enough power to ride balls out of the ballpark. They can play winning baseball, win different ways. They're managed well. They're coached well. Jeremiah and I spoke on a specific subject, how it's been fun to watch. And I have become a new fan, and I have a new appreciation now for the Astros that I probably didn't have.
Clint Hurdle there on Kicking It with Kunkel. Just type that in YouTube to see the full episode. Couple points that he made there. Bat-to-ball contact, making productive outs is key. Like the whole analytical thing that a strikeout's as valuable as whatever is the dumbest thing in the world. Hit the damn ball, make contact, put it in play, have things happen there. But he's not surprised, and we went on to talk about the fact that all great organizations have great leadership at the top, whether it's your head coach, your general manager, that's critical, but ownership as well. You got to give credit to Jim Crane. You got to give credit to the owners of these dynasties because they allow the decision makers to make their decisions. I know it's not always perfect from across the board, but the leadership for the Astros has been so damn good, and that's what keeps the culture the same and doesn't screw with it. When you see owners put their hand in the cookie jar and start to play around with it, that's when things start to get screwed up because they didn't make their money by being a baseball, football, or basketball savant and genius. They did it elsewhere, and then they bought this toy that they call a sports team, and then if they get their hands in it, that's when things go awry.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we've seen both of those things with Jim Crane, right? Like he handed over the keys to Jeff Luhnow. Jeff Luhnow ran it, obviously very successfully, other than the one glaring thing, and it brought the city their first World Series title. And then after the Jeff Luhnow thing happened and the whole scandal happened, Jeff Luhnow or Jim Crane decided that he said in his press conference, like, this will never happen to me again. I'm going to take more control. He did it to the point of one offseason after they let James Click go of not hiring a general manager, that eventually being Dana Brown, until they'd already re-signed Rafael Montero. They'd already signed Jose Abreu, and they'd signed Michael Brantley, telling us he's going to be ready for the regular season when he didn't actually show up until August. So, like, Jim Crane, it's such a weird dynamic of he was completely what a good owner should do in trusting, like, hire a good person, let him run it. keep my hands out of it because I don't know baseball like I know the business that made me a billionaire. But then he did the meddling Jerry Jones thing for an offseason, and then it's like, okay, that's not great. Now Dana Brown's running the ship again. So, yeah, you're 100% right. Good owners, and we had a text to come into the text line, and it's a good point. Like 3 different general managers, 3 different managers, players rosters turning over constantly. The one constant has been Jim Crane, and other than that one offseason, he's done a great job.
Yeah, and that's why I have maintained, and I will maintain until it all blows up in our face, that the Astros are the best organization in sports the last 10, 12, 15 years, whatever. I guess not that long, but since they started making this run since 2016. I know 17 was when they won the World Series.
I think a lot of people would say 15 was the start of it because they
okay.
they made the playoffs and
2015
shoulda, woulda, coulda, but should have beat the eventual World Series champions with the Royals.
10 years, 2015 and 2025. They've been the most impressive organization. It's that stability. You have that's why the Steelers are so damn good year in and year out. They have stability. I know Mike Tomlin's kind of facing it right now because he hasn't had success in the playoffs, but they've had 4, 5 coaches in the history of the organization.
I mean, Chuck Noll, and then obviously Chin. I'm forgetting the guy.
Bill Cowher.
Bill Cowher, obviously now Mike Tomlin. That's 3 coaches going back to the early 70s.
Yeah, they've had. Let's see.
Is that it for their entire history, or was there one before?
No, they go back. They go back all the way since they were the
Steelers,
1941.
Okay, yeah. Obviously
but since 1969, 3 coaches. That is just so freaking impressive to not be impulsive and to know that you trust your guy. You hired your guy to be that guy. Like in the NBA, you get fired if you sneeze wrong and you piss off a player. LeBron's got more coaches fired than he's won championships. I mean, it's a players' league, and it's hot.
Football's the same way. I mean, look at teams like the Panthers and the Jaguars.
Well, that's poor leadership.
They've been through 3 coaches in the last 5 years,
and it's poor. That's poor ownership. That's
certainly
Dave
with
Tepper.
Dave Tepper, Carolina.
100%, and that's the biggest difference is that Jim Crane has allowed these guys to do what they do, and as soon as he got a little bit, more handsy, things went a little bit awry, and we saw a couple signings, and the blip on the radar is so clear. If you look at that graph, it's so clear where things were not aligned with the rest of the decade that they've had success.
Yeah, it was when Jim Crane decided he was going to be the general manager.
Yeah.
Or basically play fantasy baseball along with Bagwell and Reggie Jackson for a couple months. I mean, yeah, that was. Other than that, Jim Crane. You have to give him credit for being one of the best owners in sports for the consistency the franchise has had, despite everything underneath them constantly changing.
Man, you want to get into this now because I think baseball.
We're kind of, but we got about a minute to go before we probably should break. So if it's a big topic, I would carry it over.
All right, let's do this in the next segment because I think baseball had one of the best all-star weekends that we've ever seen.
Yeah, let's carry that over.
There's not a sport that celebrates their legacy and their history better than baseball. They may have set themselves up for the future better than they even know if they have the onions to do it. If baseball has the onions to make the change that I'm telling them that they have to make, then baseball can be the sport of the future. We can have it be our pastime again if Rob Manfred has the onions to do it, Brian.
All right, so we'll go to the break on that. Right. On the other side, we got some audio because I think people are on your side.
They better be because I'm right.
Okay, one of those people's not me, but we'll find out more on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5 when we return.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from McCormick and Schmick's at Town and Country as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
There's one thing I want to say before I get out of here, and this is a dumb joke. You guys aren't going to like it, but it was, it's just a Norm Macdonald joke that I loved when he hosted the ESPYs, and I'm going to do it now. Travis Hunter won the Heisman Trophy this year. He's the first defensive player since Charles Woodson to win the Heisman. Congratulations, Travis Hunter, winning the Heisman. That's something they can never take away from you, unless you kill your wife and a waiter, in which case they can take that away from you. Well, see, a lot of you don't like me, and that's okay. That's it for me. That went about as exactly how we all thought it was going to go. I don't know why this happened. Presenting.
What a legend. Shane Gillis last night at the ESPYs. If you have a sense of humor, you damn well thought that he was funny last night. Welcome inside the Paul Gallant Show. Paul is out. I am in. Will Kunkel, your host today, here live at McCormick and Schmick's Town and Country. You can find me on all the social media accounts, X, I was going to say Twitter, but X, Instagram, TikTok, as well as YouTube. Yeah. Kicking it with Kunkel, my show over there. Jabba Chamberlain episode coming up tonight at 6 o'clock. Brian with me here at the restaurant, and AJ back in the booth. Just real quick, if you guys want to come out at 3:30, by the way, in just about 2 hours, happy hour is going to start. And it is the best happy hour, at least according to USA Today, voted #1 in America. So Monday through Friday from 3:30 to 6:30, you got 3 hours to get $3 tacos. On Tuesday, you can get 2 sliders, chicken sliders, that is, for $10, and fries on Wednesday. And then on Friday, $2 oysters. You got valet. And then starting next week on the 21st, you can get a 2-course lunch. Swing on by, grab a meal for $18, or a 3-course dinner for $35. And then on the 31st, they're going to have live music every Thursday and Friday from 6 to 9. And I'm looking at the happy hour menu. Brian, if you were to get a
catching your eye?
Yeah.
I know that margarita was catching your eye earlier.
$8 for a marg? I'm in.
Sounds good.
I mean, you can get an import or craft beer for $5.50, a domestic. You can get a Coors Light or a Mick Ultra for $4.50. Tell me.
Sounds like a good time.
What's up? Get a dozen of them. Let's go. Let's get weird.
Well, please drink responsibly.
A lot of people think I've been drinking irresponsibly with my new idea.
Oh, so yeah. You lay it out for me, because I think I'm on the other side of you on this one.
Okay, historically, as in my entire life, I am a baseball guy. I played very low-level college ball. I love the game. I love covering the game. I am a baseball traditionalist. I have also recognized that sports is no longer about the game. It's no longer about baseball and the numbers the way it used to be. Now, baseball is the last of the sports that's still more about the numbers. If I asked you who's the leading scorer all time in the NBA, you might be able to tell me
it's LeBron James.
Who it is.
Yeah.
Do you know the number?
I don't know the number.
All right. Who's got the most passing yards in NFL history?
Tom Brady, right?
Do you know the number?
I don't.
All right. Do you know who's got the most home runs in Major League Baseball history?
Barry Bonds.
762. If you don't consider him, it's Hank Aaron, 755. Pete Rose, most hits of all time, 4,256. Nolan Ryan, most strikeouts of all time, 5,714. Aaron Judge, I think we consider him the leading, has the most home runs in a single season because of Bonds being what it was with 73. Aaron Judge passed Roger Maris, who had 61. Aaron Judge has 62. The 500 home run club matters. The 3,000 hit club matters. The numbers matter in baseball. But it's changing. It's no longer about the sport. It is about entertainment. There are a finite amount of dollars out there. And you need to capture those dollars. And those dollars are generated by eyeballs. And you got to capture the eyeballs of America. We're doing it here on ESPN 97.5. We want you to listen to us because we are the best here on 97.5. And so we got to compete for you, and we got to entertain you to do that. And this started for me with the Ghost Runner. What baseball did with the Ghost Runner, putting a man on second in extra innings, I thought was horrible. And then I watched it. And then I thought the most horrible part was that I loved it. I hated that I loved it.
Man.
Because it
You're
was
not a purist anymore, Will.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But in kind of a way I am. Because what I loved so much about it was that it brought small ball and true baseball back into the game when it mattered most. Because now that you have a runner on second with no outs, you bring in small ball. You bunt him over. Do you steal? Like what intricacies are you bringing to the game to get him to third with less than 2 outs? You're seeing action because baseball is at its best when you're truly playing baseball, not when it's strikeout or home run. That stuff is boring as heck. No one really wants to watch that. When the Royals won the World Series in 2015, I know this is a sore subject for Astro fans.
A little bit.
But that was an exciting team as all heck to watch because they moved the line. They pitched well. They played great defense. They stole bags. Everybody did something. It wasn't all or nothing. So that is why I am advocating for Major League Baseball to get rid of extra innings. As soon as you get into extras, stop doing the ghost runner. Don't go halfway. If you're trying to be entertaining and speed things up, then do it. Bring the swing off into extra innings. That's how you decide it. 1, 2, or 3 batters, I don't care, because what they did in the All-Star game, everybody loved it. Everybody was talking about it. It was fun, fantastic. Now, for you to get on board with me, what I need you to do is admit that it's no longer about the sport. Baseball's no longer about it. It's entertaining. It is a product that you got to sell to the public, and you can't be behind the times anymore. You got to be right. You got to be proactive and not reactive. And sadly, baseball has been a little bit too slow in that. In recent times, they've made a lot of rule changes that have helped their game. The man on second, for instance, has helped the game. The pitch clock has helped the game. For years, baseball was an anomaly, and it was so special because there was no clock. That was the beauty behind it. But no one wants to sit through 4.5 hours, 5 hours of Red Sox Yankees anymore. No one's got the time. Our time and our attention spans have changed. And that's why I think it is now time to do this, make the change, go all in. I am not for this happening in postseason baseball.
Okay.
Because I do not think
But you want it in regular season baseball.
Yeah. I love that the NHL has 3-on-3 hockey. It is hokey, and then a shootout. It is hokey. But not in the playoffs because the drama in the Stanley Cup playoffs is already peak. You don't need to add to that. It is awesome. It's the same way during baseball in October. Postseason baseball is already extremely dramatic. Every pitch matters. That's the best part about baseball and hockey is that you can win a game in the first inning or the first period. That goal or that run can hold up. That's why every pitch is so dramatic. And as a fan, you're on the edge of your seat all the time. In the regular season, it doesn't have that impact. You're not watching baseball the same way. So let's settle this and have fun at the end of it while still playing 9 innings. And then when we get to the postseason, we're going to settle it like men and play the damn game the proper way.
But I'm a little bit confused though, because in your support of this idea, you willingly call what the NHL does with the 3-on-3 hokey.
It is,
and you refer to,
but I love it.
And you refer to what they do in the postseason as settling like men. So,
Yes.
why in the regular season do we want to be hokey and not settle like men?
Because it's not about the sport anymore in the regular season. It's just like it's about capturing as many eyeballs as possible.
You think that would lead to like a huge ratings boost? Like I know the All-Star ratings were pretty good. Like it was up from last year, but
I don't think it'll hurt. If you're a baseball fan like I am and you are, you're still going to watch. You're not turning it off. Only thing that's going to happen is more people will watch. More people will be invested. More people will have a team come playoff time be like, damn, this is fun.
Yeah, but will those people then be mad that you're not doing it in the postseason? Like if they're only going to watch.
No, because you don't need it in the postseason. That drama is there in the postseason.
Yeah, I see your point there, but like I don't know. I'll admit it's too gimmicky. It's too hokey for me. Like I get that sports is certainly more about making dollars and it being an entertainment product than it is an actual sport. I mean, you went over like how people don't know the numbers. Even I would say I bet with baseball where they know it more than anyone else, I don't think many people could tell you exactly how many strikeouts Nolan Ryan has. Like not many people could tell you that number. So I'm with you on that, but I still I would rather have you know what? I'll go with you halfway. I'd rather have the swing off than the current Manfred Man Ghost Runner. Because they're both gimmicky. Like
that's my point. Like if you're gonna get in the pool, get your whole damn body in. Like go under. Let's roll. Like, go for a swim. Don't put your toe in. Sit there like my wife does. All our wives do. They never go. I gotta wash my hair in an hour. Like what the hell does that mean? Go. You're in the pool. Get in the pool.
How'd this segment turn into calling out your wife?
Well, it's like well, let's go hang out by the pool. All right, get in the pool with me. I don't want to. Well, how are we at the pool then?
Yeah.
Like, let's go swimming. We're at the beach. Oh, I got to wash my hair. Or I washed my hair yesterday. Like, what the hell is that got to do
So
with
she gets in, but doesn't want to get her hair wet.
Right.
Do you
Like
still-
dive in.
Do you still like maybe do a little splash to get the hair
You
wet?
think I sit there quietly and not try to egg
Okay.
on my wife?
All right, good man.
Like,
good man.
shoot, that's not your best friend if you can't poke and prod.
Yeah. No, you can't respect it. Don't get my hair wet.
Yeah, like if you're with your buddies and someone
Yeah,
says, don't
no.
do this. The first
That's
thing you're
the
going to do
first thing I'm
is
gonna do.
whatever they want you to do.
Absolutely.
That's why I'm saying, like, Rob Manfred, have the onions, have the nerve to go out and make the radical change to the game that the fans want
It is
to
radical.
see. It's radical.
I do 100%.
like it.
I do like it more than the Ghost Runner because if you're going to gimmick it, at least give me the more entertaining gimmick.
Yeah.
So I'm with you there. Obviously, postseason, I would walk away if they did it in the postseason.
1,000%. I would be vehemently against it.
And I'll go a step further, and I know you're going to disagree with me, and this is probably a very un-American take, even though born and raised here.
Commie.
Thank you. I would rather. I'm going to say this quietly, so hopefully no one hears me. I'd rather have a tie in the regular season.
What
than
the
do this
French toast? What are you talking about?
I knew you wouldn't like
Bro,
that.
that is wild.
I know you wouldn't like that.
That is an insane. So you rather kiss your sister?
I would rather the outcome of the game reflect what happened in the game. Like to me, like
that's so stupid.
If you go through 9 and it's 6-6, that's the outcome of the game. That's truer to what happened on the field. Then okay, we're gonna have 3 dudes do a swing off and give them a full win for it. Like to me, I don't know. I get some people. I'm sure. I don't know how soccer fans and hockey fans feel about shootouts or whatever. I don't know if they. 'Cause I don't follow those sports.
I
as
love
much.
hockey. Die-hard hockey fan. I love hockey.
Do you like the shootout?
I love the shootout the way they utilize it, not in the postseason. I understand that hockey traditionalists, and if there's any Canadians here, I'm sure they dislike it. But if you're smart enough to understand that the sports is an entertainment business now more than ever, and it's only going to get more that way, you understand it's necessary, and that if you want your game to have eyeballs and you want people to watch your game, you got to do some things here and there. Obviously, you always want to keep the integrity and the essence of your sport when it matters most, and that's during the postseason.
Right.
But in the regular season, let's all agree that 82 games for hockey, 162 games for baseball is a lot.
It's too much. I'd argue it's too much.
And fine, but even if you dwindle down the baseball season, you're still going to be playing at least 150, 140, 125. It's still a lot. But it's necessary for that sport to kind of flush itself out because that's the nature of what the game is. Because of streaks, ebbs and flows, and hot streaks. And like you can't have a 50-game season and be like, that seems legit.
No, like
it doesn't feel right.
No, yeah. I mean, not to get completely sidetracked, but make me commissioner of baseball. The season will be 150 games, but that's
fine.
That's a whole different point.
You're doing. I like it because then you're not playing games in freezing cold weather.
Yeah,
on both
like
ends of the
we
calendar.
shouldn't be starting in March.
Right.
And we shouldn't be extending the World Series into November. That's kind of where I would go with it. But like I think it's just a step too far with the gimmicky. Like part of my pushback on it kind of relates to my argument. Like I'm fine with the pitch clock. I actually like the pitch clock, but part of the selling point I always heard when people say, "Well, we got to get the game shorter so we can bring in new eyes." Fair. I do think it's a better game when it's a little more precise. It's the tempo is upped a little bit, but I don't think if you reduce a game from 3.5 hours to 3 hours and 15 minutes, that's all. The guy who wasn't willing to watch a baseball game because it's 3.5 hours, I don't think is suddenly going, well, it's 3 hours and 15 minutes now, so I'm going to turn it on. So that's kind of my pushback. Same thing with the swing off. Like if they're not going to watch the game already, I don't know if how many games do you even get to extra innings? Like 5% of games, 10% of games?
Right.
Like,
So
are they going to watch
side.
on the 5% chance it gets to a swing off? Are they going to watch 9 innings of baseball on the 5% chance it gets to a swing off?
No, but if it's a 1-run game or a tie game or 2-run game in the 7th, 8th, or 9th, you're like, oh damn, we have an option. We have an opportunity here. Let me log in. Let me watch this, because now the way you watch games more and more is via apps, and you have the whole thing, so you can see the scores across the league and pick which game you want to watch. To your point about the pitch clock, for me, and I think for baseball, it was more of, yes, the length of game was an issue, but for the casual fan, it was about the pace of the game.
Yeah.
It was the amount of time between pitches that was an issue, and why fans were tuning out, because like this is just lagging. There's not enough constant entertainment. There's not enough constant action. And it doesn't lend itself to TV or the viewer in person as much as football does. Football's got less action than any sport that America loves. Hockey's got the most. It's the most constant up and down, back and forth that there is out of the major sports, including basketball as well. Football is constant start, stop. If you break down a game of football, the NFL, I think there's 10 or 11 minutes of actual football being played throughout the course of a game.
I was going to say 30 minutes, but yeah, it's way less than the 3 hours.
Significantly less.
If you basically only from snapping the ball to tackle, it's like 30 minutes.
Yeah. Oh no.
At most.
No,
at
I
most.
mean, no. It's like 8, 9, 10 minutes.
You think? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it's
okay. You have numbers on this?
Yeah, I
remember when the NFL started doing like the condensed game, because they've done this. There's some packages you can buy where they condense the games to literally just whistle to whistle, and I thought they cut it down to like 25, 30 minutes.
I think it's I don't know. It's the averaging around 11 to 18 minutes is the average. So
of actual play,
right? Just 11 minutes of play. You got 100 plus commercials, etc. So 11 minutes of actual football. But what football has, because of the immense amount of time between plays, is the ability to have replay and the ability to have the breakdown that fans love. So it's the best television sport because of the ability to have the replay. And that's the biggest difference, is that you're not showing replays of every single pitch. There's nothing to actually see on every play. And now with the sped up offense, sometimes you don't even have to have that. It's just constant action. But the replay, you can't do it in basketball. You can't do it in hockey. The replay is so critical. And
because you can have a replay basically on every play.
100%. And there's something that you can break down.
Yeah, that fills the time. Yeah, you're right on the tempo, because it wasn't just about the game, especially those Red Sox Yankees games like you mentioned earlier that would go 4 hours. It wasn't just that it went 4 hours. It was that you'd have pitch, 30 seconds, 40 seconds go by, pitch. Like if guys aren't putting the ball in play, like you could go 5 minutes, 10 minutes at a time with literally, no
action.
Basically no action.
I mean, it's
the ball
fun.
Never getting to an infielder or an outfielder.
And it's fun to watch a ball be put in play. It's not like what you're looking for, but a ball being put in play is something to be had. Like it's something to watch. You gotta make the play. An error can happen, etc. I'm curious what you guys think on this. Should the swing off be the way that baseball decides regular season games? Chime in 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776 on the HRNP listener line. I did a full breakdown of this on my YouTube channel at Kicking It with Kunkel as well.
How was the feedback?
Man, it's a lot of it. You got to understand where I'm coming from. So like I did a short version of like baseball's got to make this change, like an Instagram video as well.
Right. A reel.
And people either love it or they hate it. And I think when you watch my 6 or 7 minute video on my YouTube channel, when I break it down on my show, people are at least a lot more understanding as to why I'm saying it and why it does make sense. Because it already is hokey with the runner on second base, that ghost runner. And it does bring in a lot of cool baseball, which I do like. And so if you like that aspect, maybe you're against the swing off, but at least admit that what you are watching with their ghost runner in extra innings is hokey.
Yeah, it is hokey.
That's not real baseball.
You do have some support on the text line from 6171. I'm on board with the swing off for extra innings in the regular season, very similar to hockey 3v3 than shootout. Not in the postseason. Normal baseball, no ghost runner there.
Who is that man?
That was he doesn't give his name here. Just from 6171, but he basically supported your full idea there.
Absolutely, absolutely. We already, basketball obviously plays itself out. We have shootouts in soccer. I'm not a huge soccer fan, but once a shootout's on, I'm locked in.
Yeah,
that's entertaining as heck.
No, I will fully concede that the swing off is entertaining. That is not part of my argument. I guess mine is more of a. I didn't think I was going to be on the baseball purist side of this conversation, but it's more of a baseball purist. Like it doesn't really reflect what happened in the game. Another text coming in also from 6171. I think this may be a happy medium on our two sides here, so they can add the OT loss to the record, kind of like they do in hockey, and I think soccer does it as well. That way, if you lose the swing, like the team that wins the swing off gets the full win, but then, that maybe a half a win. I don't know exactly. I don't know if you do a point system there like hockey does, but I think there's a happy medium there.
And baseball has not made a lot over the course of 100 years, for argument's sake, or even 50, 20 years. Baseball doesn't make rule changes. You can name the amount of rule changes. Right. So that's my point. Recently, they have made some changes to help the game. Historically, baseball just doesn't change. It is what it is, and that was kind of the beauty behind it. Football, You can't have an off season where football isn't debating a rule change or making rule changes. We've moved where the extra point is kicked from. That's a massive change. We've added games. That's an incredibly big change. We've changed whether you can go for 2 or not several times. Pass interference, what it is, what's holding, what's the penalty
Can
for
you challenge
holding.
it? Remember
Can
that
you
year?
challenge it?
Yeah, that was for a
Like,
year we could challenge it.
There have been thousands of rule changes in the NFL consistently just trying to tweak the game so it's better for the fan. They're not doing it so it's better for the rule book or better for the history book and the numbers. The fan, it's for game to the fan. Drama, kick off rule, and it's constantly changing. The NBA, they've moved the 3-point line. They've had changes with the 3 and the key, defense, offense, the way you can play defense. They've also made massive changes to the game as well. Baseball has been so behind the curve on that front that now they have got to get radical, in my mind, and make this change for the good of the game. It doesn't change the essence of the game. The game is still there for 9 innings. Like you said earlier, how many games really go to extra innings throughout the course?
5-10% at most.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not making a huge difference. If you want to change the way you have records and you get a 1 point or whatever it is, if you win the swing off or you don't get a win, it just kind of goes in like the overtime loss category like it does for hockey, whatever. But just admit that times have changed. It's the entertainment industry, and it's no longer about the purity and the essence of the sport in the regular season. In the postseason, though, that's when legacy is built. That's when the sport matters most. And that's when the drama's the most, and you don't need the hokiness. Like, don't ruin something that's great. That's when baseball is at its best in October. Hockey is at its best when they're in the Stanley Cup playoffs as well. I mean, you see people all the time that have never watched hockey. They turn on a game, and they're like, oh, my gosh, this is crazy.
I wish we had a team here. Not to get sidetracked, but, yeah, I think I've always liked hockey, but it's hard to be invested in it on an everyday basis without a local team. But here, I'm interested to hear your response. So there's some pushback on your take here on the add the swing off to the regular season as far as a tiebreaker instead of going to extra innings from 3, 4, 6, 7. Next, you're going to want to have a shootout in basketball.
No, because it's so quick. It's 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes, and like you don't end in ties. There's no basketball. You don't win the game. No, I just don't think that's.
You think that's apples and oranges?
Yeah, it's apples and oranges because it's 5 minutes. You don't have super crazy. And if you do have super crazy, it's such an anomaly that it provides the drama itself. If you have a triple overtime game, like I'll never forget UConn Syracuse, Jerry McNamara and those guys at the Garden going back and forth for I think it was 6 overtimes. Those games live in infamy because it's so crazy and the drama is provided. I think didn't the Astros play one of the longest games in MLB history?
2 18-inning games. Yeah, both in 2005 and then also in 2022.
Like, what is that? Does that live in infamy? Is that?
I mean, I was at the 2005
and
one.
Was it
amazing.
awesome? Was it because of 162 games though?
No, it was awesome because of the drama of the moment.
Right, and so, but like you don't get that. You get it once every 15 years.
Yeah, 2005
no one remembers
to
11-inning
2022.
games.
It was so long in between.
It's honestly, if you ask the players and you ask the managers and everybody involved, and even if you ask the fans, you sure as hell really don't want that for your team night in, night out.
No, I mean,
it's bad for your team.
Specifically with the Astros in 2005. So Roger Clemens pitched the last 3 innings, 16, 17, and 18. And
what year was that?
2005.
Okay.
It was the Braves and the NLDS. It was ultimately the clincher that sent them on to the NLCS. But anyway, that game went 18 innings. Roger Clemens threw the last 3, but he said, like, I was gassed. That was all I had for that game. If they had gone, if Chris Burke hadn't hit the walk-off home run, the Astros were going to have to turn to position players.
Yeah,
that's how close they were.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, so ideally, obviously, you don't want games that long. Like you said.
I would never want to shoot out in basketball. It's apples and oranges to me the way I view it because overtime is exciting. It's quick. It's kind of a race. Like America, we don't love marathons. We love sprints, and it's a sprint aspect in overtime. 5 minutes. Let's go back and forth. And it usually wraps up in one overtime, 5 minutes anyway.
One more.
What I will say.
Okay, go ahead.
One thing that has to change in basketball, when you get to 2 minutes, each team has 1 timeout. That is it. Whether you've used them or not, you all get reduced to 1 timeout. I'm so tired. That's what's ruining basketball. Is there's so many timeouts, so many reviews, stoppages, and commercials. because you're taking away from the drama because of the timeouts. That's a separate topic. I hate that each team has 3 timeouts in the final 2 minutes. That's 6 timeouts on top of reviews, on top of commercials. That's just dumb.
There is a lot. Like I am full support of reviews, but it does drag at times. From 6118 on your idea of Will the Revolutionary over here trying to change the
Hell yeah.
overtime in every sport. But here's a quick question from 6118. If you're in a swing off, do your home runs count against your season stats?
No. It's
I think
a
that's
separate
the right answer.
entity. Like,
yeah.
You're not facing live pitching. You're not facing real.
Right, you're facing your batting practice.
Right.
Or your pitching coach or whoever.
Right. So each team brings out their BP guy, their best BP guy, or whoever that hitter wants to face. Put them out there. Yeah, you're not facing live pitching. Someone said that I'm on board with this if you face live pitching. The problem is
then
you
do it with live
you
pitching.
can't because then you're
it
going to
just becomes a regular game.
I just mean home run derby with regular pitching was their idea. Like guy on mound, pitcher, other team.
With
no
fielders,
right? No fielders,
only a home run counts.
Right, but then you want to talk about dull. You know how long it's going to take a guy to hit a home run?
Well, why?
Hell no.
Because if it's only a home run counts,
they're never going to throw a strike.
Yeah, just throw a curveball in the dirt.
Exactly. Make him
pitch.
chase.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it just wouldn't work. No, it does not count for your stats. Hell no.
No, that would be dumb. I would hate that as well. All right, you want to get out and talk some NFL on the other side?
Yeah, let's talk about this. There's list out. We're that time of year.
It's July, baby.
It's July, which means there are lists from ESPN all over the place. There is a list of top 10 quarterbacks. CJ Stroud, where does he fall on this list? We will dive into that on the Paul Gallant Show here on 97.5 Houston. I'm Will Kunkel filling in. You can find me on X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, everywhere. Just type in Kunkel, Kunkel.
All right, but quickly before we go to break, let me tell you again about something cool Texas Card House has going on today. A quick shout out to the poker players out there like myself. You may want to go ahead out to Texas Card House in Spring this afternoon, where Hijack Poker is going to be there from 2 to 8 p.m. They're doing some exciting in-person only promotions, so take advantage of that. They have a great game this evening, 6 p.m. tonight. You can, for $40, just a $40 buy-in, you can have a guaranteed shot at a $4,000 payout. So get to Texas Card House in Spring today, I-45 North at Spring Cypress, TexasCardHouse.com.
All right, hey, welcome back into the Paul Gallant Show. I was waiting for Shane Gillis to bring us back in as we have here all day here live at McCormick and Schmick's Town and Country. An awesome happy hour. We're getting real close to this, actually. 3:30 is when the happy hour starts. It's 1:50 now, and we are about to get weird and have some fun because happy hour is number one happy hour in all of America, according to USA Today. I'm so excited. I'm going a little fast here. Monday through Friday, 3:30 to 6:30. $3 tacos on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, $10 chicken sliders, 2 sliders and fries. Friday, $2 oysters. But I'm looking at the one that is accessible to us today. Starting at 3:30, $4.50 for a beer. Well Spirits, $6. You want to class it up a notch? You want to get yourself a high American craft spirit? $7.50. It's not bad.
That's pretty good. That's pretty damn good one.
You know, you leave $1 tip, that's $8.50. You tip at the end. You don't have to tip on every drink necessarily. You know, it's a little trick.
We got to tip more than $1, man. Come on.
Buck a drink. Yeah, how much do you tip a drink if you're grabbing like Bud Lights or Coors Lights?
At least, I mean, I guess I would base it on the overall bill, not
right. Exactly at the end.
Yeah.
You don't do you don't tip every drink. You settle up at the very end. You can get a gold margarita for $8. Tequila, triple sec, fresh lime juice. You get the idea. I'm sure that's what Paul's having. He ain't sick. He's not sick.
Is this a tinfoil? We're not doing tinfoil hat Thursday right now. But
all right, Paul. All right.
You don't think he's really sick? Yeah,
I don't know, but I'm grateful.
He might have the COVID.
Oh, could you imagine?
He might have.
If you get COVID today, I mean, you got to take some heat, right? Like you got to be worn out. Your buddy's got to wear you out a little bit.
Yeah,
COVID in 2025. You wearing a mask if you got COVID? You going in public with a mask on?
No, which is
no.
Which is part of why he's not here.
Hell no.
That's why you're here, because he might
safe and responsible COVID guy, Paul Gallant. I don't know that he has that. I don't know that I can say that. Paul, appreciate it for letting you
break any rules there.
Letting me fill in. Hope you get better, buddy. All right, you want to talk a little bit of football because ESPN.
Yeah, this list, man. It's not ESPN's fault. It's not ESPN's fault because this was like a survey of. I don't remember who all was involved.
Execs,
general managers,
coaches, exactly.
But they put out a ranking of the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL. Spoiler alert, if you haven't already seen it, C.J. Stroud not on that list, which is the basis of one rant we'll hear from in a minute. Dan Orlovsky was not happy that C.J. not on that list. But number one, Mahomes, I don't think anyone has a problem there. No one's going to push back of that, I don't think. Following after Mahomes, Allen number 2, Burrow number 3, Lamar number 4. Now, I think maybe someone will nitpick Lamar should be 2 or Burrow should be here, but those are the top 4 quarterbacks, right? Like, there's no really argument that in some order, Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar are your top 4 quarterbacks.
I agree wholeheartedly. I would actually put Josh Allen above Patrick Mahomes. I just think Josh Allen's a better quarterback than Mahomes.
Jeremy's going to hate that if he hears
right
that.
now. I just think right now, he's better. He did not lose that game because he did not play well. He lost the game because the Bills as a team didn't play well. And that's the same reason I have Lamar at 3, because I think Lamar should have won that game. He played his tail off until Mark Andrews.
Yeah, exactly. When then Josh Allen wouldn't even been in the AFC title game. But in some order, those are your top 4.
I agree.
Here's where it starts to get a little spicy. And particularly with who's at number 9, who should should definitely be a lot higher. Starting with number 5, Jaden Daniels. A lot of hype there after his great rookie season. Number 6, Matt Stafford. Number 7, Justin Herbert. 8, Jared Goff. Number 9, Channelview's own Jalen Hurts. And then Baker Mayfield rounds out the list at number 10. I know my biggest pushback, and I think the biggest pushback of a lot of people, is ain't no way Jalen Hurts is below Jared Goff and Justin Herbert. You cannot tell me Justin Herbert, who hasn't won a playoff game, who's choked multiple times in the playoffs, is a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts, who's been to a Super Bowl 2 of the last 3 years and won the last one.
I have Jalen Hurts as number 7. I have Justin Herbert number 8. I think Hurts gets so disrespected in this conversation, and I don't really know why. He is very good.
I guess just because the passing volume's not there. I'm thinking of what the nitpick would be, but people will obviously get enamored with, oh my God, he threw for 350 yards. Hurts is not going to do that, like basically ever.
I have Baker Mayfield 9, Jared Goff 10. Baker Mayfield does not get the credit that he deserves.
No, 100% agree.
He is so freaking good. He makes teams that aren't good. And he tried to do it in Carolina, but they couldn't get it out of their own damn way. He was on a plane, and less than 48 hours later, he's winning a game with the Rams. Had no idea what the playbook was, and wins.
Like
and
3 days later.
Goes to the Bucs, and he has the Bucs competing for the playoffs as a good team now.
He won a playoff game. The first year they.
There you go.
Yeah. So I
I'll
mean,
be damned.
I would Baker. I have no problem with there. I could even vote for him higher. I think where I would make the change on my list is move Hurts below that first group, put him at 5, and then I have no problem with the list until we get down to the bottom where I think you can. And let's get into this audio. So we mentioned at the beginning of the segment that C.J. Stroud not on the list, and one guy not happy with that ranking, leaving Stroud out of the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL, was ESPN's Dan Orlovsky.
My biggest issue with the list, 2. 1, C.J. Stroud not being on the list is, I think, silly, dumb, idiotic. Okay. The people that said after C.J. Stroud's rookie year, best rookie season we've ever had. And in that year of 2023, he was like 4,100 yards, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, like 63% completion percentage. So numbers-wise, pretty darn good. Last year, with bottom 5 offensive line, he lost his number 1, number 2, and number 3 receiver for significant stretches. 63% completion percentage, 3,800 yards, and I think he had 20 touchdowns. Now 12 interceptions. Interceptions went up. So disaster all around him. By the way, offensive coordinator never evolved. Disaster around him. And puts him somewhat similar performance-wise. Yeah. So the guy that people were saying, like, hey, he's the next Joe Burrow, top 5 player, all of a sudden is out of the top 10. That, for me, is probably the biggest gripe.
Listen, I think Dan is wrong. I mean, I really do. And I love Dan and I love CJ. But if you're going to take the median of his 2 years, he's not a top 10 quarterback right now. He's just not. But if he has a good year this year.
You wouldn't have put him ahead of Herbert?
No, I love Herbert.
I mean, I know Herbert's put up some big regular season numbers bigger than CJ. I mean, I think he had like a 38 touchdown year or something like that.
He's just done it for longer at a higher level more consistently. I think you know what you're getting with Justin Herbert. Yeah. You don't know what you're getting, frankly, with CJ right now. We certainly hope it's more close to year
isn't
one.
What we don't know about CJ so obviously explained by what's around him. Like, I mean, as Dan lays out in that clip, I mean, they put in front of CJ a bottom 3, bottom 5 offensive line in the league. They put
100%, but you could play that game that, like, you are the product of what your team is in the NFL. Much to the chagrin of these lists, because the list is stupid because you are kind of what your team is.
You are, but I mean, I think that you have to take that into consideration when trying to evaluate
just for CJ?
No, for everybody. But it was more than just the offensive line for CJ. I mean, remember the Detroit game where I'm trying to remember the pass rush. Zadarius Smith came over from Cleveland, was with Detroit. He was with the Lions so little he wasn't even playing that game, but he was over the sidelines like, okay, this is how you guys attack their protection, because teams that figured out Sloak's pass protections were so basic that they could basically force Sloak to slide his protection either left or right and then just blitz from the other side, because they knew a word with an element, we're sliding left, a word with an arm means we're sliding right, and as far as what they're calling out with the protections, teams would fake it one way, get the Texans to slide that direction, and then send the blitz the other way.
Yeah,
that's how basic in behind Sloak was. You figure you team that with a poor offensive line. Nico Collins missed 5 games. Tank Dell gets hurt. Week 11 misses the rest of the year. Stephon Diggs tears his ACL halfway through the year. Like his wide receivers are decimated. No offensive line. Terrible offensive coordinator. I'm not trying to give out passes, but I feel like that's got to be.
Well, you are.
You did call me a soft commie earlier, so I guess I'm just following along those lines. But I don't know. I think if we're willing to make an excuse, I think an excuse can be made for CJ.
And I think you can do that probably with a lot of quarterbacks across the league. But I also agree with you entirely that, yes, CJ Stroud had all those issues. Unfortunately, that's why these lists exist. Like, this isn't all about talent necessarily. CJ Stroud had a bad year. He didn't have a bad year. He had a worse year than he would like. He regressed because of the problems around him. He is a product of that, unfortunately. And we can't sit here and just make excuses for him. Therefore, he's better than Jared Goff or Jalen Hurts or Baker Mayfield. Like, no, it's kind of you got to live with that. You got to live with that. Justin Herbert, just to kind of touch on that, His rookie year, 4,300 passing yards, 31 touchdowns, then 5,000 passing yards, 38 touchdowns, 47 and 25, 3,120, 3,823 last year. Like, he's done it for 5 years. We know what we're getting with Justin. I just don't think we know what we're going to get from CJ. I think we know that he's better than he was last year, and he's probably closer than what we saw his rookie season. But, like, you can't make that definitive case and statement after 2 years. Now, with Jaden, everyone's going to say, yeah, well, Jaden's only done it for 1. Yeah. So let's see what it does. He has the.
Would you rank Stroud ahead of Jaden?
No, not right now.
Is this an overreaction to Jaden's rookie year?
Well, I think if it is, then it's certainly an overreaction to CJ's rookie
That's kind
year.
of the point. Like,
Right.
people were putting Stroud on a pedestal, obviously, probably more than he deserved after his rookie year. Or it feels like people are doing the same thing with Jaden Daniels.
This is what happens when you have a small sample size. You have the ability to fluctuate, and it feels crazy and emotional because you only have 1 or 2 years under your belt. We know, like, Mahomes ain't fluctuating. He's 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow's not fluctuating. He's 3 or 2 or 4. Lamar's not fluctuating. Like, he's within 1 of wherever you put him. Jaden Daniels, due to 1 year, he's either 5 or somewhere between that and honorable mention. Like, he can fluctuate like crazy.
Yeah, he can fluctuate big time.
Because he's only got 1 year. Matthew Stafford, we know exactly what Matthew is. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback. He left a lot on the table in Detroit, but that was a product of what was around him. Horrible franchise, very damn good quarterback that we saw come to fruition in Los Angeles. But we know what he is because he's got so many years of work. Justin Herbert, 5 years. It's always been it's been top 10 basically every single year. Where you want to put him, it's not going to fluctuate a ton. Jared Goff, same thing. Jalen Hurts just gets so disrespected.
Jalen Hurts, that's the biggest gripe I have. Like, yeah. I disagree with Stroud not being on the list, mainly because I would put him a bit ahead of Herbert, and we obviously disagree on that. But the biggest crime on this list is Hurts, without a doubt.
But to go back to your point, Stroud can be above Herbert next year. Because Stroud only has 2 years in the league, he has that volatility ability to move back into this list at 5 or 6.
Yeah,
he has that ability.
I guess I just disagree with how much Herbert has proven to be elite. Like, his second year, I think when you said he had 5,000 yards, like 38 touchdowns, obviously absolutely elite. His rookie year, he set the rookie record for passing touchdowns. I think it was 31. But all the years after that, and now part of it's been of injury because I think it was the rib injury that cost him some time in year 3. But the years since then, I don't think he's done anything in the last 3 years that are so obviously above what CJ Stroud has shown us.
I mean, last year he threw for 3,800 yards.
What Stroud threw for
23 touchdowns, and his QB rating was 108. Well, 101.8. Like,
the yards and touchdowns are equal to what Stroud did, though.
Yeah. But Herbert's done it for 4 years prior. So that's the point. Like, we all know that CJ wasn't right last year and it wasn't his fault. We get that. I think we all understand that and we agree. Therefore, if he has a good year this year, he's back in the top 10, and he's probably, if he does what he did his rookie year, he's in that top 6. But he's got to do it.
Yeah, we got some more NFL lists to kick around, but we'll have to carry it over. Did you see this comment from Randy Moss about Tyreek Hill? Yeah, we'll have to get into that on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere. One more hour to go of the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN Radio 97.5, 92.5.
Four-time WNBA All-Star Brittany Hicks is here. Give it up for Brittany, everybody. I'm joking around. That's my friend's wife. I knew none of you knew WNBA players. That's crazy. You clap for that.
Oh, Shane Gillis last night on the ESPYs, bringing comedy back to America. The best part about that clip is that the crowd told on themselves. They wanted to act like they were uppity. They don't have a sense of humor. They're all stuck up, and they told on themselves with that joke. Just so dang good. Paul Gallant out. I'm Will Kunkel. You can find me on all the social media stuff, X, Instagram, TikTok, my YouTube channel, at Kicking It with Kunkel lives on. Jabba Chamberlain will be on the show tonight. It will premiere at 6 o'clock. We are live today all day. McCormick and Schmick's Town and Country. One of the best, if not the best, actually, happy hour in all of America, according to USA Today. Yeah, they're ranked number 1. And if I'm looking at this, I know I've been talking about it quite a bit. Premium wine's $8.50. I'm not going to get wine at 2 o'clock on a Thursday, but margarita, $8. Well Spirit, $6 a beer, $4.50. Truly one of the best, and they're going to have live music coming up later in the month, starting July 31st. And then next week, you can get meals for like $18, two-course meal for lunch, and you can even get dinner for what is it?
Three-course dinner deal for $35 starting next week.
Let's go, Daddy.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Okay, you want to get into this, Randy Moss?
Yeah. So Randy Moss. He was apparently he's got like some sort of restaurant or something going on at the Dolphins Stadium. So people were talking to him, and he was speaking to the media at an event for his restaurant that's now paired with the Dolphins for concession stands at Hard Rock Stadium there in Miami. And Moss noted that the political answer when he was asked if he was the greatest receiver of all time was that, well, the political answer is Jerry Rice. However, he continued, if we're talking real football, where I knock your ass out, it's me, Moss said via David Furones of the South Florida Sun-Sentinel.
Was Randy Moss a physical receiver that I don't remember?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that was the first part that was like, Randy Moss is an elite, and I'll have the conversation if he's 1. If he ain't 1, he's 2. If he ain't 2, he's 3. That's the very bottom where you could put him. But, like, I don't think he was ever known for being some physical. He was big. I mean, he's like 6'4", 6'5".
He was tall.
But he wasn't physical.
Hell no.
Yeah, he was not someone I feared, like, blocking me in the running game.
But neither was Jerry Rice.
Yeah. T.O. was physical.
Yeah, but I agree with his take on Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, so let's get into that part because I think I mean, is Randy Moss 1 or 2? That's not as interesting as what I thought he had to say about Tyreek Hill. So it came up like where would he put Tyreek Hill on an all-time receiver list? And Randy Moss was quoted as saying he's nowhere all-time. Where is he in today's game? Tyreek Hill is probably top 5. I put him top 5. So top 5 in today's game, but nowhere on the all-time list. That's caught a lot of headlines. People pointed out, like, well, if you look at all-time receiving yards, he's like Tyreek Hill's like 42nd.
But this is an eyeball test.
Yeah, this is an eyeball test because I was looking at the list and I didn't have him in my top 10. I think I would put him. I'm not going to go over the whole list, but the kind of the latter part of the top 20. But a lot of the guys that are on the list ahead of him as far as receiving yards are guys that just were in the league so long that they accumulated stats. Like, to your point, like eyeball test, a lot of those guys are ahead of him. I would still put Tyreek Hill above them, but he doesn't necessarily have the volume stats of playing the amount of time that those guys had. Like Steve Largent is way ahead of him on the all-time receiving list. Now, maybe this is an age thing, but I would put Tyreek Hill above Steve Largent. I don't think Steve Largent broke a game open the way Tyreek Hill could break a game open.
And the game has changed dramatically.
In part because of him. Like, what are we seeing with defenses now that have kind of nerfed the passing stats? Because everyone's playing like the two deep coverage shell, keep everything in front of them, don't let anything get deep. Why are they doing that? They're doing it in large part because of Tyreek Hill and Patrick Mahomes are killing people deep.
Yeah, and Tyreek's a great wide receiver. He's an arrow wide receiver in my mind. Like, I don't know that he puts up those kind of numbers if he plays with these guys. Like, if you go through this list, and I'll just do it very quickly, just text in or call in 713-780-3776, HRP listener line. Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, Terrell Owens, Larry Fitzgerald, Calvin Johnson, Marvin Harrison, Julio Jones, Andre Johnson, Devontae Adams, Chris Carter, Isaac Bruce, Tim Brown, Reggie Wayne, Antonio Brown, Torrey Holt, Steve Smith, DeAndre Hopkins, Mike Evans. Like, who's he better than definitively? I don't know that there is anybody there that he is better than definitively. And the numbers, you can't look at numbers to have this discussion, because if think about all the rushing leaders in NFL history. I don't think anybody actually thinks Emmitt Smith is the greatest running back to ever live. He has the most rushing yards in NFL history by a kind of wide margin. He's got more than 1,500 yards than Walt Payton. I don't think Frank Gore is the third best running back in NFL history.
Good point.
But he's got the third most rushing yards. Like Barry Sanders, Adrian Peterson, Curtis Martin, LaDainian Tomlinson. I think all those guys are better than Emmitt Smith and Frank Gore. But they're 8th, 7th, 6th in those rankings. Like, the numbers in the NFL are very deceiving, because some guys just don't get you got to stay healthy. You got to play in the right offense. You got to play in the right era. These wide receivers, it's no different. Like, when I watched Calvin Johnson, you knew damn well that's one of the greatest wide receivers you'd ever seen. Same thing with Randy Moss. Same thing with Jerry Rice. Like, Devontae Adams was awesome with Aaron Rodgers. He was great with the Raiders, and he had nobody throwing him the ball. His ability to run a route, you just couldn't beat. Tyreek Hill, I think, is very good at doing the one thing he does, but he disappears when you have the ability to make him disappear. You look at his game log and his seasons, there's times where he's completely gone.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole genesis of why we have so many two deep coverage shells right now. Like, they're trying to take away Tyreek Hill getting over the top, and it's worked. I mean, that first year, or I guess last year in Miami, he was great, but this year, now part of that obviously is Tua hasn't been healthy.
But that's like certainly, guys have gone through. Like, Andre Johnson played with Matt Shaw. No disrespect to Matt,
he
but
played
it's not
with Sage
Manning.
Rosenfeld.
Yeah.
He played with David Carr. Yeah, exactly.
And Tyreek has played for Andrew Reid and
Patrick Mahomes.
And the head coach in Miami.
Oh, Mike McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel,
yeah.
Right. So, I mean, going back to his stats last year, I mean, he had this. You know how many games he had with double-digit receiving yards, not over 100? This is actually fact. He had 3 games last year over 100 yards. 3! That is not an elite wide receiver. You look at every single wide receiver that I just named, if they played a full season, they never had a season where they had just 3 games over 100 yards. There's just no way.
And that's like part of why, going over my list, I have Andre Johnson. And I want to make this comparison because you brought him up. Like, I have Andre Johnson on my list higher than I have Tyreek Hill as far as all-time great wide receivers.
Not even close.
And part of it is what you mentioned. Like, he had to play with David Carr. He had to play with Sage Rosenfeld. Matt Shaw, before even Matt Shaw was at his best, which really wasn't, all that great. Like, he had to play with so many mediocre quarterbacks. So I put DeAndre Hopkins on my list above Tyreek Hill because, again, DeAndre Hopkins had to play with, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Brian Hoyer, Tom Savage, Case Keenum, like so many mediocre to below average quarterbacks that it makes the only really quarterback he could never make it work with was Brock Osweiler, which is a special accomplishment for Brock Osweiler because every other mediocre to terrible quarterback DeAndre Hopkins ever played with, he put up big numbers except for with Brock Osweiler. That's how exceptionally bad he was. But yeah, I do, because people will automatically say when you point out his stats from last year, it's like, well, Tua missed 6-7 games. But I think that kind of makes the point. What separates him or guys like Andre, guys like Hopkins to keep it local, and why I would have them ahead of Tyreek Hill is because they were able to produce even when they didn't have that great quarterback.
Yeah, listen, that's what separates the greats from the guys that are good. The ability to be good for a really long time makes you great.
Regardless of who's around you, too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. To overcome because if you're around for a really long time, you're going to go through ebbs and flows of good teams, bad teams, good quarterbacks, bad quarterbacks. Very few guys play 15 years in the league and have a really good quarterback for 15 years and a really good coach for 15 years. Like, that's just really hard to do.
Yeah, like what Marvin Harrison had, basically. Like that's very, very rare. So have a text in kind of on this topic from 9695. If you take one, this is, I think, an interesting spin on how to ask the question of who's number one. But if you take one wide receiver all time to start a team with, who is it?
This Jerry Rice or Randy Moss for me.
This texter says, is he crazy for considering Megatron Calvin Johnson number one?
I don't think it's crazy, but I do think that there are guys that were just better than him, not more freakish than him. But Jerry Rice was a better wide receiver. Randy Moss was as freakish in different ways. The problem is we become so enamored, and this is going to sound, no diddy, like the human body of Calvin Johnson is like, oh my God, dude, look at that guy. Like Megatron is a reference to his stature. It is a reference
he was
to
a Greek
his
god. He was
body.
A Greek god,
Exactly. And it's something when you look at him like, bro, like beat that guy. Dare you? Well, Jerry Rice, who wasn't that physically like imposing,
came out of a super small school too.
Yeah. It was awesome. Was the best wide receiver we've ever seen because he did it with. You could make an argument that the fact he did it without that body, he makes him even that much better.
Montana and Steve Young.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You can
the
play
other
this
part
game
of that
forever.
conversation. I think I would go with Randy Moss. I mean, I know
no argument.
I know he had Tom Brady for obviously that 2 years.
It wasn't long. Like he had
maybe
Dante
3
Culpepper
years.
who was chasing balls around.
Yeah. Because he had obviously was amazing. And they changed. I know at one point, like quarterbacks, like 3 years in a row, it was I think it was Jeff George, and then it was Dante Culpepper, or it was Randall Cunningham in there as well for a year. Like he had so many different quarterbacks. He had to go spend a couple years and with the Raiders in purgatory there, played with the Titans and the Niners. Like he was all over the place.
And this kind of brings me into a topic that we talking about was who's going to be the first 2,000-yard wide receiver.
Yes,
because someone brought it up. Was it Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson?
I'm pulling it up here, but basically Jamar. I think it was Jamar Chase. They were asking him about the chase for 2,000 yards because a couple of guys have been close. I believe.
One of them had 1,700 last year. Jamar.
Yeah, Jamar had 17 last year. I believe Cooper Kupp was pretty close. I think Calvin Johnson might have had a year where he was really close as well. But basically, Jamar Chase is basically predicting that either he or Justin Jefferson will be the first 2,000-yard receiver. Like, I don't know who I would – I'm trying to think of who I would pick because obviously both guys are probably the top two talented wide receivers in the NFL today, but they both have reasons why I might not think it's them. I mean, with Chase – he's going to have to – not that he's not going to be the alpha, not that he's not going to get a bleep ton of targets, but there still is T. Higgins on the other side of him who they paid a lot of money, who also get a bleep ton of targets. And then with Justin Jefferson, obviously was even great when he had Sam Darnold last year, but we just don't know what life is going to be like with a quote-unquote rookie quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, having his first year starting in the NFL.
So I think it's an obvious statement that you have to be a very good wide receiver to get to 2,000.
Yes.
However, I think you got to be in a little bit of a perfect storm that has nothing to do with you to actually get to 2,000 yards. And I don't know what the answer is, so I'm curious what you guys think. Call in, text in 713-780-3776, HRNP, listener line, and YouTube, Brian. Like, would you rather have help distracting? Like, do you want another wide receiver opposite of you taking attention away from you so you can't be double teamed? Or do you want to be the guy catching potentially catching all the balls? Do you want to be on a good team or bad team? Like, you're going to throw the ball a ton because you're down 15 all the time. Therefore, you can get a bunch of garbage yards and get to 2,000. Do you want a really good quarterback or a running game that helps take it off? You want a really good quarterback, yes. Do you want a really good running game that helps take some of the pressure off and they have to worry about the running game, or you only throw the ball? Like, what's that perfect storm that you get to 2,000?
I think the perfect storm, and this would play in the favor of Jamar Chase because he has this. I think you have to have the good quarterback. I mean, let's start there. You have to have the good quarterback. That's obvious. I don't think anyone's getting there with a mediocre. No one's getting there with a Derek Carr type. Not to take a side swipe.
That's why I cross off Justin Jefferson because I just
J.J. McCarthy.
J.J. McCarthy's going to get it. Like, I just don't think so.
We don't know. I think the other thing you have to have. I don't think it is a killer either way if you have the other target on the other side of you. Like, I think it's a benefit to get the extra targets, but it's also, I think, a benefit to not receive double coverage. So that's kind of a wash to me. Where I do think you could have a perfect storm, and Cincinnati had it last year with their offensive production. You got to have a terrible defense because if you have a good defense and you're up in the third quarter, you're up 2 scores in the fourth quarter, you're not going to be passing the ball much, and you're going to play 2.5 quarters most weeks. So I think the perfect storm is great quarterback, terrible defense, which the Bengals and Jamar Chase have. Yeah. Especially if they trade away Trey Hendrickson.
You can make the argument that getting to 2,000 yards as a wide receiver is the ultimate team stat because
you need a bad defense.
You need half the team to be bad.
Yeah,
you need your other wide receiver to be good enough to draw enough attention, but not
right, but
enough,
not
enough throws.
Right.
So you want that you want your second wide receiver to draw enough attention from the defense, but not draw enough throws from your quarterback. You want to be bad enough as an offense to where you're always throwing the ball, trying to catch up. That goes into play with the bad defense, but also a good enough offense to where you can actually gain yards.
Right.
So, like, it's a perfect
and not
storm
have
to
a
get
good
to
enough
2,000.
running back. Do you want to feed the ball 25
Yeah, like, you
times
can't
a
have
game?
Saquon.
You can't have Saquon, right?
Right. You got to have a good enough quarterback to where the defense can't play cover 2 all the time. They got to at least stack the box a little bit, not a lot of it, because you don't want the running back taking touches away from
Right. Now, I think there's one name we haven't mentioned that fits everything except for the terrible defense. He's got another receiver on the other side of him who the team just acquired this offseason that's pretty good, but he's not going to take, he's not a threat to catch 100 balls. He also has a running game that's not great because they haven't really been able to settle on anybody since their last franchise guy, and that's CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb with the Cowboys, he has a good, I wouldn't say elite quarterback, but he has a very good quarterback, someone you could argue is fringe top 10. They trade for George Pickens, who's good enough to keep the defense honest, but not good enough to get 90 catches in any given year. And their running game, they've just kind of been cycling guys through ever since Zeke went downhill. And now, obviously, Rico Dowdle left. Before that, Tony Pollard left. Like, they don't have a running game that's going to take anything away. They don't have another wide receiver that's going to take a significant chunk away, and they have a good quarterback. The only question is the defense bad enough to do it? But I think CeeDee Lamb would be where I would throw my dart.
Just to look at some of the receiving numbers from last year, Jamar Chase, 1,700. Justin Jefferson, great year, 1,500 yards, nowhere close. Like 500 yards,
Darnold, no less,
is
yeah.
nowhere close to 2,000.
No.
Jamar Chase, even, that's 3 games away. That's 3 games away of 100 yards a game from getting there. That's a long ways off, and both those guys played 17 games. Brian Thomas is interesting because he had 1,200 yards in his rookie season with a bad Trevor Lawrence who didn't play the entire season. And I do think Trevor Lawrence is going to have a pretty decent year. Watch out for the Jags this year. I don't know that they win the division, but I do think they're a better team.
I think you're about to give us a spicy take there.
Yeah, I just I don't think Trevor Lawrence is as bad as we've seen, because if you want to make excuses for CJ, they're sure as hell there for Trevor Lawrence.
Urban Meyer to start his career was
what a joke.
Worse than anything CJ has ever had to deal with.
And Doug Peterson, what he did was criminal in the first half, ending the first half here in Houston against the Texans. Jaguars should have been leading that game and beating the Texans. But Doug Peterson, the way he handled that clock and going no points, it was an absolute just travesty. Other than that, Drake London, Amon-Ra, St. Brown, Jerry Jeudy, Malik Neighbors, they're just not good enough. They don't have good enough quarterbacks, not a good enough or proper enough situation to get to 2,000. It's a very tough feat to accomplish.
I'm trying to think of who else would be in the conversation, but I've really landed on pretty much 3 guys. I think Puka Nacua is talented enough, but Devontae Adams is there now. They've got a good defense. I don't see a scenario like the perfect storm scenario like you talked about that would lead to him getting that 2,000-yard season. I really think the answer is CeeDee Lamb for this year, because Justin Jefferson's talented enough, but like J.J. McCarthy, I got to see it before I make that bet. Jamar Chase certainly could do it, but you have to wonder about T. Higgins taking away, not that he's going to take away to the point where Jamar Chase is going to be elite, but we're talking about doing something no one's ever done before. It's not just does he take away targets enough to limit your season to where you can't have a 1,500-yard season. It's not that. It's just you have to get such an obscene amount of the target percentage that a guy like T. Higgins is probably going to eat enough into that to keep you there.
Not only that, you have to stay healthy, and you've got to be on average 100 yards, more than 100 yards a game. Jamar Chase last year was the leading wide receiver with 1,700 plus yards. He had 5 games over 100 yards. One of them was 264 yards.
I remember. I faced him in fantasy that week.
Sucks. His worst game, he had 43, a 55, and a 35-yard game. So, that's the best wide receiver in the game last year, according to receiving yards. And he still had some duds. It happens. It's the NFL. You're going to face good defenses, and they can just take you out. You face Derek Stingley, forget about it. You ain't going over 100. You do that two games in a row, 3 games in a row, you got to have a 264. How many guys are even capable of going for 264 or 177 or 193? That's what he did last year. And to look to your point, those games that he did that in, they put up 27 points in one. They lost with 34 points, and they lost with 38 points. So, again, the defense, a bad product, allows you to get those yards and just throw the ball over the yard.
Yeah, it's just such a perfect storm. Like, I believe Tyreek Hill 2 years ago, to kind of bring it back to Tyreek from the last segment, but Tyreek Hill a couple years ago was on pace for it, but ended up missing a couple games and didn't get there. Like, he was 17-something, but ended up finishing basically what I think he missed 2 games, and had he played it, he was on pace to do something close to that. But, yeah, I don't know if it feels like something we will see, because the game one, they've added the extra game on, and we're probably going to get an 18th game in a couple years. Let's not forget that part of the equation. Now, will it diminish the accomplishment? That's a whole nother debate.
Will.
Yeah, that's a whole nother debate. But I think we do get there, but I don't know if it's – I definitely don't think it's Jefferson this year, not to say that
it can't be. It won't be. There's just no way.
I don't see how you get there with J.J. McCarthy.
Hell no. It's just not happening.
I'll put my bet on CeeDee Lamb. Where would you put your bet?
I put it on Jamar Chase. Like,
that's fair. I can't knock it. I mean,
yeah,
he's the best, most talented receiver.
I'm not trying to make some hot take.
Right.
Just like, if I'm putting my money somewhere, you're going to get great odds on it. It's NFL history. It's never happened before. I think Jamar Chase is a great one. Do you think Nico Collins is like around that, or because Nico
Collins is sneaky big if he could stay healthy?
Yeah,
because he missed 2 games. I think it was 2 games 2 years ago. It was really like 2.5. Because there was that Jets game, like he entered and then he left. And then he missed 5 games last year with the hamstring injury. But remember what he was doing before the injury. I mean, he was leading the league in receiving yards by a large margin.
No, he's an absolute stud.
Yeah.
But again, he is good. Is he great? You got to do it. 17 games over a 10-year period get you from that good to great.
I don't think he can stay healthy enough to get there. And the other big problem, as far as what we mentioned with the perfect storm, their defense is way too good to allow him to get there.
All right, we're going to take a break here on the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5. We are live at McCormick and Schmick's Town and Country. Coming up after the break, I don't know what you want to get into. You want to do who's rocky in their division in the NFL?
Who are the most vulnerable defending divisional champs? And could it be the Texans?
I think that is not outrageous. It's not outrageous, and it's going to be a hot debate because there's some vulnerable teams out there. I'm excited to come back and debate this with you, B.
All right, ESPN Radio 97.5, 92.5 live from McCormick and Schmick's. Don't go anywhere.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from McCormick and Schmick's at Town & Country as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The Eagles are up for best team. Go Birds. Yep. And I bet you guys think, as an Eagles fan, that I'm going to trash all the other nominees, but far from it. I'm going to celebrate them. I think this race is wide open. It definitely is not obvious who the best team was this year. One of the nominees for best team is the Dallas Cowboys. No, I'm joking. Obviously, Dallas sucks. Go Birds.
Oh, that was painful for our producer back
Rent-free.
in the studio, AJ.
Oh, 7-10 will do that to you in the NFC East. The Cowboys, do they have a chance to win the division this year and knock off the Eagles? We'll dive into each division here in a little bit here on the Paul Gallant Show. Paul is out. He has a boo-boo. He is sick for the day, so I'm Will Kunkel filling in for him. You can find me on X, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Just type in Kunkel, and I should pop up. There's not a whole lot of us. My premiere episode with Jabba Chamberlain on Kicking It with Kunkel will happen tonight at 6 o'clock. He does say some great things about the Astros, and wait until you hear what he says about analytics in the Yankee system. It is embarrassing. Joe Torre, a sneak peek, had to call up to the owner's box at times to see if he could put guys into the game.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's not skip past that.
Insane.
Joe Torre,
legendary
manager Joe Torre, was having to call up to the general manager?
He
was allowed to play guys?
So in old Yankee Stadium, the way Jabba explains it is that you could see from the dugout up into the owner's box and vice versa. And Joe Torre, if he wanted to put Jabba in the game, due to the ridiculous Jabba rules, had to call up to the owner's box and get permission to have Jabba throw that day. And it doesn't stop there.
Specifically with Jabba.
Well,
Okay.
Specifically with him is what he spoke on, but the analytical nonsense didn't stop there with the stories. Some great stories with Roger Clemens as well. Just type in Kicking It with Kunkel on YouTube, and you can see that tonight, 6 o'clock Central Time. We are live at McCormick and Schmick's Town & Country all day today, world-class happy hour. I'm talking about number one in America, according to USA Today. You don't get the number one because of anything else, because of your specials. Tuesday, $3 tacos. Wednesday, $10 chicken sliders and fries. You get a couple of those. $2 oysters on Friday. Then they're going to up the game starting on Monday. Next Monday, 2-course lunch, $18. 3-course dinner, $35. Bring a hot date over here. Don't show them the bill. Pay for the bill. $35 a pop. That's what's up.
I don't know.
Get a nice handcrafted cocktail, $8. 3:30 to 6:30 happy hour. One of the best in the game. Brian, I want to get into this division. We're running out of time here, as the show's going to wrap up here in about 20 minutes. We've been going long on every segment today. Compliments to you. Let's start in the you want to start with the Texans?
So, the question was who's the most vulnerable defending division champ in the NFL? And I think there's two ways to look at this. One, where you could put the Texans into this, and one where you would eliminate them from this conversation, depending on which way you go with it. Because the first way is I wouldn't normally obviously say the Ravens are vulnerable because they're a great team. They're not vulnerable at all. Why would they be a great team? But they have, I think, teams that are closer to them, especially if the Bengals are able to just not be a complete sieve on defense, because we know their offense is elite. But there are divisions where the team that won it is better than the Texans, but you could argue maybe they're more vulnerable, not because they are weak, but because the competition behind them is so much stronger than what is in the AFC South. The other way you can look at it is just the weakness of the team that won it, that maybe, depending on how you look at the Texans roster and how they overhauled it, especially with the offensive line, maybe you could put them in that category of not completely sold that the roster is there to be a no-doubt repeat champ in the division.
So if you look at the entire NFL, I think the answer is pretty simple and easy for me. We're going to get to the Texans and the AFC South in a second, but just overlooking everybody, I think the team that is in the biggest conundrum are the Chiefs, because they won so many close games last year. Their point differential was just 59. You look at the Chargers, their point differential was plus 101 and Broncos was plus 114. Mathematically, the Chiefs should not have won that division the way that usually shakes out. They just won incredibly close games consistently, which says a lot about them and as a team to be able to win those. But I think the teams behind them are very, very good, and I don't think the gap is as much as last year's standing showed.
Yeah, I'm going to go a different direction, although I like the point you made. Like, I'm just not maybe as sold on – like, I think the Broncos and the Chargers are playoff teams. I think they're very good teams. I don't know if they're past the Chiefs up good because of how good that Chiefs defense. I think my most vulnerable defending champion, this might be controversial, but I think it's the Lions. Not only because I have question marks. They lose Ben Johnson to the Bears. They lose Aaron Glenn to the Jets. What impact that has on the team, I'm not sure. They lose, was it Frank Ragnow retired in the middle of the offseason? Kevin Zeitler left their team. Like the offensive line's gone through some changes. They've lost 2 stalwarts as far as their OCs. And you look at the rest of that division, like, is there a soft game? Like, if we believe in Ben Johnson and what he's going to be able to do for the Bears, especially for, the guy who was the number 1 pick in the draft a couple years ago, like, I don't see a soft touch in the division. I mean, obviously the Vikings were 14-win team last year. The Packers have been very good with Jordan Love and LaFleur there in Green Bay. And then if the Bears take the step forward that we think they will, like, that's a spicy division where the Lions could win 11 games and still lose the division.
Honestly, I don't think it's even a hot take. I think if it's not the Chiefs, it might even be even more obvious that it's the Lions. They won 15 games last year. They're over-under in Vegas this year, 10.5.
Yeah.
And I hammered the under because of the question marks, because of what you just mentioned. And they're going to regress. I think the Bears get better. I think the Packers are a little bit better. Vikings, I think they probably regress, but even a regression from 14 wins, like 10 wins, that's exactly in the same neighborhood the Lions are. So, I mean, I wholeheartedly agree that the Lions are on the chopping block, and so are the Chiefs in my mind, because they regress a little bit, but also the rest of the division is very good.
So how vulnerable do you think the Texans are quickly before we go to break? Like, I wouldn't, like, if you look into the other division, the division champs, like the Eagles, like, cross them out. The Bills cross them out. I almost have to cross out the Buccaneers, not because they're like an elite team, but the rest of the division's so suspect. Like, I don't know where I would put the Texans, but I think they're more vulnerable than the Bills. Obviously, I think they're more vulnerable than the Eagles. I think they're more vulnerable than the Buccaneers. Like, where would you put them amongst these division winners?
I think they're in that conversation. They won the division by 2 games last year. I cross out the Colts. I talked to a coach that says every time they play Anthony Richardson, they love it. I agree. Richardson's not good. Titans aren't any dang good.
It's really can the Jaguars take a step forward, in my opinion?
And I think the Jaguars do, but I don't think they do enough to beat the Texans. The biggest thing for the Texans is if their offense is as good as we think it could be with Nick Caley, like if they just get that little bit better, then they win the division by maybe 4 games. If not, it's going to come down to a game or 2, I think, with the Jaguars, not the Colts.
Yeah, I certainly think that would be the case. Like, I think I'd put the Texans kind of mid-pack as far as their vulnerability. Like, I don't think they're super vulnerable, but I also don't think they're super safe. They're right in that middle tier, which is kind of where the Texans have lived for their entire existence, it feels like.
They control their destination. I don't think that they're going to have to all of a sudden like chase down the Jags. It's not the division for the Jags to lose. It's the Texans' division to lose. I just think it's possible for them to lose it. I don't think that it's possible for the Eagles to really lose it.
I don't think it's possible for the Bills.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible for the Bills to lose it. It's the division for the Texans to win it until they blow it and they beat themselves. They're their own biggest competition.
I think you can make an argument, though, that they'd be the 3rd least vulnerable, just because we're talking about with Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. It ain't happened for the Colts this year. IMO. I don't think it's happened in year 1 for Cam Ward and the Titans. So you're really talking about, can Trevor Lawrence take a step forward if the Jaguars get to a level beyond what they've been? And that's really the only question is, will the Texans repeat as division champs?
See, I don't even know if that's the biggest question. I
Three-peat.
think the biggest question is, can the offense get out of their own way? Because if they don't, then by default, it's going to be the Jaguars. It's not going to be the Colts, and it's not going to be the Titans in my mind.
I agree with that.
The Texans will – that if the Texans don't win the division, it's because they lost it. It's because the offense couldn't get out of their way. Nick Caley wasn't the right hire. The offensive line didn't figure it out. Nobody besides Nico Collins was able to step up. That's my biggest concern with this team. Who's catching passes if Nico gets hurt? If he's out 4 or 5 games, who is it? Is it Christian Kirk? Are we relying on him throughout the entire season?
I think it's going to be Jaden Higgins.
That's what that's a rookie.
Yeah,
so
a rookie.
We're certainly not counting on that for 17 games. Maybe there's a stretch where he's really good. Is the defense that good to be able to carry them for that long? Because they were leaned on a lot last year.
All right, before we go to break and get to garbage time on the other side to close it out here on the Paul Gallant Show, let me talk to you real quick about what's going on at Texas Card House today. So a quick shout out to the poker players out there. You may want to head over to Texas Card House in Spring this afternoon because Hijack Poker is going to be there from 2 to 8 p.m. today, and they're doing some exciting in-person only promotions. You got to go out there in person, so take advantage of that. Plus, they have a great game this evening at 6 p.m. where for a $40 buy-in, you can compete in a tournament and a game with a guaranteed payout of $4,000. That's right. A $40 buy-in gets you in for a $4,000 guaranteed payout. So get to Texas Card House in Spring today. I-45 North at Spring Cypress, TexasCardHouse.com.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from McCormick and Schmick's at Town and Country as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
You guys, it's not a speech, it's comedy. Don't be afraid to laugh. I talked to someone last night that was there and said he thinks that the crowd knew it was funny, but they were afraid to laugh. How pathetic.
Yeah, like they don't want to be
that?
judged by the snowflake next to them. Like, oh, if I laugh at this joke that this person thinks inappropriate, then they're going to think less of me.
Comedy's back. America is back. Thank you, Shane Gillis. This is the Paul Gallant Show. No Paul Gallant today. We got 7 minutes left in this show. It's me and Brian. Will Kunkel, that being me, at McCormick and Schmick's in Town and Country all day today. It's been an absolute blast. Best happy hour in town. Best happy hour in America, according to USA Today. You're going to have to find out for yourself. Come on down here. But Shane Gillis absolutely slayed last night at the ESPYs. As for this show, let's wrap up with some garbage time, Brian.
Oh, I love trash.
Garbage time
It's garbage.
starts now.
I'm the trash man.
This is garbage.
I don't know who's seen it, but it has gone.
Everybody's seen it.
completely-
You know who's seen it? Their spouses. That's who's seen it.
So this is actually pretty gross. It's not funny. It's pathetic. I feel horrible for the kids involved and the spouses that are involved. But last night at a concert at Foxborough, a Coldplay concert, Chris Martin, the lead singer, a couple got put up on the Jumbotron, and they ducked and hid for cover. And he says they're either really shy or having an affair.
Uh-huh.
So, of course,
answer is
the ex does what the ex does, and it looks like an affair.
It's an affair.
Is the answer. So what it is, it's the company called Astronomer. It's a tech company in New York City. It's their CEO, and I think they're like HR.
They're HR chief. They're HR chief. They're seeing like the, they're like, hey, he's standing behind her, like right up close with his arms around her waist, and her arms are in his arms. Like completely, like like a couple would. And a couple, yeah, exactly. Only like this is not a friend's embrace. This is a couple embrace. And the second the spotlight on, you're right about Duck. Like the man, the CEO, Andy. I should put his name out there, but
it's out there.
Yes, it's out there.
Andy Byron. And by the way, he doesn't deserve protection.
That's fair. That's fair.
Andy Byron
I take
and
it all
Chief
back.
People Officer Kristen Cabot were canoodling.
But he completely ducks like below the barrier, like for the stands or whatever, to where he's like hidden. And then you and I had this conversation before the show started. Like, I think, like, I know they're obviously trying to be in secret because it is a fair. But I think if they no-sell it and they just go along with it, no one's posting this.
Nothing, Burger.
Nothing. Because the reaction is what, like, oh, why is that guy ducking below the stands? Why is she turning her head and covering her face? Oh, and Chris Martin picked up on it, the lead singer Coldplay, and said it. Like, if they just stand there and don't react to being on the screen, they might have gotten away with it.
But Chris Martin actually made it even more perfect, really, is what he did, because he says, whoa, look at these two. And as they duck, he says, he laughs and goes, either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Yeah.
Like, he literally play-by-played their life moment.
Yeah.
Like, perfectly right in front of the crowd, and now the entire world, of course, everyone's got their phone out.
Oh,
it's everywhere.
Yeah, the videos out there, and the memes are out there too.
It's crazy.
I've seen one where the man in the picture is Patrick Mahomes and the woman is NFL referees. So as a Texans fan, I enjoyed that one. But there's 1,000, actually not 1,000, 1,000,000 more memes after that. It's certainly taken over the internet today.
Jokes aside, I feel horrible for their families and the children.
He's got 2 kids. So.
It's just so sad. It's pathetic. A weak excuse of a man. And woman, for that sake, she's married as well.
Yeah, she knows. And she's married too.
Exactly.
It's not like she's just with a married man. She's also married.
It's horrible. It is disgusting. Not horrible and disgusting is the happy hour that's going to.
I was put work there.
Taking place here.
I was put work there, Will.
In 30 minutes here at McCormick and Schmick's. Come on down, grab a wine, a cocktail, a beer, whatever your choice is, because the menu is fantastic. You just made an order. What'd you get?
Yeah. So I put in. They've got these. You mentioned some of the lunch specials, but I put in for one. There's like a lunch combo thing with a salad and fish and fries, fish and chips. And so I'm looking forward to it.
Well, how much time do we have here?
We got to wrap it up. Hand it over to Joel Blank and Barry Laminate coming up next to the Killer Bees.
All right, one more shameless plug. Find my show on YouTube at Kicking It with Kunkel. Jabba Chamberlain on the show tonight. Yes, we said good things about the Astros. It's a good conversation. Plus, I go all in on Major League Baseball having to get rid of extra innings. Put in the swing off. Regular season games only, not for the postseason. That would be ridiculous. But Rob Manfred, have the onions. Paul Gallant, get healthy, my brother. I appreciate you being out today so that I could come in and fill in. And I believe July 21st, I will be back in the seat for Paul Gallant as well. For Brian and AJ, I'm Will Kunkel here on the Paul Gallant Show, 97.5 ESPN Radio. We'll see you all just back here in a few minutes.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM, coming to you live from McCormick and Schmick's in the town and country area. It is a beautiful restaurant. It is a phenomenal day here in the city, and you guys should come join us. Lindsay's working the bar. We've got a happy hour on deck that's going to be just second to none. World-class happy hour, number one in America by USA Today, made better by the fact that Barry Laminack is here. He's going to be signing autographs, taking pictures, talking to the peeps.
Is that true?
I don't know. Sounded good at the
I
time.
mean, okay. I guess I can do that.
The Brian McDonald is here, as dressed up as I've ever seen him in my life, so you know that this place is top-notch. And we're all ready to go to have some fun. And
wait, that's as dressed up as he's ever been?
No. I said as dressed up as I've ever seen.
Yeah, I've ever seen. I didn't want to show up in my normal gear. I thought I would be sorely embarrassed.
Okay. Yeah. What do you mean? Oh, yeah.
I mean, you saw how I dressed yesterday, which is pretty much how I dress every day. I didn't want to show up like that.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
That's fair. Because, I walked in here and everyone was in suits. I was like,
it's that level.
Yeah. I mean, the guy that opened the door when I got here was wearing a suit. Everyone that was eating here was wearing a suit. I was like, I can't.
So do you keep like a collared shirt in the car?
No. I just anticipated this and I was proven correct. That's what I'm saying when I walked through the door.
Because, I mean, I do. I used to do that.
Oh, you really?
As a comic.
I know other things you keep in the car so you don't have to pull over.
True that. I used to keep a collared shirt in the car as a comic because when you first start, you never know where they're going to ask you, hey, we need a host to jump on stage and host for us. I used to do that. I don't do that anymore because I don't care. But that used to be a thing.
I did the same thing with the Rockets. With the Rockets, you just never knew. So, one on the back of my door in my office, I kept a sport coat and a shirt.
Yeah.
And then in the car, same thing. Like, you never know. And also because you're trying to play golf every now and then, that you know that you might have to change back into a dry shirt if you had to do something.
Yeah, no, I don't. Now I just keep T-shirts in the car. That's just because I'm, old, fat, and sweat a lot. So you just keep extra T-shirts.
Because you're giving up.
Yeah, that too. That too. You hit 50s and you give up.
I keep a couple pairs of shoes in the car, back in the car, based on what we need.
Yeah.
And if I don't want to trash a good pair of kicks, like if all of a sudden we got softball practice, I'm like, can't wear a pair of Jordans out on the softball field. Not
there you go.
That.
Little hoop, little golf.
All right. So yesterday we went door-to-door salesman hunting.
Oh,
based on your escapades
yes.
at Palatial Laminack Manor. How dare you do anything that could possibly equal that today?
I'll tell you what. This I went after the after the show yesterday.
Yeah.
So I went to the grocery store because I like to cook for the wife, right? And
you make food.
And I make food. I actually cook for the wife.
Yeah.
And so I told her I'd stop by the store. And we have I won't say the names because I don't know if we have any grocery store sponsors or anything like that. I don't know if I can
wouldn't worry about that.
Plug or not. But I went by the grocery store, right? Just normal, no big deal type stuff, right? I'm walking up and down the aisle, dude. I'm on the salsa aisle because, when you have a Mexican wife, that tends to happen. Mm-hmm. So I'm getting some salsa, and this nice couple comes up next to me on the salsa aisle. And now I'm at the HEB organic salsa. Oops, said their name. And I'm at their, they got some badass salsas and the organics and whatnot. And that's the stuff that Nora likes. And this couple comes up to the Pace Picante salsas, and I'm not judging. It's good stuff. Okay, that's what I prefer. I know that's what I prefer.
Oh, right.
Nora is like the fancy bougie stuff, but that's what I would go for, is like the Pace chunky and all that, right? So tell me why I'm sitting here trying to remember which one to buy. Out of the corner of my ear, I hear.
Someone opened a jar?
Yes, I hear a pop. You know how when you open
the first seal.
So I hear it, and it registers to me what's happening. Someone has opened a jar, right? Now, I don't want to be like, what the hell? And look real fast and be obvious. So I just kind of side eye, you don't turn, but you kind of move. So what I do is I'm looking, but like at salsa that's closer to them without like just whipping my head around like I have whiplash. So I look so that I can see what's going on. And this dude opens a jar, not a little, like a big ass jar of paste, puts his finger in.
Oh, no, he didn't.
I kid you not. Puts his entire, scoops out a big old thing of paste and just takes a big old bite of paste.
Did you turn and go, how do you sleep at night?
No. And then he looks at his wife and goes, puts the lid on.
No, he did not.
Puts the lid on. No, let me. Puts the lid on. Gets the other style. Okay. Puts that in the basket. I kid you not. A guy from HEB walks up from behind, and the lady is standing there with a Bob Marley like thing on. I don't know, it's like a shirt or something like that. He goes, "Hey," and the guy goes, "What?" And he goes, "I love that shirt, ma'am." And she goes, "Oh," he goes, "I'm a huge Bob Marley fan. I love that so much, man. I've got a tattoo." And she goes, "Oh, that's great." And they talk for like 20 seconds. And I want so bad to be like, oh, And so I'm just sitting there like, how is this going to go down?
Yeah.
And so they talk about Bob Marley for like 45 seconds to a minute. And I'm just sitting there frozen, I'm just like, what's going to happen? And he goes, "Oh, that's great." And this was like one of those grocery picker guys at the store.
Yeah.
But I think he works there like manager style, right? You can tell he's not just there to pick groceries. So he does this thing and they walk off. And the dude puts the one that they didn't open in the basket, and he's got the other one in his hand. And so the HEB guy goes off the other way, and the couple goes off down the aisle the opposite way. And so I'm standing there like a child whose parents just got divorced, not knowing what to do. I'm like, what happens now? And so I'm watching the couple and the dude, and he knows I know now because he looks back. And I looked at him, and I kind of looked away real fast because I got caught, peeping. I was like, oh,
that's soft.
He saw me, right?
Especially you.
That's soft,
yeah, I know. Well, it was awkward. So they stopped, and I was like, I know what he's gonna do. He's gonna put it back on the shelf where they stopped, because they got about halfway down the aisle, and they stopped to look at something. But so they stand there for like half a second. Now I'm not looking at them, so I don't know what they're doing. They stand there for a half a second, and then they continue on down their journey towards the end of the aisle. And as they get to the end of the aisle, I look back, hands are empty. He no longer has that can of paste in his hand anymore. I was like, you dirty son of a...
Did you look for it?
Bro, you best believe as soon as they rounded the corner and disappeared, I immediately went down there, and sure as hell, it was sitting there. He had put it on the shelf back in the back. I was like, bro, you are the worst human being on the planet.
Arrest them on sight.
Okay. So, no, okay.
All right, yeah.
So I was like, you're awful. I'm going to go find that dude and let him know what happened. So I just left my basket, and I started going down the aisles. I go down the house. And I round the corner, I see the dude as I get to the end of the aisle. I see the guy that I was looking for that was talking to him.
The guy that worked.
He had disappeared down 3 aisles over. He went down, and I was like, oh, there he goes. I'm gonna go get him. So I start walking down that aisle, and as I turn the corner, I go, hey man. And when I do, that couple's there. I was like, oh. I go, hey man, where's the olive oil? He goes, I was like, can you just show me? He goes, yeah, come on, I'll show you. So
well played there.
So he takes me to, and I think they know, because that one dude was like, he takes me down to the, he goes, it's like, I was like, man, I don't care about no damn olive oil. Listen, bro. I was like, Bob Marley and her husband? He goes, what? I was like, that chick you were talking to with the Bob Marley? She goes, oh yeah, you a Bob Marley fan? I was like, no, but I'm a decent human being fan. He goes, what? I go, come here, bro. Let me show you something. I was like, remember how we were standing over here at the salsa stuff? He goes, I didn't know that's where we were. I was like, well, man, I was standing there before you walked up, and I heard, and that man opened some paste and started eating out of it. He goes, what? I was like, yeah, come here. I'll show you where the can is. And we walked down to the aisle. I was like, it's right there. He goes, oh my God. He got it out, and he was pushing on the top where the button pops up. He goes, I can't believe that. I was like, are you going to arrest him? He goes, no, I'm not going to arrest him. I was like, I bet you could get the footage, though. I guarantee you can see it. He goes,
yeah, for sure.
He goes, people are just terrible. I was like, aren't they, though? I was like, so do I get a discount?
Can I tell you something?
He goes, no. I was like, well, it was worth a shot. But, I mean, bro, like, how awful of a person are you that you do that? Because you know how mad I would be if I got home, if I bought a jar of salsa, because you know that's one of those things where it's 12:30 at night and you're watching something. You maybe have done some things that adults do in their privacy of their own home.
Sure.
And you're just like, you know what I really feel like? Chips and salsa. And then you go get your chips and you go get your salsa and you open it and it don't pop. And you're so mad now because you can't eat it.
Here's where I'm at with that, because I actually had this happen to me a month or so ago, and I had mentioned, I put it on the rundown one day for the guys. We didn't get to it. But the other thing that annoys me, that similar to that, same store, by the way, mom comes in with the kids and decides it's free meal day at HEB, and like's got a couple in the cart and one or two on the side, and they start in the fruit and vegetable aisle, and they start sampling the grapes and the strawberries. And here, Junior, try this. Here, sweetie, have a banana. And I'm going, wait, what? And then, so I go try to get some of my stuff. And then I come around the corner. Well, they've progressed to the donut, you know, where they have the donut aisle, but they have where you can grab and bag your own.
Yeah.
Like you want to grab your assortment of them.
Yeah.
Each kid is half a jaw full of an eclair or a donut with it all over their face.
Awful.
And
That's
she's like,
awful.
here, honey, wipe your face. I go, wipe the face? How about, like, what are we doing to, like, pay for the donuts that the entire family is eating?
That is terrible.
Then they go look for who's giving out samples.
Oh.
And they start trying to clean house there. And I'm going, well, what could we have for the main course that they could get away with? I'm just shaking my head
That
going,
is awful.
and I walk by, I go, are y'all going to pay for that? And she's like,
mind your business.
She's like, who are you? And I go, that doesn't matter.
I'm a decent human being.
And she storms off with the cart. I'm going, so we bring the family for dinner tonight.
Wow, that's terrible. You know, like, and that's what the guy said. He goes, you know what sucks about this is, like, I bought a box of trail mix, like it has the small bags, individual bags. He goes, man, I got the bag home and, I didn't touch it for like several days. And then I went to go get a thing of trail mix, and it was a box of, like, I think it was 12 bags. It had 3 bags in it. Somebody had just opened it up and just grabbed a bunch of bags out of it and just left the box and stuff on the shelf. Had no idea. I was like, dude, people are just awful. Like, just terrible people. I don't know. And then, by the way, shout out to Michael. I ran into a suspect on the way out.
Really?
Yeah. He was. He's like, man, he was like, it's good to see you, man. He lives in the neighborhood, so he used to listen to us all the time. And he was like, I knew eventually one day I would run into you, and I almost ran over his child with my basket. So sorry to Michael's kid, and shout out to Michael, man. Good to meet you.
I'm just glad you didn't run over someone in the Segway after the conversation yesterday.
That I would do on purpose.
Yeah, that would
do
be
on
hard
purpose.
to deny after there would be plenty of evidence on the podcast page.
Yeah, exactly.
For motive.
Exactly.
We also have someone that wants to know the exact store and everything else, which we're not going to give out. But they want to make sure that they don't go to the salsa aisle. So at least, hey, we're looking out for you. We're trying to get you what you need. We got a full show for you today. We got lots to get to, again, here at McCormick and Schmick's in the Town and Country area. Beautiful, beautiful spot. America's #1 happy hour. It's phenomenal here. Lindsay's going to take great care of you at the bar. Make sure you take care of the tips and make sure that they get welcome. Always tip your bartenders and wait staff. That's just what you're supposed to do. As a comedian, you know this.
Absolutely.
But we're going to be here the entire time up until 6 o'clock. So you can stop by, say hi, grab some cocktails, grab some unbelievable food. I don't want to bother BMAC right now because he is knee deep in some good looking food right there. And then we're going to talk a bunch about the Astros coming out of the All-Star break, getting ready for their first series in Seattle. There is something we need to talk about that is pressing because the starters have been announced for the opening series, and it's something that we touched on last week. We need to get some Texans talk because otherwise Joe's going to beat our behind. We've got lots to get to. It always includes you. hit us up on social media. Give us a call, 713-780-3776. Call or text, get in on the show. If not, hit us up on YouTube. We're checking everything there. We're having a great time, and you are a part of it. We appreciate you being a part of the Hive. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5.
Broadcasting live from McCormick and Schmick's at Town & Country as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, we're back from McCormick and Schmick's in Town & Country. Sam is, as always, telling everybody where to go, what to do, and keeping it all somewhat in order as we get ready for happy hour here at the #1 happy hour in America, as says USA Today, and I am not one to argue with them because this place is beautiful. The drinks are phenomenal, and you should be here because it is a really, really nice atmosphere with phenomenal food. Monday through Friday, 3:30 to 6:30. On top of the regular happy hour, they have daily features. Tuesday, $3 tacos. Wednesday, $10 chicken sliders. 2 sliders with fries on that $10 chicken slider platter. Fridays, $2 oysters. Unbelievable environment. As I said, a very popular spot. Get here early, stay late, have some fun. It is absolutely fantastic. Look, guys, I was sitting there thinking as I was looking at what we're going to talk about today on the show and just kind of kicking around some things. And lo and behold, Brian McTaggart puts out the starters for this Seattle Astros series coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at the starters, and the glaring weakness that I'm missing in my who do I want to see pitch against the Mariners is staring me right in the face right away. And there's no Hunter Brown in it. You know, they're going to start with Colton Gordon on Friday night, and then they're going to go to Lance McCullers on Saturday night, and then they're going to go to Fromber on Sunday afternoon. And this is where Astros fans, we set you up for this, but this is something that you have to think long and hard about. What does this mean? Because coming out of the All-Star game in which Hunter Brown was an All-Star but did not pitch, we knew that going into the All-Star festivities, if Hunter Brown pitched Sunday, he wouldn't pitch in the All-Star game. We all agreed. Good move on his part. He was trying to make good on what was a bad start against Cleveland. He wanted to get off and finish the first half on the right note. It didn't happen. He did not look himself. His velocity was down. And we had the discussion at the time about he looks gassed. He might have really kind of emptied the tank in the first half. And should we be concerned? We tabled it and said, let's wait to see what happens coming out of the break, because you would assume, look, every year the Mariners have their World Series in July. This is their put it all on the table, all chips in, go for it series. That always means the world to them. And the Astros normally ruin it, crap all over it, and end up looking really good coming out of it. Instead, now, when we anticipated that your top two starters were going to be a part of that, they're now not going to be a part of it, because you're only going to get Fromber, you're not going to get Hunter. And that's the bigger concern. If it's only through this series and he starts against Arizona, and it's something I suggested prior to the break, that if he doesn't pitch against Seattle, it wouldn't be the worst thing, because you need Hunter Brown. Because let's make no mistake about it. Let's be as clear as we can possibly be. This team in the playoffs only goes as far as those two pitchers at the front of your rotation will take you. And if you only have one, it is going to be a predicament that is not going to probably sit well for all you Astros fans out there. I understand you're going to get offensive help, but the pitching is so important, and we know that come playoff time, you got to have Hunter Brown right at the right time. That's why when this came out, I was like, okay, let's see how long he's out for, because even if it's a couple series, if he misses a turn or two, if it means that he's going to be better off in the second half, more rested, he can kind of recharge the batteries and be ready for you come playoff time. It's something that you not only need to consider, it's something you have to do no matter how many injuries you've already had.
Yeah. I could see the concern, right? Like it's like, all right, why are they arresting him, or why? But if you do think that he's gassed, if you do think that maybe that first half took a toll on him and emptied the gas tank, then I think a few extra days of rest might be a good thing for him. And maybe just, let him clear his head. Maybe, let him just let him just get a little more. It's just like a hitter, right? It's like sometimes sometimes these guys, you see guys that are in a funk, you see guys that are in a prolonged slump, all of a sudden they get a sore back and go on the IL. Their back is fine. You know what I mean? They're just getting a 10-day rest that they don't want to get benched, and you don't want to bench a superstar. So they get a 10-day stint on the IL because of a sore back or a tight hamstring, and they just get to clear their head and relax and not have to worry about it. And maybe that's what this is. You got the extended break because of the All-Star game, and so this buys them some time. The good thing is, even if it's a 3-game series, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they win Fromber's start, the worst you can do is lose one game to the Mariners. So it's really not that big of a deal. If you don't pitch Fromber and you get swept, that is catastrophic. Now, if Fromber loses and you lose those other two, then now that's a big deal. But what I think the thought process is, hey, worst case scenario, Fromber wins his start. We lose. They gain one game on us in the standings. Not that big of a deal overall.
But my big concern is not even the series. My big concern is basically Hunter Brown is 50% of your world when it comes to starting pitching and what it means come postseason time. Mm-hmm. So that's why I think it's imperative that until he's right and he feels himself again, that you don't try and push him back out there. Like you just said, that you don't worry about if you drop 2 of 3 to the Mariners in July when there's so much of the season yet to be played. Because with the Diesel and with Fromber, you know how these theories go, where you can bring starters back early. You really only need 3 starters, 3.5 starters in the playoffs. You get those 2 guys and any one of your choice, whoever looks the best, getting ready for the postseason. You got a hell of a chance to go deep into the playoffs, no matter what your offense does or doesn't do.
I don't want to say it, but I think the bigger concern would be The I word.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because you don't know what you don't know. You know his velocity was down last game.
Not the fatigue, but
Yeah.
is this an injury?
Well, that's
and
let's ask the medical staff in the PR department, because we know we'll get an honest answer there.
But
we know that's the last thing we're not going to get any of that.
That's why it's like, man, is that why they're not running him out? The rest thing I'm good with. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, just let him recuperate a little bit, get a couple extra days, no big deal, okay, cool. But if they're doing that because they're like, well, maybe a few extra days and this thing will be fixed and he'll be good to go. And they're just not saying anything because of all the stuff we talked about yesterday. That's a bigger concern.
Let's look at that, though, and say, for the sake of at least trying to put some people's minds at ease before we go too far down that rabbit hole, as much as the velocity was down a little bit in his last start against the Rangers, he finished when he emptied the tank, getting it back to where it normally is. So it doesn't look like, a lot of times when these guys have something wrong with their arm, it's a significant drop off. It's 8 or 9 miles an hour. It's 5 to 8 miles an hour. It goes down quite a bit. But overall, I'm with you. Like, the last thing you can afford to do is have him injured or miss a bunch of time, and then also not be himself come playoff time. We've seen this from an offensive perspective with Jordan. We don't want to think about how long he may or may not be out. We've got an update. We'll get to that in a bit. But overall, these two guys are so important to you no matter who else comes back in your pitching staff in terms of eating up innings, mowing down hitters, and being dominant starting pitchers, that I just don't want to fathom the idea of not having one of them, when you need them most.
Yeah, that's scary. Don't even put that out there. But, yeah, that's the concern. Boy.
The minute that I saw those three starters out there, I go, okay, now I'm really otherwise I wouldn't really care all that much about who's pitching in the Arizona series. But now I'm going to be dialed into, not only all the sound we're going to get from Seattle, but as you get ready for the Arizona series and when they start naming pitchers for that series, I'm going to be interested if Hunter Brown's going to be in it, because I think that if you want to tell me, hey, look, it's a twofold proposition, and they would never tell me this, but if their thinking is we don't want to push him back right away if we can buy him a little couple extra days. And also, he's had 2 bad starts in a row. The last thing we want to do is put him out there against Seattle and have it not go his way, and now have him lose some confidence and start playing some games with himself mentally about where am I at and where's my game, as opposed to bring him back against Arizona, who's less than, bring him back against a team he should be dominant again, and his stuff should translate.
The only problem is if he gets shelled against.
That's even worse, right?
Then you're like, oh, wow. Yeah, that's even worse. Yeah, I mean, look, three bad games does not a season make. I think the big thing is, if it's mechanics, if it's mental, you can fix those things. But if it's fatigue, if it's what do they call it? If it's dead arm,
oh man,
if it's an injury, those are things that you just have to have time. Whatever injury it is, if you can get it fixed. So that's the concern. And this is made all just be a decision based on matchups. You really don't know, which I doubt that's the case, because it's Hunter Brown. I mean, he was one of, if not, he was one of the top 2 or 3 best pitchers in the American League.
No question.
This first half. So it's not like you don't run him out there if you have a chance against the team that's chasing you in the standings in your division. So there's something to it. We just don't know what. And
we don't know what extent, but it is something to keep an eye on.
Tell us. Well, I mean, Dana's been that guy that would come out and tell you too much, but it just I don't think they're going.
They might pull out the D word for you.
What?
And let you know that there's some discomfort.
Oh boy, you do that.
But if they do that,
just hang it up.
You might as well amputate the arm.
Yeah, now there's a whole.
If you hear that, hang it up, Stros fans. Season's over. Good night.
That's a wrap.
That's a wrap. Yep.
Now the diesel just became not even unleaded. He's just regular, and that's going to be a huge problem.
If you hear Hunter Brown has discomfort, just kiss that season goodbye.
Thoughts and prayers to his family.
Yes. T's and P's.
Start getting your affairs in order.
I can tell you who else will have discomfort. That'll be this guy right here. I'm not going to be too pleased if he's got discomfort. So hopefully we hope for the best and we see how it plays out. But that was definitely information worth sharing and talking about as it came out from Brian McTaggart and others this morning. It's something that we definitely should have some concern with.
Yeah, and you're right. They don't even list the first two starters for Arizona. They don't have them listed. So don't even know who that's going to be yet, which you would think they would, but nope.
So we'll keep an eye on that for you. We're going to continue to roll on. That presents us with problems B and C. If that is the A problem that we have to be concerned about right now, problems B and C are concerns based on the updates that were given today by Chandler Rome on Yordan Alvarez and Spencer Arrighetti. And it's inevitable that the conversation will probably roll into the medical staff as well, or just plain old Vince Lombardi. What the hell is going on right now? So we'll come back and get into that. If you guys want to join us, 713-780-3776, at Sacked by BMAC, at Barry is Funny, at Pac-Man Joel with a K if you want to get us on social media. We are the Killer Bees. This is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from McCormick and Schmick's at Town & Country as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
No Jeremy for the rest of the week, enjoying some downtime as my good friend Barry Lemonek joins me and Brian McDonald at McCormick and Schmick's here in Town and Country, where we're having a great time. People are starting to file in and enjoy some food and beverage. The world-class happy hour is underway. Voted number 1 in America again by USA Today. Valet available Wednesday through Saturdays all day. They got fish and oysters flown in daily. The happy hour is off the charts. You can get a $10 chicken slider platter, 2 sliders and fries on Wednesdays. Fridays, $2 oysters. Tuesdays, $3 tacos, all with unbelievable service. Lindsay's our server of the day. And everybody wants to come in and chat it up and have a good time. Stop in and see us and have a good time as well. Guys talking about the Astros and everything as they set up the rotation. But more concerning news, basically based on the fact that Chandler Rome was reporting today, and what is it on Tal's Hill?
Oh, climbing Tal's
Hill. Yeah, had it, and then it was from Chandler Rome, but in Rome trying to get updates on both Jordan and Arrighetti. Both are not good. When they said about Jordan, basically the fact is he's still not swinging. It's delayed. Even if he does come back, and it's even if he does come back, it would probably be closer towards September. It looks the fact that that they're going to be, even if he does come back, they don't know if he'll ever be 100% the rest of the season. So that's a concern. And because you need him so desperately as a left-handed bat and the best overall hitter in your lineup, that's something that has to weigh heavy on Astros fans as well, because we're hoping that they get healthy here coming out of the break. And right off the top, the news ain't great about the fact that Hunter Brown's not in the starting rotation for the first 3 games in Seattle. And then you couple that with the fact that Jordan isn't exactly on this, road to recovery on a speedy process like Dana likes to hope for and accelerate. And that's not good news either.
No, it's not. And especially when you already were going out and looking for a left-handed bat, and to think that you're not getting one back that you were kind of counting on, and still we're going to go out and try to add more, it just exacerbates the problem. So yeah, look, man, this is a team that's been able to accomplish a lot without him, but this is not a team that you want to go to the postseason and not have a guy like Jordan Alvarez in your lineup. I know that's understatement of the year. That's not like, I'm not breaking any ground here or breaking any news. Like, oh, really?
Astros insider Barry Lemonek says
thank you.
Astros not as good without Jordan Alvarez.
You don't want to go to the post. But I think what I meant to say is, if when this team makes the postseason and Jordan's not around, hey man, just enjoy the fact that they make the postseason, because they're not making the type of run.
You just hope everybody has fun?
I'm just saying that this is not an ALCS-esque team without Jordan Alvarez in the postseason.
But again, we're not to the
especially
point
if Hunter Brown don't get right and you don't see Javier back or Garcia back or Arrighetti's back. Or if this is the team as is, so I don't think this is a team that can make it to an ALCS
as it stands currently. Now there's room where you could do some things depending, and we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. But let me get to you.
But do you think this team, as constructed right now? Now look, because Fromber and Hunter Brown give you a legitimate shot of making a deep playoff run, sure. But if Christian Walker doesn't figure it out, if the rest of that if Yiner continues to struggle, if this is just who the Astros are the rest of the season, is this a team that can take on and beat the Tigers and the Yankees if they get better pitching and the rest of the AL? I mean, do you feel that the Blue Jays?
No, look, I think even currently, but I'm not going to sit there and say because of the fact that Hunter Brown isn't in the rotation for the Seattle series that he is off the table and won't be a part of this team. If you just go as constructed, they've done everything that they've done this year without Jordan so far, and they're the second best record in the American League.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you just go with what you have right now, knowing only what we know, do I think that this team can still compete for the American League title? I do. Okay. I really do. And I think that if you put those 2 starters that the Astros will put up against Flaherty and I think that it's offense against offense. And I think that the Houston offense can can compete with Detroit's offense.
You want to tell me? You want me to tell you what scares me?
Sure.
Is that Hunter Brown outing when they threw nothing but lefties against him, and he just got absolutely raked around the yard? I feel like that kind of exposed a weakness in his.
See, but
game.
is that more that the stuff has been a little less than, or is that more that the fact that it's a left-handed lineup?
They talked about what his stuff is and what lefties can do to his stuff, as opposed to just him having issues currently. And I think that it kind of exposed him a little bit. And if you throw out 8 lefties, not that every team can do that,
right.
But you also have to remember too, when you get to the postseason, it becomes a different game. It's like the NBA. When you get to the NBA postseason, we saw this happen to the Rockets. The Rockets had the second best record in basketball during the regular season, and then they got to the postseason, and the game changes significantly, and their deficiencies really stood out. And that's my concern about this Astros team.
That's why I said they were never contenders.
I knew that was going to happen. They're great during the regular season because they can fade some of these things, and you're playing bad teams half the time or more. When you get to the postseason, it's matchup heavy. It's lefty on lefty, righty on righty, and they're too righty heavy at the plate. And some of their ace just got exposed against lefties a little bit. Now, whether that was stuff, injury, fatigue, or whatever, we don't know. Didn't look good. I heard one guy on the broadcast, I think it was after, saying, yeah, the way he pitches, lefties tend to hit that better. So
I don't worry about anything other than I think he had some fatigue, and I think that played a big role in it. I think his stuff is just far too good, and that it translates far too well over the course of the entire first half of the season. But to give you the specifics on what Rome said about Alvarez, he said there was a point where it seemed that Alvarez's return was imminent. However, now there's a question as to whether he'll play again this season. The latest update he had says that Alvarez hopefully will play again this season. There's no guarantee he's going to be at full strength. So he said basically, if he does come back, he's not swinging a bat yet. The bigger concern is, even if Alvarez, according to Chandler, if Alvarez does return, it seems his initial comeback will be a version other than the offensive force the Astros fans have come to expect out of Yordan Alvarez. That's concerning to me.
Yeah.
I can live with Hunter Brown missing a start or two, and I'm not as concerned. But the fact that this has dragged on this long, and we were concerned from the start about how long Yordan would actually be out. But then because of their own misjudgment and the medical staff and the lack of imaging and the fact that Dana likes to accelerate, and they threw him out there to start swinging off a tee, hitting off the machine, and then eventually off live pitching until he said his hand hurt again. Then they had to do the imaging they should have done and found out it's only 60% healed. And now here we are where we thought he at the latest he'd be back probably first week of July. And now we're looking at September, crossing our fingers, hoping that some semblance, and we don't know how good he's going to be, is going to be back in September.
You know what concerns me? What concerns me is I know that there's discussions about contracts with Yordan as well.
I mean, he signed a team-friendly deal.
No, there's...
You talking about getting a new deal?
Well,
what direction are you saying?
I had not heard that. Hold on, I'm trying to look it up. Yeah, so he's got 3 years left, and then he's an unrestricted free agent. But I heard something about them either wanting to at the end of next season wanting to negotiate an extension or whatever. And then him, because he's with MVP Group Sports right now, and then the concern that Pena going with Boris. The concern is if the Astros mishandled this and his injury and cost him a season, it just stuff like that. I don't think players forget that.
No, I don't either.
You know what I mean?
Look, I brought it up on multiple occasions between the players, the agents, and the people surrounding the situations. There's a whole lot to be like a deep dive done. And if you are a player or an agent, I've said this multiple times. If I'm a player, I don't trust anything the Astros medical staff tells me.
If you're trying to get another deal done, I just worry that this is something that comes back to bite them. I mean, that's I don't know. That would be something as a player that I don't think I would forget is that you guys mishandled my injury. You pushed me out there too soon, or you told me that I was ready to go. Your staff, your medical staff was terrible, and it cost me half a season, or it cost me an entire season. I don't know. That
I mean, it'd be fair for Jordan to have that thought because
Sure
I mean,
it would.
he
It's not
injures
the first time.
He injures the hand on May 2nd, 6 to 8 weeks. Should be back
Should be
by
back.
now
That's what I said.
if they handled it correctly, hadn't put him out there with batting. And really, we always focus on the one in May where they put him out for batting practice. It was sore. They do the additional X-ray or whatever, and they find out that he's got a broken bone that's only 60% held. Let's not forget, they went through this whole thing again a second
Well,
time.
I said,
They
this
did it
isn't the first
twice.
time this has happened, and last time your manager didn't even know which hand it was and what information they
Well,
were
that was
getting.
Dusty. I'm talking about this year.
I know.
They've tried to bring him back twice, and they've had to go,
But
oh, actually, know what? He's not
My
ready.
point is, going all the way back to Dusty, we've had the hand issues, and it seemed like that was mishandled so much so he had to call his own press conference to clear up which hand it was and what he was feeling. Now, this one is the second time, as you mentioned. So we've got 3 in a short window of time yet again. And now your best player is not only on the shelf, but to your point, Barry, he might be deeply concerned going forward about the way he was treated, how it may affect his career, and then how it would affect maybe how happy he is playing here. All things you don't want done with your best player who's under a really team-friendly contract.
Yeah. And because, I mean, a team like the Astros, it's exactly what they did with Jordan. It's why it's so team-friendly. They did it with Bregman early, is they're going to try to get to him before this contract is up and say, let's get you an extension, man. Let's get this. Let's lock you up to be an Astro forever. You know, let's.
I don't know that they're willing to do that either, because I think that their track record says they're not going to do long term.
I think a guy like Jordan, they might. Guys like Tucker, guys like Correa, I think they felt like, guys like Correa, they saw Pena and thought differently, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think a guy like Tucker, my hunch is, and this is just a hunch, but a guy like Dana Brown probably looked and thought, you know what, if I could get a deal done with these teams as a scout, he thought if I could get this haul or this package, I could replace that on the cheap and get good value for it. I don't know if you think the same thing about Jordan because of the position that he plays as DH. You're not going to get the same kind of value necessarily. So I don't know. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But yeah, I don't know. I just think that they may view him as a DH a little bit differently.
But regardless of how you view him, and you got him on a team-friendly deal. But I think that, you know, regardless of how he goes forward with anything else, that's also going to be key on his list of signed a really team-friendly deal the first time. But y'all got to take care of me. But the problem is I got to be on the field in order to be taken care of, to put up the numbers that people expect me to have. And I can't do that if I'm not healthy. And if I'm not healthy because your medical team and the way that I've been treated with my injuries has led me to more setbacks than it is getting back on time and being able to perform, we got a real problem on our hands. And I think that you get a lot of other medical teams across the country that are like chomping at the bit to go, what are they doing? And why didn't they do this? And they're going to share that information. They're going to talk to his agent. They're going to talk to people in the know and say, in everything that you've seen with Pena, with all the pitchers, with even Jake Myers, you don't think that there's a ton of conversation right now that's being had around Major League Baseball of what's going on in Houston? What are they doing? And then from a player's perspective, do I really want to put from an agent? Do I want to put my player in that environment? From a player's perspective, do I really want? Can I really believe what they're telling me if I want to play in Houston?
Man, if I'm a player, I'm pissed because I'm like, bro, you're costing me stats. Like, and that translates to pocket.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, if I'm Jordan and I miss an entire season, that directly affects my pocketbook, because when I go to renegotiate a deal or go to negotiate a deal, you're going to hit me with that, well, your numbers aren't quite what.
Arbitration and all those.
Oh,
bro.
Well, he's not going to hit arbitration.
No, but I'm saying the similar thing is when guys get kind of blindsided when they go into an arbitration hearing and they realize the team's loaded for bear.
Uncomfortable that would be.
And we've heard stories in the past of how hurt players get when they have the team that they think is
that's
all about them.
I think baseball has to change that.
But
That's such a weird. That I don't know how. I've never understood how they recover from that, because every player understands it's a business, but they're all humans. They're all human beings, and for teams.
But even if you said the player shouldn't be in the hearing, Players going to find out about it.
Oh,
and his agent's going to go, you know what they said about you? And you know what they highlighted why we shouldn't pay you?
They come in and they say, all right, man, we really want you, but we think you suck this much.
From an organizational
that's
standpoint,
essentially what they do. They try to diminish your value.
As much as you do other things like we see coming out of the All-Star break with guys that should have made the All-Star team that didn't, and teams are giving them their bonuses anyway because they're trying to take care of their players to make sure they're happy. This is the kind of thing too that you got to be cognizant about going into these negotiations. Sure, I'd like to save my team some money. Yes, I'd like to get a deal that's weighted more towards my team, and I get credit for it with my job as general manager. But I certainly don't want to tick them off to the point where now that they are scorn and anti anything that I bring to the table.
I wonder what would happen if a team just was like, hey, you know what? We're gonna just do the opposite of every other team in baseball. We're just gonna. What do you want? What do you think you're worth? All right, I'll tell you what. We can't necessarily pay you that, but here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna give you close to that on the condition that when it comes time to sit down and negotiate for a free agent deal, you work with us. We're gonna, you give us so and so much leeway versus every other team. Like, use it to your
I hate
advantage.
to say it, but what you're talking about is what Caserio just did. We're going to make you the highest paid player at your position, even if it's for a day, but we're going to take care of you. Let's talk about how many years we can get it done for and the parameters, but we're going to take care of you like they did with multiple players, starting with Stingley, looking at Petrie, looking at the guys they've taken care of.
Use it to your advantage.
Those are the things that really register with an agent and a player.
Use it to your advantage. Like, go the exact when when they zig, we zag. Like, go the opposite, bro. You would have players flocking to your organization. And I get it. You have the luxury tax to contend with, but that's why you say, hey, look, we're not gonna lowball you. I'm not gonna come in here and tell you I think you're trash and then want you to be with my organization forever. And so talk out of both sides of my face. I want you to be here. I think you're great. I have to be mindful of this stupid luxury tax. I'd love to give you every dime I could. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to meet you here with, and then we're going to take care of you in free agency.
We don't know how the organization
works. We're going to do this.
We don't know if this is Dana, this is Crane. You got to believe Crane, with as much as he's had his fingerprints and hands in on everything that's happened. That Crane is going to be deeply involved in these discussions.
You're right. I don't know, but one thing I feel like I do know is that guys with the kind of money that Jim Crane has, you don't get those kinds of millions and billions just by being good and nice and friendly.
No,
you know what I mean. You got to be cutthroat.
It's different
and
if you're in the middle of an energy deal and you're going to be in the boardroom and you're going to be a tough guy. It's a totally different situation if you're talking to Scott Boras and he's representing one of your best players and you're trying to get something done for a baseball player.
Yeah, well, and that is the other part. The problem is that agents also are going to have to let their guard down too, because they're also a-holes and jerks, and they're part of the problem in that whole arbitration hearing thing too, is because they go in and inflate the numbers and make these guys something that they're not. You talk to Scott Boras and every one of his clients is Babe Ruth. That's like, come on, fam.
Carlos Correa was it Gucci? I'm trying to remember he compared Carlos Correa to some brand,
Louis Vuitton.
Yeah, I think he called him the Louis Vuitton of defense.
Yeah. If you got your Louis at a swap meet because he's always broken.
See, and that's why it's a tug of war, because the agent's going to come in and overinflate, and the general manager's going to come in with a pin to pop the bubble and say no.
But who's the player going to be mad at? Not the agent.
No, because the agent's job is to try and get you as much as possible.
Right. So but
the harsh reality of when the team who you think loves you to death decides to put to smack you in the face with, but you didn't do this and you didn't show up in this series and you missed this many games. That's when things get ugly.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Arbitration's so dumb.
That's what I mean. That baseball has to fix that, because it really puts the players and the team at odds against each other, and really it makes it's. I mean, look, they seem to all kind of get past it at the end of the day, but it really ends up costing.
Some don't, though.
Some don't. And it ends up costing the teams more money in the long run. If you think about it, you try
Corbin
to save.
Burns. Corbin Burns, when he was in Milwaukee,
he got mad.
He got so upset when he got blindsided with them talking about his shortcomings that he talked about it multiple times that he didn't know if he could get over it. At the end of the day, they ended up trading him because I don't think they were going to sign him anyway. But when he left too, he was like still going out the door going, I can't believe what they said about me in those
let me
meetings.
tell you something. If you're a guy that's going to make the minimum, or maybe the difference between 1 million a year and 1.5 to 2 million a year, you get over it pretty quick and you keep your mouth shut. But if you're a guy that's going to make 20 million a year versus 24 million a year, I'm taking that grudge with me. Peace. I can fade that 4 million a year. I don't care. I mean, I'm standing on my conviction. If you treated me like that, I'll make 20 million a year somewhere else. You can kiss my ass. Like I'm just that dude. Like, you're not gonna disrespect me like that. You know what I mean? Like, because
for sure,
a lot of those players, man, when they get drafted, they want to be loyal to that organization for believing in them and give them the opportunity out of high school. You got to remember that a lot of these cats get that opportunity out of high school, so they're excited to be in that organization. But by the time they get to arbitration,
like, oh, you don't think I'm worth an extra?
Falls apart.
Like, I don't know if this would have mattered because kind of like Corbin Burns, I don't think the Astros were ever going to resign Kyle Tucker anyway. But I'll never forget Kyle Tucker's last arbitration hearing. The Astros tried to nickel and dime him over $2 million.
Yeah.
That's why it went down the way it went down.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Why would you damage a relationship for $2 million compared to the overall pie? Like, it makes no sense.
And honestly, if you think about this, and I'm not saying he was stayed, but what if the Astros said, I tell you what, we're $2 million apart. How about this? We'll get $4 million more. But when it comes time, sit down with us, right? Give us first right of refusal. Partner with us. We want you to be an Astro for life. Look, we don't have the money that the Yankees have and the Cubs have, but we believe in you, Kyle. We love you. We want you to be an Astro for life.
They'd say, hey, look, if we're $2 million apart, let's split the difference.
But you understand
know that
what I'm saying. I mean, not even split the difference, Joe. That's what I'm saying.
I would just give them the $2 million. Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying, man. But that $4 million is nothing to them. It is nothing.
Right.
Right. And to show that, what a gesture. Just to give that to him, bro, that buys you. That is, you know what they say, you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. Man, you think if they wouldn't have done that, Kyle Tucker wouldn't have at least listened to them this past offseason?
Yeah, but I mean, look, I think that was the bigger picture. They weren't going to throw the money he wanted anyway. So that's why
maybe the money he wanted would have been different for them than it would have been anywhere else.
Yeah, we can discuss that, but
I mean, not by a lot, but maybe enough to make it work.
All right, so
at least for a year.
We got one in the books. We got 2 more to go, and we've got more bad news on the horizon, because as much as we've already just been sunshine and rainbows, we absolutely have another injury update to get to. And again, the sun ain't shining on this one either if you're an Astros fan. We'll update you on who I'm talking about starting off the second hour of the show. But before we do that, BMAC has got a few words for you.
Yeah, so we're out here at McCormick and Schmick's today, and you better believe the first thing I asked for is, you guys got the Boomtown Bourbon from Old Humble Distilling Company. We're out of East River 9 tomorrow. You know what whiskey I'm going to ask for by name? You know what drink and spirit I'm going to ask for by name? Of course, that's the Boomtown Bourbon from Old Humble Distilling Company. Old Humble Distilling Company is Houston's finest micro distillery. Their award-winning small batch Texas whiskeys are the real deal and unique to the Gulf Coast. Approachable, premium, and handcrafted, unlike factory whiskey. And really fun news to give you guys, because there's a new way to have fun with the brand and try out their fantastic line of whiskeys and bourbons, and that is with the scavenger hunt that's starting up in the Humble, Atascocita area. If you live in the Humble area, you got to check this out. You got to go hit the bars in the area, crack the clues, earn the coin, and go tell the tale. Start your legend today. There are 8 hidden Boomtown Bourbon clues around the Humble, Atascocita area. Those bars around the Humble area. Those clues can be found at oldhumbledistilling.com or at the Old Humble Distilling Company factory right there off of 1960s. Go solve the clues, sip the cocktails, and move on to the next stop. Then return to Old Humble Distilling Company to claim your legendary challenge coin, which unlocks a 3-month Roughneck Social Club membership and a free cocktail every week. So be legendary and join the hunt. It's free to play, all are welcome, but please drink responsibly. Old Humble Distilling Company, the official whiskey of campfires, cookouts, good stories, and great friends. Go visit their distillery and tasting room at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960, especially on Fridays for their date night special. Try Old Humble Distilling Company, because life's too short for factory whiskey.
Broadcasting live from McCormick and Schmick's at Town and Country as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
One of the books, 2 to go, second hour of the show. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Coming to you live from McCormick and Schmick's in Town and Country. It is an unbelievably beautiful environment in here. Fantastic happy hours in full swing. The number one happy hour in America, voted by USA Today. It is world class. It is phenomenal, and you can be a part of it up until 6:30 tonight. Food is always fresh, always great. We've got fresh fish and oysters flown in daily. 7 days a week, 2-course lunch deals, $18. 7 days a week, 3-course dinner deal, $35. Live music starting July the 31st, every Thursday and Friday from 6 to 9. They have 3 private dining rooms as well. Stop in and see us, and then join everybody in here right now as it's starting to fill up even more for happy hour and then a good dinner tonight or maybe a lunch tomorrow. Guys, I tease this. I hate doing this to you, but after coming off the Jordan news, it's also Chandler Rome also had an update on Spencer Arrighetti. Brian, this is something that we kicked around a little bit even yesterday about the fact that Spencer Arrighetti, we're not talking about an elbow reconstruction. We're not talking about a rotator cuff. He broke his thumb. And at the time, we looked at the time for how long a broken thumb should take. I think it was 6 to 8 weeks maximum. He was supposed to be back sometime in June. Here we are in July, and here is the latest on Spencer Arrighetti's return. Dana Brown confirmed that Christian Javier and Luis Garcia could be back in a month. Arrighetti's recovery and timeline has been slower. Unlike those two, he has yet to embark on a minor league rehab assignment, and he's only in the live batting practice stage of his work to get back to the major league roster. Assuming Arrighetti does advance to the minor league rehab assignment portion of his recovery, and that's a big assumption at this point, his return would be likely closer to September. So here we go again. We've got another delayed return. In this case, when you have a broken thumb, it seems pretty literally cut and dried that the thumb heals, you get back to throwing, you get ramped up, 6 to 8 weeks later, you're ready to go. We're talking about, again, a missed deadline, a significantly longer period of time before he's even close to possibly returning, and a guy that's easily in the running for your third best starter is a guy that you might not have until September when you're still in a pennant race.
Yeah, I mean, it's beyond like an injured thumb on April 7th. I mean, I think we talked about the time when he injured it. Like, okay, we expect him back in June, like sometime in June. And we don't have the details like we do with Jordan and with Pena and with others, or Jake Myers certainly, of how it was mishandled. But given all what we know and that has happened over the last few months and last couple of years, it feels like there has to be a mishandle somewhere, or at least some missing piece of information of maybe it was more than just the broken thumb, because there's no way I can wrap my head around a timeline of a broken thumb 6 to 8 weeks happens April 7th. He's back in September. That's not 6 to 8 weeks. That's 75% of the season.
And again, if we were talking about like vagueness of he had discomfort in his throwing arm or elbow, or forearm or rotator cuff, and then it got significantly worse, you'd understand. Like it's vague at the time. We don't even know because they don't even know what significant level is what he's dealing with. Instead, if it's a broken bone in your thumb, it would seem to be that, hey, you put a cast on that bad boy or you get it healed, then he starts gradually ramping it up, throwing more, and in 6 to 8 weeks he's ready to go. Yet here we are.
I mean, I guess the other thing I can add to this whole thing is some people heal differently than others. That's all. I mean, some people.
It is, but such a large. Like if it was, well, he's supposed to miss 6 weeks, but it was 9. Like, okay, some people heal differently, but it's 6 weeks and it's like 3 months, 4 months.
Yeah,
like that's such a large
but
gap.
You also
that it's hard
don't
to
know, like
explain.
You also don't know, like if he goes out there and re-aggravates it or re-injures it.
That's the missing information that we might not get. Yeah,
and they're not going to tell you that, and they're not going to say why or what. That's exactly what happened with Luis Garcia. He was almost back. I mean, I think he was
a couple times.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
shut down.
Do you blame their staff? Do you blame him? Is it just a case of where, does he just have LMJ?
LMJ syndrome?
disease? Does he have LMJ disease? Is he just Mr. Glass this year? I mean, so I don't know. People just, some people just heal different, get better different. But I'm not letting them off the hook.
I mean, look, to me at this point, Barry, it's not even about the medical staff. To me, the most important thing is exactly from a different perspective what we were talking about with Jordan, in the fact that these are significant pieces that we were anticipating sooner rather than later, especially if you listen to Dana and his accelerated comeback strategies, that these guys at some point were going to factor back into this team so that you don't, because you are limited with how much before you go over the tax. You are limited with how deep your farm system is to go out and get other players. So you're thinking, and I've said over and over again, I believe if this team just gets healthy, it's like going through the trade deadline and getting several pieces, because you would get so much talent back that could help you this season. Now we're talking about two of maybe the most important pieces being guys that we just don't know anything about when they might be returning. When you talk about your number 3 starter in Arrighetti and your best overall hitter in Jordan.
Yeah, and the problem is, you don't want to go out and make moves if you don't have to, because getting those guys back is like making moves, and you don't deplete your farm system for for half a season if you don't have to.
And
so
you
that's
don't tick off your
22.
owner by going way over the tax. If you say you traded for a guy that had a significant salary,
right?
You don't have to do that. If you get some of these guys back, you don't have to do it as much.
Right.
So that's why I think it's not even about the medical staff anymore. I think, and probably rightfully so, at this point, they're probably going to deal with the medical staff if they do it all in the offseason, which I think it's imperative they do. But I think for right now, it's just about these guys are guys that I was counting on. Like a broken thumb, I'm not thinking Arrighetti's done for the year. I mean, Brian looked it up yesterday. It wasn't even in April, I don't think.
It was April 7th.
Or it was April 7th.
It was April 7th.
So it was the first week in April he does this. And if you'd have told me then, he'll be back maybe late July or August, I'd be like, you're out of your mind. But I'm banking on the fact that he's going to still be a part of this rotation. Now, I'm not so sure. And even more so with the impact that Jordan has had with this franchise, I got to have that guy back, left-handed bat or not. That is the biggest, most powerful man in the middle of your lineup that can still hit close to 300. I got to have that guy back.
Yeah. Yeah. Wish I had the answer.
I know. That's what I think
we
all
take a
do.
call on this? We got Chuck
answer.
on the line. He wants to talk about the Astros medical staff.
What's up, Chuck?
What's up, boys? Welcome back, Barry, for a couple days. Hey, man. Dude, this is all on Jim Crane by now. If you ain't embarrassed about how your team's handling medical situations, you need to become in a different line of business. I know you make a lot of money not by being nice, like Barry said earlier and all that, but incompetence is something you just cannot stand for at this level all this time. This is ridiculous, guys. I'll say it again until I hear from Jim Crane. I don't trust anything they got to say. Peace.
Appreciate you, Chuck. Barry, appreciate you as well. His headset was a little acting up when he said it was great to hear you back on the air. Chuckster,
nice.
long time, not a first time. Well, we appreciate you. Look,
Thanks,
I
Chuck.
think it also goes to what you said, Barry. It's not just that I need to hear from Jim Crane. It's the fact that Jim Crane and Dana Brown are going to start to hear from GMs and pertinent people across the league in terms of how much they don't trust, and they have serious questions about what is actually going on with this franchise.
Yeah. You want to lead the league in a lot of things. IL stints is not one of them. That's for sure.
Missed injury
Yeah.
returns.
Misdiagnoses and missed return
MDs.
dates.
Yeah.
Most
MDs.
hands not actually healed.
Yeah.
Missed imaging.
Yeah.
I mean, all these things. We're going to learn from our mistake. So your best offensive player is your guinea pig to learn from, so that, by the way, I don't handle Zach DeCenzo the same way that I handled Jordan Alvarez. Handled the key, but I mean, come on, man.
And then,
this is bad.
And then, by the way, we're still going to make the same mistake with Pena and with Jake Myers.
Yeah. Like, you say you're going to learn from your mistakes, yet the mistakes just keep compounding and happening over and over again. That's why I said I would have had heads roll before right after the Jake Myers thing, and I would have had them roll before then. Now I don't think they'll do anything before the end of the year. I just hope that it doesn't affect them any further.
Astros are first in WHIP, second in batting average against BAA, fifth in ERA, and first in DC. Discomfort.
Mm-hmm.
You never want to leave the league in discomfort. That's not good. Yeah.
No,
Goodness.
All right. So that leads me to the next question. Okay. And for all of you in the Hive, we want to hear exactly what you have to say as well. Just like yesterday, your participation in this is always fun and games. Like to hear from all of you. But because of what we just got done talking about, what we just kicked around in the first hour, about all the things with Yordan, with Arrighetti, with the potential of whatever's going on with Hunter Brown, what are you doing before the deadline? What are you wanting to do? What do you need to do? What's the position? Or is it a left-handed bat? Is it a starting pitcher, a relief pitcher? What do you need to see this team do before the trade deadline to make this team better and make you feel better about this team? 713-780-3776. Call that number, text that number, hit us up on social media, hit us up on Twitter. We're on the YouTube. And we'll get into that next, because I think that as much as prior to this, I wasn't worried about if they made a move or not before the deadline. Now, whether Dana's a wheeling dealing son of a gun or not, I just feel like they got to do at least one thing, if not some things, between now and the trade deadline. We'll be back with much more. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from McCormick and Schmick's at Town and Country as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jeremy out the rest of the week, enjoying some vacation time. That means in is my good friend and former co-host on The Usual Suspects, Barry Laminack, along with our trusty man of many skills, Brian McDonald.
I wasn't sure where that was going.
I mean,
I was a little nervous. I was a little nervous there.
I was nervous for you, buddy. I was nervous for you.
You'd be like Barry mentioned sciatica again. I don't know what was going on.
Brian behind the glass, Brian Payne in the end. I mean, it's all part of, host of the bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
It's all these different things.
Brand entrepreneur.
Lump crabbed into one.
Spokesperson for Old Humble Distilling Company.
See,
nice.
You give him an inch, he takes a mile, and then he starts trying to drive it down the road.
Yeah.
We're at McCormick and Schmick's in Town and Country Center. It is fantastic out here. If you're in the Katy area, beautiful shopping environment, but beautiful restaurant with lots of great deals and an incredible happy hour going on right now. Voted #1 in America by USA Today for their world-class happy hour. 3:30 to 6:30 weekdays. Lots of fun and games going on with great food and beverage. Join us as well as all the great food during the week and the weekend. It's an unbelievable spot to get some good food and beverage and then do some shopping. We've been talking about Astros a lot today, and we know that the news has not been great. So with the fact that Arrighetti, we don't know when he's supposed to come back, but he's just to the point now where he's throwing some BP sessions. We know that Jordan is delayed yet again, and he's still not swinging a bat. We know that Hunter Brown is not going to pitch in the Seattle series, and whether he needs rest or, God forbid, it's more, that he is a guy that you might have to have some concerns about. What does that do for your guys' thought process in terms of how Dana handles the trade deadline? Because, like I said, going into this and going into break, if they did nothing going into the deadline and I just knew that everybody was going to get healthy, I'd be good. But because you don't know what you don't know, and now you know enough to know that there's even more concern with at least those three guys, what do you do? And where do you start? Because you
don't know what you don't know, and now you know enough.
Right, because you don't know if they're going to be healthy in return, but you know enough to know that you got to be concerned and start thinking about what's my insurance policy? What's my backup plan?
Man, I said this on, I got to get a cheap plug in once a show.
You should.
I said this
I
said this on my show last week.
Did I go throw out the name? Get the
No,
plug in.
I never do. I try not to take advantage of it. But maybe I said this. Maybe
definitely don't say Barry on deck.
Oh, thank you. But
You're
maybe it was 2 weeks ago. But here's the problem. Before I even say the name, here's the problem with the Astros doing anything. They're really not going to be able to compete with too many teams as far as going after anybody of value because they just don't have the capital in their farm system to compete for anybody within the top 10 or 20.
Yeah, if you get in a bidding war, you're probably screwed.
Exactly. But Jarren Duran, it solves a ton of problems for this team. Now, you got to deal with his salary and what does that do for this team and the luxury tax, and is Crane willing to do that? But can you compete with, I think it's the was the Padres or the Phillies or the Royals?
I think the Padres definitely.
Yeah, I heard the Padres.
Yeah, I know the Royals might be in on him too. And so I was trying to find all the teams that were after him, but to me, that's got to be like, if that's not the first pin on the board for the Astros, then they're not doing something right. But that checks so many boxes. That solves left field. You can put Altuve back at second. That's a left-handed bat. He's defensively, you ain't got to worry about anything because you could move him back to center if you wanted to until Myers is healthy. Like, you can put him back at left when Myers comes back. You know what I mean? Like, it's a left-handed bat.
You're going bat first. Brian, where are you at?
Yeah, I'm going bat first as well. I think of the two sides, I'm more convinced that returning players fixes the pitching side than I am about the offensive side because of that, especially because of the report today that we got from Chandler Rome about Jordan. Like, It feels like even if they get him back, it's probably not until September, and they get him back, it's not full 100% Jordan. So I'm not particularly confident in any one individual Astros starting pitcher coming back, but with the amount of people they could get back, I have a good feeling that at least one of them will come back. It kind of solved that issue for the Astros, whereas I don't really feel like that with the offense. So,
they did say Javier had a rehab start already.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Between Javier and Luis Garcia and Arrighetti and JP France, like, you got enough throws
Why
at
you
the
making that
dartboard.
face, Joel?
Because I hate to actually 150 triple down on the fact that it's good Javier is making a rehab start. You know who had the surgery first? Javier or Garcia? Garcia. And
By
you know
like
how
a year?
close he is behind Javier. Ain't it good? But yeah, I think you're right. If you get a Javier back, look, and you get our Arrighetti back at some point, those are two starters right there. If Garcia is the other guy in the mix, phenomenal. Because now your 3, 4, and 5 are probably better than most teams in the league that you're going to face. Short of, and the Yankees don't have Garrett Cole. The teams in the American League, you got Detroit that's got Skubal and Flaherty. But overall, I would put the Astros. If you get two of those, I've said all along, two of those guys back, you have the best starting pitching in the American League playoffs, I believe. I think Kansas City's got some good starters too. I think there's some other teams that you could say they're pretty good,
especially if they get Cole Reagans back, which I don't know if they will.
But I'll take that.
As
but
part
from
of
an offensive perspective, though, if you don't have Yordan Alvarez for the playoffs, no matter how good and how you've been able to not only tread water but be in first place, if you don't have Yordan in the playoffs, I think you have a huge deficiency offensively.
Well, that's why Jared
went
Duran
bad.
helps with the bat. But that's why I jokingly was making that. Yeah, I made that joke about leading the league in discomfort, but I threw out a couple of stats ahead of it to set it up. But they are number 1 in WHIP. They are number 2 in batting average against and 5th in ERA. This is a really good pitching staff despite all the injuries. So, yeah.
But guys, here's the thing.
They can still get it done. But again, like I said earlier, it changes in the playoffs. It really does. And that still becomes a concern.
You said a name. You didn't say a name. But here's the thing that regardless of you have a name in mind or not, that you have to factor in. Great that you guys are both settled in on a bat, right? But here's the problem. The problem is you're going to have to see what that – and Duran's making enough money. You're going to push you over the tax. So Jim Crane's got to be on board with that, and you got to deal with that.
You just got to have the assets to get
And then,
him,
but that's what I'm
do.
saying. It's a twofold proposition. It's one, that you're going to be over the tax. It's two, what are you giving up? Because I know that the Red Sox have a massive surplus of young talent in their outfield with young players, and they could afford to lose Duran. But they're going to want something back, and more than one something, and you've got to be able to fulfill what they need. And like you said, Barry, if you get in a bidding war, that makes it even more difficult because you're going to overpay.
Yeah, and remember, they gave up what little you had left last year for
Yusei
Kikuchi. Yeah, so.
But I don't know. Like, I look at this farm system. I know it's not like rated a top 10. It's maybe not even top half. But between the guys that they've drafted recently, I forget the catcher's name out of Sam Houston State.
Yannick.
Yeah, Yannick. But between Yannick and Bryce Matthews and some of the other the pitchers, who's the pitcher that Jeremy's in love with? Starts with a U.
Ulola.
Yeah. There's enough guys there. I think they can get one. Now, I agree with you. They can't compete against other teams over 3 or 4 prospects. Like, they couldn't go Yankees and completely overhaul, one part of their team. But if there's just one guy they want to go out and get, I think they've got enough to go get that done.
I love the fact that Jared Duran's young too. I think he would fit in really well.
He's got
3 years at
4, including this year. He's on his arbitration here, club option next year. So yeah, ARB 4 in 2028, and then an unrestricted free agent in 2029. So that's the perfect kind of guy for the Astros.
As long as he doesn't spout out and tell the fans exactly how he feels.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll do that.
He's known to let it fly.
Yeah, no doubt.
He'll do that plenty.
So we got 90 in the books, 90 still to go. Second half of the show coming up next. We got plenty more to get to, and it all involves you guys. We can change gears a little bit, get off the Astros a little bit, but we've got is Pete still there? Because if Pete's still there,
yeah,
we'll get Pete in, and then we'll start transitioning into some Texans talk as well, because training camp starts next week for the Texans as well. But plenty more to get to. If there's something on your mind you want to get off your chest, 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us on social media. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from McCormick and Schmick's at Town and Country as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jeremy's out the rest of the week. My good friend Barry Laminack sitting to my left, Brian McDonald sitting to my right. We are at McCormick and Schmick's in Town and Country. It is absolutely fantastic right off I-10 and the Beltway. Lots of great shopping opportunities, but the best thing is McCormick and Schmick's. Phenomenal food and the best happy hour in the country, according to USA Today. Great people, great atmosphere. It's pretty full right now. The bar is very full. The restaurants start to fill up a little bit as well, but you'll fill up if you get here with good food, good beverages, great happy hour specials, and specials on the menu all week long. We were talking Astros significantly, guys, because of all the news that we were able to cover with Arrighetti, with Jordan, with Hunter not being in the rotation for the first 3 games of the Seattle series, and then what to do coming out of the break and getting ready for the trade deadline if indeed you need to worry about even just one of these guys. What do you want to see this team do? What do you guys out there listening to this show, what do you want the Astros to do at the trade deadline, and what are you willing to give up? Pete's been holding patiently on the line. Pete, you want to get in here? What do you got?
Hey, guys. Real quickly, I would like to see the Astros trade for some offense, a left-handed bat. I just don't know if they have the assets to pull it off. And as far as the IL, if they can get Pena, Javier, and Garcia back, it would make things a lot better and change, hopefully, the course of the season, because the way the offense played the last 6 games, if that's any indication, and depending on what happens with the Mariners series, could go a long way in determining what happens over the next 2 months until Jordan returns. And honestly, I don't think whatever comes out of those next 2 months, either Jordan's coming back or they're just going to put him on the shelf for the year. And that's all I've got.
Thanks, Pete. Appreciate the call. I think that it's fair for anybody to have serious concerns, whether it's Jordan or anybody else that we mentioned, and the return date of any of the guys that we've talked about, just because of what we've already talked about.
Yeah.
So I think that from the standpoint of, it also has to get to, it's easy to say a Jared Duran, but as we started getting into it before the break, what are you giving up? Now, Chas McCormick hit a home run down in Florida yesterday.
Send him.
Look, I think we can
ship it.
We can joke about it, but I think
those bags.
Ship it.
I think Chaz is better.
Bryce, get
than
ready,
Cooper
buddy.
Hummel. I think he's better than Tyler Trammell.
What a bar to clear.
I think he's better than Corona.
Yeah.
So I think it's one thing to say Chaz is a guy I'd like to see get back into the lineup and see what he can do, because really he hasn't had a fair shake all year because of the fact that Cam Smith got brought up and started to hit, and some of the guys that, he was supposed to start in the outfield at the start of the year, and then all of a sudden Cam Smith was your right fielder, and that changed everything with Altuve in left and Jake in center. And then he was basically only bunting when he was hitting, and then he got hurt. So you don't know what you don't know, but is Chaz a guy that more teams that would have interest in because he's been a major league outfielder that can play good defense, that possibly, if depending on which Chaz McCormick you get.
About Chaz, though. You know enough.
Okay, but I'm
know
saying
what he is and you know what he's not.
Chaz is not the centerpiece of any trade.
No, it's not the centerpiece. But is that something where you avoid dipping too deep into your farm system? Like you have all these pitchers. Are there teams that are going to want to look for a fifth starter that would look at a Colton Gordon? Or do they have to have Ulola? Are you looking at, we saw Blue Ball once. We probably won't see him again. And is that something where the luster's already off of him? Or is that something where other teams still find value in him? Because we also know that Dana Brown's probably, and rightfully so, particular about who he wants to keep, primarily guys he's drafted. And he probably already has drawn his conclusions and opinions on guys that click, and if you still have Luno guys, that they have. So we're looking at trying to make moves. And like I said, I'm all in on Duran, but at what price? And if that price is pitching and the Red Sox need it, then what pitchers are you giving up, and how far are you going to?
Lance McCullers Jr., Chaz McCormick, and a fruit basket. Ship it.
No, I'm not.
You're out on the fruit basket?
No.
Too much?
That's where I draw the line.
Too much?
No.
Dang it.
Well, hold on. What fruit's in this basket?
Tomatoes.
technically a fruit, but sure, ship it.
Got him.
Ship
See?
it.
I knew it.
Now, if you said avocado, I'd be out. I'm not
really?
sending avocados.
You're not sending avocados?
No, I like them too much.
Yeah. Joel, You go with
you
that?
can go to HEB and sample the ones you want.
That's just take a bite,
Just
put
take
it back.
yeah.
Just the key is you got to flip it over so they don't see
Okay.
the bite.
I don't want to out somebody at our station.
Uh-oh.
But Barry, do you mentioned the dude that opened the paste jar. He put
Yeah,
two fingers.
for those of you that weren't
and
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, if you didn't hear it, Barry was at the grocery store, caught some guy opening up a salsa jar and eating it with 2 fingers straight from the jar,
Yeah,
then
and
putting
then put
it
the
back
jar
on
back
the
on the
shelf.
shelf. Yep.
There's someone at the
Nasty.
station who, when they brought up banana pudding, for some reason didn't go to our break room, which is, where it's not that far from the studio.
No.
And they have spoons there right next to the coffee machine. Instead, this person, I'm not going to name names, but he may scout NFL draft prospects and he may work on the morning show. For some reason, this person, instead of going to get a spoon, just used 2 fingers to use banana pudding.
My.
What?
During the show, just 2 fingers.
What?
Yes.
During whose show?
During his show.
Oh, my
The whole
goodness.
the whole cup
thing.
of pudding?
The whole thing.
He just finger spooned it.
Just finger spooning.
What? What kind of savage,
Dirty dog.
barbaric caveman?
I'll save my comments till we go to break and leave my mic hot. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, if you don't know.
If you don't know.
If you don't know, then you know.
That is awful.
Yeah.
Kidding me?
It's savage.
Like, you've seen the commercial, right? Like, how do you sleep at night? When you see the guy dip into the dip with a chip and he sticks his fingers in there and he and then they play the Lionel Richie song and it's on a mattress from Mattress Firm, so I sleep all night long.
Gross.
I mean, that's the same kind of thing. You're going to 2 finger scoop
banana
pudding.
And you know other people from the
First of
station
all-
are going to eat that.
First of all,
Well, it was individual containers.
listen.
It wasn't one like that.
Oh,
would
that
make,
ma- that
would be
makes a
even
big
worse.
difference.
Yeah, of course.
No, first of all,
It doesn't make it better, but it's different.
Pause. First of all, what kind of grown ass man is eating banana pudding?
I mean,
I don't like
I'll
it.
raise my hand there.
You eat banana pudding?
Yeah, I'm not a
it's
fan of
good.
it either.
It's
I could,
good.
but I don't like it. I mean, it's not that I don't like it. I would rather have something else.
Out of all the snack choices in the world, bro,
I'm not saying I'm going out and eating
Like,
it on
you
the
could-
reg.
Banana pudding is the carrot
What if
cake.
someone makes it?
Banana
Why would
pudding
I
is
eat
the
it?
carrot
Makes it-
cake
you
of
just
dessert.
said it was like the plastic cup. You buy it.
Well, no. Like someplace brought this up when this unnamed.
Oh,
person,
okay.
You know how they bring food to
I
the station.
thought, yeah,
No,
okay.
no.
I thought it was one of those ones where you
It was
go
like a
out and you
snack
buy like
cupboard.
the Jello
No.
4-pack and you
No.
break one off
Nothing
and you're
like
like,
that.
I'm taking a snack to work. Bro, you brought banana pudding? All right.
No.
That's who packed your lunch? Man, you little rascal. Like,
I mean-
what? Yeah, that's not a snack choice I'm making
No.
unless somebody brings it and it's
Right.
free.
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
He's off the hook for
Banana
that.
pudding is the carrot cake of pudding.
That's pretty accurate. Yeah, facts. That's
'Cause I don't-
100%.
I'm not sure what that means.
It means I'm not a fan. If I have a choice of all kinds of dessert
Yeah,
and cake
I'm going
and carrot
vanilla,
cake, I'm taking everything else probably
chocolate.
before I take carrot cake.
Yeah.
If I'm going pudding, I'm
You would
going
take vanilla
chocolate.
pudding over
Vanilla.
all
Yeah.
banana
my
pudding?
God,
100%.
yes.
Every day, all day.
Now, if
Absolutely.
it's the cheap stuff that is literally just the pudding, okay. But if it's like actually like homemade and done well with the vanilla wafers and all that, you'd still
Yes.
take
I would
plain
take
vanilla
vanilla
pudding
chocolate.
over
Absolutely.
banana pudding.
Absolutely.
You guys are
yeah,
crazy.
I go vanilla,
Absolutely.
then chocolate, then I'll pass, then banana.
Yeah, I'm not a big banana
Then you'll
pudding guy.
talk to the door-to-door salesman. and
Vanilla, then chocolate, pass. What else we got? I'll skip it. I'm on a diet. I just got diabetes.
That's like
then I'll
people-
take banana pudding.
And the same
Because
thing, like
you
I
had the
said,
chocolate and the
people
vanilla.
will fight tooth and nail for carrot cake. I'm like,
I don't get it.
I don't understand it at all. It's a vegetable in a cake.
Yeah.
When I could have chocolate or vanilla or strawberry or whatever.
I mostly agree with you. I will say the free plug for this place, but Trulux has a carrot cake that's unbelievable.
Don't care how unbelievable it is. Trulux also has a lot of other desserts that I would probably go to in a heartbeat before
Yeah.
I touch carrot
it's
cake.
yeah.
So close-minded.
No, just so smart and intelligent with selectiveness in terms of
Carrot-
how much I want to enjoy dessert.
You just described close-minded.
No,
like
particular about having something that I like the taste of.
can't wait to have some celery cake. Like
Yeah.
what? Ugh. Just
Bro,
no
you're not
thanks.
biting into a whole carrot.
No thanks.
It's 90% cake.
No thanks.
So that 10% is going to kill you.
No, quite the opposite, actually.
Ugh. Gross. No thanks.
Nuh-uh.
I like my desserts made out of dessert stuff. Sugar.
Plain ass vanilla
flour.
pudding
Yes.
over banana pudding.
That's
is
just
crazy.
like ice cream, bro. Just give me vanilla ice cream. That's man.
I didn't know you were so basic.
Well, just keep it simple, man. You can't go wrong with the simple stuff. Like you start making it all fancy, like pistachio ice cream and stuff like that. Like, man, that's disgusting. No thanks.
Wait, what was the segment about?
It's about
Was it about the Astros? Was that what we were
people
talking-
eating their snacks with their fingers. That's terrible.
Savages.
And did anybody like say anything? At
Oh,
the
Dale
time?
called him out. Dale called him out.
Okay.
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
hope so.
Yeah,
man.
Dale called him out.
My goodness.
Someone said, I hope that he doesn't turn into Yordan McCullough Alvarez.
Yeah.
That's a concern,
probably-
right? I mean, we've talked about it in the past that he has
Correa.
all these different injuries, like fireworks smoke and all these other things, to where as much as you've got him on a team-friendly deal, at a certain point you do have to start worrying about, is he injury prone, and how, if this is just going to be who he is.
I hope
Yeah,
not.
by the way, 713-780-3776. Your thoughts on which pudding you would take, banana over vanilla, and carrot cake versus any other cake.
Carrot cake just sounds like old people
I
dessert.
can't even believe we're having that discussion.
God.
Sounds nasty.
It does.
So
I have tried it, which is why I don't want to try it again.
I bet you eat flan too, don't you? You're like, this is good stuff right here.
I mean, if it was free, give me 3. But no, I don't often eat flan.
Is that what it's called?
Flan, yeah, I think it's flan, yeah.
Adrian says banana pudding is the best. Y'all are crazy.
Yeah, see? Thank you, Adrian.
Well,
That's not even – banana pudding is better than carrot cake, and that ain't by much.
I'm pretty sure Adrian also has a crack habit. So
wow.
We're
It
going to go
seems
there.
fairly aggressive.
Well,
for someone saying they like banana pudding.
Well,
Banana
that's-
pudding equates crack problem.
pretty much. I mean, I have it on good authority, which is no authority, but that's better than, most. So
anti-authority.
Sources say he has
Sources
a crack
say.
habit. Yeah. I see. I'm like a
I
blogger.
can neither confirm nor
I'm
deny.
like a blogger. Look at me.
If true, this is huge.
Thank you, Ryan.
Great.
All right, we're going to go to break. We're going to come back. We got a whole lot more planned up. A little over an hour still to go in the show. We'll get some Texans talk out of the way for Joe. I mean, we're going to talk about it because camp opens up next week. The Chargers, by the way, opened up today. So, therefore, it's real, people. It's close, and it's real close to happening if you're a Texans fan. Texans go to camp next week. Before you know it, we'll be looking at preseason games, and football is back, baby. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
All right, quick second to take a shout out for poker players out there. You may want to head out to Texas Card House in Spring this afternoon, where Hijack Poker is going to be out there from 2 to 8. They're doing some exciting in-person only promotions. You got to go out there in person to take advantage of this great deal. Plus, they have a great game this evening at 6 p.m. where a $40 buy-in comes with a $4,000 guaranteed payout. That's right, a $40 buy-in, just a $40 buy-in with a $4,000 guaranteed payout. That's at the Texas Card House. So get out to Texas Card House in Spring today, I-45 North at Spring Cypress, TexasCardHouse.com.
Yeah, as Michael Carroll just told you, we got to do what we got to do. So let's talk a little Texans football. As I mentioned going into the break, Texans get to training camp next week. Football will be full-blown upon us, and it will be a joyous time for everyone as we start making roster cuts in our minds and evaluating position competition. But in the meantime, Texans, I guess, new center, Jake Andrews, was doing a little interview with the Texans team guys, Texans radio guys, with John and Mark, and started talking about when he was asked what this offense may look like this year and his thoughts on the offense and his offensive line coach in Popovich.
The ball is going to be run. I'll tell you that much. We're going to run the football. Kaylee's doing a good job with putting all that stuff together. We're going to protect CJ or whoever's back there. Try to make it us five up front. We're going to try to make it our life's work to not have anybody in his lap or touching him at all. We're going to pound the rock and we're going to air it out. We're going to keep people on their toes, and we're going to play tough physical football. And people are going to know when they wake up on Monday morning that they just got done playing the Houston Texans.
Jake, you've had.
Now, we hear that. How are you guys feeling about? It's one thing to say it. We know you got to do it, right? Like, I think it's if you just polled Texans fans right now, regardless of anything else with this team, I think it is the number one concern that still has not been rectified in their mind. They don't care who they drafted. They don't care who they brought in. They don't care what money was spent. They don't feel very comfortable about this offensive line. Now, it's great to hear a guy that played for Popovich, that Popovich knew all the way back to, I think, Troy in college, that also was an expatriate, and the fact that you get a guy like Kaylee that came from the Patriots as well that knows him. But from an offensive line perspective, dare I say, not a lot of people besides Cam Robinson, Noah, and Titus Howard, they're not, and the guys that were here last year, they don't know a lot of the new guys, and they're not feeling super confident that what Andrews just said is something that's doable.
Okay, well, yeah, agreed. But was anybody else a little worried when he goes,
yes,
we're going to protect C.J. Stroud
or whoever's back there?
I was like, what?
Because we're going to get him killed.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, what? Why would you say that? Don't put that evil on me, Ricky
I had
Bobby.
to pause as soon as
Why
he said
would
it when I heard it this morning.
Say that out loud. That's like a I don't know. That's like the Secret Service being like, well, we're going to protect the president or vice president or whoever's in charge. Like, what? Don't say that. Don't say it like that. That's crazy. That scared me to death. I also like the fact that he was like, yeah, we're going to run the football. That's what we do. We're going to pound the rock, but we're also going to throw it. We're going to air it out. We're going to run the football. So we're going to run it, throw it. We're going to pass it. We're going to fake it. We're going to not fake it.
100% of the time, they will do one of those things.
Yeah, we're going to do a lot. We're going to play offense is what we're going to do. We're going to pass and throw and run and fake and reverse and not reverse and
kick
all the things. Like,
we're going to three phases.
Yeah.
We're going to do football things.
Thanks for the insight. What?
I don't know if you guys would agree with this, but there's also part of me of I'd rather him be confident and have bravado and say, they're going to know if they play the Houston Texans on Monday. I'd rather him say that than, we're going to suck. But at the same time, Jake Andrews, who's done what in the NFL, I don't know if that's the guy that I needed sending the message. If Cam Robinson or Titus Howard or someone with, I guess, some, standing around the league and come out and said, no, we this is the group this year, that's one thing. But Jake Andrews, you just got here, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Took him off
I don't
someone
know if you're
else's
the messenger.
And here again, to my initial point about how the fans feel about this, you just took someone off of someone else's scrap heap that they decided they didn't need anymore. Suddenly he's your starting center. That's fixing your offensive line. That's better than what you had a year ago. No, it doesn't say anything about Juice Scruggs or Patterson or the fact that they were supposed to upgrade this offensive line in the offseason, and you basically got rid of 3/5 of the line, and the people were fine with that as long as who you replaced them with were adequate replacements. And right now, I don't feel like anybody feels like they're adequate replacements.
Yeah. And you got new signal caller. You've got I don't know. There's so many variables. You're not at full strength in the receiving core. Yeah, you've got rookies coming in. It's just I don't know. I will say
You don't
this.
sound optimistic.
Well, I'll say this. The one thing I am optimistic about is I think what happened in that interview, there was a tell in there, and obviously we're joking about them. Oh, we're going to run the ball, and we're going to pass the ball, and we're going to fake the run and throw, and we're going to fake a throw and run it, and we're going to – I mean, we made jokes about that. But I think he gave away what this offense – what you can expect from this team. They're going to be really run heavy. And I think that's – I mean, I think that's what this Texans team, what Texans fans can expect from this team, at least early on. Because one, I think they know what their deficiencies are, and it's pass pro.
Offensive line if you run heavy.
It's been pass pro.
Well, they're a better run blocking team than they were pass pro.
And I think you'll see zone runs a lot more, which makes life a little bit easier. But
I think that could go the opposite way.
You think so?
Yeah. It seems like.
But I just think that you're about to get not necessarily 3 yards in a cloud of dust, but it's just going to be
D'Amico has
ball
said in
control,
the past.
run oriented. I don't want to say boring, but not as flashy as CJ Stroud year one, at least until things start to click and mesh and we really see what these rookie receivers are and this offensive play calling is. And so maybe second half of the season, they take the training wheels off and we get some flash. But I expect the first half of this season to be pretty conservative.
See, I don't – I mean, I understand.
And I'm okay with that.
I understand
I'm okay
where
with
you're
that.
coming from. But what I'm saying is D'Amico has come out adamantly in the past that we're going to run the football. So to your point, he's always going to want to run the football. He wants to be a run-dominant team.
Well, he's a defensive mind,
he has to have the resources to be able to do that. He has to have an offensive line that's going to block the way even if it's last year's team, because not all those guys are here. A majority of those guys aren't. But the fact is on top of that, there's a million different ways to win a football game. If your defense is what we think their defense is going to be, then if you can run the football, you don't have to sling it all over the yard and be an explosive offense because your defense sets you up to be extremely good in this league with the talent that they have.
Yeah. But I also think, too, your offseason moves, Chubb, I mean, you're basically telling everybody that you have the defense and, adding Chubb, you're basically saying we're going to control the ball. We're going to take the ball out of your hands.
But they spent 2 early draft picks on wide receivers.
Yeah.
Though.
Well, that's because they know that,
and they traded for Christian Kirk.
Right. But they didn't, they know that, you lose Tank Dell and you had to replace him with something, and you lost Stephon Diggs, so you had to replace him with something.
Fair.
So you didn't replace Tank Dell
you
with
added
Tank
Chubb
Dell
as a backup. You know that
right, but
you needed a running back number 2.
Yeah, but you added depth, and you hope that it's quality depth, and you don't know if it's going to be, but you hope that it is, and you hope that if it is what he's supposed to be and can be, then you've got not necessarily a two-headed monster, but pretty close, and that makes you a run-oriented football team that can stop the other team, take the ball out of their hands, and keep their offense off the field. And that's a recipe for success, especially in the postseason. So it might not be flashy. It might not be sexy. You might be looking at a lot of 21-17 games.
Well, it's like,
but I'll take it if
you are right.
I'll take it if this means this team gets past the first round in the playoffs.
If you're right, it's like the Astros this year. The Astros went from, big time offense and massive starters to the fact that they win games with defense. They can play small ball when they have to. They win close games, and they've got great pitching. And I think that from a Texans perspective, that's why I said there's a million different ways to win a game. If your defense is as good as some people think that they can be, and I'm one of them that think think it can be top 5 or higher,
yeah, I agree.
Then you can be a little bit more conservative. So we got plenty more to get to. We've got more on the plate, but we can always get what's on your mind off your chest. 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us up on Twitch, Twitter. You can hit us up on Twitch. We won't answer you. Twitter and or YouTube. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
All right, but before we go to break, one more time, got to tell you about what's going on with Old Humble Distilling Company. And whether you're going to come out and join us here at McCormick and Schmick's today, or maybe you go out to East River 9 tomorrow, make sure you ask for Old Humble Distilling by name, because the Boomtown Bourbon that their owner, Joe, brought out for me to try back in May is the finest whiskey I've ever had. It's award-winning, small batch Texas whiskeys that are the real deal, unique to the Gulf Coast, approachable, premium, and handcrafted unlike the big factory whiskeys that you tried before. And really cool thing they have going now, a new way to try their products, and that's with a scavenger hunt. So if you live in the Humble, Kingwood, Atascocita area, or anywhere near the north side, get ready because the Boomtown Bourbon Hunt is on. Hit the bars, crack the clues, earn the coin, and tell the tale. Start your legend today. There are 8 hidden Boomtown bourbon stops across the Humble area. The clues can be found at oldhumbledistilling.com or at the Old Humble Distilling Company. Solve the clues, sip the cocktails, and move on to the next stop. Then return to Old Humble Distilling Company to claim your legendary challenge coin, which unlocks a 3-month Roughneck Social Club membership and a free cocktail every week. Be legendary and join the hunt. It's free to play, all are welcome, but please drink responsibly. Old Humble Distilling Company. Go to their distillery and taste room at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960, especially on Fridays for their date night special. Try Old Humble Distilling Company because life's too short for factory whiskey.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from McCormick and Schmick's at Town and Country as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jeremy's out for the rest of the week, enjoying some downtime. So my friend Barry Laminack is with me along with Brian McDonald. We're here enjoying everything, and I am having a phenomenal, fantastic, incredible dinner plate of vegetables, chicken, shrimp.
Smells great.
At McCormick and Schmick's.
Looks good,
This
too.
food is fantastic.
Yeah.
The happy hour's in full swing. It's a full bar. All the tables are filled. People are enjoying cocktails at great prices. It's voted the number one happy hour in America by USA Today, and it's right here at McCormick and Schmick's. And we know the food's already fantastic. I mean, the food, all fresh fish and oysters flown in daily from all over the country to make sure that you get the freshest, best meal possible. And they've got specials all week long. 7 days a week, 2-course lunch deal, $18. 7 days a week, 3-course dinner meal, $35. Live music every Thursday and Friday from 6 to 9. They got private dining rooms if you want to reserve for an intimate group. But it's right here in Town and Country. So the best part is you can have some people meet you. You can have all the happy hour. You can have dinner. Still go shopping at all the great shops and spots where you can walk outside and enjoy all the different shopping as well. It's fun. I'm glad we're here today.
I'll tell you what, because I'm a company man, and Brian, you've already had some sample. You've sampled the fare. Joel, you've got some different stuff. I'm going to do my part. I've ordered an old fashioned. I'm going to take one for the team as well.
Attaboy.
And sample.
Very big of you.
Yeah, I'm going to do my part.
Drink your dinner, buddy.
Yeah, I'm going to see how that. I'm going to see what the orange peel and the cherry taste like, and we'll go from there.
281 says, "Where's Jeremy? Wrong answers only." We'll do that tomorrow because you'll have to think about it all night long, and then you'll get into it tomorrow.
I'll tell you one thing he's doing. You know how he likes to crush us if we ever tweet while we're off?
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's tweeting a bunch.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's Mr. How dare you tweet on your day off? And then yesterday, I see his timeline just tweet.
Does he usually crush y'all when y'all do that?
Yeah, it's like he calls us a weirdo if we check social media while we're off.
What's he tweeting about?
Astros.
Just mostly Astros. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
By the way, I just want to say cheers to Cece and her crew. She came out.
Yeah, you
today,
got your old fashioned now.
Yeah, cheers to her. It was her idea. She's drinking.
You wouldn't have done this otherwise.
I would not.
Yeah.
She offered to buy it. I was
Pure
like,
heart,
no,
but
thank
like,
you.
hey,
I can't.
Long time usual suspect.
Yeah. So cheers to Cece.
Appreciate that. We were talking about this. A lot of people chiming in. I think most people were saying, "What's
good?
That's
good.
Oh, that's so good. All right, fellas. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Oh my goodness.
You know, between Tomlinson and even Cam Robinson, a lot of the responses we got when talking about this and playing the clip from Andrews is the fact that people just don't have confidence in guys, whether it be from a Cam Robinson perspective, the fact that, he was a first-round pick out of Alabama. Yeah, he's gotten paid throughout his career. But overall, does that mean anything? And how does that translate to him being the replacement for Laramie Tunsil that's going to be required to keep CJ upright, like Andrew said, and protect his backside and make sure that you do your job? Because I don't know. I mean, I'm not expecting, like, Robinson to turn out to be one of the better left tackles in the league.
No. I don't think anybody is. I think there's the key word there is expect. It's expect versus hope. You know, there's the hope versus the expectation. You hope he gets coached up. You hope he lives up to expectations. But it's hard to replace Laramie Tunsil, man. For all of the complaining and the bitching and the as upset as Texans fans were at all the mistakes that he would make in game penalty wise. Listen. Laramie Tunsil was still one of the top five offensive left tackles in this league. And, that's where I was going to go was 5. Probably 5. Yeah. But top 5 for sure. That's tough to replace, man.
Yeah, you it's one thing to say he didn't fit our culture. He didn't fit, everything in our locker room and what we did on the field, as you said, with the penalties and otherwise. But how did you replace him? Because people see Tomlinson and they go, who? There was a Tomlinson that played running back for the Chargers, is really good. And in relation, not that one.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Brown. They brought in Brown.
Heck, he might be better at
Brown's a guy that when he was good for the Patriots, which was 10 years ago.
Feels like it.
Yeah, that suddenly you're going to expect to find a time capsule, and he's going to be okay this year. I mean, you brought in a bunch of retreads. Let's be fair.
Yeah, you haven't even mentioned the name they got from the Vikings, Ed Ingram. I mean, it's specifically two of those guys. Like when you look at the additions they made, because we all know they had to make additions to the offensive line. Okay, you add Cam Robinson, but he's directly replacing Laramie Tunsil, and ain't nobody think that Cam Robinson's better than Laramie Tunsil. So that's a negative. You bring in Ed Ingram and Laken Tomlinson on your to play interior offensive line, but when you look at stats like pressures allowed in one-on-one blocking, they're just as bad, or in the case of one of them, worse than Kenyon Green was last year. So you've shuffled the bodies around, but it kind of feels at times with this offensive line that you're just shuffling chairs on the deck of the Titanic, because you're replacing the names, and sometimes that's enough for people to feel optimistic. But when you look at who it actually is, I think they're putting a lot of eggs in the basket of Bobby Slowick was really terrible, and the change to Nick Caley and getting a new system and a new play caller will make all the difference.
Well, it's twofold, right? And the fact that Popovich finally having the reins and the control to like coach up and do the things that he wanted to do. Yeah, but I mean,
because it's not on the names they've added to the team.
And both of these guys, if you look at Skarnecki, who is arguably one of the best offensive line coaches in the history of the league, and that's where Popovich cut his teeth and got all his training. And then when you look at from the standpoint of Caley, he's coming from the Rams system. So you're thinking that that's going to rub off and he's going to be that kind of coach. But you got to have those resources. It goes back to what Barry was talking about. I think they're going to run the football, pound the rock. I think they're going to do this and do that. Well, you got to block. And you don't have the guys that were better offensive run blockers than pass blockers.
That's what's crazy, though, is a guy like Kenyon Green, he may have led the league in my bads, but
but he was a good run blocker.
He was a good run blocker.
He's no longer here, though. So now you got to expect that these retreads are going to at least be able to run block.
Well, we're going to find out. I mean,
that's why, as good as everything else looks with this team right now, it's hard for anybody to say, okay, just sweep it under the rug. Line's fixed. They're going to be fine.
Well, here's the thing, though. I think as pundits and guys that talk, and I think we tend to skew negatively. But you just don't know yet, really. You don't know. I mean, they could go out and
Barry,
shock
if
all
they traded for Tooney instead of the Bears, if they brought in some offensive linemen with some skins on the wall that have been good offensive linemen, to where you go, okay, now I can buy into the fact that maybe it was scheme, maybe it was coaching, but I know from a talent perspective, at least they brought in some guys that I know have had success in this league.
But it does happen. It just, we haven't seen it happen yet, and we haven't seen it happen with these guys, right? I'll give you a good example. It's kind of like what the Astros do with arms. You just have to find the right coaches that have the right mentality and the right teaching mechanisms to go out and find the right guys that fit the way they teach and their system. And it's almost like the Astros just have this knack of grabbing a guy and either fixing him or making him better. And that's what I'm saying is maybe these guys, maybe this coaching staff, maybe this OC and this line coach is the Texans version of the Astros pitching staff and the Astros coaching staff, right? Maybe that's what this is. We just don't know yet.
See, I don't think you're wrong in the fact that if we're going to look at this,
I'm just trying to be positive. For the fans.
Exactly. Our first reaction.
Like we're always so negative.
You, Dana Brown.
I just feel
our first reaction is always going to be.
The show, it just seems so negative about the Texans and stuff, and it's like, man, they're actually a good football team.
Right.
They're a
but
good
I think
football
that it's
team.
fair to say, look, I think that scheme can make a difference. I think that coaching absolutely can make a difference. I think that I believe in these guys and their ability to evaluate talent. And I think that, even from what you were saying, the fact that if Tunsil just wasn't a culture guy and he wasn't a guy willing to play nice with others and do the things from the meeting room to the practice field that they expected, that they were done with him. I'm good with all of that. And I believe that they got the right offensive coordinator. Do I believe Slowick had shortcomings? Now more so than ever. Do I think that they're on the right track? Yes. I just don't know what I don't know because I haven't seen this offensive line play together. I can hear all the compliments and how together they are till they're blue in the face, but until they show me by blocking and doing the things that they have to do, it is a make or break position group of the entire franchise, because the defense can be great, but CJ, at the end of the day and at the end of the year, how is he going to be graded? He's going to be graded by what numbers he puts up and how many times he was knocked on his ass. And that's all in the offensive line. If they're going to be a running team, from Mixon to Chubb to whoever else they're going to hand the ball off to, they've got to. They have. I don't know if Pierce is going to get carries
if he
or
even
not.
makes the team.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not even worried about him. I think they drafted Pierce's replacement anyway. I think that they have talent, but we can talk about how much talent they have everywhere else. If the line doesn't do their job, it affects everything that they do offensively.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's fair to say. This is why that's why they say it. Everything is one up front. Obviously, that's the whole point. But
So that's why it's still such a concern. I'm not trying to be negative because I want to believe that they got the right guy.
I mean, Nick Caserio told us that, hey, he and D'Amico aren't worried, so we shouldn't be worried either.
Of course not. Yeah. I mean, exactly. So
if they're not worried, then we shouldn't be. So all good. We're good. Next segment.
Go Texas.
Yeah, I want to believe everything. I want to think that all these new guys are going to be great, but until I see it, on the field against 11 other guys and know that it's going to hold up, I've got concerns.
Well, and I mean, rightfully so. Look, this group of guys isn't going to win offensive line of the year. They're not going to win any ranking sheets. We know that, but that doesn't mean that they can't run the ball effectively, right? Do I think that they're going to, do I think that we could be looking at CJ Stroud possibly having to, maybe spend a few extra minutes on scramble drills? Yeah.
That's concerning.
Take a bus to Jacksonville because he's getting beat up?
Yeah. Possibly.
Brian, don't say massages, okay?
I didn't say the massages.
Don't say massages.
I never said massages.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, wait and see. I hope that what happens is like I said, by mid-season is that it's one of those things where everybody's having to say, wow.
Yeah, but if it takes till you getting to mid-season, can you win football games?
No, what I'm saying is by mid-season, everybody is saying, wow, this team really has surprised us, and we were wrong about how effective they can be offensively doing what they do, whatever that is. Right?
All right.
Because what it really is they've got to relieve some stress on Stroud because he still thinks that he has to do everything. That's the problem.
Especially when you consider the talk around the team this year with the change to Nick Haley is that Stroud's going to be more involved in calling the line protector. Stroud already felt like he had to do everything at times, and now he's getting extra responsibility, which I think is a good thing. I'd rather him be able to call his own protection, but it's something to look out for.
Yeah.
Keith's on hold right now. He wants to get on the receivers real quick before we get off of anything on Texans. Keith, what's going on?
Hey, guys, thanks for having me. Mike Williams retired today. I'm looking at Ladd McConkey. Keenan Allen's gone. Josh Palmer's gone. I'm thinking Ladd McConkey goes over 150 catches, 9 catches a game for 17 games is 153. Do you think he gets more catches than Nico, or is Ladd just going to be a fantasy football dream this year?
Brian's going to talk about the fantasy football implications. I'm going to tell you right now, I saw Vegas put a stat on Nico today that his over-under on catches is like 86.5.
Yeah, I saw that. There's a couple numbers put out on the Texans that I like to fire on. I would, but Nico is one of those guys though that I don't know if he'll get the 100-catch season. He's more of a big play guy, so catches maybe a little bit lower, but yards still up.
Still with 17 games, I got to believe he's going to be 90.
If he plays,
I was going to say he's never played 17 games.
Yeah, he's missed 7 games over the last 2 years, or 7.5 games over the last 2 years. So
he's played 14, 10, 15, and 12.
Yeah.
So
he could be a 90-catch guy if he played the whole season. I don't expect him to because he hasn't done it.
Yeah. So you want to handle the fantasy aspect?
Yeah, I mean, Ladd McConkey's a great wide receiver. I don't think Mike Williams retiring though drastically increases the target share for Ladd McConkey because it's not like Mike Williams is getting a ton of targets thrown his way anyway. So
right. All right, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna come back. Barry wants to play an old man game. I think. Is
that because he's old, or is that the implication?
We get called that. Some people on the text line that are being deprived of their normal contact with the Killer Bees have made those implications, but we can live through them. But we want to do a little exercise with Barry based on that. We got plenty more to get to. If you guys want to chime in, join us. We'll be back with more. It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from McCormick and Schmick's at Town & Country as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jeremy out, Barry Laminack in. We're at McCormick and Schmick's in Town & Country, enjoying just an absolutely delightful afternoon of great food and beverage amongst a lot of great Houstonians, having some fun talking some sports and other things. We were talking earlier, guys, about a lot of different things, but the text line reacting to all of it. At the end of the day, 281 says CJ's got to play better if he's elite. Elite quarterbacks make a line look better like he did his first year. It's fair. I mean, but he's going to be great. He, regardless of what he has or hasn't, he's going to absolutely be evaluated by the stats he gets at the end of the year. Whether if they just go to more of a running attack, but his stats aren't great, there's still people that are going to pick him apart.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. Elite quarterbacks make lines look better, but if you're constantly under duress, it's hard to make a line look better. There's moments where they'll do that. And, 20% of the time, yes. But if you lead the league in hurries, or having to throw under pressure, that's difficult, especially for a guy in his first or second year. And if Slowick was taking forever to get a play call in. And, yeah, I don't disagree with him, but it's not – the onus isn't all on C.J. Stroud either.
Earlier, we had the great debate of the day, which is something we normally do almost every day. And it was carrot cake sucks and banana pudding is way overrated. Or in other words,
I don't know if it was so much a debate as you guys are just wrong.
BMAC said that banana pudding over vanilla pudding.
Yes.
Did you say it was over chocolate pudding as well?
Yes.
Banana pudding over all
Terrible.
else is a BMAC take, not mine or Brian or Barry's.
Yeah, terrible take.
So, and then I said that carrot cake is a waste of cake. Like, it shouldn't even be a dessert. Carrot cake is terrible. There's all these other cakes that you could have that actually taste good instead of having a vegetable as part of your cake.
Yeah,
Who
why would
does
you
that?
even choose
Especially if you go to a restaurant and you have other selections.
Think about
and
that.
Carrot cake. Carrot cake should be the odd man out every single time.
You took the time to say, I'm going to make a cake, and you gathered ingredients. And one of them was carrots. Like you were making a delicious dessert called cake. And you could have made chocolate. You could have made anything, but you chose carrots. That is insane.
You get your head examined.
That is stupid.
Okay, so 225 area code 225 says homemade banana pudding all over
100%.
all puddings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the instant like pudding cup stuff. I'm not talking about good homemade banana pudding.
713 number, absolutely an intelligent person. Banana, anything is disgusting. Carrot, anything is worse.
Thank you.
Phenomenal. Great response there. Area code 228. Willing to bet blank has never had Southern banana pudding with real banana and Nilla wafers. BMAC, I'm with you.
I have.
You're banned from the show.
I have. No, I've had it. It's, I mean, it's not, look, it's not terrible, but it's just not better than vanilla or chocolate. It's just not. Period.
Blast from the past. Yo, Adrian says, I make the best flan with cream cheese.
You know what? Make toast in the
lots of
bathtub.
sugar.
That's weird.
Yeah, glad to hear you again, Barry.
Hold on, make what?
What? Make toast in the bathtub.
Why?
That's weird.
That's pretty severe.
Severe?
From the minute he plugs in the toaster and dips it in the water,
What?
you might have a little guilt on your conscience at some point.
This is why you're cursed, Barry.
Did he say I make the best flan?
Yeah, he did.
No grown ass man. That should not be a sentence that comes out of no respect.
Unless you're Bobby Flay.
No,
They
even
can't
them.
make flan?
No, even them. You know how much different stuff should be in your recipe
We're
book
drawing gender
before you,
lines on desserts?
before you puff out your chest and pound it and go, hey, I
See,
make
but
the
my
best
point
flan
is-
in the man, make toast in the tub. That's
if
weird.
you're Bobby
why you're
Flay
cursed.
or
weird.
some of these world-renowned chefs, you make everything.
Guy
so that's
Fieri.
Guy Fieri.
Yeah.
But if
But you
you're
know what you
Yo
don't
Adrian,
need to make flan.
if you're Yo
You can make
Adrian, you
anything
know what
else.
you say? I make a great steak.
Yeah, exactly. I make a great steak.
You make
I
flan?
barbecue
Flan?
chicken like nobody else. I can make a mean twice baked potato. Not flan. What are you doing?
That's what you're bragging about. It twice.
At least we know what.
Over flan? Yes. You know what? I'm not bragging about flan.
Yo, Adrian has obviously been away from the show for a while, and we know what he's been doing.
Making flan.
Making flan.
Flan.
409 says,
dumb.
I didn't eat cheesecake until I was 16 because it sounded disgusting, just like
Oh.
carrot cake. The only difference is carrot cake is amazing. I mean, I'm sorry.
What?
Cheesecake
What?
is.
No, I'm flipping it. I'm flipping it. Oh,
The only difference
it's
is
being played
cheesecake
tomorrow.
is amazing. Carrot cake is brutal.
You got to try the carrot cake at Chulux. I'm telling you.
Mm.
I am with you on 99% of carrot cakes, but the one at Chulux is fantastic.
281 says two-finger Nana pudding is the best.
Shout out to an unnamed person on the morning show.
It's like ordering a drink. Hey, you want 2 fingers of whiskey?
2 fingers of banana
I'll
pudding.
take 2 fingers of banana pudding. No,
832
it's
says
not
regular
it's
pudding is
not
for
a liquor.
children.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, but that's not your banana pudding.
No, yeah. Again, the instant cups is not what I'm talking about.
2 fingers of banana pudding.
2 fingers. Hey, barkeep, 2 fingers of banana pudding.
Barkeep.
281 says carrot cake is awesome. My mom made carrot cake when I was
I
younger.
take my neat.
And it was
on the rocks.
I take my banana pudding neat. Thank you.
So 281 says carrot cake's awesome. My mom made carrot cake when I was younger. It was great. Open y'all's mind up and try it. As long as I don't have to open my mouth up and try it. I don't want to try carrot cake. It's nasty. I've tried it before and it sucks.
How many times did you try it?
Enough to know that I hate it and never want it again. So that's multiple times. Okay, now Pete's come in and added carrot cake to my list. And
There we go.
And the Texans
And
offensive
banana
line
pudding.
to the long list of things that I hate. I'm not reading it all right
Have
now.
you ever
Pete.
read that to Barry? Does Barry?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
yesterday.
Yesterday.
We got the Cliff Notes version of it. This is the full blown.
We'll have to add. Yeah, carrot cake's definitely on the
Oh,
list now.
it's been added.
Okay.
Homemade banana pudding is the only good pudding.
Yes. Correct.
Okay. Let's see if we got anything else before we get to the break. AR Platinum, our good friend and loyal listener to the show. Not to place it above other cakes, but a carrot cake is so good. Okay, AR Platinum, you can go back to whatever you
blocked
were doing.
and reported.
Yeah, go scratch off some more scratch offs.
Blocked and reported.
You gonna tell him to make toast in the bathtub?
Yeah,
Dude gets
don't
paid
make
to
toast
scratch
in the
off scratch
tub,
offs.
weirdo.
Fine. His dessert choices are suspect. See what I did there?
Yes.
Anything pudding is a no thank you. Now, okay, it depends on like if you're choosing it off a menu. But like if my mom made homemade chocolate pudding, I'm not turning that down if it's there. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, if your mom making it makes it different because you can't be mean to
Homemade.
moms. You go, no, I'm not gonna eat pudding.
Man, homemade is.
Yeah, homemade makes it different.
Oh my God, this person should be banned for life. Is carrot cake really worse than German chocolate cake? What the hell's wrong with you?
The texture's pretty much the same.
Yeah. Okay, texture guy, get a good feel on this. There's no comparison between German chocolate cake and
I
carrot
didn't
cake.
say
Are
they
you telling
taste
me
the
as much
same.
as you've been pro carrot cake?
First of all,
are you telling me
I'm pro Trulux carrot cake only. I think I've been clear on that.
Are you taking Trulux carrot cake over a great German chocolate cake?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, what's wrong with you?
I think y'all just got rage baited. There's no way that's real.
See, Ryan even says there's no way that's real.
I think German chocolate cake's kind of
Also,
overrated.
never say Phil on this and put your pants back on. That's inappropriate, sir.
We are McCormick and Schmicks.
Yes.
Not a back alley.
Sir.
Barry is officially back because Peter has his Barry list updated. Barry, and he forgot one. Barry hates John Singleton, door-to-door salesman, whoever keeps calling Singleton up, and accomplished male desserts. He hates it. He also hates people that go to HEB and sample salsa with their fingers.
To be fair, so does everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody. in the
Oh,
world.
wow.
Update the list, Pete.
Look
Come
at
on.
me reaching on that one, Pete. That is hilarious.
Accomplished male dessert artist. Barry hates.
Accomplished. Not failed male dessert
Yes,
artist. Just
yes.
accomplished.
Accomplished ones.
That is too funny.
Now, this is a great point. 713 says, I think the only reason carrot cake is edible is because of the frosting. It's not bad, but I'm not grabbing it first. I'm not grabbing it first or second or third.
No, that's not the first cake I'd order. Again, this is like a Trulux take only. They've got so much ad space out of this.
My
They
goodness.
should write us a letter, or send us
All
some,
right.
actually.
All right, Joel.
Yeah.
Here we go. I'm doing
we
this
got-
too.
Oh, yeah, well, we got to go to break.
let's go to
We gotta
break.
go to break.
Come
All right,
back with it.
when we come
Go to
back,
break, come back
I've
with
got. I'm gonna tell you. I've got the best old guy phrases. The top 16. This was a bracket somebody did. but we're going to see how many of these you and Brian, you as well, and everybody listening, everybody over the age of 30. I want to know how many of these y'all say on a daily basis.
Okay.
We're going to go 1 through 16. I won't do it bracket style. I'll just go 1 through 16. How many of these do you use in your daily life? I think I use all of these, but I'm 51, so I'm allowed to.
That next. And don't forget car wreck of the day before we get out of here. If you got a car wreck, you want to get it on the list, get that to us as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from McCormick and Schmick's at Town and Country as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
No Jeremy Bear Laminack, who's about to take us through a bracket of old people saying.
Old guy phrases. Yeah.
Okay. What do you got?
This popped up on my timeline. I was like, oh, that's hilarious. Because, it's the slow time in sports. And, yeah, this is the time when most
people take
radio
vacation?
shows do. Yeah. When most radio shows do some sort of Mount Rushmore or whatever.
Or Palillo goes on vacation for 2 weeks.
Yeah. But this was, at first I was like, oh, ha, 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 old guy phrases. And then I started reading them and I was like, oh.
I'm old.
Yep. Say that one. Yep. That one. Yep. So they did it bracket style. So it was like 1 versus 16
Right.
but I'm just going to go 1 through 16, so you'll know that, the last one
Keep
was
track
up
of how
against
many
the
you
first
use.
one.
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you guys, I'm going to read the phrase, and then we'll just see what you say. And callers, or listeners, you guys can chime in as well if you say these. But here we go. This is what they're basically, we're trying to figure out what was the best old guy phrase. So here we go. Number
Get off
one.
my lawn?
Huh?
Get off my lawn?
No, number one. Newsflash, buddy.
No, I don't use
no. Especially when you throw in the buddy. Yeah. I might say newsflash occasionally, but no.
I might have said that. Number two. What's the damage?
Okay.
Yeah.
I've said that.
Yeah.
I've said that. Yeah.
I might have said that just now when I was like,
yeah, you did.
What's the damage? All right. Number three. Oh, where the heck did it go? Oh, no more Mr. Nice Guy.
No, not unless I'm saying ironically.
Look at Joel's face.
Joel said it. Joel said it.
Joel
You know
said
why?
no more
Because I got
Mr. Nice
kids,
Guy.
and I got kids that sometimes don't listen.
Oh, yeah.
And or I coach kids that don't listen.
Yeah. All right. Number four, you're out somewhere. You might say, hey, let me sneak past you.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
I've said that.
I
Let me
usually
sneak
go,
past
excuse
you.
me, but
Let me
yeah.
sneak
I don't think I
past
would say
you.
that.
All right. Number five, it's not the heat, it's the humidity. That
I
is
mean,
definitely,
living in Houston, it doesn't matter how old you
that
are.
is
You're going to say
definitely
that.
an old
We've
guy
all said that
phrase.
here.
Yeah. Number six, you ready to rock and roll? When you're ready to go somewhere,
Yeah.
time to
Yeah.
leave. You ready to rock and roll? All right.
Guilty.
Number seven, you in what army?
Oh, my God. My parents were all over that one.
Yeah, somebody wants to
You
fight.
think you're tough, my old man? You think you're tough? You in what army? You're not even taking me down.
Yep. All right, number eight. Look what the cat dragged in. Bro, my
I've used it.
grandfather
I've
used
used
to
that.
say that all the time. I definitely don't use that one, but that is 1,000%. Number nine, hate to burst your bubble.
For sure. I've
Sure.
used that.
Yeah.
You guys use
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
All right.
for
Number 10, these are dangerous when talking about food.
Oh, that is something my dad says,
No,
but I'm not at that age.
Yeah, like if
That's more
something
so like with
spicy.
drinks.
Yeah,
drinks
it's either
too,
something
yeah.
that's like real potent, like
like you take a drink
Oh, like-
it's stronger than you
Yeah.
expected. Like,
Or-
these are dangerous.
Or you eat some beans.
or if you get like a really
Yeah.
hot spicy buffalo wing. Woo, these are dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've used that, but
Oh,
I get it.
I definitely have. All right, number 11, cool your jets.
No, that's an old.
That's
That's an old.
I think it's more than 7-year-old.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's something my
Yeah.
dad says.
Yeah, that's my
He's-
grandma and my dad.
Jets.
Or my
He's
mom.
70, but
Number
mom.
12, I probably say this every time. Working hard or hardly working?
okay, guilty.
Oh, yeah, nailed
guilty. Yeah,
Nailed it. All right, number 13, don't mind if I do.
guilty. Yeah. yeah.
Number-
Want some banana pudding?
Don't mind if I do.
Don't mind if I do.
Number 14, you're in the car. Hey, nice blinker. When somebody doesn't turn their blinker on,
Oh
but
my
when
God.
it turns,
My
or
phrasing might be a little different.
Mine too. I was
but,
thinking
yeah.
my road rage would have rephrased that,
You're
but there's
sit-
no doubt.
you're sitting
Yeah.
at a stop sign.
Yeah.
You're waiting to pull out, and somebody's coming down, but then they turn,
Phrasing.
and and you could have went if they had turned their blinker on. And what do you yell? Nice blinker. Oh, 100%.
Yeah, for sure.
All the time.
Like I said, with some cuss words.
I think I used that 6 times on the way over. All right, number 15.
You definitely put cuss words in it.
Yeah, 100%. Number 15. See you later, alligator.
No, I'm not
anymore.
that old. I'm not that old. Nah.
My mom definitely says that.
Yeah,
she's
older
an
than
old
us,
guy.
yes.
My mom's an old guy.
Your mom's awesome.
Last one, number 16, when answering the phone. Yellow.
With a Y?
With a Y. Yellow.
No.
I'm 100% guilty of
No.
that. Oh, I 100%. All right, so there you go. There's
Thank
the
God you don't
16.
do that with me.
I think I had yes on 6 of those.
Yeah.
I don't know how old that makes me, but
Man, I
I guess
got
it makes
a
me 41,
lot
but-
of those,
I
man.
think I had at least 6, probably more than that.
I think the only one yeah, I want to say I had, when I counted up, I had 9 or 10 of the 16. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Our platinum texts in,
Yeah.
filling in what we weren't going to
Yeah.
say on the air with
Nice
the
freaking
blinker.
blinker.
Yeah,
Freaking
just
tail.
throwing in every
Yeah.
expletive, and
Yeah.
he texted it in.
the phrasing is different, but yes.
Put
Oh,
your
yeah.
John Hancock on this paper
Oh.
for a signature.
Well, for people of a certain age, it becomes put your Herbie Hancock on it.
Yeah. If it's
if it's free, it's me. Oh,
if
that's
it's free,
for
I'll
sure.
take 3.
Yeah, that's a Calvin Murphy.
Yeah.
I learned that from Murph.
Gosh, that was fantastic. That I saw that. I was
Let
like,
me
oh
tell
my
you.
goodness.
Let me tell
you. Yeah.
And the final one on the text line. Oh, no, we're back to pudding. All right, so that'll do that. All right, we got car wreck of the day coming up next as we wrap up the show from McCormick and Schmicks in Town and Country. If you got a car wreck, still got some time, get it to us, 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us on social media. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
All right, but one more quick shout out to the poker players out there. You may want to head out to Texas Card House in Spring this afternoon. You still have time because Hijack Poker is going to be out there until 8 o'clock tonight. They're doing some exciting in-person only promotions, so you got to get out there to take advantage of that. Plus, they have a great game this evening at 6 p.m., a $40 buy-in with a $4,000 guaranteed buyout. Just $40. You got to take part of that. So get out to Texas Card House in Spring today, I-45 North at Spring Cypress, TexasCardHouse.com.
Hey, car wreck of the day, as we do every day, and we've got plenty, but we got the text line to clear up a little bit. B. Hannon just texted in, if you want any of those phrases, just listen to any Phillip Rivers mic'd up. Yeah. That's very well played.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's see what else we got here. Your ass is grass.
Yep.
That's an old person's phrase.
Yeah.
That is used a lot. Yeah. And what'd you say? And I'm the lawnmower?
Yep. Your ass is grass and I'm the lawnmower.
Someone not
Buddy.
Air
You gotta end it with a buddy.
Platinum cleaned up the other way to talk about the blinker thing by saying, I guess that model Mercedes didn't come with a blinker.
That's funny.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. So
I like that.
those were some of the ones that we had sent in to
done.
us that made me chuckle a little. Dadgummit.
Dadgummit. Boy, my dad used to say that. That was, if he couldn't curse around people, that was his go-to.
Would that be not more prevalent down here? Because I don't think in the Midwest it was a dadgummit.
Oh, really?
It was a G dang it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, dadgummit was down. Yeah, that was, he used that a lot.
Okay. All right, so car wreck of the day. What do you boys got?
I got to go with eating salsa on aisle 5.
That's fantastic.
That's mine. That's just nasty, bro. If you're gonna open up a jar of salsa, that's your salsa.
You got
You
some
know what I
stones
mean?
too to do that in public,
bro. And then I could hear the button pop. It's yours now. You know what I mean? Like, that's just nasty, bro. That's your salsa now. So that's my car wreck of the day. And then to try to sneak it and put it back. We saw you. So that's mine.
B-Mac, what do you got?
I'm going to nominate Barry for pretending he was looking for olive oil when he almost faced a confrontation.
Almost got busted.
Yeah. Olive oil. Yeah, I'm looking for the olive oil. Come here. Help me out.
You know what would have been wild if it was right there. If he'd been like, it's right here. I would have had to buy olive oil that I didn't even want. That would have been hilarious. Oh, damn.
And the even funnier part of that is, if you know anything about when Barry and I have done shows, the tough guy in the parking lot is actually this guy. When he would wait for cars that parked, when you and Jeremy talk about parking over the line or whatever, he would wait for them.
Really?
And then go right at them. I'm like, I would have thought that he would have said, wait, this guy right here.
And what's
just
crazy,
called him out right
that's
then
my
and there.
go-to.
You'll wait out people.
Yeah.
But you won't confront the dude about.
Well, no, that's
two
what's
scoop
weird.
and salsa?
That's what's weird about the story is that my default 99% of the time would have been to turn to the guy and be like, bro, that's nasty. What are you doing? Like, call him out, shame him in public, but I don't know why this time it was the opposite of what my normal reaction is. I don't know why I did it that way. It's weird because Joel will tell you, and people that know me and have been around me will tell you I have no problem saying things to people. I've shushed people's kids that are running around acting crazy. I will.
Yeah. In a restaurant, he will shush other people's kids. That would drive me nuts.
No problems. Yeah, I've had people want to fight me because I've shushed their kids. It's fine. But, like, I don't have a problem doing that. I don't know why this time around it was different, but it was really weird. It was like an outer body experience how nice I was about the whole thing.
I don't know if Ryan has this audio or not. I know I think Will talked about it too. But definitely my car wreck of the day is Coldplay and lead singer Chris Martin on accident as they were scanning the crowd and putting the pictures of people in the crowd and the video of pictures of people in the crowd, put astronomer.
That's the name of the company.
It's a tech company.
Yeah.
The CEO, Andy Byron, who's married, by the way, and the wife wasn't there. And has two kids. His colleague, who I believe is in HR.
She's the chief HR officer.
Kristen Cabot. And they were locked arm in arm while enjoying the Coldplay concert. Here's how it sounded.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You okay? Uh-oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
He had no idea he was spot on because the minute the camera hit him,
well, the reaction gave him away.
And they realized, they realized they were on camera. He let go of her. He ducked down below the seats.
Back to the camera.
And you know, she's got one of her friends there who's redder than a siren going, oh, bust.
She's like, oh my God.
This is the angle I took.
More like hot play. Okay.
Wow.
What?
Wow. Those jokes kill in Arkansas?
What?
Jeez. But I 100% believe if they no-sell it and don't try to duck behind the seats and she turns away, no one would think anything of it. They
No
would just
one
say,
would have known who
they
they
don't
were.
know who they are.
Well,
They
chances
don't know who
are.
they are.
Well, it depends on if that's their home city.
Maybe. But this is not
But
getting posted on the internet.
percentage-wise, play that card rather than play the panic and duck card.
If you panic and duck, what Chris Martin has no idea you are, and he immediately figured out, oh, well, you're cheating.
Yeah.
But if you play it cool, he doesn't know that.
Right.
Because
he probably doesn't even say it because they just pass on to the next
they
couple.
just go to the next one.
By the way, can I give a 1A car wreck of the day?
Sure.
And shout out to whoever did it. But when Starks walked to the podium.
The Aggie
Yeah, gig 'em, baby. Yeah, when Stark walked to the podium, they played the Aggie fight song. I love it so much. That has to win.
I hope that makes up for losing
so
the game.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, who cares? They're going to lose anyway. As a lifelong Aggie fan, I accept failure and them losing. That is just a foregone conclusion.
One final car wreck of the day because of the TJ Watt contract. The car wreck might be Nick Casario's ability to try and sign Will Anderson to a good contract.
yeah, that could be it.
Well, we know that Casario has no problem with signing guys at the top of the market. So, but the top of the market just went up.
I was going to say, and it's not going anywhere but going up after this. So you might want to get to work.
Yeah. To quote a great philosopher, the ceiling is the roof now.
Thanks,
so.
MJ. Look, thank you to McCormick and Schmick's. They've been phenomenal. Their food is fantastic. We've been having
So
a
is
great
the
old time.
old-fashions.
Yeah, and the beverages as well. Come and see them
delicious.
for the best happy hour in America. Thanks to Brian doing all the hard work and doing a little co-hosting with Will Kunkel earlier today. Tomorrow we're at East River 9 in Edo. Come by and see us. You can catch some of the British Open, or the Open as they call it, the Open Championship, and hang out with us all afternoon yet again. Is Will back tomorrow?
No, Paul will be back.
Paul will be back
yeah.
tomorrow. Okay, so there you go. So you got that to look forward to as well. You guys have a phenomenal evening, a wonderful morning, and then join us tomorrow at East River 9 for Barry Laminack, Joel Blank, Brian McDonald, and Ryan doing a fantastic job back in the studio. We thank you for listening to the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.